Chapter 271 The Enemy Comes to Help. After Zhang Wei heard Zhuang Cha's arrogant voice saying that it was a gecko, I immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly took a few steps forward, then he lay down at a window at the corner of the stairs, looking outside. Inside the campus guard room, 40 or 50 people actually came out. All of them are weapons such as swords and spears. How is it possible? How is it possible that there are so many people? This is beyond Zhang Wei's knowledge. People in prison at the beginning, Brother Mouse, who was the leader, and other 20 or 30 people, they were solved by Zhang Wei's team without leaving any trace. At night, they were attacked again and killed 20 or 30 people. The battle in the corridor just now, at least 7 or 8 people died. This does not include the damage suffered by the enemy at the hands of zombies. So many people, where did it come from? He lurked in the school security room from the very beginning, waiting for the inner and outer harmony. Are you going to catch us all in one fell swoop? Zhang Wei knows. The security room at the school gate, it also has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, plus an aisle structure. Speaking of Tibetans, there are hundreds of people hiding inside. It's all possible. Gecko et al., it was being chased by zombies, came in from the main entrance of the school. And the school gate, Hu Lai and others pushed the car against the accelerator and knocked it away. At this time, no one here took action. That is, Gecko had earlier arrangements. That person is Dao Mingxi. Zhuang Cha pointed at a tall and thin man among the dozens of people and said, Dao Ming Temple? The younger brother of Dan Mingxi who is in contact with that rat brother, Gecko is not holding him hostage. Do you want Dan Ming Temple to compromise? Zhang Wei didn't know why Gecko didn't lock this guy up. May threaten Dan Ming Temple to do things for him. It's just a verbal threat. But at this time, all people, they all had to face a tough battle. Zhang Wei's men and horses, not as many as the other party, because some of Hu Lai and Zhuang Cha's troops, and some of the people sent by Demingzi, already dispersed. Fortunately, Zhang Wei has the troops at this time. They are all young adults. Zhouwen, the old man Lin Xinqing, who has not yet recovered, and Dr. Lin, who does not know how to fight at this time. They are still at Mailin Clinic. Didn't appear here. Zhang Wei knows, on the empty campus, fight with these people armed with weapons of varying lengths. It's like hitting an egg against a stone. Can only rely on the narrow space of the information building. Street fights with him. People died, then replace him with someone else. Until the troops from both sides, severe attrition or complete disappearance. Zhang Wei looked above his head. After that round of gunshots, there was no more movement upstairs. I guess I really ran out of ammunition this time. And Zhuang Cha also looked out the window a few times again, said, These people are not all prisoners in prison. It should be other survivors, prison man. There are only a dozen at the head. Then where did these people come from? Zhang Wei was also surprised. Gecko guy, actually sitting in jail, we can still gather so many people. If he had come out earlier to carry the flag, relying on. Have a gun. I rely on you and raise my arms. It is estimated that more ruffians and survivors will come to seek refuge. And these people who came over with weapons to kill, it was the people he gathered. To capture the thief. Capture the king first, let's fight up there. The remaining people defended the intruders. There are also zombies in the playground. They may not be able to break in within a short while. Avoid being attacked from both sides, superior. Zhang Wei shouted in a low voice, this time. It doesn't matter whether the farmer takes the lead or not. He rushed out first. The farmer will be in the back. Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiang immediately followed. During this time, they have also been imitating Zhang Wei, do some simple physical training. I also asked the swordsman sent by Demingzi for advice. How to master the killing technique skillfully. At this time, the strength. Compared with a month or 2 ago, there is a big spirit forest again. Zhang Wei just showed up. A burst of breaking wind came. Zhang Wei immediately tilted his head to avoid it. A bow and arrow grazed his cheek, shot on the wall behind. Because the power is too great, this crossbow actually exploded. The farmer didn't even think about it. Change the stool from your left hand to your right hand, then he smashed it out hard. The person opposite immediately hit in a door or something. Zhang Wei took a look at his surroundings. At this time, they had just turned the corner from the stairs on the 4th floor. Archery man, at a door 10 meters away, that is the side door of a T-shaped classroom. And that man with little dirty braids, the figure also flashed past, obviously retreated into the big classroom. Because I am worried about fraud, Zhang Wei didn't dare to rush forward rashly. After 7 or 8 people arrived on the 4th floor, Zhang Wei knows, the rest of the people, go and intercept those who are coming to kill you. He could only rely on these people in his hands, fight a bloody path. It would be best to put an end to the geckos. Without a leader, maybe the enemy will be wise enough to retreat. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei immediately bowed his waist. He touched it against the wall. Not long after, on top of the head, there is a glass window. Before Zhang Wei could stand up, the sound of breaking glass immediately sounded. An iron rod sticks out from inside, then a gun barrel. Zhang Wei didn't even think about it, so I grabbed the barrel of the gun, pushed it to the ceiling. 2222, came the voice. Suddenly, a large amount of cement and lime fell from above. Fortunately, the last half of the bullets were finally fired. He didn't hit his teammates either. But Zhang Wei was a few seconds slow in approaching the window. He couldn't even touch the barrel. The farmer also knows that the situation is urgent. He immediately slashed the wrist of the person inside with his knife. The gunman didn't expect Zhang Wei's back. There was even a swordsman following him. There was no reaction for a moment. Subconsciously, I wanted to snatch the gun back. A stream of blood spurted out. Suddenly, a metal rifle and half an arm. He was dragged out by Zhang Wei. The gunman's screams were also heard inside. Flip in. Zhang Wei took the lead directly, from broken glass windows, jumped in. At this time, you can't confront these people head-on in the corridor. God knows if they have any other weapons. The corridor was empty, with no defense at all. When Zhang Wei just entered the classroom, a steel gun made of threaded steel stabs him in the chest, and immediately pushes him into a corner. Go to hell. The gunman gritted his teeth and said, using all his strength. Zhang Wei held the gun head tightly, grimacing in pain. Because the gun head just stabbed at the place where he was shot. Just now, he was hit by the bullet of the rifle, although he was not penetrated, but the pain was almost the same as being penetrated. The enemy stabbed him several times, although Zhang Wei was discovered and screamed repeatedly, but he didn't seem to be injured. Withdrew the gun forcefully. I found that there was no blood on the tip of the gun. This person immediately knew, the attack just now, it was probably blocked by something. Zhang Wei had no time to look at this person, but he looked towards the front of the large classroom. There were more than a dozen people standing at the wall of the large T-shaped classroom in front of them. They looked with interest at their teammates, who had just climbed in through the window. I thought he was some ruthless character. It turned out to be a few students, the person who caused me so many losses. A man with little dirty braids, said somewhat speechlessly. Chapter 272 Classroom Fight. Dragon Husband, Zhuang Cha et al. He also climbed in through the window behind him. Following them are Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhang Wei thought that on his side, there are only 6 or 7 people in total. Unexpectedly, 4 or 5 more people followed behind. Seeing the 4 or 5 new people coming in, the gecko's brow suddenly frowned. Because these people who came in later, obviously not a student, nor his former cellmate. From the pace of their walking, judging from the appearance of holding a knife, these 4 or 5 people are not good people. Which path are you friends on? Gecko couldn't figure out the origins of these people for a while. But these few people were with Zhang Wei. They were obviously on the other side. Gecko now even doubts the group of people brought out by Brother Mouse. It was solved by these guys. He thought that with a few students and escaped prisoners, there is no such ability. Is there really a guy? A gangster took the gun in Lu Rinjia's hand. This is the severed hand that the farmer just chopped off. The gun also fell to the ground under the windowsill. Lu Rinjia picked it up easily. The man with a broken arm at this time, already nestled in the corner, there is obviously more air coming out and less air entering. People who see geckos. No one planned to bandage that man. Zhang Wei was also happy that the other party continued to reduce its staff by 1 person. Let me try the rifle. I found that the magazine had been emptied a long time ago. He casually threw the gun to Lu Rinjia. We have a brother, die by your gun. This matter can't end like this. My name is Lu Peng, hanging out with Demengzi in the old streets. Zhang Wei didn't even have time to speak. These 4 or 5 people went directly to Gecko's people. No fear at all. A man of great strength. It's not easy. It is rumored that all of them are good street hackers. As expected? Superior. Zhang Wei also waved his hand coolly. He ran directly towards the person who stabbed him just now. This big T-shaped classroom, long tables in a row, it can probably seat 200 to 300 people. Lu Rinjia also took out the huge butcher knife. Kill the enemy without thinking. Gecko people are not afraid either, carrying weapons such as spears and broadswords. He came over to kill them. There are only a few corridors connecting the front and back rows of the classroom. Many people had to climb onto benches. The bench in this classroom, they are all screwed into the ground. It's also very safe. Zhang Wei has always thought of being on the safe side. There was no direct contact with the core figures on the opposite side. Until I saw many people on my side, already in close combat with Gecko's men, only then did Zhang Wei confirm the enemy should indeed be out of bullets. Otherwise, if this is shot down in one shot, such a close shot, there probably won't be anyone left standing. When Zhang Wei ran towards the person who just stabbed him, that person also noticed Zhang Wei's low sucking. The rebar is held tightly in the hand, without looking. He swept towards Zhang Wei's head. This person probably knows it too. This guy Zhang Wei, invulnerable, there must be something inside the clothes. Enemies meet, extremely jealous. Zhang Wei immediately tilted his head to avoid it. Steel bars are swept on the table. It bounced quickly again. Sawdust flew everywhere. Regardless of the steel bars taken back, Zhang Wei posted it directly. As long as the long weapon is brought close to him, there is almost no use for it. He has many methods, inflicts heavy damage on this guy at close range. Unexpectedly, this man also learned a lesson from the farmer's action of killing the gunman. I saw a long knife in Zhang Wei's hand, still wrapped in a towel, quickly retreated, avoid the edge temporarily. But this retreat, it also gave Zhang Wei's other teammates a certain amount of room to display. The opponent's long weapon, when there is a desk, it can be performed easily. The other people immediately jumped over the desks, heading towards the core gecko. The gecko shrugged indifferently, on his left and right sides. For more people were separated, he directly stopped Zhang Wei's swordsmen. All four of them have sharp daggers. Masters compete with each other. The length of the weapon is not the decisive factor. These passers-by came out. Almost everyone faced one person. There are no more people on Zhang Wei's side. And the gecko together with himself, 3 others didn't move at all. Zhang Wei knows, if the spearman keeps retreating, there was nothing he could do for the moment. The scope of this classroom is really too large. When I had to pretend to attack on one side, while watching the movements of others. The farmer has met another person, the guy whose hand he just cut off. Also in the very beginning of the fight, the farmer suddenly rushed over and wiped his neck. Farmer's rival, he's a dark-skinned guy. The weapon used was a kitchen knife. This kitchen knife is not the usual rectangular shape, but a streamlined shape. Black blade, it feels a bit like Damascus steel. Zhang Wei only glanced at it. I felt the sharpness of the knife. But the farmer was not simple either. After picking up the weapon dropped by the knife man who was shot dead before, he put the knife that Zhang Wei had given him into the scabbard. It seemed that for him, that knife was more convenient. Can this farmer also play with a knife? Zhang Wei always thought that the farmer was a weak person. Just like Dr. Lin Yuanxiu. Being able to cut vegetables with a knife and killing people with a knife are two completely different things. If you are not careful, you will be cut by the enemy. In this environment, bleeding injuries are almost death. I'm a chef too. The farmer looked at the weapon in the hand of the man opposite him. His eyes became hot for a while. Zhang Wei saw that the farmer was deliberately targeting the person. Maybe the two of them have met before. Zhang Wei knows, prison man, farmers were asked to collect fruits and vegetables, but the person who contacted him, probably not the gecko himself. Maybe it's this guy who looks like a chef with a black kitchen knife. The farmer approached his opponent cautiously. The teammates next to him, and the enemy's teammates subconsciously avoided it, to avoid being accidentally injured by the two of them. Your eldest sister hanged herself. It has nothing to do with us, the gecko said in an arrogant way. Zhang Wei knows, this big girl, she must be the farmer's cousin. He was also his only relative in the last days. Proposed to let my cousin be a hostage, the one who asked me to find food, but you guy. The farmer gritted his teeth and stared at the person in front of him. So what, farmer, do you think you can survive? From the time you took the zombies towards the prison, we were discussing how to make your death the most painful. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, I'm a chef. There is a traditional craft called lingqi. Maybe you can try it. The chef looked a little crazy. But when Zhang Wei looked at his pace, it is obvious that the feet are one behind the other. This is a kind of attack, a state of retreat and defense. Then look not far away, the butcher Lu Renjia has already picked up his big knife. He slashed at the enemy closest to him. That guy is also brave, and not afraid of death. He also picked up a computer monitor in the corner, smashed towards Lu Renjia. He was cut in half by Lu Renjia with a knife in the air. Broken glass from the computer screen, and various components fell to the floor. Is Lu Renjia still close? Another computer case flew over. Lu Renjia quickly dodged. He can also cut this case open with one knife. It's just that this will damage the blade. And further away, Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhuang Cha, two people worked together. He was actually suppressed by a strong man. Are these guys from Gecko so good at fighting? Zhang Wei was a little flustered. Chapter 273 Death-Defying Interception. Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhuang Cha, he was not a person who was good at fighting originally. I can't do anything to that person for a while. Zhang Wei can also accept it. What shocked Zhang Wei was that Gecko and two other people, it hasn't moved at all. Still watching everyone's fight as if watching a show. It seems that he is also secretly observing everyone's trump cards. Zhang Wei knows, for a place like prison, the real boss, those who have some skills in their hands, they generally don't do it easily. Many things will be done by the younger brothers. Zhang Wei regrets it very much now. I didn't bring one this time. Firecracker. Came over. If I had known this would be the case no matter what. I have to find Wu Fo from the mining gang. Borrow a detonator or two. At that time, it was secretly lit. Just throw it into the crowd on Gecko's side. It knocked him off his feet. Zhang Wei was very lucky. Gecko and three other people. I have not joined the battle group at this time, otherwise their side will probably be one-sided. The roars of zombies are still coming from downstairs. There were no more zombies in the corridor, and they continue to come up. Zhang Wei knows, the rest of his men, it should be possible to secure the stairs. I didn't expect it to be so fast, actually swapping roles, by the attacking side, became defensive. If you can't be here, kill or hold back Gecko and others, his men, will face a situation of being attacked from both sides. And once this panic spreads, this team of my own, a complex combination of personnel sources, there is no strength to fight anymore. Currently Zhang Wei's troops, it's his own grassroots team, as well as some manpower sent by Demingzi. Then, there are the dozen or so people from Zhuangcha. It is composed of 3 parties. These 10 people from Zhuangcha, they all came out of prison, in desperate situation. It is not certain whether there will be betrayal or not. Zhang Wei looked at Zhuangcha. You have to drag them into the water. Zhang Wei knows, Zhuangcha must be allowed to kill a few more people. Even if the Gecko wants to recruit them, because of the lack of people, there will also be opposition from other people. Knowing that nothing can be done to this spearman for a while, Zhang Wei turned around and headed towards the battle between Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhuang Cha. The man was wielding an unknown blunt weapon, and Zhuang Cha and Zhao Zhenxiong could hardly get close to him. Zhang Wei deliberately showed his figure, letting the man notice him, and then pretended to attack him by surprise. The man really pretended not to see Zhang Wei, and when Zhang Wei was about to get close to him, he swept him with a stick. Zhang Wei took a reverse run, took out a chopstick, and threw it out without hesitation. The enemy's stick missed, and when he saw Zhang Wei's hand raised, he thought he had shot a flying knife, and subconsciously dodged. A chopstick flew past his shoulder. What a coincidence, it fell in front of the Gecko. The Gecko picked up the chopsticks and looked at them. Said, it's a bit interesting. This sneak attack didn't succeed, however. It gave Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhuang Cha a chance to take action. The two immediately jumped on the table, pounced on it, directly attack his lower body. Zhang Wei also wanted to join in, unexpectedly. The steel man from before rushed towards him again. Since I can't catch up with this guy, then he took the initiative to run over. It's not a bad thing. Zhang Wei immediately attacked the steel man. This weapon made of rebar. I first saw it in the hands of the Iron Tower's fitters. Zhang Wei didn't expect that someone would use it here. It is estimated that the people in the prison are really short of weapons. As for the area around the old city, hardware and groceries are everywhere, shops that wholesale reinforced concrete building materials, so it's possible to find something like this. This thing, use hydraulic shears to cut the cutting edge diagonally. Then I randomly found a hand-crank grinding wheel and polished it. It is a weapon for killing people and zombies. Seeing this guy shrink back and forth, familiar rules and regulations, Zhang Wei knows, this guy was also a thorn in the side of prison. It is estimated that he is at least a small leader. Zhang Wei has always used knives, and has no particular preference for long weapons, but it does not affect his understanding of long weapons. This steel bar is extremely heavy, and after the opponent swung it a few times, the attack was no longer as sharp as at the beginning. And Zhang Wei's knife is indeed becoming more and more flexible. After approaching the enemy, Zhang Wei avoided the gun tip that was poking at him with his soul. While the enemy was not paying attention, he pulled out a chopstick with his left hand and hit it in his wrist. After getting close to the enemy, Zhang Wei often used pestering instead of beating. Try not to create too much distance. In this way, the shrinkage length of the steel gun head is limited. The effect of assassination cannot be achieved. The weapon is just like an iron rod. Zhang Wei wearing a bulletproof vest, he is not afraid of the iron rod at all. I was hit hard on my back. Zhang Wei finally approached the enemy. The butcher's knife stabbed directly into the enemy's neck, but he was pushed away by his opponent with the handle of his gun. And Zhang Wei also took advantage of this gap, an iron mountain to rely on, knocking his opponent onto the table. Before the enemy can react, the bamboo chopsticks on my wrist, it went straight into this guy's collarbone. Zhang Wei then targeted the aorta in his neck. However, after dodging and deflecting, the position has shifted. As long as it can hurt someone naturally, he has no intention of giving up. Zhang Wei still poked it without hesitation. The steel man screamed at the same time. He also swept it with a stick, great struggling power. The chopsticks broke into 2 pieces due to the impact of the clavicle bone. The remaining piece, still embedded in the meat. This is a chopstick, not a cactus thorn. The steel man couldn't pull out the remaining part. The great pain made him gradually lose his mind. The steel gun, which was originally like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, was used by him as an iron rod to sweep up and down. This weapon was no longer a threat to Zhang Wei. After rolling and charging on the table several times, Zhang Wei finally cut the opponent's calf with a knife. It also did not injure the aorta, but it also slowed down the opponent's movement. When Zhang Wei took action, the gecko kept looking at Zhang Wei intentionally or unintentionally, nodding from time to time. It seems that he discovered the use of Zhang Wei's chopsticks. The gecko picked up the chopsticks, an action like snapping your fingers. The chopsticks broke into 2 pieces in his hand. Finally, Zhang Wei found an opening. A knife stabbed this guy in the stomach. Zhang Wei's forehead was hit hard by an iron rod at close range. Put the butcher knife in your hand, pull it upward, finally disembowel this guy. Picked up the steel bar this guy dropped. Zhang Wei untied the cloth from the handle of his knife. Pick up this weapon. Then he killed Zhao Zhenxiong and Zhuang Cha. With the blessing of Zhang Wei, a long weapon, specifically attacking this man's lower body, the blunt weapons in his hand were suddenly overwhelmed. Not long after, he was attacked by Zhao Zhen's dagger. I cut my wrist. Zhang Wei also hit him on the temple with a stick. The man fell straight down. And Zhang Wei, who was free, Zhao Zhenxiong, Zhuang Cha, 3 people, they all looked at the 3 geckos in the distance, who had not made any move. Chapter 274, Battle Against Gecko. When Zhang Wei looked at Gecko and his 2 companions, Gecko and his companions also looked at the 3 people who were vacant on Zhang Wei's side. In Gecko's surprised eyes, Lu Renjia cut off the head of the man who had just been knocked unconscious by Zhang Wei without hesitation. Then he threw it into the air. The head fell on the table, rolled for a while, and no one knew where it fell. Gecko frowned. Zhang Wei looked at Zhao Zhenxiong with admiration. This guy is also a promising talent. At this time, it would be best to completely irritate the opponent and have a real bloody battle. If it were Zhang Wei himself just now, get close to that person, he will also do last hits without hesitation. Those people from Domingzi, still playing against the Gecko guys. People who can see both sides, they are all people who are good at fighting, although they were all injured, but I can't do anything to the other party for a while. Instead, it was Lu Renjia from Zhang Wei's side, being slashed by one of the opponent's men, blood oozed from the shoulder. Zhang Wei winked, Zhao Zhenxiong immediately came over. It became a 2-against-1 situation again. Lu Renjia's butcher knife, although it is quite bluffing, but it is only suitable for killing zombies. In this close combat situation, maybe not as good as a small fruit knife. At this time, the 3 geckos walked slowly towards Zhang Wei and Zhuang Cha. Be careful of the gecko's fist, he is very vicious. Zhuang Cha kindly reminded. Zhang Wei didn't know if Zhuang Cha had ever fought with Gecko. Since Zhuang Cha reminded me like this, he also kept an eye on it. There are often black boxers in prison. The prison guards accepted this fighting method by default. Because it is strictly prohibited, it will only be counterproductive. Zhuang Cha added. Now Zhang Wei understood. Zhuang Cha must have seen this guy Gecko take action. 2 against 3, Zhang Wei was not sure at all. And look at this guy Zhuang Cha, he doesn't look like someone who can fight. Zhang Wei had to look at the farmer, and 2 other brothers next to him. The farmer is still fighting with the cook. The 2 of them basically just touched each other with knives. Haven't touched each other's body yet. This is just a test. And the injured Zhao Zhenxiong, after Lu Renjia joined, it's obviously much better. 2 against 1, in this open space, the other party can only take precautions. It's almost impossible for one to hit several people without getting hurt like in the movie in the real world. Looking at the obvious advantage and low position just now, But the three geckos never took action. It was approaching him and Zhuang Cha. Zhang Wei has been thinking, does the other party have any trump cards that he doesn't know about? It would be great if Lu Dali were here. At this moment, Zhang Wei thought of Lu Dali, who had been missing for a long time. Where on earth did this guy go? After getting separated when the iron-headed zombie ran out of the Walmart supermarket, he never showed up again. Lu Dali is here. Zhang Wei dared to fight to the death. And now, Zhang Wei didn't know Zhuang Cha's ability. I don't feel comfortable handing over my back to someone I just met for a few days. What's more, he is still a prison inmate. When the gecko came over, the two people on his left and right sides, they all walked towards their teammates on both sides. Joined the ranks of swordsmen who besieged Mengzi. Do it! The bastard who previously claimed to be Lu Peng said to Zhang Wei. Because Lu Peng now already faced two people. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated, he raised his knife and headed towards the gecko. At this time, the gecko, he calmly took something out of his trouser pocket and put it on. This is... Zhang Wei saw the gecko wearing something like a cat's claw. This is tiger finger, Zhuang Cha said coldly. This thing can go right through the cheek, Zhuang Cha added. It seems that Zhuang Cha has seen him use it. Zhang Wei has never used this thing, but he has heard of it. Tiger fingers can cause serious damage to people. When he was a kid, a street urchin used this thing to fight, and smashed through someone's head. Later he was arrested and sent to jail. Zhang Wei didn't know why Gecko could get such a thing in prison. But this thing can be purchased online, and it's not a contraband. It's not difficult for Gecko to find someone to take advantage of the situation and bring it into prison. See how tough you two are? Gecko knew Zhuang Cha, but he paid more attention to Zhang Wei. In his eyes, this young man seemed to be more threatening. Lu Peng was hit on the thigh by an iron rod, and suddenly became limping, losing the strength to defend himself. Zhang Wei knew that he couldn't drag it on any longer. He jumped onto the wooden table with a knife, and ran directly towards the gecko, who was 7 or 8 meters away. The butcher knife was hidden behind his hand, so that the gecko couldn't see where the blade was. Zhuang Cha also touched it immediately. The two men ran toward the gecko from different directions. Seeing the two people coming towards me at the same time, the gecko smiled with satisfaction. Then the other hand, he put on the other tiger finger without any hesitation. There is actually a pair. Zhang Wei was also a little surprised. Because of the use of this weapon, it relies more on the strong hand. The hands may not be able to play a greater role. The reason why the gecko dares to do this is, he must be very good at this weapon. Zhang Wei approached the gecko, and without thinking, he slashed at the gecko's neck. Unlike Zhang Wei, who was standing on the table, the gecko was still in the corridor between the desks. The length of the arm, plus the length of the blade, and the attack from above. The gecko had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. On the other side, Zhuang Cha, with a flying pounce and a roll, blocked the gecko's retreat. Zhuang Cha, is your boss dead? The gecko asked tentatively. Brother Mu is busy. Sooner or later, he will come to take your other egg, Zhuang Cha said casually. But it completely angered the gecko. The gecko dodged Zhuang Cha's knife. He immediately hit Zhuang Cha on the arm with a tiger finger. Zhuang Cha's arm quickly lowered. 78% of the strength was relieved. Before I could use the second knife, Zhuang Cha was kicked in the air by Gecko. Kick in the jaw. Such fast legs. Zhang Wei only felt a blink of an eye. Zhuang Cha flew out. It seems like this guy really had an egg cut out of a piece of wood. The name Dandan is relatively abstract. It's professional terminology, called testicles. Zhuang Cha was so stunned by the kick that he couldn't stand up for a long time. Fortunately, the kick from Gecko was towards the sky, with limited force. Otherwise Zhuang Cha's jaw would have been dislocated at least. Zhuang Cha shook his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and rushed towards Gecko again. Gecko's leg skills were so amazing that Zhang Wei had to guard against his kicks. Several times, his knife was blocked by Gecko's tiger fingers. Gecko's punches were also very tricky, and almost every time they touched Zhang Wei's blade. Even if Zhang Wei turns the blade over, there is no way to touch the gecko's body. An inattentive person, Zhang Wei was punched in the chest by Gecko, fell below the desk. This time, Zhang Wei almost vomited out the gully water. Because where the gecko hit, the same place where he had just been shot and poked by the steel bar. Zhang Wei coughed violently several times, struggling to get up again. Gecko was also surprised by this guy Zhang Wei. He was still able to stand up. Is this Muay Thai? I forgot to tell you, I might be able to withstand beatings. Your fist, there is no strength. Zhang Wei thought about the bulletproof vest he was wearing. Said deliberately provocatively. Gecko's hairstyle with little dreadlocks, as well as quick punches and quick kicks, Zhang Wei felt like he had seen it somewhere. It was an underground boxing ring in Southeast Asia. Chapter 275 Desperate Battle. After hearing Zhang Wei say that his fists have little strength instead, the gecko became excited. It's a bloodthirsty excitement. This guy is probably a death row prisoner. From the force of his punch, Zhang Wei guessed that he might have been imprisoned after beating someone to death. Professional boxers punch, one punch can kill. Zhang Wei patted his chest indifferently. There was a dull pain there. Deliberately delaying the rhythm, he was waiting for Zhuang Cha to get up from the ground. Two people take turns, just take turns getting beaten. Zhuang Cha knew what Zhang Wei wanted to do. He was also kicked dizzy several times. It's good to be able to get up. Trying to hold the knife tightly, Zhuang Cha walked around to Gecko's side again. Bring it on, Gecko, my eldest brother's men were defeated. Is Wood so good at beating it? This was Zhang Wei's first thought. The gecko smiled indifferently. He turned around and headed towards Zhuang Cha. A few uppercuts, they were all successfully dodged and moved by Zhuang Cha. It seems, Zhuang Cha is not an ordinary person. Knowing that the situation is urgent, Zhang Wei immediately posted it. Zhang Wei was even more worried about those people in the corridor. At this time, he clearly heard the sound of metal collision. That was someone fighting in the corridor. It seems that the zombies have probably been wiped out. The enemy ambushed the man in the guardhouse. If there are 30 or 40 people, then clean up the hundreds of zombies on the playground, also a zombie every minute. Lu Renjiao was even more anxious. Because his girlfriend who died, it was also in the corridor below at this time. After cooperating with Zhao Zhenxiong for a moment, they were unable to do anything to deal with the enemies they were fighting against. The person who can stay at the end, all of them are ruthless characters in prison. Those younger brothers, they were attacked by Zhang Wei and others at the very beginning. Kill them all. After all, Lu Renjiao and Zhao Zhenxiong only practiced for 2.5 months. Most of the time I still fight zombies. It's pretty good not to be killed at this point. However, in this desperate situation of life and death, the two of them grew up very quickly. Because in the previous society ruled by law, there is no chance of such a fight. While Zhang Wei took action, Zhuang Cha also raised his knife and came forward. The two of them once again had a tacit understanding and took action at the same time. Zhang Wei attacked the gecko's upper body. Zhuang Cha sneak attacked gecko's lower body. Neither man backed away. The gecko finally stopped defending on the ground. He stepped onto the table in one step, take a 1 versus 2 stance. Still the old way, Zhang Wei risked being attacked by gecko iron fist, killed directly at the gecko's wrist. The gecko's fist, many times, stopped Zhang Wei's blade, making his knuckles numb. The knuckles collided with the knife, even sending out sparks. If there was no bulletproof vest, Zhang Wei would probably be seriously injured by the punch, but with the bulletproof vest, although it was painful, there was no substantial damage. After hammering Zhang Wei several times, the gecko finally realized that something was wrong, because Zhang Wei seemed to be getting more and more energetic. And Zhang Wei, who had mastered the gecko's punching routine, was getting more and more comfortable with the knife. Zhang Wei also began to learn the tricks of the previous pig-killing butcher. The knife jumped between the palms, changing the direction of the blade at any time. In the final analysis, tiger finger. It's just a narrow surface in contact with the blade, a little carelessness, the fingers will be cut off at the root. This is Zhang Wei's purpose. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10 of them. Zhang Wei remembered the battle with the orangutan not long ago. A finger from Dean of Students Wang Jing. It was also cut off by the apes in this way. What are you wearing? The gecko punched him hard several times. None of them could hurt Zhang Wei. Boxing sparring clothes. Zhang Wei lied casually. The bulletproof vest is his trump card. Even if he took off his coat, the guy called Gecko might not recognize that the heavy clothes on Zhang Wei were a bulletproof vest. There was no need to expose it at this time. Although Zhang Wei was not injured, he felt pain and his face turned pale in a short while. Looking at Zhuang Cha on the other side, it seemed to be the same. Several times, Gecko's tiger fingers brushed against Zhuang Cha's cheek, leaving a few blood marks on his face. And the clothes on Zhuang Cha's body, he was also caught in tatters. There was blood everywhere. Zhang Wei looked at Zhuang Cha. I also feel that he has the feeling of Bruce Lee crossing the river in the movie. It's a pity, combining the strength of two people, he was also hung up and beaten by a gecko. When I looked to the side again, Demingzi's knife hand, one has died, one was injured. The two people who came out evenly, Lu Peng and several others were surrounded again. Now the people on Zhang Wei's side, it can only be more defensive. Once suppressed by numbers, they are faced with a situation of being outnumbered. Fortunately, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, the two men, also injured the man they were fighting with. A gap where farmers are fighting, he took out his own knife, without hesitation. He threw it at the man who was fighting with Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. Hit him right in the back, a third of it was submerged. It's a pity that the weight of this knife is limited. If it were Zhang Wei's butcher's knife, it is estimated that this person has been penetrated long ago. That person is also a ruthless character, he roared and pulled out the knife with his backhand. Just ignore Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, he ran towards the farmer like a brutal collision. The blood from my back spurted out like urine. How could Lu Renjia let go of such an opportunity? He quickly chased after him. He threw out his big butcher knife again. This time he used up all his strength, inertia and throwing force, let the butcher knife spin in the air. Where the enemy was just a few steps away from the farmer, the butcher knife was nailed to his back. The farmer watched this guy being attacked by Lu Renjia. A man knelt down in front of him. The weapon in his hand did not forget to attack him. The farmer easily escaped. He wiped this guy's neck with a casual knife. I said, "You all must die," the farmer said to the chef not far away from him. Seeing this guy dead, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong both breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong had their hands free, you can join Lu Peng's side. Although their numbers still have no advantage, but defense should be no problem, they won't all be killed by someone making dumplings. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong haven't gone over yet. One person stepped out from the besieging crowd over there. I automatically found the two of them. Be careful, this guy's name is Scorpion. I have dozens of lives in my hands. When he was in prison, he was sentenced to death, with a suspended death sentence. My boss and I used to be in the same prison. Zhuang Cha reminded him immediately. Zhang Wei looked at this guy at this time. He was not wearing student uniforms or prison uniforms like others. Instead, he was wearing a yellowed white vest. And the back of his head got a scorpion tattoo. This guy, it was just standing on the right side of the gecko, one of the three people who never took action. Scorpion walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets. And said, "He is right. I killed more than a dozen people. But they were all blind thugs. But there is one thing he may not know. The reason why I was sentenced to death, with a reprieve, and was not immediately executed is because Wang Mukun has not found all the bodies of those I killed." Wang Mukun. Is Wang Mukun also related to the prison? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the police chief of Baidao. Wang Mukun. The super policeman known as the Stick. Chapter 276 Scorpion Tail Wags. Zhang Wei knows, inside the old city prison, many prisoners are detained. They are all death row prisoners and serious criminals. Many prisoners from Binhai City across the river, he was also imprisoned here. And Wang Mukun, before the outbreak of zombies in the apocalypse, he is also the leader of the serious crime team. If Wang Mukun deliberately retained this person to investigate the case, it's also possible. Stick the guy, he likes to take the wrong approach. Gecko, Scorpion, why are they all shady things? Zhang Wei said to himself. It's such a waste of time. Let me help you. While Zhang Wei was still thinking, another person came out from among the people who besieged Lu Peng. Zhang Wei took a look. If he remembered correctly, this person was the one on the left of the gecko. What's your name? Toad? Cricket? Spider? Zhang Wei looked at this strange guy. Although it was not a hot day, there was no need to wear two coats. His name is Centipede. He? Zhuang Cha hesitated. Brother, what does he do? Can you give me more information? Zhang Wei was also stunned. At least you can know what this guy's weaknesses are. The one named Scorpion just now, I have dozens of lives in my hands, at first glance. He looks like a ruthless character. This guy named Centipede, Zhang Wei looked at it for a long time, nor on the arms or the back of the head, find the centipede tattoo. I have no idea, I never saw him take action. I heard that he used to be a pickpocket, specialized in stealing on trains, don't know why. Later he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Zhuang Cha can't figure everything out either. Zhang Wei looked at the man called Centipede, still without saying a word. It seemed that it was impossible to expect him to tell his story. How do you fight? Centipede asked jokingly. In the initial siege, neither of them did much. But Demengzi's knife man, one died, and the other was injured. It seemed that the two of them took action. When Zhang Wei was fighting with the gecko just now, he also paid attention to other fights in the field. I'll play with these two kids first. Scorpion touched the back of his head and walked over with his bare hands. When the centipede saw this, no nonsense either. Go to the back, move out several computer cases, coated on the long table in the multimedia classroom, then he sat down on it, just planned to watch a show. Zhang Wei wished he would not take action in this way. The two stupid young men Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, there is still a chance to live. This time I was considered careless. I didn't expect that the other side had so many people who could beat him. I didn't even think of it, they were also ambushed at the school gate. Otherwise, it will be a battle with more and fewer wheels. Zhang Wei will not suffer too much loss here. Without the energy to observe Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, Zhang Wei turned his attention to the gecko in the field again. At the beginning, the gecko stood between the so-called scorpion and the centipede. So his ability, or seniority, should be above these two. Zhang Wei still planned to chew this most difficult bone himself. Well, it would be best if Zhuang Cha could help chew it a few times. Because Zhang Wei felt that his teeth would break. The gecko seemed to be waiting for something. Even when Zhang Wei and the others were discussing, he did not make much move. Are you waiting for the people downstairs to come up and kill you? Zhang Wei had a terrible guess. The gecko may be trying to kill these people, annihilate them all in this corridor or in the multimedia classroom. The sun seems to have risen at this time, different from the original one who had to light a torch. In the classroom at this time, already had a very good view. The gecko seems to be stalling for time. Why not Zhang Wei? If I guess correctly, Hu Lai's reinforcements should be arriving without detection. It was at this time, everywhere in the school, a sudden whistle. Zhang Wei and others couldn't help but feel happy. Those are the people Zhang Wei asked to disperse yesterday. The purpose is to launch a surprise attack at dawn. When you hear the whistle, the gecko suddenly became nervous. He winked at Centipede. The centipede immediately went out from the door. Don't know where it went. But Zhang Wei knew, it should be to observe Zhang Wei. Reinforcements. Went. No more centipede beside me. Zhang Wei no longer worries about centipede attacks. Instead, he opened his fists and feet. He tried his best to kill the gecko. This time, the gecko no longer stayed behind, although the tiger finger failed to inflict enough damage on Zhang Wei, but it also left several blood stains on his face. Fortunately, Zhang Wei dodged in time. Otherwise, a piece of flesh and blood may be taken away. Zhuang Cha doesn't seem to be good at using knives. His sword has no rules, fortunately. The gecko has no intention of seizing the blade. He just found an opening and punched Zhuang Cha one after another. Zhuang Cha is also a ruthless person, no matter how serious the injury is, always silent. Finally he found an opportunity. The knife scratched the gecko's shoulder. Surrounded by geckos, Zhang Wei Zhuang and the two could only slowly consume the gecko's physical strength. And the scorpion next to it already faced off with Lu Ringjia. Lu Ringjia's butcher knife was still nailed to the back of the previous man. There was no weapon at hand for the moment. Lu Ringjia just pulled out a short dagger from his calf. He was immediately thrown over the shoulder by Scorpion, fell to the ground. My hand was in pain, and I let go of the knife. Lu Ringjia still wanted to pick it up. Kicked away by a scorpion, the dagger ran along the floor. Don't know where it went. Zhao Zhenxiong was worried that Lu Ringjia's hand would be broken. He immediately killed him with a knife. I used the knife several times. They were all avoided by scorpions. I almost got Scorpion's help, injured Lu Ringjia. Pay attention. Lu Ringjia couldn't help shouting. It is different from the tabletop battle between Zhang Wei and the other three. Lu Ringjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, the two of them were fighting with Scorpion in a corner at the back. Not long after Zhao Zhenxiong's weapons, he was also shot to the ground. Because I'm worried about my weapons, Lu Ringjia was accidentally injured. Zhao Zhenxiong simply stopped picking up his weapons. Also imitate the gecko, he punched the scorpion hard on the head. Scorpion covered his temples with his arms. He easily dodged Zhao Zhenxiong's attack. When Zhao Zhenxiong hit other parts of Scorpion's body, it didn't seem painful or itchy. Zhang Wei was in the middle of a fight. One look at Scorpion's defensive posture. Just know that he is a practitioner. Maybe he's still a boxer. Probably still practicing with Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. For a professional boxer, the two of them couldn't be hurt at all. Don't talk about the rules with him. Just go for his dick. Seeing Lu Ringjia being held tightly by the throat lock, almost being strangled, Zhang Wei quickly reminded him. Go for his dick. This is another professional term. Others didn't quite understand. But Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong knew it very well. Zhang Wei wanted them to attack Scorpion's lower abdomen. Lu Ringjia was having difficulty breathing at this moment, and he couldn't break free even with all his strength. When his hand reached for Scorpion's crotch, It seemed that Scorpion noticed it and stopped him halfway. Can't move an inch anymore. And when Scorpion went to restrain Lu Renjia, but gave Zhao Zhenxiong a chance, immediately a shovel leg kicked towards the Scorpion's vagina. It just hit the Scorpion in the lower part of the body. Only a scream was heard from Scorpion. There's a show. Zhang Wei doesn't know either. The Scorpion has become Mr. Scorpion, just like the gecko. There is still one egg left. Lu Renjia was held captive by a scorpion. Enraged by the scorpion, it fell out with a violent force. It was thrown onto the fluorescent lamp hanging from the ceiling. Then it fell on the wooden table below. Lu Renjia also spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Lu Renjia was in physical contact with the table, instead of the head, Zhang Wei was relieved. At most, it will only hurt your muscles and bones, can't die. Lu Renjia tried to struggle, unable to stand. He had to climb onto the stool first, climb to the ground again, then try to hold onto the stool, slowly stood up. And the gecko, but he stared at Zhao Zhenxiong, eyes with murderous intent. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong looked at each other and nodded. Involuntarily, he took out something from his waist, killed the scorpion again. This hidden weapon, it was the chopsticks Zhang Wei had prepared for them overnight. Zombie killing chopsticks is the normal length. And these few Zhang Wei specially prepared, only the length of your palm, convenient for hiding and sneak attacks. The two of them touched their waists, being noticed by the scorpion. Scorpion gives a little run-up. He kicked Zhao Zhenxiong in the thigh. Zhao Zhenxiong's screams had not yet finished. Scorpion turned around and performed a roundhouse kick in the air, kicked Lu Renjia's side hip. Lu Renjia also screamed. It shouldn't hurt that much. Right? Zhang Wei felt that the kick to Scorpion's balls just now was not that severe. Zhao Zhenxiong, who was holding his thigh, stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, blood seeping out from between his fingers. Zhang Wei then realized that Scorpion had just used a weapon. Lu Renjia, likewise, held his buttocks and looked at his palms, which were also bright red. The two of them looked at Scorpion's shoes at the same time, and found that there was a steel spike about the length of a finger on the tip of Scorpion's shoes. My scorpion tail swing is pretty good, isn't it? Scorpion said with a smile, holding his crotch. Chapter 277 Farmer Kills People. Scorpion tail wagging? Heresy. Zhao Zhenxiong suffered a loss, naturally. He has a tough mouth. Your leather shoes are nice. Lu Renjia stared at Scorpion's shoes in trance. A steel nail as long as one finger, emerging from the toe of Scorpion's leather shoes. It seems that this guy Scorpion, I have modified my leather shoes. Old Zhao. Are you okay? This is a stainless steel nail. Tetanus shots should not be given. Lu Renjia rubbed his butt, while comforting myself. Zhao Zhenxiong's calf was still bleeding. It's okay, he only pricked the capillaries. Although Zhao Zhenxiong said it was fine, but as soon as the hand is released, the blood couldn't stop flowing out. Zhang Wei estimated, maybe it didn't hit the aorta, but at least it went deep. There was no time to bandage. Zhao Zhenxiong tried to stand. Fine, although it hurts. But it can support the weight of his body. That is to say, no bones were broken. He won't become Zhouan. Zhao Zhenxiong secretly squeezed the chopsticks in his hand. This was the first time he suffered such a big loss. The same goes for Lu Renjia on the other side. Both of them stared at the scorpion in the middle. This man with bare hands, it seems they underestimated him. Zhang Wei knows, it would be good for both of them to suffer a little. At this time, he couldn't spare any time to help. We could only wait for change, waiting for the subsequent evolution of the situation. The sound of killing downstairs became louder and louder. At the beginning, it was Zhang Wei and his team, surrounded by narrow corridors. And now, if Ulai's men arrive, another counter-encirclement was given to Gecko's reinforcements. The two sides should be mixed up. The Gecko doesn't know what's going on outside. Centipede went to the corridor and never came back. This made him have some doubts. Before Zhang Wei could think of a way to defeat the Gecko attacked first. Knowing that Zhang Wei was wearing armor, Gecko's punch went directly to Zhang Wei's forehead. Zhang Wei knows, no matter how hard your skull is, he couldn't withstand the impact of Zhu. As soon as the blade comes out, poked directly to the Gecko's armpit, the Gecko's digits are only worn on the 4 fingers. The fists and palms can be freely retracted. He immediately intercepted Zhang Wei's wrist halfway, taking his blade in another direction. The knee of his right foot hit Zhang Wei's stomach without hesitation. Zhang Wei twisted and escaped. Gecko's knees hit the air. Zhang Wei's left hand, he immediately pulled out a chopstick from his waist. It headed directly towards the Gecko's knee joint. Unexpectedly, the Gecko had already been on guard against Zhang Wei's move. Pull your knees back immediately, stretch out one hand, break the chopsticks on the thumb. Zhuang Cha saw Zhang Wei and Gecko were in a stalemate, a direct side attack. The Gecko kicked out, the toes touched Zhuang Cha's wrist, Zhuang Cha's knife also fell. But people still came towards the Gecko without hesitation. The Gecko was thrown over his shoulder, another knee strike, knocked Zhang Wei 2 meters away. Before Zhang Wei could come over, fighting with Zhuang Cha. Zhuang Cha with bare hands, how can he be Gecko's opponent? Fists clashed. Just a few times, the bones on the fingers are exposed, his hands also became bloody. He was hit in the cheek by the Gecko again. And his face was swollen like a pig's head. When Zhang Wei climbed onto the table again, Zhuang Cha was knocked down by the Gecko again. He became a human again, knowing that the Gecko was on guard against his chopsticks. Zhang Wei didn't know how to deal with the Gecko for a while. This kind of professional thug was not something he could handle at the moment. Judging from the strength of the Gecko's punch, Zhang Wei knew that he was going to kill him. The reason why he could still stand was all thanks to the clothes on his body. At this time, Zhuang Cha had been beaten into a pig's head. The Gecko had many opportunities to kill Zhuang Cha, but he didn't. Zhang Wei guessed that it might be related to the wood, but it was different for him. The Gecko had 10,000 reasons to kill him. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong faced the scorpion again. After careful precautions, the scorpion's spikes could no longer leave wounds on the two of them. This was also related to the two of them fighting with the scorpion. This time, they did not choose to fight the scorpion in close combat. The fight between the farmer and the cook, it also gradually becomes white-hot. The two of them tested each other, turned to direct fighting. Chef's knife, in the farmer's body, many wounds were left. The farmer doesn't seem to be a professional chopping gangster. Although his attacks are usually ruthless, at this time, it was impossible to leave any wounds on the chef's body. Thinking of the death of my cousin, the farmer was even more sad and angry. The farmer takes a break from his activities suddenly. He accidentally saw a rebar rod that Zhang Wei casually threw on the table. This was left by the previous person. The farmer jumped over without hesitation. He threw the knife in his hand towards the chef. The chef lowered his head to avoid. I was about to laugh at him. Unexpectedly, the farmer picked up a huge rebar. The blow hit him squarely on the forehead. The chef rolled to avoid it. The rebarred steel bullet bounced high on the wooden table, carrying fallen wood chips flying. Although the farmer's tiger's mouth was numb from the shock, but very excited. When he was young, he drives a walking tractor. Such a vibration, it seemed to him to be a commonplace thing. He squeezed the rebar in his hand. The farmer hit the cook with all his might. The chef simply cannot take the farmer's stick hard. Even the blade can only be temporarily avoided. The chef tried to approach the farmer for hand-to-hand combat. Unexpectedly, the farmer danced the iron rod to make it airtight. As long as the chef gets a little closer, he was faced with being slapped in the face with a stick. Inadvertently, the farmer's long stick stabbed the cook in the stomach. This rebar has also been polished. Not to mention the small body, it's the head of a zombie. It can also be easily penetrated. The chef subconsciously used a knife to open it. The farmer lifted her up gently. The tip of the spear went towards the chef's armpit. The chef immediately clamped the iron rod tightly. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he went straight to the farmer with a kitchen knife. Go to hell. The farmer has a brute force. He actually lifted the chef into the air. Seeing that the chef was about to fall heavily to the ground, the chef had no choice but to loosen the iron rod. The farmer immediately pulled it out. A hard stick hit the chef on the shoulder. This stick was originally aimed at the chef's head. But the cook didn't stand firm instead. It hit him on the shoulder. The chef tilted his body. He fell to the ground. Although not fatal, but he also suffered the damage from this blow. When I stood up again, movements also became sluggish. The farmer won't show mercy to others, immediately raised the gun, clicked the steel gun a few times. It poked the chef's thigh. I only heard a few screams from the chef. People are rolling on the ground, but he could no longer stand. The farmer aimed at the cook's head. He threw the weapon in his hand like a javelin. Hit the chef right in the forehead. Walked over in a few steps. The farmer pulled out the iron rod. Hold it in your hand, he exclaimed. This thing is so handy. Lu Peng next to him was stunned. Brothers from the Construction Site Association? Brother. Do you know the fitter? I don't know you. The farmer answered frankly. Run to the chef's side, picked up his black blade kitchen knife. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed that the chef had a leather scabbard on his belt. He quickly took off the scabbard and belt as well. Then he put it on himself. The farmer was about to go up with a stick to help Zhang Wei. Unexpectedly, at this time, A person walked in at the door slowly and unhurriedly. It was the centipede that had just left. Only a dozen people came down below. It's not a big problem, Centipede said to the gecko indifferently. The centipede took off his coat. Just throw it on the ground. There was no underwear on inside. A scar over a foot long, from his right shoulder, it spread to the lower left waist. Both sides of the scar are full of asymmetrical suture marks. Very much like a centipede. People's tattoos all have dragons and tigers. My back, let people attack with knives. I got a centipede tattoo. Oh, you may not know that person. He turned out to be the boss of Area A of the prison. The boss of Area A, didn't he hang himself? Zhuang Cha suddenly realized something. That's the official statement. He was disemboweled by me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have served the 3-month sentence. The sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Do you really think I just took out 2 wallets on the train? Are you locked up here with sticks? This sentence, the centipede seems to be talking to itself. It's like answering Zhuang Cha. Bring it on, farmer. Try your skills. The centipede smiled and said to the farmer. Chapter 278 Metamorphosis Centipede. When the centipede walked out of the door, Zhang Wei's eyes never left his body. At first, Zhang Wei was just worried about his sneak attack. After all, the people on Zhang Wei's side, there is no martial ethics during this period either. Gecko man, he killed all of them. Gecko guys, he never took action. Maybe he was just testing his trump card. But when the centipede first came in, the farmer was groping for the so-called chef as if he were a golden captain. The centipede knew that it was the farmer who did it. Naturally, they also focused on him first. The farmer saw this guy, also very cautious. Of course he knows, this kind of person who takes action from behind, the harder it is to fight. What the guy with the steel nails in his shoes did just now, he's seen it all. This man with a knife on his back, I don't know of any sinister means. It's not a centipede tattoo, but this guy's wound, it seems to be a random stitching, it grew into a centipede-like shape. Zhang Wei and the farmer were both looking at the centipede. Generally, people who can be given such nicknames in prison, they all have some extraordinary means. When I heard Centipede say that only a dozen people came from Hulai, Zhang Wei just said bad. This number of people, there is still not much change to the battle situation. In the face of the human sea tactics, maybe filling it in is like putting a mud cow into the sea. But Hulai is a steady person. Zhang Wei knew he wouldn't hit hard. If we can deal with the gecko group, if you cooperate inside and outside, you can get out. Zhang Wei made a decision instantly. The centipede has already started to attack the farmer. Although Zhang Wei did not see the centipede's weapon, after a few rounds, he found that the farmer's clothes had many pieces of cloth. It seemed that something had cut them. Although the farmer had a long stick, he was approached by the centipede many times. Between opening and closing, the centipede made a few gentle movements, and a blood mark appeared on the farmer's cheek. The farmer looked at the centipede's right hand in disbelief. This is a magical ring. The centipede showed the middle finger of his right hand, and a silver light flashed by. I've heard of it. The farmer suddenly answered. Oh! In the past, on the bus or on the train, there is a kind of pickpocket who specializes in stealing. Their tools are simple, a very sharp 5-cent coin, or a ring with a knife. It can easily open a person's wallet or briefcase with multiple layers. These gangs, it has disappeared from the old town in the past few years. Some people say that this group of people ran away to Vietnam. Some people also said that this group of people were arrested by the police. It seems now, you are the master among them. The farmer wiped the blood from his face. A recent scratch, it was only half a finger away from his carotid artery. You still know about this kind of thing? The centipede couldn't help but look at the farmer with admiration. There used to be a guy named Moo Moo, stay overnight at my house. He ate several bowls of rice wine, said when drunk. He said he was a carpenter. I also know some of this work, but this is low grade. He doesn't bother to do these things. Wood, where has he gone? Gecko interjected. Really, this guy is wooden. It still makes them very afraid. Have no idea. After the farmer finished answering, he picked up the iron rod and rushed forward again. I know Centipede has something fishy on his hands. The farmer is no longer fighting the centipede at close quarters. A long stick cannot resist the close approach of a centipede. Know that centipedes don't have knives like chefs. The farmer casually threw the iron rod on the ground. He took out the kitchen knife from his waist. This Damascus steel kitchen knife seems to be the best among knives. When the farmer just picked it up, just put it on the belt around my waist. The centipede is not interested in what weapon the farmer uses. It's still an offense that goes its own way. No matter how you greet the farmer's knife, They can all be easily dodged by centipedes. And every time the centipede strikes, farmer's clothes, a long opening will open up. Fortunately, the farmer wore a thicker leather jacket today. Otherwise, the centipede would have skinned it by this time. Zhang Wei could only hope that he could deal with this guy gecko as soon as possible. As long as the gecko is defeated, the tide of battle will also change. He joined forces with the farmer. It may not be possible to capture the centipede. There are 4 or 5 waves of people in the field. 5 or 6 camps were divided into fighting. After the scorpion and centipede left, Lu Peng and the remaining 3 survivors, although everyone is injured, but also with weapons of different lengths, they fought evenly with each other. And Zhang Wei and Zhuang Cha joined forces to fight back desperately. The gecko was also overwhelmed for a while. Gecko refers to tiger more often, still suitable for sparring. Zhuang Cha and Zhang Wei's 2 knives, sneak attacks from various tricky angles. The gecko had to parry carefully. Zhao Zhenxiong screamed again. It turned out that he was kicked into the palm by Scorpion's spike shoe again. The entire palm was pierced. But Zhao Zhenxiong is also a ruthless person, struggling to be seriously injured. One bite hit the Scorpion's calf. Scorpion hammered Lu Zhao Zhenxiong's back crazily. Zhao Zhenxiong just refused to let go. Instead, he took the chopsticks in his hand, stung into the Scorpion's ass, shouting in his mouth, "Old Lu, this guy stabs your ass, I've avenged you." After Zhao Zhenxiong took away Scorpion's kick, Lu Renjia knew his chance had come. He rushed forward quickly. He hugged the Scorpion's other foot. To prevent the Scorpion's spikes from kicking towards Zhao Zhenxiong, it's okay if the spikes kick your arms and thighs. Injury at most. But once kicked to the neck or chest, etc., it's life-threatening. Scorpion also didn't expect that these 2 guys didn't have martial ethics. It actually stuck on like 2 pieces of dog skin plaster. At this time, Scorpion's buttocks were also in pain. And a chopstick in Lu Renjia's hand, still trying his best to stab the Scorpion's eye socket. Scorpion had no choice but to ignore Zhao Zhenxiong. Let him rub it in your ass. He desperately used both hands to intercept the chopstick that was poking at his eyes. "Old Zhao, quick, take off his shoes." Lu Renjia was almost exhausted. Zhao Zhenxiong heard this. Suddenly I seemed to understand something. No more biting Scorpions on the calves. He turned to bite the laces of his leather shoes. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Just untie Scorpion's shoes. Then I wanted to take off Scorpion's shoes. The Scorpion struggled wildly. The steel nail protruding from the tip of the shoe almost poked into Zhao Zhenxiong's nostril. "Old Zhao, can you do it?" Lu Renjia's arm was almost broken by Scorpion. It is said that ordinary people cannot beat 4 hands with 2 fists. But Scorpion's bare hands were more than enough to deal with Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. 2 young men. Almost. Zhao Zhenxiong finally avoided the nail poking his nostrils, and almost got his teeth broken by the steel nail. He finally tickled Scorpion's injured buttocks, and took off Scorpion's 2 shoes, while Scorpion was in pain and unable to exert strength. And then I don't even look at it, he threw it out the window fiercely. And outside the window at this time, outside the wall about 10 centimeters parallel to the foundation of the information building, 20 or 30 people were waiting in full formation. I was about to climb over the wall and get in. "Rejoice, are you sure this is the place?" A man in a white shirt asked a woman with short hair. Dr. Lin said the tallest building on campus. "It should be this building. Wasn't there the sound of killing inside?" "Yi Xiaobai, I heard you have mysophobia. Don't you want to climb over this wall? Are you afraid of getting your clothes dirty?" "Who said that? I'll turn it over for you right now." Yi Xiaobai was about to climb over on his younger brother's shoulders. A black object fell from the sky, hit him on the forehead. Yi Xiaobai touched his forehead. "It's all blood." The woman he called Rejoice picked up the shoes and took a look. There is a nail embedded on it. It can be seen that there is some craftsmanship. Because Rejoice tried to break the nail didn't move at all. Chapter 279 Fighting with Death. Yi Xiaobai took the shoes and looked at them. I couldn't help but mutter, "It's his grandma's. This is definitely intentional." Rejoice pointed to the ground next to her. There was another shoe scattered there. "How about it? Is the wound okay?" Rejoice asked with concern. "It's okay, break some skin," Yi Xiaobai said indifferently. But he still took out a band-aid from his pocket and put it on carefully. "Okay then, climb up quickly. I am a girl, you don't expect me to climb first. Do you?" Rejoice said angrily. The height of the school wall, almost close to 3 meters. A person is holding it up below. The other person could barely lie on it. Demingzi asked you to come over. Is it really for the safety of that doctor? Yi Xiaobai said with some doubt. Isn't it possible for you? The general is defeated. Sooner or later I found another car, compete with you again. Came here, it was Yi Xiaobai who had just finished racing with Rejoice. As a motorcycle gang, Yi Xiaobai raced on the high-walled streets of the old city, lost to Rejoice. He regarded this as a great shame and humiliation. I originally promised to send Dr. Lin back to visit relatives with Zhang Wei. I was delayed for a few days by the racing issue. The road from the old city center to the school, almost all of them were blocked by a mess of traffic. Yi Xiaobai, Rejoice, and a group of others almost walked all the way. And it's not Zhang Wei's rooftop corridor. There are countless zombies on the way here. They also delayed their trip. When Yi Xiaobai and others ran to Mailing Clinic, old man Lin Xiqing pointed in the direction of the school with trembling fingers and said, "The fight is about to begin. There's a fight in the school. Started playing this morning." So Yi Xiaobai left 3 or 5 people to take care of him at Mailing Clinic. He rushed over with the rest of the people. Went around the school in a big circle. Only then did he find the place where the noise came from. It's right near the information building. Came here with Yi Xiaobai. There are 10 or 20 subordinates. Familiar people include Xue Peng and Zhuang Ku. There are also 3 people from Sun, Moon and Star who are good at rock climbing. Genie also wants to follow all the way. He was put into solitary confinement by his father. And those who followed Rejoice all the way, only 3 of his wharf gang subordinates. There is also Wampao, the old dog-licking messenger who protects flowers. At this moment, Wampao heard that Yi Xiaobai was the first to crawl. Quickly put the sheets on the wall, received it again. It means, if you don't have mysophobia, you can just crawl. This bed sheet is what I prepared for the boss Rejoice. Yi Xiaobai's veins were twitching. I had to divert my attention and said, "Who is that? Put away these shabby shoes. Come up later. Let me see which bastard took it off. I have to break his legs." A younger brother next to me, he quickly took the shoes. He picked up another one on the ground and put it together. Then Yi Xiaobai supported the wall with both hands. He turned it over gracefully. Fortunately, he was the first to go down after landing. No one noticed that I was limping a little, just waiting leisurely inside the wall for others to come over. Zhao Zhenxiong naturally didn't know. Throw away your own almost caused the old city high school leather shoe murder incident. I don't know at the moment. Someone came in over the wall. Because at this time, all the zombies in the school have been wiped out. The door is also open. Zhao Zhenxiong threw away Scorpion's leather shoes. Then he stabbed the Scorpion in the butt with the weapon. This isn't a needle or a toothpick. This is a chopstick as thick as a little finger. The Scorpion did not scream, already very strong. This is his stubbornness as a prison boss. But Zhao Zhenxiong took off his shoes and threw them downstairs. This made him a little intolerable. There was a sudden struggle. He threw away Lu Renjia. Then he kicked Zhao Zhenxiong in the face. Zhao Zhenxiong only felt an iron plate sticking to his face. The strong foot odor nearly suffocated him to death. One fell backward to the ground. I took a few deep breaths of fresh air. Rushed towards the Scorpion again. The Scorpion without spikes, the risk factor suddenly dropped by several levels. Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia, although both of them were injured, but they both became excited. Because of the dog skin plaster attack just now, seems to work. The 2 of them ignored the wounds on their bodies. He rushed forward again. Zhang Wei saw Zhao Zhenxiong take off Scorpion's leather shoes. I was also relieved. Scorpion. This guy has great leg skills. Put on spike shoes. It was almost a bloody hole with every kick. Certainly, Centipede's knife is not simple either. After the farmer changed his kitchen knife, I can only barely defend. But this guy Centipede, not in a hurry to kill with one blow, but like playing tricks on farmers, it left long and narrow scars on his body. If it continues, the farmer may also have lost a lot of blood. Zhang Wei calculated everything carefully. He is an extremely rational person. I still understand the principle of running away if you can't win. Lu Renjia was kicked away by the Scorpion again. It hit the glass a few meters away. The explosion-proof glass did not completely break. Only a spider's web pattern remains. Lu Renjia struggled to get up. He shook his head. He touched his back with his backhand. It turned out to be a piece of glass shard stuck in. Lu Renjia quietly hid it between his 2 fingers. He ran towards the Scorpion again and touched it. If this goes on, not a single one of us here will survive. Zhang Wei has been observing the situation at the scene. Gecko, Scorpion, and Centipede are definitely the top fighters in the entire old city prison. Even if they are placed in a gang, they are the kind of people who can fight several people. Seeing that Zhuang Cha's eyes were so swollen that he couldn't open them, Zhang Wei had to think about how to break out of the encirclement. Gecko's people had guns, which was within his calculations. Hu Lai's reinforcements were also within his calculations. The teammates who came from the female dormitory were also within his calculations. What he never expected was that Gecko actually had a trick up his sleeve and hid dozens of people at the school gate. And he never showed up. It caught him off guard. No weapon suppression, close combat, people on his side, whether it's upstairs or downstairs, there is no benefit at all. He fought hard, and was punched on the right shoulder by the Gecko. Zhang Wei slashed at the Gecko. He was hit on the shoulder by Gecko's other hand. If the knife hadn't been tied up with a strip of cloth, he got out long ago. The chopsticks in Zhang Wei's other hand, he quickly poked the Gecko's belly, let the Gecko stop him halfway. The sneak attack of this chopstick, there was no success. But at this moment Zhuang Cha rushed over, the knife struck the Gecko's neck. Gecko punched Zhuang Cha on the collarbone. Zhuang Cha immediately knelt down on the table. Zhang Wei saw blood gushing out from under Zhuang Cha's neck. Just now, Zhuang Cha's collarbone was probably broken. The Gecko grabbed Zhuang Cha's hair, another elbow hit on the neck. The pain made Zhuang Cha wake up. Zhuang Cha, whose eyes are one big and one small, he smiled at the Gecko. A brutal collision, just hugging the Gecko's waist, placed the Gecko on a desk that is 1 meter high, pushed down. Zhang Wei was preparing to approach. A scream came from the Gecko on the ground. Zhuang Cha's right hand struck hard at Gecko's crotch. When he was kicked away by the Gecko again, Zhuang Cha already had more air coming out and less air coming in. But at this moment, Zhuang Cha was holding a bloody fork in his hand. He yelled, "You other ball, I will take it away for you on behalf of Boss Moo, hee 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 hee." And at this time, the Gecko covered his crotch and howled miserably on the ground. Chapter 280, Tragic Breakout. Gecko's screams covered everything. Zhang Wei didn't expect Zhuang Cha to have such a trick up his sleeve. He knew that this guy had a sharpened fork. He didn't expect that he would use it unexpectedly until this moment. Zhuang Cha's silly smile, and the shrill scream of Gecko on the ground, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Zhuang Cha's bloody hands and fork, everyone also roughly knew what happened. Such an opportunity is rare. Zhang Wei knows, this is the best opportunity to take advantage of his illness and kill him. He immediately picked up his knife, and headed straight for the Gecko. The Gecko on the ground had no time to react. A gangster from the nearby Gecko immediately came over to support him. Zhang Wei slashed him to the ground without hesitation. It's just this moment's delay, let the centipede wander around again, standing in front of the Gecko. The farmer also posted it immediately. Now it is a situation where the two farmers, Zhang Wei and the centipede, are fighting. Lu Renjia not far away, Zhao Zhenxiong. I also know that such an opportunity is very rare. Join hands again, plan to fight to the death to defeat Scorpion. Lu Renjia just hit the glass, the back was pierced by shards of glass. He quietly pulled it out, hidden between the fingers. When fighting Scorpion with bare hands, touch the Scorpion's back directly. When Scorpion noticed the burning pain in his back, Lu Renjia had already made a 1-foot-long gash on Scorpion's back. This is the second injury of the Scorpion besides the buttocks. The two finally took some control. Scorpion glanced at Lu Renjia with cold eyes. He took out a keychain-like thing from his belt. The Scorpion bounced away with one hand. It turned out to be a small scimitar. This guy actually has a weapon. Zhao Zhenxiong was a little panicked. I had to take out another chopstick. Careful, this is a Scorpion knife. Zhuang Cha, who was lying on the ground, seemed to wake up suddenly. Refers to tiger, ring, Scorpion knife. The weapons of the three people are all gadgets, but it gave Zhang Wei an unprecedented sense of oppression. In the post-zombie outbreak mode, these guys can get better weapons. But they still use these little things. This can only explain one problem: these guys are confident enough. Also, these weapons should be commonly used in prisons, so much so that these three guys are very good at it. Zhang Wei has already learned about Gecko's tiger finger. He and Zhuang Cha couldn't do anything together. The centipede left the farmer, with wounds all over his body. Now, every step the farmer takes leaves a bloody footprint on the ground. If he stops fighting, his wound should heal slowly. But if he continues fighting, he will inevitably bleed to death. Seeing the centipede pick up the Gecko on the ground, Zhang Wei also picked up the Zhuang Cha on the ground. Lu Peng and others also consciously moved closer to Zhang Wei. After the Scorpion took out his knife, he did not rush to attack, and slowly moved towards the Gecko. For a moment, the two groups of people were once again in opposition. Seeing that Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were also injured, Zhang Wei had to make an instant decision. Get out first. As a leader, Zhang Wei's first consideration is to reduce the team's fearless casualties. This fight continues. Even if you are lucky enough to win, it will also be a miserable victory. There will definitely be casualties in personnel. Zhang Wei picked up the stick dropped by the farmer and hold it in your hand. Then he was nervously on guard. Fortunately, the enemy just looked at it coldly. There was no intention of attacking. I can't leave you go. When Lu Peng went to help up a gangster who fell to the ground, the man said weakly. Zhang Wei took a step over there. It was discovered that he was a big man. In the fight just now, one dead and one wounded. The dead one has stopped moving. The injured one is holding his stomach. The intestines were exposed. When I saw Lu Peng, I wanted to help him. Zhang Wei had to stop him. That will only cause the person more pain. It will also hasten his death. He is hopeless. Let's go. Don't call this kind of injury the end of the world. Just a normal society. Can't give blood transfusion treatment. He will also die within a quarter of an hour. Lu Peng knew Zhang Wei was right. He nodded sadly. This round of attack on the building, Demengzi's people are equivalent to 3 dead ones. Let a gun kill someone on the stairs. Another death, and another serious injury here. Zhang Wei stopped Lu Peng from helping this obviously hopeless man. Also to avoid being attacked by surprise. Walk. Go down below and meet your teammates. Lu Renjia immediately opened the back door of the multimedia classroom. Everyone retreated slowly. Zhang Wei holds rebar, after a tense break. Don't let them get away. The gecko on the ground said weakly, while holding his crotch. He stood up, but walking is still difficult. Seeing the 5 or 6 people on the other side slowly approaching, Zhang Wei and others had no choice but to go downstairs quickly. Zhuang Cha almost fell to the ground several times. Zhuang Cha's ferocity has been recognized by Zhang Wei, the last shot to kill the gecko. It is also equivalent to receiving a certificate of nomination. Zhang Wei recognized this teammate. Run over quickly. Support him with your right hand. The left hand uses the rebar as a crutch. Leave quickly. Hey. That guy was 80% abolished. I'm in the middle. Zhuangcha is still very excited. Okay, hurry up. I can also get revenge and hate. Zhuang Fork went on to say. Are you having hatred with that guy too? Good. Do you know why I am Zhuangcha? My life is called Zhuangzha, philosophy of philosophy. Because I use fork, the eyeball of the prison area B was exploded, so they call me Zhuang Fork. So you are also a cruel person. It's their set. I could be released in prison in 3 months. They forced me to do it. Let me add 15 years. Zhang Wei nodded, although I don't know this. Them. Who is it? But the Gekken guy, it must be one of them. Zhuang Cha spat out a mouthful of blood. And then continued, Gecko wanted to be the boss of Area B at that time. So he wanted to avenge the one-eyed dragon. If I hadn't met Mu Tu who was locked up in the next room when I was in the confinement room, I wouldn't be alive now. Zhang Wei suddenly understood that it should be Mu Tu who saved him. So he was so devoted to Mu Tu. He was so excited about the destruction of Gecko's other egg. Because his boss Mu Tu said that he would take this egg away in the future. Seeing Zhuang Cha staggering a little, Zhang Wei felt like he was going to faint. Cheer up. I'll take you back to the old city to find your boss. Zhang Wei pinched Zhuang Cha's waist fiercely. Zhuang Cha woke up instantly. He grimaced in pain. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were leading the way, clear the entire corridor of zombies. The entire corridor has almost no place to step. Not long after, a group of people approached the second floor. The sound of fighting came from the corridor downstairs. Stop guarding, fight out. Seeing that there are still about 20 people left here, Zhang Wei felt that the situation was not very bad. After Hu Dai and Pei Wu were covered in blood, Zhang Wei knows their defense in this corridor. It must be very tragic. Hu Lai at this time, also squatting in a corner, a white towel was wrapped around one shoulder, almost stained red with blood. There are also 7 or 8 familiar faces. He fell into a pool of blood. After seeing Zhang Wei and others coming down, everyone on the defense suddenly felt that their backbone had returned. Immediately move away some stacked tables and chairs, pick up your weapon and rush outside. 20 or 30 people outside, almost everyone is injured. These people did not expect the people they surrounded at the entrance of the corridor. At this time, he still dared to break through. The heads of several people totaled, he immediately gritted his teeth and pushed forward. As soon as the two groups of men and horses met, suddenly a fierce battle broke out again. It was at this time, a familiar voice came from a corner not far away. Look, which bastard is barefoot, let me chop him to death. Zhang Wei and others were immediately excited. It's Yi Xiao Bai. Chapter 281 Rejoice Broken Hair. The two parties fighting, involuntarily. They stopped what they were doing. Look into a small alley next to the information building. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the cursing Yu Xiaobai. Following closely behind was a beautiful short-haired woman wearing a tight leather jacket. Then, there is a rider wearing a yellow delivery uniform. People behind, it seems that more of them are young people. These people all have sharp weapons in their hands, or various types of armor. When Yu Xiaobai just showed his head, Gecko and others also slowly came down. He waved his hand arrogantly at the people outside. Don't let any of them escape. Zhuangcha. I want to live, no matter whether others live or die. Who is so arrogant? What's wrong with me pretending to be cool? Just pretend to be awesome. Also install the fork. Would it be more elegant to change the word? When Yu Xiaobai came over, Gecko and others were also stunned. Because this is a new face. Yu Xiaobai said nothing, but his eyes were attracted by the barefooted scorpion. It turns out it's you who's the one who throws you off the street. Yu Xiaobai was furious. What made him angry was not that he was hit in the head by a dirty shoe. Instead, he was watched helplessly by dozens of people in public. His head was smashed by a leather shoe. And that's even in the presence of a woman like Rejoice. This made him lose face. If this damn thing hadn't been aimed and thrown down, you wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. A boy came over carrying shoes. Throw it on the ground. Yu Xiaobai took out a napkin. Lift a shoe, he asked Scorpion. Yours? Scorpion nodded, walked over in a few steps. Just reach out and take it. Ahem. Ah! Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaobai spat a mouthful of phlegm on Scorpion's hand. Scorpion's face changed instantly. Yu Xiaobai certainly knew what these guys were doing. He knew they were not good people at first glance. Moreover, Zhang Wei and others in the same camp were all injured. He naturally knew what happened. Before Scorpion could react, Yu Xiaobai kicked Scorpion with a roundhouse kick, and Scorpion sat on the ground. Scorpion did a backflip and stood up immediately. The Scorpion knife jumped in his hand and rushed directly towards Yu Xiaobai. The two of them fought back and forth and started fighting in public. Yu Xiaobai's brothers all seemed to want to see Yu Xiaobai take action and had no intention of helping. Rejoice put her hands in her pockets, but frowned at the centipede next to her, because she saw that the centipede was quietly walking around and walking behind Yu Xiaobai. Rejoice took out a pair of fingerless motorcycle gloves and put them on, and took off her clothes and jacket. A sexy black suspender belt that exposes the upper body. Said, "Who is that? Come here." As for fighting, I'm pretty good at it too. Centipede is a little disdainful, but he still stopped. Go back a few steps. He walked around 5 or 6 meters in front of Rejoice. I don't hit women. Who told you I'm a woman? I am a man. My name is Rejoice. They all call me Shampoo. Impossible. Men's breasts can't be this big. The centipede licked his lips, but her eyes were fixed on Rejoice's chest. When I heard this sentence, Zhao Zhenxiong, who was resting against a magnolia tree just now, I immediately became energetic, squeezing out Zhang Wei and Zhuangcha in front. Let me see how big it is. Zhao Zhenxiong searched for a long time. Finally, it settled on Rejoice. It's a pity, all he saw was a silhouette. Is he the boss of the Pure Gang? Zhao Zhenxiong asked unwillingly. Yes, the boss. Zhuangcha responded weakly. His grandma's, I almost missed a great show. Zhao Zhenxiong fumbled around in his pocket for a long time. Only then did I realize that I didn't bring any cigarettes or lighter. Centipede is still teasing Rejoice with his eyes. Yu Xiaobai, who was fighting with the scorpion, showed a smile. Really, not even 10 seconds. Centipede was kicked in the crotch by Rejoice. Zhang Wei and others looked at each other. A little gecko father-in-law has just been born. Here comes another centipede. Let the scorpion take care of it again. It is estimated that 3 9,000-year-olds can be gathered together. In fact, the scorpion was not injured. When Rejoice said someone called her Shampoo, he gave it half a thought. He didn't know much else about the old city. The gang still knows something. He had heard of a woman who wanted revenge. Put a whole bottle of Rejoice shampoo, a story that is poured into the mouths of enemies without leakage. I heard the gangster had his stomach evacuated in the hospital. It took 3 days and 3 nights. When I think of this, the centipede squeezes the chrysanthemum, retreats subconsciously. But Rejoice's kick was too fast, still kicked him in the vagina. It's just that he leaned back. A lot of strength has been relieved. It looked like it had been kicked away. Be careful of the ring on his finger. That's a knife. It can be disemboweled. Zhang Wei reminded loudly from the side. Rejoice nodded casually. I finally heard Zhang Wei's response. She had short hair and a little run-up. A few kicks hit Centipede's chest. Before the centipede could fight back, Rejoice immediately hit her with another elbow. The beating made the centipede almost unable to fight back. Centipede's skills weren't too bad to begin with. It's just that Rejoice's sudden combo of moves, he was a little overwhelmed. My boss is a good fighter. The man in yellow robe next to him said with a smile. Smile. Come and help your brother Cha. Zheng Wei could no longer bear it. Zhuang Cha leaned half of his body on him, which made him a little exhausted. In Zhuang Cha's condition, it is basically impossible for him to get out of bed without resting for 10 days or half a month. We can't let him lie on the ground casually at this time. If a fight breaks out later, he won't know that he was secretly stabbed by the guy named Gecko. Oh. The man in yellow robe immediately ran over. He was still very grateful to Zhang Wei. He was able to keep up with Rejoice because of Zhang Wei. I'm telling the truth. My boss is really good at fighting. Even Yi Xiaobai can't beat her. When she was studying abroad, she learned karate, taekwondo, and judo, and even had a rank. So good? Zhang Wei was also stunned, because he had never seen Rejoice take action. But he had heard a lot of miscellaneous rumors. For example, Demengzi wanted to adopt her as his adopted daughter because he was attracted by her beauty. There are also the bosses from various halls, after drinking too much. They all expressed that they wanted Rejoice to be their woman. But after sobering up, they all swore in the name of their ancestors, I have never said anything like this. Zhang Wei only saw the rejoicing Bobo hairstyle flicking back and forth. The centipede was almost passively beaten. Centipede would not have been suppressed like this in the first place. Just the fight upstairs, he also expended too much energy. After coming back to his senses, he ran a few steps outside, finally dodged Rejoice's combo attack. There was also a chance to take action. The centipede pretends to run away. Just when Rejoice chased after her, tilted his head, he shook his hand forcefully back. Rejoice instantly realized the danger. He immediately tilted his head to avoid it. A burst of wind sounded. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Zhenxiong suddenly became excited. On the trunk of the magnolia tree he was leaning against, there are 3 $1 coins nailed to it. And around the coin, it was polished to a razor-sharp edge. There are nearly 1/2 of the coin, inlaid into the trunk of the tree. Zhao Zhenxiong was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Because the 3 coins were neatly arranged, but only a few centimeters away from his temple and eyes. At that time, his head was leaning against the tree trunk. Zhang Wei pulled out the 3 coins, and then he remembered what the farmer had said before. This centipede guy might have been a pickpocket before. Rejoice touched her forehead. She was really angry. Although the hidden weapon just now did not hurt her, but her air bangs, a strand of hair fell off. It was cut off by the coin. Chapter 282 Another battle between 2 people. If it's a little slower. Those 3 coins, it should have been embedded into his forehead. I don't know whether I will die or not, but it is still very possible to be disfigured and leave a scar or something. This is why Rejoice is angry. Yi Xiaobai and the barefoot scorpion have been fighting for several rounds. After seeing the weapon in Scorpion's hand, Yi Xiaobai no longer cares about Dada. He drew a butterfly knife from his waist. Zhang Wei has seen this kind of knife. Its former reputation, it used to go hand in hand with the switchblade. They are all weapons favored by street gangsters. In professional jargon, butterfly knives are not pocket-folding knives. The butterfly knife is a very delicately designed knife. It completely eliminates the need for a sheath. The handle of this knife has a dual function. As a scabbard, it can also be rotated to form a sturdy handle. The butterfly knife is an improvement on the typical folding knife, because it can be opened with one hand. Yi Xiaobai waved with one hand, the butterfly knife opened and closed in his hand. It seems that when this guy was prostituted in the old town, I'm so good at playing with this knife. Zhang Wei stared at Yi Xiaobai who was playing with a knife. He paid special attention to all people's weapons. Because until now, except for the butcher's knife in my hand, Zhang Wei didn't get any weapons at the moment. Things like chopsticks, used as a weapon, it's just an imitation of Ludali. It's just a matter of simple materials. Maybe I should find those 2 people, make me 2 handy weapons. Zhang Wei said to himself. 2 people? Which 2 people? Lu Renjia asked next to him. An old man and a child. Zhang Wei remembered the 2 knives that had accompanied him, but based on the current time. Forge that. Forge those 2 knives. It was half a year later. Stop thinking about these things. Zhang Wei continued to look at the fight in front of him. Although Yi Xiaobai played with the butterfly knife, it turned out to be useless. But it couldn't hurt the scorpion for a while. For knife experts, even real contact, they will be separated immediately. A little carelessness, the opponent will cut his wrist. Scorpion's knife, that is. The length of the finger, the slightly raised arc, it looks like a poisonous scorpion's raised tail. There are 2 round holes on the back of the knife handle, just enough to fit through the index and middle fingers. Scorpion is still confused. I don't know why Yi Xiaobai suddenly attacked him. Seeing that Yi Xiaobai seemed to be very concerned about his leather shoes, Scorpion thought for a moment and said, "If you like, this pair of leather shoes can be given to you, size 42, or I can tailor a pair for you, as long as you help me deal with those people." Scorpion pointed in the direction of Zhang Wei and others. He can see, except for the woman with short hair, the rest of the people, they should all take orders from Yi Xiaobai. "I'll send it to your mother." Yi Xiaobai killed him again without thinking. He is dressed in white, except for some zombie blood stains on the shoes. Everywhere else is clean. It really feels like a killer. Scorpion knew that Yi Xiaobai seemed to be serious. No more nonsense, he responded with concentration. "It's just that he didn't wear shoes. Stepping on the ground covered in zombie blood, it seems a little unstable. Scorpion can only try to step on those zombies. This will give him some better support. But even so, Scorpion can only be tired of defense. To attack, he had to put on shoes." Yi Xiaobai kicked the spiked shoes away. He naturally understands. These shoes should be an offensive weapon. I don't know why this guy took it off. And deliberately threw it on his head. I know that Scorpion's leg skills are probably very good. Yi Xiaobai resisted carefully. The 2 occasionally fight. Knife collision, there was a harsh sound. Not long after, Yi Xiaobai's clothes, it was also cut to pieces. There were also some non-fatal wounds of varying shades on his body. On the contrary, Rejoice actually wins a bit lighter. Centipede's hidden weapon, only for long-distance use. Only in this way can greater power be exerted. After being held close to me by Rejoice, he can only use fists and kicks in a serious manner. Not long after, he was thrown to the ground by Rejoice over the shoulder. This tiger girl is so strong. Zhao Zhenxiong almost dropped his jaw in shock. "Hey, this is called karate. Use your strength to fight, for tails can lift 1,000 caddies." Wat Pao explained on the side. "Isn't it Tai Chi to move 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces? Zhao Zhenxiong was not convinced. "That's natural. The world's martial arts originated from Shaolin, karate, taekwondo, judo stuff. They are all spread from China. You don't know the flag of Goryeo? Are they all Tai Chi diagrams?" Then there are still people who say that when I was young, I still wore my aunt's scarf. What you 2 said seems to make sense. Don't say it next time. Zhang Wei stopped Huang Pao and Zhao Zhenxiong's nonsense. This guy and Huang Pao, just a chatterbox. Look at the scene, look how they fought. After experiencing a life and death struggle, it's easiest to appreciate something. Think about it. If you and the 2 poisonous insects, the scorpion and the centipede, were to fight again now, how do you win? Zhao Zhenxiong stopped talking after hearing this. Try again, he probably still has to be beaten. Just blame it, they have no fighting experience. Usually in school at best. It's just a verbal fight and a rant. After being thrown to the ground by Rejoice, the centipede suddenly raised his head and knocked towards Rejoice's head, intending to fight head-on and knock Rejoice unconscious. Unexpectedly, Rejoice's body bent in a strange arc, and she pulled her legs over. She stepped on the centipede's forehead, almost crushing his head. The centipede's hand moved up along Rejoice's ankle. Rejoice remembered Zhang Wei's reminder that the centipede's ring had a hidden blade, and immediately kicked the centipede's hand away. Fortunately, she acted quickly. If she was half a second slower, the centipede would have cut the large blood vessels or tendons in her ankle. Even so, centipede ring still took away a black mesh-like object. Holy shit, were black stockings under jeans. Zhao Zhenxiong's jaw dropped again. Not black stockings, those are called fishnet stockings. Huang Pao reminded from the side. You are the only one who knows everything. Don't I know what fishnet stockings are? Aren't fishnet stockings a type of black stockings? Zhao Zhenxiong, who couldn't bear it anymore, ran over and knocked the yellow-robed Yiding-dong. Maid, did your kid peek at something you shouldn't have seen? Zhao Zhenxiong went back cursing. Zhang Wei saw Rejoice and Yi Xiaobai's actions. I feel completely relieved. He knew Yi Xiaobai could fight, unexpectedly. Rejoice is not simple either. It seems at her age, she can sit firmly in your position as the talker at the pier, not without reason. Cruelty is only one aspect, only true strength can convince people. Zhang Wei was observing the fight, also looking at other places. The school gate is not closed at this time. There were sporadic zombies running towards this side, seeing it getting closer, and the people at the scene, but he was attracted by the exciting fight in front of the information building. Zhang Wei immediately took out his knife, pointing in the direction of the zombies. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, the zombies are coming, kill it with me, leave no one behind." While everyone was still stunned, Zhang Wei didn't care about the zombies rushing towards him. He went straight towards the gecko dozens of meters away. Chapter 283 Fighting in the Playground. Hearing Zhang Wei shout, "When killing zombies," only then did everyone realize there are quite a few zombies running over here. Just when everyone was preparing to kill with Zhang Wei, suddenly, Zhang Wei was found rushing towards another wave of enemies not far away. And the core of that wave of people, it was the gecko, who was still resting with a spiteful look on his face. Only then did everyone realize what Zhang Wei had said. "Brothers, the zombies are coming, kill it with me, leave no one behind." A pun. Without hesitation, these people who just followed Zhang Wei and killed him, he immediately followed quickly. The gecko also suddenly stood up straight. He rushed over again holding the finger tiger. "Protect your brother, Cha," Zhao Jinxiong said to Huang Pao. So Huang Pao immediately carried Zhuang Cha and left, because the other party's people are also rushing towards this side. A battle between two groups of people. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. The fight between Yi Xiaobai and Scorpion, neither side could get any benefits. Saw a scorpion with bare feet, Yi Xiaobai was also furious. "Come up and help me. Everyone, kill these bastards." Yi Xiaobai just finished speaking. The 10 or 20 people on his side, I no longer go to the theater. They all use a variety of weapons, rush forward. Compared to the two groups of Zhang Wei's team and the prison inmates, the people on Yi Xiaobai's side, I have always been waiting for work. Coming from the city center, in addition to countless zombies, almost no survivors were encountered. These people are all young and angry young people. Following an arrogant person like Yi Xiaobai, it can be considered that he has always been arrogant. Hearing this order, they immediately rushed forward with a roar. Rejoice winked at the three middle-aged men next to him, and the three nodded inconspicuously, and took out a handmade knife similar to the Nepalese army knife from their waist. Then, they slowly walked towards the crowd on the side of the gecko. He casually dodged a few people who were dodging, and one of them suddenly grabbed an enemy's hair. He stabbed him in the waist with a knife. Seeing that the man was not dead yet, he pulled out the bloody knife and cut his neck again. This man suddenly died and could no longer die. Three people entered the crowd like three cold murderous gods. Their range of motion is very small, but every time I take action, it can take away a person's life. There are ruthless people in the peer gang too. Zhang Wei only glanced at it. I knew that these three people were the same as those said by Demingzi. It is a professional killing machine. With the joining of these people, the men and horses on Gecko's side were tightly suppressed. Even so, the Gecko didn't back down either. Because he knows, escape also means death. A desperate counterattack, there is still a glimmer of hope. After Lu Renjia came out, I have never left Hu Dai. Now the two of them are back to back, there was no active attack. In the recent battle, both were seriously injured. The two men covered in blood leaned together. They looked very much like two killing gods. No one dared to get close for a while. Zhang Wei rushed straight towards the Gecko. This guy must die. The Gecko never dies. There will never be peace around the entire school. Zhang Wei knows this guy's energy. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, can we include so many prisoners in the prison? This guy definitely couldn't do it easily with just a few guns. And the gangsters and survivors outside the prison, he also gathered dozens of people. Even at this disadvantage, this group of people had no intention of escaping or breaking out. Such a person, if he were to run away from here, within a few months, he will build a team like this again. If this group of people fight guerrillas, Zhang Wei had no idea. Zhang Wei thought that people like Lin Feng or Su Long in the past were not important, and they would not cause much trouble. But this guy Bihu must die. He was on Zhang Wei's death list since he asked Dan Mingxi to poison Zhang Wei and others with rat poison. When Zhang Wei was almost 10 meters away from Bihu, he was blocked by 3 or 4 other thugs. From the clothes that these people had not changed, Zhang Wei knew that these people were prisoners in the prison. The leader looked familiar to Zhang Wei. Are you Dao Mingxi? Zhang Wei thought of Dan Mingxi, who was killed by Zhuang Cha. The two appear to be twins. Did you kill my brother? In order to save you. Your brother. Able to risk one's life and take risks, but you sacrificed your life for the Gecko. Do you know, your brother was driven to death by a Gecko. He was trying to save you. Dao Mingxi stopped talking. But he came directly towards Zhang Wei with an iron rod in his hand. Zhang Wei didn't even think about it. It was just an iron rod that was swung over. He just talked so much nonsense, just to divert this guy's attention, just to facilitate a sneak attack. This deadly feud forged, if I could speak clearly in a few words, then there are ghosts, when Zhang Wei just took action. Daoming Temple. He held the stick in front of him. His weapon is an old water pipe. I don't know where it was disassembled from. This weapon has a certain weight, but it's hollow inside, so when knocking issue. On. Sound. Zhang Wei's several shots, they were all blocked by this guy. Zhang Wei is not good at using sticks. I have tried several times, but it has no effect. So I took the rebar steel bar in my hand, used as a spear. This time Daoming Si couldn't dodge, I could only jump to the side. Unexpectedly, a person flashed beside me, a knife pierced his waist. Daoming Si turned around and looked. It turned out to be a farmer. It's you? Blood spilled from the corner of Daoming Si's mouth, but he still held on to the iron rod and didn't let go. The farmer pushed his penis forward with all his strength. Daoming Si suddenly fell down weakly. He muttered, "My name is Shi Daoming. My brother's name is Shi Daoguang. Your brother's name is Dan Mingxi." Zhang Wei directly hit the steel bar, poked it through his mouth, pull it out again. This guy didn't make any sound at all. This guy gathered so many people, hid in the guard room, and caught him off guard. This guy must die. Zhang Wei looked at the farmer. Although his steps were a little weak and his lips were a little pale, he didn't seem to die immediately. How is it? Is it okay? No problem. Zhang Wei meant that the farmer had better lie down beside him, because he still relied on the farmer to drive the harvester to harvest the grain. But if it wasn't a fatal injury, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xiaobai had so many people, all of them were free labor. The farmer just needed to give them instructions. The harvester was something that the motorcycle gang members had extraordinary talents. With the farmer's guidance, they should be able to operate it. Seeing that the farmer had no intention of stopping, Zhang Wei did not intend to persuade him, and the two of them walked towards the gecko at the same time. Zhang Wei wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible, and the farmer wanted revenge. Both of them had enough reasons. The gecko's people, except for the scorpion and centipede fighting outside, just a few breaths, 7 or 8 more people fell down. Suppression of numbers, it was so easy to win before his eyes. There are less than 20 people left. They all huddled in a small circle to defend themselves. Zhang Wei directly handed the steel bar in his hand to the farmer. He took out his butcher knife again. In his view, a stick is not as useful as a knife, and the farmer, clearly better with a stick than he is. Kill! The two men rushed forward from different directions again. The rest of the people, a huge siege network began to surround the prisoners. They must be annihilated here. It was at this time, in the distant sky, there was a roar. And the roar became increasingly clear. Everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing. Looked towards the distant sky. A black helicopter, directions from the city center. Flying from far to near. It's that plane, Zhang Wei said in panic. Chapter 284 Helicopter. I saw the helicopter slowly approaching. Zhang Wei secretly yelled something bad. Because of this plane, he knew it all too well. This is the plane that Wang Jiahao and Orangutan left together. Even if it's not the same one, also the same model. I just don't know why, the plane appears here again. Rejoice, Yi Xiaobai and others stopped fighting. Looking up into the sky, this is the first time they have seen this aircraft. They always thought, the whole country has fallen, lost its armed forces. The plane circled the entire school several times, but it never landed. Seems to be observing two groups fighting in the playground, or confirm the safety of the site. Viewed from the sky, at this moment, the ground was filled with densely packed bodies of people and zombies. Zhang Wei knows, before these people below them leave, this plane probably won't get off. Maybe dozens of miles nearby, there is only the school playground. It's suitable for this plane to dock. I can't see clearly the people inside the plane. Zhang Wei didn't know whether the people inside were the apes or the others. Gecko, and a large group of prisoners. I was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the plane. After all, no matter whether it is the end of the world or not, they are all fugitives who escaped from prison. I still feel very unsure. Zhang Wei observed for a long time. I saw the plane hovering in the sky 40 or 50 meters away. I have no intention of coming down, and relaxed. He believes, with his face now covered in blood, looking tattered all over, it's that guy. The ape. Standing in front of him, you may not be able to tell. But, this guy. The ape, it should be with their leader. The alligator, we went to the coastal city together. Why did the plane take him and Wang Jiahao away? Will it happen again in a place like Old Town? Is the driver still the tattooed man? Zhang Wei thought of the man who was suspected of being shot and was called Water Ghost. Man. The plane suddenly appeared. It doesn't affect his ability to deal with these guys like Gecko. Zhang Wei was worried at first. The people in this plane are here to rescue Gecko and a group of others. Maybe there are weapons like machine guns on the plane. I saw that the plane didn't get off for a long time, and the Gecko and a large group of people, after a blank expression, Zhang Wei knows. Gecko people, probably with the people on the plane, it doesn't matter either. As expected, the plane only stayed for a few minutes. He flew away in another direction. The plane went to prison. The farmer interjected. Kill these bastards first. Find another way to shoot down that plane. If the plane flies back, Zhang Wei had a way to bring down that plane. The premise is, the plane hovers or lands at low altitude. Hiding in a high-rise building, or lie on the ground and pretend to be a zombie, then light the gasoline bottle, just throw it out. No helicopter can withstand the burning of a gasoline bomb. Even if it's a tank or a bunker, it can also be removed. After the Gecko saw the plane leaving, I was also relieved. It seems that during this period, these guys do a lot of bad things. After having a knife in hand, Zhang Wei is naturally right. Several prisoners rushed over. He was able to dodge and move around a few times. Then they scratched their wrists or ankles. At first Zhang Wei's body, it has not returned to the peak state in memory. But after several months of training and life and death struggle, after muscle memory is generated, a lot of familiar actions, it's also a matter of course. The farmer following Zhang Wei, a lot of heads were picked up in an instant. One shot will knock a person to the ground. The iron rod went in and out of his hand. It can hurt the enemy's vitals almost every time. Occasionally there are one or two people who were seriously injured but survived. He was also given a last hit by the people behind him. At this time, Zhang Wei finally approached the Gecko. Zhang Wei didn't know what Zhuang Cha had just caused. Fatal wound, whether it makes the Gecko lose its fighting power. But since this guy Gecko, still able to stand, that means at least he still has the ability to fight. Zhang Wei never underestimates any opponent. The long knife stabbed out directly, escaped by a Gecko. Zhang Wei flipped the knife over casually, goes straight to the Gecko's thigh again. Zhang Wei had used this move not long ago. But at that time, the Gecko was still strong. And Zhang Wei's move was easily deflected. This time, Zhang Wei used the same move again. And he also wanted to test the strength of the Gecko. A man who was attacked in the lower body should have lost his ability to fight. The Gecko rolled over. And jumped lightly on the ground. And suddenly jumped half a meter away. Zhang Wei just followed him. And the Gecko used a black tiger to dig out his heart. And went straight to Zhang Wei's chest. If he didn't wear a bulletproof vest, Zhang Wei would probably have to avoid the sharp edge for a while. But with a bulletproof vest, no bullets can penetrate. Gecko finger tiger, Zhang Wei no longer felt afraid. Zhang Wei almost straightened his stomach and slashed towards the Gecko. The Gecko would definitely hit him in the stomach with one punch. But Zhang Wei's knife will also hit the Gecko's neck. The farmer not far away shot out, blocked the Gecko's retreat. There was a sound of rags being torn apart. Zhang Wei's coat. A crack was open from top to bottom. The filling inside fell to the ground, revealing the gray-brown vest underneath. Many parts of the vest, threads also fell off. At this time, Zhang Wei's long knife flew past, cut off half of the Gecko's ear. Zhang Wei showed a look of disbelief. Look at the finger tiger in the Gecko's hand. Logically, he refers to tigers. It shouldn't be this sharp. I can't believe it. The Gecko doesn't care about his ears dripping with blood. He showed the weapon in his hand towards Zhang Wei. It's still the finger tiger. I understand. Such a finger tiger, you have two, and it's exactly the same, but you polish it like a centipede polishing a coin, grind one of the blades very sharply. If I were not the vest inside, if I take your fist forcefully, it has almost been disemboweled. You are as vicious as a centipede. What Zhang Wei said, almost all are facts, seeing the Gecko take out another finger tiger from his waist, wearing it on his left hand. What Zhang Wei hasn't finished yet is, he took a fancy to Gecko's pair of weapons. When this kind of thing is fighting, it can be unexpected. Especially in the life and death situation in the underground arena. In addition to the boxing and kicking ring. The ring competition. There is also a cold weapon arena. Winner lives, the loser dies. The farmer who blocked the Gecko's escape path, after knocking down several people with two sticks, hit the Gecko in the head with the stick again. How does such a brute force Gecko feel hardcore? He had to roll to avoid it. While avoiding, it also rolled towards the farmer's knees. The farmer blocked the Gecko's path with the tip of his spear. If the gecko dares to continue coming, it's probably going to be stabbed through as well. Zhang Wei quickly touched it, then he quietly took out a chopstick with his left hand. Chapter 285 Successful Sneak Attack. Zhang Wei almost flew forward. A chopstick pierced the gecko's calf. Such pain, the gecko actually just snorted coldly. Turned around and gave up on the farmer, coming towards Zhang Wei again. The gecko dances with its hands, metal finger tiger, a streak of light and shadow flashed across the sky. Zhang Wei's left hand secretly took out a chopstick again. The knife in his right hand went straight forward. These rounds of fighting, Zhang Wei's knife fought against the gecko many times. A large number of gaps have been created, almost like a sawtooth. If this knife is followed by it, it is estimated that it must be polished well. Facing the gecko's finger tiger, Zhang Wei had to be careful. This refers to the tiger if he hit him except the bulletproof vest, nor injured. The farmer's long gun came straight to the gecko's life door again. Gecko is dangerous every time. The long gun pokes on the ground. The floor bricks in front of the information building burst every time. Taking advantage of a gecko's division, Zhang Wei stabbed the past again, goes straight to the gecko's neck. The gecko ducked and ducked, deliberately showing a flaw. Zhang Wei poked it with the chopsticks of his other hand without thinking. The gecko intercepted it in midair. Things like chopsticks too slender, the gecko can only make Zhang Wei's direction deviate slightly. On Zhang Wei's blade, after turning aside the farmer, the gecko grabbed Zhang Wei's left hand holding the chopsticks with his backhand. It was just an over-the-shoulder throw. Zhang Wei could only take advantage of the trend and make a flip. Otherwise, this hand may be broken by the gecko. Before the gecko could make a follow-up attack, a figure from the other direction rushed over. The gecko was knocked away several meters away. Zhang Wei took a look. It turned out to be Zhao Zhenxiong who came from nowhere. And the gecko on the ground? He also covered his waist in disbelief. Zhao Zhenxiong casually threw the things in his hands on the ground. It turned out to be broken chopsticks the length of a finger. As for the other half, no need to think about it. It should be left in the gecko's body. Gecko, just go ahead and capture him. You are an egg now, an ear, a waist long. Keep fighting. You won't even have a whole body. Zhao Zhenxiong said arrogantly. No, he has 0 eggs now, if Xuancha succeeds. Zhang Wei took over what Zhao Zhenxiong said. He was deliberately diverting the gecko's attention. Because Zhang Wei saw, the other direction, Pei Wu approached quietly. He held a crossbow in his hand. Pei Wu just now, from the hands of Zhuang Ku and others, took the crossbow, has been cleaning up the zombies that came in. Otherwise Zhang Wei and others, it's impossible to fight here without any scruples. Ah! The gecko puts his hands on the ground, let out a loud cry, just when he was about to rush towards Zhao Zhenxiong. His voice stopped abruptly. 3 dull sounds, 3 consecutive arrows hit the gecko's chest. Blood flowed from the gecko's mouth. The farmer saw the opportunity right. A steel gun was thrown. It pierced the gecko's chest again. This time the gecko finally leaned back and fell down. And that rebar? It was still inserted into his chest and rocking. The gecko is dead. Panic began to spread. Gecko's few remaining brothers looked this way. I found that the gecko was really lying upright on the ground. Dead as hell. Kill out. I don't know who shouted. The remaining 20 or 30 people suddenly lost the will to resist. The escape began. And the scorpions and centipedes in the distance? They also looked at each other, heading towards the direction where Yi Xiaobai and others appeared. Move slowly. We can't let these bastards get away. Cut the weeds without removing the roots. The spring breeze blows and gives birth again. Zhang Wei still understands the truth. Such a great opportunity. Just gather these people and annihilate them. He immediately raised his sword and charged into the enemy group again. The people behind him followed closely. The scope of the school is not large. Those who run away. I bumped into a zombie coming in from the school gate. The movement suddenly stalled. There was almost a stampede. The pursuers from behind rushed forward 3 times. 5 times and 2 times. A group of people were cut down. Then he was given a last hit by the person behind him. 7 or 8 people rushed out, but he was swarmed by dozens of zombies on the street outside the school gate. There was a terrifying scream. Close the school gate. School gate, being hit by a car designed by Hu Lai. One side of the iron gate fell down. One side is still inlaid on top. There were several strong young men, moved the fallen iron gate, was re-erected. Then I found some long sticks and guardhouse furniture for support. This door can't stop zombies, but it can block the zombies' vision. The zombies outside right now, his attention was attracted by the living person who just ran out. He didn't rush here again for a while. Zhang Wei turned his head and looked behind. I found that the scorpion and centipede were slowly retreating back. Knowing that location is the wall, if these two guys run away, everyone here is injured, it cannot be pursued. Zhang Wei quickly shouted to Yi Xiaobai, Yi Xiaobai, don't let those two guys get away. Rejoice Zhang Wei is not very familiar yet. It's not easy to call someone by name directly. But this shout, Yi Xiaobai and Rejoice also discovered Scorpion and Centipede who were trying to escape. The barefoot immortal, do you think you can leave? Yi Xiaobai looked at himself. He also suffered about 10 stab wounds. Large and small, these are all left behind by the scorpion knife and scorpion's hand. However, these wounds are not fatal. It has even healed. No more bleeding. This is why Yi Xiaobai is cautious. If another person fights with the scorpion. By this time, the grass on the grave was already 3 feet tall. Scorpion did not answer Yi Xiaobai's words. I'm not surprised by the gecko's death either. And the centipede looked at each other. Then the two nodded silently. He stopped running. Zhang Wei was about to rush over, came again in the air. Buzz buzz. Sound. Not good, that plane is coming again. I feel the sound getting closer. Zhang Wei had no choice but to quickly give the order. Everyone, hide nearby. Before seeing the appearance of the people in heaven, don't show your face. The plane went to prison. Zhang Wei didn't know if they got the gun. Show your face at this time. Still very dangerous. At this time, the plane stopped over the playground. The scorpion and the centipede looked at each other, taking advantage of Yi Xiaobai and Rejoice's confusion, quickly ran to the back of the information building, gone in a flash. Saw the helicopter hovering in the sky, Zhang Wei just shouted bad. The sound of this propeller, it will attract all the zombies. That broken door that was just erected, it can't be stopped at all. Retreat. Everyone retreats, go to the cafeteria. The uninjured man takes the rear, the injured go first. If there are no zombies, Zhang Wei doesn't mind competing with the people on the plane to win or lose. But in front of the zombie hordes, fill in these dozens of people of your own, not even a splash will happen. Seeing the helicopter refusing to leave, Zhang Wei knew about this helicopter. I definitely want to land here. Zhang Wei, who originally planned to run away, seeing a relatively blank space in the playground, there were only a few zombie corpses here and there. If the plane lands, we'll definitely choose this place. Zhang Wei quietly touched it. He took out a walkie-talkie from his backpack, then he stuffed it into the zombie's arms. Then turned the zombie over. Do all this well, Zhang Wei quickly left with the people behind him. He wants to know, people on planes come here, what is it for? Chapter 286 Mercenary Organization. Zhang Wei turned on another walkie-talkie to confirm that he could hear voices. He did this to eavesdrop on the conversations of the people on the plane. If those people did not get off the plane, he would come back to retrieve it later. When he was in the city center, he found a charger and recharged the walkie-talkie, so that he would have a chance to use it. When Zhang Wei was free before, he had tested this walkie-talkie. The effective distance is between 150 and 200 meters. If there is a building blocking it, the distance will be reduced by 20 or 30 meters. But this was enough for him to hide in a certain building and observe. Zhang Wei waved to other people. Let everyone hide on the spot. If the playground leaves a large number of survivors, this plane may not land. And Zhang Wei, after taking the injured people into the basement to hide, I went up to the top of the cafeteria alone again. Squatting down at the window next to the infirmary. For more clarity, later it was moved to the sports equipment room on the 3rd floor. Yi Xiaobai and Rejoice also followed. The plane's presence also exceeded their expectations. I had only heard that Mr. Qing could contact the transport plane through special means. But this helicopter, all parties that obviously do not belong to the old city. That means there are other strong survivors. When coming up, Zhang Wei called another person, Pei Wu. You want me to go with you? Pei Wu pointed to her nose, a look of disbelief. If people on the plane, also Black Sun, that is, the members of Devouring Yang, then they must speak English. I need your translation. Zhang Wei seemed a little embarrassed. If not, he could only use that broken mobile phone to record the voice. But the phone has run out of battery. I was listening to Zhuang Cha's conversation between Brother Mouse and Dan Ningxi. It has completely exhausted the remaining 7% of the battery. The suburbs here, it's not powered on yet. Only a small area of the old town is brightly lit. Good, I can understand it. Pei Wu took over the job. If you need a translator, I can do it too, Rejoice said with a smile. I studied abroad. Yeah, where? This aroused Pei Wu's curiosity. Switzerland. Forget it, you two stop chatting. Since you both know English, just come together. Zhang Wei brought a few exercise mats. and planned to see where the plane was going. Seeing the plane still circling, Zhang Wei continued to explain to Rejoice and Yi Xiaobai, "Let me explain to you the origin of this plane. It turned out that there was a guy called Ape who got on this plane. The outbreak of the zombie crisis with the school, as the source at that time, was caused by this guy. This guy belongs to a mercenary organization. The English name is Black Sun. This organization has 12 core members. As far as I know, there are Canadians, Americans, New Zealanders, Australians, Filipinos, and some people from Southeast Asia." When hearing Zhang Wei talking about this, Rejoice and Yi Xiaobai suddenly stopped talking. The words were beyond their knowledge. But they also know what Zhang Wei said. They should all be right. Otherwise he wouldn't be so cautious. "We had a fight with that guy called the Man-Ape a few months ago, Wang Jing. The dean of students at Laocheng High School just died in that guy's hands. You may not know Wang Jing, he's a veteran. A few of us, he was also seriously injured later. An exploding liquefied gas tank was used. Only then did he force the guy back." Zhang Wei thought of that tragic battle. "I almost told him there. Wang Jing died, Zhouan broke his leg, others, almost everyone is injured. Is that guy lurking in your school? I have no idea on the surface. That guy seemed to be protecting the safety of a student named Wang Jiahao in our school. Wang Jiahao's biological father is a Canadian. He seems to be a rich man. He hired apes, protect Wang Jiahao's safety. But this should just be a cover for his identity. This mercenary organization, in our Chinese land, there must be an ulterior motive." Zhang Wei expressed his guess. He doubted this organization, secretly conducting biochemical experiments all over China. Or they were observing the experimental subjects. Zombie viruses can never be produced naturally. Even if it is a variant of the rabies virus, it shouldn't make people so aggressive. Of course, there is no point in telling Yi Xiaobai and Rejoice about these things. And the zombie crisis has been going on for so long, it is impossible to stop it. What else do you know? Rejoice glanced out the window. The plane seemed to be really landing slowly. "There is one more thing. I have to remind you that the captain of the cruise ship docked at the estuary of your dock gang is a guy nicknamed Alligator. Isn't this the man that Junichi Watanabe mentioned?" "Yes. Alligator is the captain of Black Sun. Those people seem to have entered Binhai City." Rejoice also had contact with Junichi Watanabe, and naturally heard him talk about those things. "Yes. If I am not mistaken, this plane should have flown from Binhai City. This kind of plane is not suitable for long-distance flights. And this plane is exactly the same as the one that the ape took when he left. Do you remember the fisherman?" Yi Xiaobai suddenly interrupted. "Of course I remember. That time at the power plant, we were almost annihilated. If the lynx hadn't saved a hand, we are about to be led into a ditch by those people." Zhang Wei thought of himself, and Yi Xiaobai going to blow up the bridge. That bridge section, almost all of them could be made into action movies. I remember someone said at the time, the fishermen and the plunderers, claiming to be expelled by people from Binhai City, they are nominally deportees. But, if all of these are people from Binhai City, did you do this on purpose? Yi Xiaobai's reasoning. Zhang Wei was suddenly frightened. Yes. He overlooked a point. When the fishermen's group came, thousands of zombies were attracted from the newly built bridge. These zombies just surrounded Demingzi's troops, who were attacking the power plant. Demingzi had just arrived at the power plant. And that night, the sentry was ambushed. It was almost that Demingzi ran into the opponent by accident. The gathering and spread of such a large group of zombies should not be completed in 1 or 2 days. Yi Xiaobai. I understand what you mean. You mean? That zombie crisis was a test of our old city by Binhai City. Rejoice suddenly realized. That's right, the fishermen, it's not about attacking the power plant at all. Nor is it meant to take away the power generation equipment. As a deportee, those dozens of them, there is absolutely no point in building a power plant. They definitely don't have electrical engineers, like Lin Yuanxiu and his subordinates. Binhai City also cannot obtain coal that can be mined in open pits to generate electricity. Those fishermen, he probably didn't even know that he was being used as a gun user. It's very possible that they are just someone else's way of asking for advice. Thinking of this, all 4 of them felt their minds suddenly enlightened. Chapter 287 Intercom Paging. The other 3 people may not know why, but Zhang Wei's thinking, but it's clearer than any of them. Because 3 years later, that is, 2.5 years from now, there was a zombie siege. That zombie siege of the city, the source of the zombies comes from the coastal city across the river. Compared with the old city with only 1 to 2 million floating population, Binhai City's population, there are tens of millions. Invasion of millions of zombies, it is simply not something that human beings can resist. It was not just a matter of weapons, food, and energy, but more of plague, rotting corpses, and insufficient defense. No matter how high the wall was, it would be as easy as walking on flat ground under the piles of corpses. When the four of them were silent, a burst of electric current sounded from the intercom. They stopped talking and listened quietly. The sound of the helicopter became clearer and clearer, and it was descending in altitude. Zhang Wei took out a small mirror, squatted down, and slowly looked over from a reflection angle. Sure enough, the plane stopped at the position he predicted. And maybe they are worried about attracting zombies. After the plane landed smoothly, it actually slowly turned off the propeller. And inside the walkie-talkie, there was no more wind noise from the propeller. Two people came out of the plane wearing sunglasses, man wearing light green camouflage uniform. What happened in this damn place? Clear English came from the intercom. It was at this time, like an intelligence agent, Pei Wu started simultaneous interpretation. Did you not see someone fighting just now? Oh, Eon, who would pay attention to these? I went to see the surrounding scenery. Kangaroo. Are you sure that's what the ape said that day about this place? I'm sure. Kangaroo's Chinese meaning, it means kangaroo, ape means ape. Pei Wu added. Zhang Wei knows, this ape is most likely an orangutan. It's just that Wang Jiahao, or who called him monkey that day, the essence is the same. Hack. There's no one in prison. Everyone's dead. Bison. Should we take a walk here? Bison, it means American bison, it is a breed of cattle. Pei Wu explained again. I see. These two bastards. One is called a bison. The other is called a kangaroo. Together with the ape and the alligator. There are now 4 animals. Zhang Wei knew that there were 12 such people in the entire sun-devouring mercenary organization. The ape is Canadian. The kangaroo should be Australian. The alligator and the bison are both American animals. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from North America. Either America or Mexico. The different people in this organization came from more than 10 different countries. Just to facilitate their organization, just do some dirty work. Kangaroo. If you want to go, go ahead. I don't want to die here. Didn't you see any survivors just now? It seems like some baby soldiers. You're always so arrogant. Bison, give me a few minutes. I'll be right there. After Pei Wu translated this sentence simultaneously, there was no more movement on the intercom. Not good, it seems to be coming towards us. Rejoice lay on the ground and listened for a while. There seemed to be footsteps approaching from far away. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief towards his small mirror. The mirror becomes blurry. This will prevent the reflection from being easily noticed by enemies. Pull out 2 chopsticks, clamping the mirror. He slowly lifted it up. Zhang Wei saw the man called Kangaroo. It's walking slowly this way. And that American bison, leaning on the helicopter, what were you talking to the driver about? Their voices were too quiet, so much so that the intercom cannot hear the sound. Shall we fight our way out? Yi Xiaobai also saw the man approaching. No, don't take risks. They may not have discovered us, although these 2 guys don't have guns on them. But I don't know if there are weapons in the plane. And we are on the 3rd floor. If you run away, you will be easily exposed. Although Zhang Wei said this, but he still clutched the knife tightly. That's not what he's worried about. But even if these guys are solved, it will provoke greater revenge from the entire mercenary group. This is more than his current small team can handle. Really, the kangaroo stopped at the base of a wall near the canteen. Then he unbuttoned his pants, start peeing. This one hits the street. Sooner or later he will turn into a gecko. Zhang Wei did not expect that. This guy ran over excitedly. It turned out to be just a pee. Rejoice and Pei Wu also looked through the small mirror, saw a kangaroo doing something indecent. Suddenly my face turned red with embarrassment. He quickly turned his head. After the kangaroo has gone far away, Zhang Wei analyzed. These guys, it seems that I came here to visit when something goes wrong. There must be a monster. They also went to the prison, I doubt. They may want to intervene in the old town. Zhang Wei's guess, in fact. It makes sense. The old town at this time, Demency restored power supply to some places. Many high-rise buildings are brightly lit at night. People on the other side, unless you are a blind man otherwise. You should have noticed something unusual here. These guys went to the prison first, probably trying to absorb some gangsters, but the expressions of the 2 guys Scorpion and Centipede just now, he also looked panicked and confused. They probably don't know each other. Your speculation makes some sense. After Rejoice said this, he made a silent gesture again. And at this time, the voice came from the intercom again. Come on, it's time to go home. Let's go find some fun. Haha, You are great. Go, go. The two of them were talking and laughing. They left hand in hand. The next two sentences, Pei Wu had no translator. Although Zhang Wei is not good at English, but I also heard it, I plan to go back to visit the kills. If you have the chance, you must quietly go into Binhai City to explore. Yi Xiaobai also nodded in agreement. Pei Wu and Rejoice, with malicious eyes, staring at Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai. Chapter 288 After the Chaos. We are not looking for women to play with. I'm just going to teach those guys, who just jumped on the street, some principles of life. Yi Xiaobai also nodded in agreement. Seeing the two girls not really believing it, Zhang Wei no longer explained, otherwise it will only become darker and darker. The bison and the kangaroo boarded the helicopter arm in arm. Zhang Wei knew that the crisis was over. I was instantly relieved. The sense of oppression these two guys brought to Zhang Wei, comparable to scorpions and centipedes, and the dead gecko, is much better. Mercenaries are professional killing machines. People like Gecko, he is just a prison bully from a prison in a fringe city. It's a pity that those two guys, Scorpion and Centipede, escaped. This is a hidden danger. What's the name of the one with bare feet? Yi Xiaobai thought of the guy who smashed his scalp with a shoe. How? Do you still want to fight with him? That's the Scorpion. He has a tattoo of a scorpion on the back of his head. A true man must avenge himself. He dared to throw his leather shoes at me. You should pay a certain price. Well, actually those leather shoes are. You don't need to say anything. I will find him sooner or later. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. It doesn't matter if he throws me away, but he still wanted to give me those stinky leather shoes. This is simply unbearable. Kill him next time. Zhang Wei thought for a while. It's better not to expose Xiao Zhenxiong. The plane flew farther a few minutes later. But it was not in the direction it came from. This plane seems to be deliberately checking the terrain. Maybe I can prepare and deal with the zombie crisis that will break out in 2.5 years. At least now. The farmer is also in my camp. Not long after, the survivors who knew that the risk was lifted all came to the playground to gather. Zhang Wei also limped and walked slowly. After counting the number of people, it was found that 4 more people died in the fight just now. This is still Zhang Wei's side, when there are twice the number of opponents. Among them, one of the people Yi Xiaobai brought here died. 3 of Zhang Wei's men died. The few people in Rejoice were unscathed. Hua Pao also walked out at this time carrying Zhuang Cha on his back. He panicked and said, "It's not good. Is this guy dead?" Rejoice beside me, he opened Zhuang Cha's eyelids and looked at his pupils. Pinched his pulse again, said, "It's okay, I just fainted from exhaustion. Find a place. Just give him an infusion or feed him 2 sips of sugar water." At this time, Zhang Wei found that one person was missing. The farmer disappeared. Where's the farmer? Zhang Wei was a little flustered. If the farmer died, this battle would be in vain. That guy has no strength left. He is in the basement. Zhouan is bandaging and stitching him up. Soon, Zhang Wei saw Zhouan supporting the limping, shirtless Nong Qingchuan in his sight. The farmer was almost entangled like a mummy. How is it? Is it not a big problem? Zhang Wei asked both the farmer and Zhouan. The farmer's injuries, only Zhouan, who treated him, knew best. Can't die. Although the farmer was very tough, but he still couldn't help but grin. When he fights with people, in anger, no pain is felt. But after his enemy Gecko died, he suddenly relaxed. Thank you, Zhang Boy. The farmer was sincerely grateful. If it weren't for Zhang Wei, went to the outskirts of the prison to meet him, the 3 of them fled together on a motorcycle. It is estimated that when he led the zombies to the prison, there he died. And those people like Gecko might as well come out unscathed. This uncle's injury is quite serious. All over his body, there were 16 stab wounds of varying lengths and depths. Zhouan pointed at the farmer and said, "Now the farmer's bandage, already soaked in blood." I stitched up his wound. 3 bundles of needles and thread were used up. Uncle is very strong. I fainted from the pain several times. No way, there is no injectable anesthetic, just some painkillers. Zhang Wei knows these 16 stab wounds, just like the wound on the centipede guy's back. It was equivalent to 16 centipedes. Zhouan was not a professional surgeon, but he was able to suture the wound, which was already very good. Of course, Zhang Wei said he didn't know that. From that day on, there was a rumor on the street. A guy nicknamed Farmer was skinned by a prison chief named Centipede, but Farmer did not die, and later found his own skin, and sutured it back. He was called Nong Qingchuan, the Skinner. "Uncle Hulai, come here." Zhang Wei called Hulai over, and saw that Hulai was also covered in blood, and he was probably fighting on the front line. How many people do you bring? Go to the information building. Zhang Wei quietly said a few words in Hu Lai's ear. Hu Lai opened his eyes, unbelievable. Then I took a few confidence. And go to the information building. After 10 minutes, several people carry a large bag of things, go downstairs quietly from one direction, then went to the faculty apartment. Zhang Wei asked Hu Lai to look for things. It was the gun that the gecko and others missed there. When fighting, Zhang Wei discovered in one corner of that big classroom, there are a bunch of rifles. After firing the last round of bullets, Bihu and others never used them again. Although these guns have no bullets now, they may find bullets in other places in the future. Zhang Wei plans to hide these guns in a place as his trump card. Rejoice and Shoun, who are good at medical skills, treat the wounds of the injured one by one. Although the technique is simple, it is still possible to do some hemostasis and stasis removal. Some people with serious injuries need to be transferred to the Merlin Clinic for a rest and treatment. Zhang Wei also arranged manpower, let the uninjured people bring the injured person over. Rinjia, how are your hands? Zhang Wei remembers. Lu Rinjia's palm, I was pierced by scorpion spike shoe not long ago. It's not a big problem. It's just that I may not be able to do any strenuous work for a month or two. Have a good rest. In the past 2 months, just stay with Hu Dai, take good care of your health. Such piercing wounds, in the last days when medicines are scarce, it's already a serious injury. Lu Rinjia's hand, maybe I won't be able to get wet for a month or two. Can't touch other things. It would be most appropriate for Hu Dai to take care of her. At last, Zhang Wei walked up to Lu Peng. He said to him, so many people have died, they are all your brothers, will you blame me? Lu Peng is a powerful man. Zhang Wei was also worried that he had a grudge. It's okay, my more brothers, they all died in the hands of zombies. I just don't know, going back this time, how to deal with the boss. Lu Peng smiled self-deprecatingly. Fine, all responsibilities. I'll help you get it all. You go back and tell them Mingzi, we got food together. There are tens of thousands of kilograms of rice at least. This rice can be used as next year's crop. I gave him 30%. He will have a lot less worries. Zhang Wei estimates that the grain output is far more than 10,000 kilograms. This is something he said in a minor way on purpose. The farmland here, the yield per mu, is almost 600 to 800 kilograms. Here is the farmland surrounding the school. It is estimated that it is at least hundreds of acres. I just don't know if farmers can still do it. How much can be harvested? After all, the golden harvest time of rice, just a few days. If there really was a good harvester, hundreds of acres of farmland, it can be done in 2 or 3 days. Today we just have a good rest. Zhang Wei glanced at the time on his watch. The chaos that started at dawn, by now the plane has left, only 2.5 hours passed. Chapter 289 Harvest Plan. How are you, Mr. Zhang? After the crowd dispersed, Yi Xiaobai ran over and asked, what do you think? Zhang Wei was also depressed. This guy is long overdue. If I had come earlier, attack from inside and outside, it's not like so many people died. I see you are very lively, it should be fine. I heard that the shampoo used to study medicine. Do you want her to take a look at it for you? Yi Xiaobai pointed in the direction of Rejoice and said, forget it, my injury is not serious. Let her look at the others first. Zhang Wei discovered that Rejoice was already treating other seriously injured people. Relying on Shoun alone, it's too busy for me at all. There is no need to call Rejoice over at this time. Zhang Wei's external injuries were not serious, but his internal injuries. Anyway, when Zhang Wei secretly pulled up his clothes and lifted his bulletproof vest, his stomach was purple. It was not just the shock of the bullet, but also the beating from the gecko. Zhang Wei was hit by the gecko's brass knuckles at least 10 times. He asked everyone to check the body and finish off the wounds. Zhang Wei also had the door reinforced. And then he went to the girls' dormitory to find a bed and sleep. Zhang Wei had not slept well for several nights. Yi Xiaobai and others naturally have nothing to do. Hang out in school. Sometimes searching for supplies, you could also find some useful things. Hu Lai found someone to report to Old Man Lin at the clinic. Crisis lifts all peace. However, the survivors just took a break at school. I don't plan to go to Mail-in Clinic anymore. But what is unexpected is that, I heard that many people were killed and injured. Old Man Lin was carrying a medical kit. He came over in a hurry. There are still some remaining medicines in the school doctor's office. They were moved out in an orderly manner. Zhang Wei only took away some things that were convenient to carry. Now as long as it is harmless to eat, in other words, it can prescribe the right medicine. They all took it out and gave it to the patients. This medicine will expire sooner or later if you stay here. Some medicines cannot be stored in a low-temperature environment. Basically, it will get bad in one summer. 30 or 40 people took a break inside the school. Yu Xiaobai asked someone to go to mail-in clinic and bring some drinkable water and fresh rice. With the help of the school canteen, made a big pot of rice. Everyone had a full meal. The next day, Zhang Wei woke up at dawn. In fact, this time, he slept for almost 20 hours. From noon of the first day to the morning of the second day. A total of 486 bodies. Hu Lai gave Zhang Wei an exact number. This number is the cumulative number of zombies killed by bombs in the past few days, zombies killed, and dead companions and enemies. This is a huge number, based on the current cumulative number of people who can take action is less than 40. Each person had to carry nearly 12 bodies. That means that every 2 people had to carry 24 bodies. It was not easy to move the bodies from all corners of the school to a unified place. In the end, the farmer asked someone to go to his farm and drive a large bulldozer to pile up the bodies in a corner of the campus. Even if there were 400 or 500 bodies, there would not be much space to pile them together. There were still a large number of zombies outside the school gate, and there was no time to move them outside the school. Zhang Wei could only deal with zombies the same way they did that time, let the corpses pile up. In the end, it turned into bones on the ground. Zhang Wei is leaning on a wooden stick. I limped to visit Dr. Lin Yuanxiu. If nothing happens, we return to the city center in a week. Lin Yuanxiu came here this time. It was his father who came to pick him up. And his father is safe and sound. There is no point for him to stay here anymore. As for the clinic and house in my hometown, after the end of the world, this kind of thing has no meaning. For Dr. Lin Yuanxiu, taking his father to live in a high-rise building in the old city, that's the most important thing. There is no need to leave his father here, facing unknown dangers. When Dr. Lin Yuanxiu talked about this, Zhang Wei first thought of a person, Wood. Mu Mu and his subordinate Zhuang Cha agreed to meet here. He also designated his subordinates to find a doctor. But he never showed up. If divine Dr. Lin leaves here, there are no other qualified doctors. This guy Zhouan, after all, it's a bit amateurish. I haven't had many internships. Lots of things to learn. It all depends on him memorizing everything by rote. But that woman named Rejoice, Zhang Wei was very surprised, because when Zhang Wei saw her eating, I used a pair of toothpicks. Although this may be for hygiene reasons, but it can be seen from Rejoice's dexterous hands, this craft is extraordinary. Only the chief surgeon, that's how you train yourself. Dr. Lin Yuanxiu will leave in 7 days, and Rejoice will definitely escort you all the way. After all, she comes here. It was also Demingzi's advice. Zhang Wei counted with his fingers. In this way, the survivors on this campus, it is estimated that more than 10 people will be reduced. If these people are not utilized, do something good, that's not Zhang Wei's style. Zhang Wei directly called several leaders, including Yu Xiaobai, Lin Yuanxiu, Rejoice, Hu Lai, Zhuang Cha et al. He said bluntly, the reason why I took huge risks is because I also want to kill the gang in prison, not just because they killed us. I think more about the future. These guys with guns, all around us is a time bomb. Maybe it will explode at some point. What day is it now? It is clear to everyone. The rice outside is turning yellow. I guess as long as you are not blind, everybody can see it. The apocalypse has only begun for a few months now. We have a shortage of food. Even if the food store can survive this winter, what about next year? What about the year after tomorrow? So I considered a more pressing issue. Growing grain. After the end of the world, a lot of land has been abandoned. Each of us, they can be evenly divided into dozens or hundreds of acres of rice fields or vegetable fields. The climate here, there is no problem in producing rice on both sides of the year. This year we harvest some grain. I will plant it again next spring. Early rice can also become the seeds of late rice. Even without pesticides and fertilizers, it is always possible to sow seeds with a yield of 300 to 500 kilograms per mu. What you said makes sense. What do you want to do? Lin Yuanxiu asked seriously. He has been obsessed with restoring power, but it ignores the sustainable development of people. In fact, electricity will be dispensable in the end of the world. At worst, it's like going back to ancient times, but things like food is essential, especially in winter. So at this time, prepare food for next year and plan ahead for next winter. It is very necessary. My idea is very simple. As long as it doesn't rain during the remaining time, before the rice falls, we use all the people and tools available to us. How much food can be harvested? Harvest as much food as you can. This time won't last long. I hope Dr. Lin, your people can help me. After all, most of us are wounded. You may not be able to do strenuous work. Help! Of course I have to help. Farming my best. You are right. This food cannot go to waste. Lin Xinqing ran out and said. Chapter 290 Autumn Rice Harvest. Zhang Wei's vigorous autumn harvest plan. It started from day 1. Yi Xiaobai climbed over the wall and went out, looking for a car, killed and trapped in the driver's seat, a zombie restrained by a seat belt, then started the car. Yi Xiaobai found a road that was not blocked very much. Honking all the way immediately. The zombies around the school were. Most of them were taken away by attraction. When I come back again, he said casually, most of the zombies outside, I took them all away, sporadic, you need to clean it up yourself. In fact, when Yi Xiaobai and Rejoice climbed over the wall the day before, the zombies near the wall of the information building have been cleared away. Most of these zombies came from other directions. Seeing that there was something to be done, Zhang Wei took out a wheelchair from the infirmary and pushed the farmer, who was still a mummy, on the road. When we find the harvester later, you can teach them. Those with non-mainstream shaman hair are all Yi Xiaobai's brothers. They are motorcycle gangs. I think it should be no problem for them to drive a harvester. It's a big problem. The principle of the harvester is different from that of cars and motorcycles. The farmer said with a bitter face. Then so be it. It's a squeeze inside the harvester cockpit. It's still okay to see 2 people. Just guide them casually. Come down after church. Boy Lin. You really want to kill me. The farmer wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although the farmer's expression did not agree, but the wounds on his body are not deep. After sewing, as long as you don't carry heavy objects or fight with people, no problem for a while. Just 1 day apart, just need to change the gauze once. The farmer enthusiastically took over the job. Zhang Wei pushed his wheelchair, just rushed to the farm. A dozen gangsters were around, cleaning up the approaching zombies. Only less than 20 minutes, Zhang Wei and others approached the farmer's farm. A wall more than 2 meters high, cover both sides. The middle door of the front yard is wide open. Without any obstruction, the backyard is a pond. No wonder the farmer is surrounded by zombies. It also needs to be saved by the passing wood. The typical style of this building is, my door is always open, waiting for you with open arms. If you are free, you can come here to fish. I put a lot of fry in this fish pond. There are a lot of great items in there. The farmer happily introduced his home. Oh, can we still eat meat? Zhang Wei looked at the neatly arranged fishing rods on the shelf in the farmer's house, and said in surprise. But at this time, most water sources are polluted. In your pond, have you ever encountered zombies? The farmer's words were hesitant. Zhang Wei knows, in this pond, 80% of them died. So the fish here, you can't eat it for the time being. Maybe try again in a year or 2. Although Zhang Wei is not interested in fish, but I am still interested in the farmer's fishing rod. I just took one away casually, plugged it into my backpack. You can't eat the fish here. This does not mean that fish from all places cannot be eaten. Some inaccessible reservoirs, or a pond on a high mountain, Zhang Wei met. No matter what you say, you will be blamed. The farmer didn't take Zhang Wei's little action seriously. In his view, those fishing rods, it's just a fire stick. Farmer's farm, it covers an area of several acres. There are shacks of various sizes inside. Some have mechanical farm tools, some are empty. You came at the wrong time. I used to raise hundreds of chickens. I myself have one every day. After eating for dozens of days, the rest were ruined by those bastards in prison. Do you have anything to support? Cattle, sheep, dogs and the like. Zhang Wei felt that he only wanted to eat meat. That's not true. There was a native dog who looked after the house. After the zombie crisis broke out, he was bitten alive by zombies. That dog, and that zombie, I threw them all into the pond behind. I think if those bastards from prison come out, the fish here, sooner or later, you won't be able to keep it. I never thought I would have the chance to come back again. I see. Zhang Wei thought of the smiling angel in Uncle Def's family. If a dog has been bitten by a zombie, it really can't be eaten. Let's go. I'll show you my baby. The farmer pointed in a direction. Zhang Wei pushed his wheelchair in quickly. Is this the harvester you mentioned? Zhang Wei said in surprise. Because where he saw it, there were 3 harvesters parked. The track of the middle one is broken. In my current condition, it may not be repaired. Can you try the big one and the small one? Zhang Wei was very excited. Harvester harvesting rice and human harvesting, completely 2 concepts. Zhang Wei did farm work when he was a child. A man harvests rice from half an acre of land with a sickle. It probably takes a full day. And if there is a harvester, even the smallest model, it can also be done within a minute or 20. And what he needs to do, just use a woven bag to catch the rice coming out of the harvester. Zhang Wei had someone lift the farmer, who was grinning in pain, onto the harvester. I called 2 smart-minded gangsters to come up and study. Under the guidance of the farmer, Zhang Wei, the harvester was refueled. Not long after, with a roar, harvesters are like tanks, slowly walked out of the yard. This small courtyard of the farmer's house, going out is a farmland. On the guidance sign next to it, the promotional text is also written, Lomping High-Tech. Is this an experimental field? Zhang Wei was stunned. Experimental field, it is the field used by agricultural companies for experiments. These fields, due to the need for data recording, so we usually work intensively, yield is surprisingly high. Food produced, often the yield is higher, better resistance. And there are many experimental fields, specifically for growing grain. Lomping High-Tech before the end of the world, it is a listed agricultural company. Their company has 80 acres of experimental fields here. This area is about 20 acres. There are also experimental fields. It's other rice species, but further away, you can go there in a few days. The farmer skillfully introduced the surrounding farmland. It seems that before the zombie crisis broke out, he runs many of them. Within a few minutes, the harvester started working amidst the roar. Zhang Wei has nothing to do. He was also making moves on the side. Those filled bags of grain. He was tied up with ropes by Zhang Wei. Throw it on the field ridge. At this time, Yi Xiaobai drove a tractor, driving slowly over. Here comes the food puller, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Huh? This car? The farmer turned off the harvester. He looked at Yi Xiaobai who was driving the tractor. The huge tires are as smooth as walking in the field. Stop looking. This is the car you drove to your death the day before yesterday. It's on the hillside where we lost the trail last time. Right, Yi Xiaobai, how did you get this car? Zhang Wei shouted loudly. Oh, this one, a man named Zhuang Cha told me. He seems to be a distant cousin of my little brother Zhuang Ku. Can this be related to relatives? Zhang Wei was also stunned. Chapter 291 Urban Strange News. It is really a kind of luck to meet relatives in the end of the world. If I remember correctly, Zhang Wei remembers Zhuang Cha's real name, which is Zhuangzhe. In the end of the world, people often call each other by nicknames. So many times, real names are not that important. For example, Zhang Wei himself is affectionately called Wei Ge. The harvester is very efficient. The farmer sits in the driving seat, and 2 people on the left and right follow him to learn. In just 1 or 2 hours, the farmer handed the harvester to them. After both of them became proficient, one of them drove the smaller harvester. The 2 harvesters were operated with surprisingly high efficiency. Fortunately, it did not rain in the past few days. Otherwise, many of the rice would have fallen over. Fallen rice is much more difficult to harvest, and is prone to mildew. Since it was harvested at noon, a lot of the rice could be directly stored in the warehouse. After Yi Xiaobai drove the tractor over, he gave it to his younger brother, and wandered around leisurely. Zhang Wei asked someone to take him directly to the school playground. I plan to use some of the undried rice to find another chance to dry. If there weren't enough bags to hold the rice, 7 days of work, maybe it can be done in 2 or 3 days. Zhang Wei saw that things had turned into the expected track. I will no longer miss you. How about we go fishing together? Zhang Wei found Yi Xiaobai who was doing nothing. Fishing is no problem. Just don't eat it, in the worst case. Just let them go. Maybe it's okay to eat. Just eat herbivorous fish. Zhang Wei just couldn't pass the test in his heart. After all, there's someone's body. Spent a long time in the pond. Just have fun and have fun. The 2 slowly found the farmer's farmhouse. By the way, he also brought back the injured farmer. Uncle Nong, do you have all kinds of bait at home? There are many, read it yourself. When I saw the farmer with so many fishing rods, Zhang Wei guessed that he was a professional fishing enthusiast. Fish bait should also be stored. If not, he and Yi Xiaobai, all I can do is turn over the earthworms. For fishing, Zhang Wei is actually an amateur. Most of the time, he is all at school, or work part-time outside. Impressions about fishing. Most of the time I just used earthworms to thread hooks when I was little. Just fishing for crucian carp on the edge of the pond. But I have never seen a pig run away. I've always eaten pork. I still know some basic operations. It didn't take long for Zhang Wei to move a stool. I rubbed some bait, catch fish. Yi Xiaobai also followed suit. Both of them took out the sunglasses they found somewhere. Start showing off. I haven't had such a relaxing time in a long time. Me too. Zhang Wei took over the conversation. How was your race with that guy? Isn't he known as a professional car god? Not so good. She won. Our cars are different. So we can't compare who's better. Oh! What kind of car is Rejoice? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Could it be an invisible rich woman? Lamborghini? Maserati? It's easy to get a luxury car in the end times. None of them. What is that? Antique Santana, that's interesting. A manual transmission? Zhang Wei knew that many people who like racing cars drive manual transmission cars. Or modified cars. So I was convinced to lose. Do you know the details of this woman Rejoice? Yi Xiaobai suddenly asked. Not sure, what's wrong? Zhang Wei could only rely on the memory of his previous life. I remembered that Rejoice was a hall master under Demengzi. I heard that she was adopted as an adopted daughter by Demengzi. More things, it's not clear. She seems to be investigating something secretly. It seems to be the whereabouts of a policeman, and the cause of her father's death. Who knows? If it is after the end of the world, human life is like grass. If it is before the end of the world, those cases that have not been solved in the information age, do you think it can be solved at this time? Zhang Wei didn't think Rejoice's investigation was meaningful. Even now, even if it is investigating the origin of the apocalypse. It doesn't make much sense either, because this thing has already happened. Human power simply cannot reverse it. The priest has taken refuge with the fierce man. This is the second topic Yi Xiaobai talked about. The mysterious burned man in the veil? Zhang Wei had a very good impression of the pastor. This guy saved him. At that time, I was in a Walmart supermarket. If the pastor hadn't come to the rescue, maybe Zhang Wei has already explained it. However, Zhang Wei felt that the pastor was somewhat schizophrenic. Or maybe have multiple personalities. If I guess correctly, you said taking refuge. It shouldn't be an overt sign of surrender. This refuge, it should be that he led the entire Hengtai Oasis to join Demengzi. If this is the case, this force, it represents thousands of men and horses. In addition to the fierce man that day, at the closed-door meeting in Wangjiang Pavilion, the chair that was taken, coupled with Mr. Qin's support, and several neutral forces, equivalent to Demengzi, it has gained the support of more than half of the indigenous forces. Several other forces, they were all suppressed in several battles. There is no way to grow. Yi Xiaobai nodded. Of course he knew that the pastor was not an overt supporter. How much do you know about the pastor? Unknown things. It is easy to arouse Zhang Wei's interest. In the last days, there are many people Zhang Wei cannot see through. For example, Wang Yukun and Lu Meng. The leaders of the black and white groups, that is, Stick and Big Mingzi. There are also mysterious ghost hands, schizophrenic priest, including Rejoice, which appeared not long ago, Iron Tower, people like UFO, it all made Zhang Wei feel a layer of fog. This sense of unknown chaos, it's not just something that came about after the end of the world. But these people, before the end of the world, should have different identities, after the end of the world, because most of the insiders are dead. So for these people, it also has a bit of a Jianghu legend flavor. If placed before the end of the world, most of them, it's just the underground evil forces. I'm not familiar with that guy either. He believes in Jesus. A huge cross chain hung around his neck. Don't you think it's strange? And he holds a Bible all day long, on the contrary. It seems to be trying to cover up. A religious person, I won't show my faith easily. Yi Xiaobai thought of his impression of the pastor. Open your mouth and come. That makes sense. Are there any other anecdotes? Tell me about them. While talking, Zhang Wei pulled up a half-pound fine Christian carp. Fuck, big deal. This guy should have left a prisoner in prison. Why leave a prisoner? Take him to eat braised fish, and see if he turns into a zombie. Fuck, I'm also big deal. Yi Xiaobai suddenly stood up, and the fishing rod instantly turned into a bow. Zhang Wei was stunned, watching Yi Xiaobai fighting with the big fish. Inside the farmer's broken pond, there's something. Both of them were a little confused. It didn't calm down until a quarter of an hour later. And the fish caught ashore naturally. They were released. One more interesting thing. Do you want to listen? Yi Xiaobai said suddenly. Explain. Big Mingzi's #1 enemy, Stick, has appeared. Super policeman Wang Yukun? The two of them fought? That's not true, however. The Stick captured Demengzi's new younger brother. It seemed like he was asking about the whereabouts of a woman. In the last days, fighting for women, very normal. The new little brother that Demengzi accepted, it's also quite interesting. It seems that he is also a student. He is also a fellow countryman of Demengzi. I heard that he came from a place called Lujiagu or Lujiakan. Poor mountains and bad waters bring out unruly people. No wonder Demingzi is so good at fighting. Yi Xiaobai sighed. Wait a minute. This new little brother he took in, is your surname also Lu? Zhang Wei had a guess. Suddenly I felt excited. Chapter 292 Harvest Season. Student. Lu Jiakan. When the words appeared in Yi Xiaobai's mouth, Zhang Wei is almost certain that person should be Lu Dali, whose whereabouts have been unknown. But why was Lu Dali accepted as the great master and his younger brother? Zhang Wei knew the weight of what Yi Xiaobai said. If you were adopted as an ordinary little brother, there was no need for Yi Xiaobai to talk about this matter. This kind of little brother, in gang terms, it means having something to say. Ordinary gangster, the kind who would bow when he saw Lu Dali. The stick took away Lu Dali? Are you still asking about the whereabouts of a woman? What is the relationship between Lu Dali and that woman? How? Do you know that student? Yi Xiaobai was a little surprised. Have no idea. Like an old friend, let's take a look when we get back. If Lu Dali fell into the hands of the stick, Zhang Wei is not worried. The stick person, although he is called a bad policeman, but not indiscriminately killing innocent people. Unless Lu Dali did something outrageous. Obviously, the Lu Dali Zhang Wei knew was not such a person. Sticky used to be the head of the serious crime team, or a SWAT officer. If Lu Dali stayed with the stick, maybe you can learn something different. I guess Lu Dali should also have received playing cards from Demingzi. Zhang Wei guessed and said, there is a rumor on the road. The person that Demingzi likes, everyone will be given a playing card. The person who owns playing cards, they are all extraordinary people in the old city. Demingzi's playing cards, no one dares to pretend to claim it. No one wants to make this joke with their own lives. Once Demingzi finds out that someone is using his name, being arrogant and domineering outside, the man died the next day without any body parts. There is no need for Demingzi to take action personally. There are a lot of gangsters willing to do it for you. Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai pawned in farmer's backyard, fished for hours. Until it gets dark. I'm living in my own home these days. I am injured all over, too lazy to bother. The farmer said to Zhang Wei. Good, whatever you want. I'll arrange a few people. Let me help you be vigilant. The farmer nodded. Zhang Wei casually named a few gangsters. I went back to my own business. I don't know where the centipede and the scorpion are going. Zhang Wei still didn't dare to be careless. There are so many people in the school. Those two people didn't dare to mess around. But the farmer's farm, in the wilderness, maybe the farmer was assassinated without even knowing it. After going back to school, Zhang Wei counted the harvested rice. I was a little surprised for a while. Because he could not estimate the weight of the rice. Uncle Hu Lai. How many do you estimate? Zhang Wei called out Du Guan. I can only make a rough estimate. It looks like we harvested about 40 acres today. Estimated based on yield per mu of 600 to 800 kilograms. Not so much, just calculated based on 1,000 kilograms per mu. No, find an auspicious number, calculated based on 800 kilograms per mu. Zhang Wei knows, according to Hu Lai's estimate, the yield per mu will be 1,200 to 1,600 kilograms. And there may be such a harvest this year. But the second year, don't overestimate the output. It should be at this time. Just lower your psychological expectations. Also, Zhang Wei also doesn't want too many people to see his trump card. At this time, falsely report the numbers. Hidden tens of thousands of kilograms of grain. There is no problem. That's 32,000 caddies. It can almost fill half of the bedroom. Zhang Wei remembers, when I was a kid. The barn was full. It's about 6 acres of land, bedroom volume. It's equivalent to 10 barns. It is still necessary to free up some rooms used to store food. Zhang Wei knows, eggs cannot be put in one basket. So he arranged several places to store grain, men's dormitory, female dormitory, information building, faculty apartment, and that secret underground tunnel. Most of the food, still slightly damp, so Zhang Wei had to go to the school playground, clear an area for drying. Some people with minor injuries just helped to dry it. This situation lasted for 5 days. Because the rice fields within a 10-mile radius have been harvested, 3 other experimental plots mentioned by the farmer were also included. The rice in these 4 experimental fields is obviously of different varieties. Some are long-grained and taste good. Some are short-grained and have high yields. And some have other characteristics. The yield is balanced and stable. Zhang Wei doesn't know much about these. However, farmers can judge the variety and yield by observing the shape of a grain of rice. This surprised Zhang Wei. There was a lot of remaining grain, and the varieties were more mixed. Zhang Wei gave several thousand kilograms to each of the people who helped him. and gave each of them a dormitory to store grain. After all, there is no light for people to work, the principle of not allowing others to profit. Just relying on Zhang Wei alone, I can't eat this cake at all. As for the people under my command, what will you do with these grains? Or make a deal, that's up to them. Grain harvesting at greater distances, for Zhang Wei, it doesn't make any sense. One is that he can't eat it at all due to his strength. Another reason is that, instead, it will attract the attention of other survivors. Zhang Wei only plans to deal with the food within a 10-mile radius. On the 8th day, Dr. Lin Yuanxiu brought Rejoice to say goodbye to Zhang Wei. Old Man Lin and Zhouwen also came with him. According to Old Man Lin's diagnosis of Zhouwen, his bones were in the healing stage at this time. He was not suitable for fighting and doing heavy work. So he was a burden to Zhang Wei and others. So Zhang Wei planned to let Zhouwen and Old Man Lin leave together. Because Zhang Wei had a premonition that some danger was coming. It was already the end of October, and winter was approaching. Kunhuangwa leaves decline, one leaf knows autumn. Soon this city will fall into a situation of food shortage. After the beginning of winter, except for places outside core urban areas, looters roamed everywhere. Use professional terminology, these people are robbers. Many of them receive supplies, trying to survive the winter. Zhang Wei should prepare early. I'm just leaving for a while, we'll come to see you later. Lin Xinqing said sadly. No, have a good rest, we'll have a month or two, maybe I'll go back. Zhang Wei has no intention of staying here long. As long as we run this school a little bit, there are some core subordinates, absorb some more survivors, that's it. The medicinal materials from that Chinese herbal garden, it's time to harvest. In the past few days since Lin Xinqing came to school, not idle either, with Zhouwen, who has some knowledge of medical skills, wander around the herb garden. There are not many types of medicinal herbs, but many of them are also carefully cultivated, yield is okay. Zhang Wei asked some people, I harvested some of everything, for emergencies. As for more, that doesn't make sense either, because they are all ordinary Chinese herbal medicines. Maybe after gathering more people, in this herb garden, plant more of other varieties. Yi Xiaobai and several of his men, he also went back with Old Man Lin. Rural life here, not the life he wanted. I heard that the renovation of Demingzi's Weiming building has been completed. From now on, I will probably play music every night. You can go and play when you have time, I heard. People with playing cards, you can come in and out at will. Yi Xiaobai said to Zhang Wei before leaving. What's the name of the bar? Wham Bar. It seems to be called Montenegro Old Demon Bar. It can be seen, Demingzi is a cultural man. You must have read books like Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. He feels, throughout the old town, Demingzi is the old black mountain monster who covers the sky with one hand. Chapter 293. 40 days later. Yi Xiaobai and others left, taking away 1/3 of the troops, including Lu Peng and many other knife men. These people were arranged by Demingzi to protect Dr. Lin Yuanxiu, but these people fought on the front line, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Yi Xiaobai did not take all the people away, leaving behind the 3 people of Sun, Moon and Star, as well as Xue Peng and Zhuang Ku. Zhang Wei knew that. Yi Xiaobai did this deliberately because he was worried about his safety. Although these people had average fighting ability, they were all extreme sports enthusiasts. Like the Sun, Moon and Stars, he is very good at climbing, whether it's free climbing or rope climbing. Xue Peng and Zhuang Ku, one is good at roller skating, one specializes in mountain biking. This kind of skill, in certain circumstances, it also plays a certain role. And there are more reasons for Zhuang Ku to stay, it's because his only relative, that is, my distant cousin Zhuang Cha, was seriously injured. He was to stay and take care of her. Although this cousin is a distant cousin, but when the two of them were visiting relatives when they were young, we have met each other before, so we meet again at the end of the world, it feels a bit like meeting an old friend in a foreign country. Zhang Wei knew that family and friendship in the end times were the most precious things. So in his daily life, he deliberately let Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, Zhouwen, Pei Wu, and Hu Dai get along well with each other. Along the way, starting from the breakout of the boys' dormitory, these people had a life and death friendship. This rest lasted for nearly a month. Zhuang Cha lay in bed half dead for half a month. And only after half a month could he slowly walk. In the first few days, Zhuang Cha's whole body was swollen like a pig's head. Zhang Wei thought he might die. He has serious internal injuries. In such a medical environment, it can be said that there is no way to save him. But it doesn't matter. I will prescribe a Chinese medicine for him. After one course of treatment, he will be almost cured. This is what old man Lin Xinqing said when he examined Zhuang Cha. A miracle doctor. A miracle doctor. Zhuang Cha, who was still conscious at the time, was very excited. After taking medicine several times and urinating blood several times, Zhuang Cha's body was indeed swollen, and he came back from the gates of hell. Unlike Zhang Wei, who had a bulletproof vest to resist, Zhuang Cha took all the attacks from the gecko at that time. So after he succeeded in attacking the gecko's testicles, he laughed like a madman. That was really satisfying. Cousin, you don't have a partner yet? I'll introduce you to one someday, Zhuang Cha said to Zhuang Ku, who had been taking care of him. Cousin, just take care of yourself. You're almost 30, and still don't have a partner. Zhuang Ku was also speechless. I'm only 28. It's too early to be 30. But cousin, tell you, it's the end of the world now. There are too many wolves and too little meat. The ratio of men to women is very unbalanced. You'd better find a partner as soon as possible, Zhuang Cha taught earnestly. Zhao Zhenxiong beside him listened and said, there is such a thing. It seems I have to hurry up. How about introducing the black silk to you? A girl is 3 years older than you, holding a gold brick. Lu Renjia came over and said, Black silk? Rejoice? Old Lu, are you kidding me? That woman is a master of Dan. She can beat me half to death with one punch. You have a girlfriend. It's easy to talk without any pain. Right? Then let me introduce Pei Wu to you, Lu Renjia asked tentatively. Damn, do I need you to introduce her? Don't I know Pei Wu? I've even found out about her entire family, Zhao Zhenxiong said with disdain. Really? Of course, her grandfather is a professor of biomedicine. You don't know that, do you? I knew it long ago. Is it the grandfather or the grandfather? What are you two talking about with your wretched faces? Pei Wu's cold voice came from not far away. The sun is so round today. What did Hu Dai ask me to do just now? Oh, I think it's to change the gauze. I'll be back soon. Lu Renjia found an excuse and left quickly. Today's moon, huh? Pei Wu, your Chinese is getting better and better. Really? Pei Wu was stunned. Yes, the boss asked me to learn English from you when I have time, actually. He wants to learn it himself, but he is too shy to say it. Then let him come to me himself. Pei Wu ignored Zhao Zhenxiong and turned to another direction. How thrilling. Lu Renjia is on the street. I have to settle the score with him. Zhao Zhenxiong was furious. At this time, Zhang Wei, the rice is being counted on the second floor of the canteen. The entire dining table on the second floor, all were evacuated. Rice is piled on the ground. Rice is piled into mountains. I'm afraid it weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. The rest is here. Hu Lai held a notebook, taking notes on the side. Approximately how many are there? More than 20,000 kilograms. But it won't work here. There are too many mice and so on. How about moving to the infirmary or equipment room? It's a lot dry over there. No mice or insects. Good, there is no electricity around here, but there is a rice mill factory. Maybe we need to clear a road to get to the city center, or connect a special wire to it. I asked someone to give Dr. Lin Yuanxiu a message, ask him to arrange for an electrical engineer, electrify the rice mill. Anyway, the lines are ready. But now the clinic at Old Man Lin's side, there is still a lot of food in stock. Let's talk about it after we've used up those. The current number of people, just over 30 people. These are the 10 or 20 people on Zhang Wei's side. There are also about 10 people from Zhuangcha, plus the farmer and Sun Moon Star and others. It can be regarded as a strengthened platoon. Zhang Wei has a building in the center of the old city. There are many people over there. He asked Qin Baohua and others to stay there, attract some young and strong survivors. At this time, there should be 40 or 50 people accumulated. If you are in a place like the old town, it is also quite a force. Then with Yi Xiaobai from the building next door, if we form an alliance, it is also a group of nearly 300 people. The most notable feature of this group is that most of them are young people. Such a team has cohesion and creativity. And it is easy to gain a foothold. After resting in school for more than 40 days, the wounds left after the battle with Bihu and others were barely healed. Lu Renjia and others who were seriously injured. The scars have not fallen off, but they are almost the same as normal people. Zhuang Cha can finally get out of bed and walk. And the farmer has become lively. These two people are in a state of adversity. They often get close to Zhang Wei. Although they are much older than Zhang Wei, they also call him Viagra. Compared to Zhang Wei, who just passed 19, Zhuang Cha is 28 years old, As for the farmer, that's a 42-year-old uncle. Zhou and scrawled stitches. A map grew on the farmer's back. It doesn't matter, just stay alive. Who cares whether it's beautiful or not? The farmer only glanced at his back in the mirror. No more attention. I want you to do something for me. Late one night, Zhang Wei brought a bottle of wine, found the farmer cutting his toenails. What's the matter? The farmer saw Zhang Wei's caution. I hope you will be a bad guy from now on. Bad guy? The farmer didn't quite understand. In fact, he had studied and had a high level of education, with a junior college degree. At that time, a junior college degree was equivalent to a first-class university degree today. Yes, I want to establish an organization in the end times, or a camp, or a gang. In the end times where the rule of law is lacking, we need a set of rules of our own. I hope you will be in charge of the punishment. Zhang Wei thought of the ghost hand under Demengzi, who seemed to be a person who specialized in making rules. Why me? The farmer took a bottle of wine. He took a sip and swallowed it down. Because you are only one person, helpless, it also has no relationship with other interest groups. And then, there are the injuries on your body. This is really too dazzling in the last days. Your title of Skinned Walker, it has been spread outside. We will find another opportunity to help you establish your authority. Catch a few blind gangsters. You shave them alive yourself. You sound like skinning a frog, the farmer said angrily. Then it's settled. A gentleman changes like a leopard. Starting from tomorrow, you are just another farmer. Chapter 294. Cold winter is coming. Zhang Wei is not good at drinking. But I still got drunk with the farmer. The next day, the farmer becomes cold and taciturn. Only when facing Zhuang Cha and Zhang Wei, only then did he let go of his indifference. But other people, I don't have much interaction with farmers. I didn't feel too much abnormality. In such an ordinary life, time passed quickly. And the rice beating field requested by Zhang Wei also started using it for the first time. Zhang Wei is worried about other accidents. One-time operation machine, 5 or 6,000 kilograms of rice were harvested, only occasionally cooled down the machine for half an hour. That's enough for 3 times the number of survivors here, through the winter. It can even last until the next summer. Also in this dullness, Zhang Wei continues to absorb survivors and train your teammates. The school is a survivor camp, finally. More than 100 survivors gathered again. Many people come to seek refuge because of their reputation. Zhang Wei knows, some of them, maybe you have your own little thoughts. So let who lie, some trustworthy people were secretly planted. Use it as your own eyeliner. Once something goes wrong, or someone acts like betraying someone on their team, he will let the farmer enforce the family law. To make this base completely stable, you must establish your own prestige. The reason why Huaibi is guilty, Zhang Wei still understands. After all, he harvested grain within a 10-mile radius. This is almost universally known to the surrounding survivors. After entering December, the whole weather became colder. When I get up in the morning, there is a vast expanse of white everywhere. That is white dew turning into frost. Zhang Wei arranged the manpower, search all nearby shops, looking for winter clothes. There are a lot of clothes in the school, but most of them are only suitable for spring, summer and autumn. Old City High School is a boarding school. Students have a holiday once a month, so in summer, there is no storage of winter clothes in the dormitory either. But fortunately, winter quilt, a large number of them have been preserved. When Zhao Wei was searching for supplies with his team, I also found winter clothes in individual dormitories. Then mark it on the notebook with a pen. After this winter comes, these supplies finally have a use. Fortunately, Zhang Wei and others were in the faculty apartment. I found a lot of down jackets. So spend this winter peacefully, no problem. Since the zombie crisis happened in the summer, so as long as it's inside a residential building, plenty of winter clothes can be found inside. In this coastal city, average daily temperature in winter, it's also almost close to 0 degrees. Wet and cold weather is the norm. Compared to the lack of food, clothes were not the most lacking thing. It's just that it's harder to find clothes that just fit. Zhang Wei team, back to the peak state again. Hu Lai summarized the recent information to Zhang Wei. There are a large number of looters nearby, gathering within a 30-mile radius of the school. Scattered or organized? Zhang Wei felt that he had indeed been inactive for too long. He doesn't mind. Teach these people some principles of life. Sporadic. Aqiang from Mishuai's city. Did you pass on any useful information? Have. Aqiang said the people of City Lights, intervening in disputes in the old city openly. It seems that he is deliberately looking for trouble with Demengzi and Fengyi Huiding's Woofing. I don't know why. Restore old friendship with Demengzi's forces. there is even cooperation between the two forces. Have Wufeng and Demingzi shake hands and made peace? This was beyond Zhang Wei's expectation. The layout of the old town. We are facing an unprecedented reshuffle. On one side is a white Taoist stick. All forces are being brought together. On one side is the big fierce man. His underground Great Wall is being built. Rumors say, Big Mingzi next spring, it is about to be established. Admiral of the Nine Gates. There are only 9 chairs in total. Several hall leaders, who are relatively clear at present, he is the talker of the 3 major gangs. And other people. They are all competing openly and covertly for this position. This is the basis for survival in the zombie apocalypse. Build your own power. After the power system is restored, Demingzi has attracted a lot of talents. Several small chemical plants were started, producing some industrial necessities. Still near the open-pit coal mine of mining gang, found several cement processing plants. 20 or 30 workers are working day and night, finally repaired the broken machine. It can also produce about 20 tons of cement every day. Even far out in the countryside, an oil refinery was also repurposed. Relying on oil reserves and stockpiles, refined gasoline, that's enough to fill hundreds of tanker trucks. These reserves of oil, although it will be exhausted soon, but it also solved an urgent need. Demingzi relies on these oils. A large number of means of transportation are used, reinforced concrete and large granite stones were hauled in. Throughout the old town, taking the city wall made of dilapidated cars from that time as a template, a real city wall was built. The city wall is currently only over 3 meters high. But the base is big enough and solid enough. Demingzi provided work for relief. It is still getting higher. The clever mastermind under Demingzi, he suggested to Demingzi, build the city wall at least 10 meters above ground. Hulai continued to tell Zhang Wei some interesting information. Is it only 10 meters? Only Zhang Wei knows. Such a height, not nearly enough. A height of 10 meters, it is equivalent to the height of 3 floors. More than enough to cope with the current situation, but to deal with a big situation in the future, it's really not enough. But fortunately, this wall of Demingzi used a lot of steel and cement, so the foundation is very good. It can be continuously heightened and reinforced. Isn't this enough? Hulai was a little surprised. A height of 10 meters, it's just that zombies are filled with corpses. It would take at least tens of thousands of zombie corpses to fill it. Maybe that's enough. Zhang Wei left an ambiguous sentence. Did Aqiang say anything else? He also wrote to say that the milk tea shop was reopened. But it no longer sold milk tea, but sold cold drinks instead. After the temperature dropped, it sold hot drinks again. His milk tea shop added more than 10 tables and now became a Chinese tea house. And Walmart supermarket became a well-known local night market. Open 24 hours a day. Well, Demingzi is a business-minded person. Zhang Wei remembered the Black Mountain Old Demon Bar that Yi Xiaobai mentioned before leaving. And he planned to go and see it when he had the chance. Uncle Hulai, you deliberately showed off our strength. Strength? Weren't there more than a dozen guns at that time? How many people do you send? Carry them behind your back and show your face in a hidden place. I want to use a gun to scare the nearby Xiao Xiao. That's no problem, just no ammo. You find someone to let the wind out, the helicopter that came to the playground at that time, just to deliver ammunition to us. Is this possible? Try it. Some things, true and false, false and true, us. It's time to do some work in this cold winter. Chapter 295 Robbery Team. Those survivors who appeared within 100 miles of the school, Zhang Wei knew that they must have different purposes. Old City High School is very close to the city center. If these people are seeking a better survival, you can go to the center of the old town. At this time, Demingzi was working for relief. Although there is no salary, but take care of food and shelter. As long as you are not disabled, can survive in the old city, at least getting through this winter won't be a big problem. But these people have been surrounding the school, gathering but not dispersing. There must be something wrong. Their target may be the survivors and supplies of Old City High School. During this period, Zhang Wei and others were not idle. They used tractors to pull bricks from farther away and completely sealed the school gate. Even if they were attacked by thousands of zombies again, they could fight with the height of the school walls and the large number of high-rise buildings. What Zhang Wei is really worried about are the looters around him. The school wall is not like the Great Wall built by Demingzi. An acceleration collision of any car, it can cause an entire wall to collapse or create a large hole. Zhang Wei knows, if it is at night, if there is an emergency encounter like the one they stormed last time, with limited vision, the people on their side may not be able to please light a torch in the darkness. that would become a living target for crossbows. The reason why the attack on the building was surprisingly smooth last time was because the group of people led by Gecko had just entered the school and were not fully prepared. It was also because there were a large number of zombies, which consumed the opponent's energy and weapons. Hulai deliberately revealed some cards, which was also to prevent those people from taking risks. If it was a group of scattered robbers, they would probably be a mess. Zhang Wei was worried about those two guys, Centipede and Scorpion. They were the only ones who knew the strength of Zhang Wei's camp. Simple people are not scary. Simple zombies are not scary. But once people take advantage of zombies, Zhang Wei's school camp, it is also in danger. But Zhang Wei is also someone who has experienced big scenes. This kind of crisis, with Walmart's enemy on all sides, and the power plant's narrow escape, it doesn't seem so scary anymore. Zhang Wei summoned some core figures. The meeting was held on the third floor of the cafeteria. This has become the high-level decision-making place for Zhang Wei's team. Ordinary franchise survivors are prohibited from entering. Okay, let me tell you something. You may have already known some of the situations. There are many looters around us, and many ordinary people have been killed. So in the past half-month, the number of people who have come to us has increased by 20% compared with the past. Boss, many of the people who have come recently are men, or couples. Do you consider taking in more girls? Zhao Zhenxiong said seriously. Be serious. If this is not handled properly, our temporary camp may be destroyed. Zhang Wei's cold words came. Zhao Zhenxiong knew that Zhang Wei rarely said this, so he stopped joking. I suspect that the people who have recently surrendered to us have been spies of the enemy. But there is no way. We can't catch these people. Instead of letting these people plot in the dark, it is better to let them under our noses. And we can also give them some false information. Find another opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. These people are scattered in the surrounding buildings, or in the depths of the dense forest, or they often change their bases. How can we catch them all in one fell swoop? Hulai expressed his doubts. So, we need to create some conflict, let everyone's attention be attracted. It's better to accomplish all the results in one battle, annihilate them all. Create conflict? The farmer knew what Zhang Wei meant. This main conflict, just to create civil strife? It would be better to let the whole school be in chaos. But this is not enough. Many people sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. There may not be a real ending. Yes, let all those with evil intentions. Everyone participated without hesitation. We need to add some bonuses. Food doesn't seem so attractive. The farmer thought for a while, and then said, yes, food will not make everyone anxious, because the food is stored here, neither increase nor decrease. Everyone knows, only the last one will end up to eat it. The person who intervened in the front, they are all cannon fodder. Boss, what suggestions do you have? Just say it, unless you tie up a dozen naked girls in the playground, otherwise. Those people may not really come to kill them. Zhao Zhenxiong said seriously. Give you a naked man. Can you tie it to the flag-raising platform? Pei Wu said speechlessly. That won't work. What if all those who come are female robbers? We probably won't be able to do it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hulai, show them something. Zhang Wei winked at Hulai. Hulai immediately dragged out a sack from a room. It can be seen that there is still some weight. This sack is a real sack, used to hold grain. Hulai shook his head casually. There were long strips of objects scattered on the ground. Gun? Lu Renjiao swallowed and said. Right, the gun left behind by the Gecko gang. I know they have guns. I thought it was just one or two. I didn't expect there to be so many. There is a total of 1, 2, 3, 13. There were 13 guns in total. Pei Wu picked up a handful at random, pulled out the magazine. He opened the safety again. I tried taking aim, throw it on the ground again. Said, it's useless. They are all empty guns. This little Chinese girl seems to know how to assemble firearms. If I really get bullets in the future, maybe we can really let her try. Zhang Wei secretly kept an eye on it. This is the bone of the rich horse I found. No one will be jealous of this. In zombie-infested mode, the plunderers fought against each other. What does it mean to have a gun? You all should know. I have let Hulai release the wind. The helicopter that flew in that day delivered a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Now that the weapon has appeared, naturally, they will also have faith in the ammunition. After all, the roar of the helicopter that day, everyone within 100 miles must have heard it. Good, boss. Your plan is really great. So what do we do? Zhao Zhenxiong was ready to try. Then we need to make forehand preparations. Forehand preparations, boss? You are thinking too far ahead. Well, The first hand preparations require you, Zhao Zhenxiong, to play the most critical role. Okay, boss, what do you need me to do? Just tell me. I need you to defect from the school and take 3 of the guns away. Zhao Zhenxiong's smile froze on his face. Chapter 296 Four-handed Preparation. Boss, are you kidding me? Am I the kind of person? I mean, am I playing the role of a defector? Why don't you replace Lao Lu, the guy in the yellow robe? Doesn't he come to deliver letters every now and then? Wouldn't it be okay if you just let him take the gun away secretly? The guy in the yellow robe is stupid and will mess things up. Or let me put it this way, change the word abscond. You absconded with weapons out of fear of crime. Out of fear of crime? Hu Lai seemed to be thinking about something. Yes, leaving for no reason, it will make people suspicious, so be it, I'll make a plan with you. Just think that you and Lu Renjia are jealous over the same woman. That won't work, I can't do this kind of thing to my siblings, not even for acting. Call sister-in-law. Lu Renjia next to him helped correct it. Obviously they are siblings. Okay, I don't care who of you is older or younger, I have a bottle of erguatu in my backpack. You two each drink half of it. After drinking, have a fight in the middle of the playground. The more intense the fight, the better, and the more people watching, the better. Boss, are you serious? Of course, I originally planned to let Lu Renjia stab you. Now it's the 2 of you who suffer some flesh injuries. Isn't this better? Boss, you are so thoughtful. Alright, let me talk about my second-hand preparation next. You and Lu Renjia go out first. You 2 guys, mentally weak, if someone gets caught, seduced by beauty and color, you must have revealed all my plans. Zhao Zhenxiong stopped talking when he saw Zheng Wei. He had to take out the bottle of wine from his backpack. Then he pulled Lu Renjia out. I really plan to drink this wine. When being beaten by the opponent, it won't be too painful. Alright, let me talk about the second-hand preparation again. The second hand prepares for civil strife. All of you are required to participate as an extra. What kind of civil strife law? After Zhao Zhenxiong ran away in anger, I want you to pretend to be nice on the outside, but there are also some dissensions secretly. Of course, these will be suppressed and appeased by me openly. You deliberately said something unconvincing. What's the purpose of this? Zhuang Cha didn't quite understand. Wouldn't it be easier for others to destroy unity? The purpose of doing this, just to catch the mole. Some people, I will definitely be unable to help fanning the flames, or add fuel to the flames. When you are usually peaceful and cheerful, we can't see these moles, so we wait for these people to jump out. Farmer, you know what to do afterwards? Family service. The farmer said solemnly. Skin or Dbun, you have the final say anyway. It's a choice between 2. Next, it's a third-hand preparation. I originally only told Hu Lai about the third-hand preparation, but there's no need for the rest of you to go out. I can trust you. Third-hand preparation, it is we who need to be tight on the outside and loose on the inside. Pretending to be defenseless, but secretly, let's get the knives ready, armor, various standard weapons. I'll have someone smuggle some weapons in, including things like bows and crossbows. However, these weapons were shipped too early, easily exposed, only at critical moments, only then will it come in handy. Also, from today on, our diet and daily life, they all do it themselves. Don't let the new survivors touch the food. Beyond the walls, a hidden sentry is arranged in each direction. When you travel, don't act alone either. Try not to go outside of school. These secret sentries can be arranged casually, just work in pairs. There is really a thief. It won't have much effect. Might as well consume their energy. Let them pass on some news. Things related to preparation for the third song. There is another thing to note. Shuangcha, your people know something about scorpions and centipedes. How many people can you arrange? Ask around the school perimeter. See if you can find any trace of these 2 guys. These 2 guys, he must have been seriously injured. He probably went somewhere to recuperate. This is my third-hand preparation. What about the fourth preparation? Shuangcha asked innocently. The fourth-hand preparation is the most critical. It's called borrowing the east wind. Let me give it a try first. Adjourn. Adjourn. When Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong fight later, you must not break up the fight. The gun on the ground. Each of you carries a handful. Take a few laps outside. Zheng Wei pointed at the gun on the ground. I took the lead in picking one, carrying it on his shoulders. The closed-door meeting ended just like that. And after everyone has left, Hu Lai said hesitantly, is this feasible? I don't know if it's possible, but the school is our home court after all. If we were on our home court, they can't even set up this flag. In the following days, it will be even more sad. Uncle Hu Lai, I know what you want to say. Do you want to live a stable life? don't want to get involved in the dispute. But you should also know, punch away, to avoid being hit by hundreds of punches. This place of school, if we stand firm in the old city, you can advance, attack, retreat or defend. I know what you want to do, some things. After Wang Jing died, I just figured it out. No matter what, I will support you. Some people dare to take our ideas, they will be prepared to pay the price. The two of them were silent for a long time on the third floor. Then we went downstairs together. At this time, the playground, there seemed to be a bonfire party going on. Many people carried out some wooden desks from the teaching building, and books and other things that some students don't want. In the center of the playground, a bonfire was built. It was at this time, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were pushing and shoving there. But he was blocked by several other people. It's Xuan Ku and Xue Peng. Zhang Wei was speechless. These two guys didn't attend the meeting just now. He probably really went to break up the fight. Zhang Wei immediately winked at Pei Wu, who was not far away. Pei Wu understood it from his heart, walked towards the field. Then he pulled Xue Peng and Xuan Ku back. Zhuang Cha taught earnestly. They are a love triangle. They are all trapped by love. What are you going to mix in? Listen to me, mind your own business. But? What else does Zhuang Ku want to say? Zhuang Cha pulled him into the room. Not even a minute, he called Xue Peng in again. When he came out again, both of them looked at each other strangely. Look at Zhang Wei. Against the backdrop of the bonfire, Lu Renjia, whose face was glowing red, he cursed angrily. What are you? I dare to covet the woman I like if you're a man. Let's fight. What's the point of a fight, if you're a man? Chop me with 100 knives. I'll chop you with 100 knives. Do you think it's live shopping before the end of the world? I'll beat you to death. You bastard. Lu Renjia punched Zhao Zhenxiong in the cheek. His grandma's, I promise not to slap you in the face. Don't you know that I only rely on my face to make a living? Let your father teach you some principles of life. The two men struggled with each other. Chapter 297 Chaos begins. The next morning, Zhang Wei gathered everyone in the playground. Hundreds of people lined up in the playground like they were doing radio gymnastics, and the atmosphere became very serious. Many people were talking to each other, discussing what had happened. Zhang Wei had the drunk Lu Renjia dragged out. Lu Renjia's bruised face made people laugh. Hu Lai poured a basin of cold water on Lu Renjia's face. Lu Renjia, what did you do? What? Lu Renjia was confused. Why did Zhao Zhenxiong leave? He also took some of our guns and ammunition with him. I don't know. Lu Renjia stood up, still staggering a little. Forget it, it's not all your fault. Zhang Wei waved his hand casually. It was at this time that everyone started talking. Zhao Zhenxiong took the guns with him. How many did he take? Is it the Zhao Zhenxiong who got drunk yesterday? Yes, the guy nicknamed Toilet Paper. That guy is not simple, he was like a madman when he killed the zombies. The crowd was talking. Okay. Everyone. Be quiet. We will find a way to find Zhao Zhenxiong. And we will also find a way to get back the things he took away. This time. Just treat him as a defector. Let's not talk about the 3 knives and 6 holes. If you see him, you must get the information from him no matter what. It would be best if you can bring back the gun as well. Those who can return the jade intact will be rewarded with 1,000 pounds of grain. My words are always counted. Everyone, please disperse. Zhang Wei said to disperse. But everyone did not disperse immediately. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Some people discussed why Zhao Zhenxiong did this. Some people are discussing how much food reserves there are in the school. Some people were discussing how many guns were lost. There are other people, obviously new here, still discussing why the leader of the school camp is so young. He clearly looked like a student. And more legends about Zhang Wei, it also spread out at this time. For example, cleaning up all the zombies on campus, escaped from Walmart supermarket, the power plant's desperate counterattack, wipe out prison gangs and more. Each one is a legend. Compared to the legend of Demengzi, most of them happened before the end of the world. Zhang Wei's legend really has some different legendary colors. That is, from these few days, Zhang Wei's team began to have some internal discordant voices. First, 2 people from Zhuang Cha's team ran away. It is said that they went out to work alone and came back after a few days, but Zhang Wei seemed to ignore these 2 people. The punishment hall designed by Zhang Wei, with the main job of farmers, seems to be in name only. More people, my thoughts became flooded. Hu Lai persuaded Zhang Wei many times, you must manage your team well. Zhang Wei didn't take it seriously. Things you do every day, Just go to the surrounding streets and alleys to hunt zombies. Or doing something meaningless. On days like this, it lasted for more than half a month. The new year also arrives quietly in this ordinary way. And at this time, a room inside Malin Clinic, Zhang Wei and Zhao Zhenxiong were eating hot pot around a small stove. Boss, where did you get the meat? This is beef. Feel free to eat it. Cows eat grass. There will be no zombie viruses. Oh, then I'll eat it. This beef was obtained in exchange for grain. Don't underestimate this half a pound of beef. But I need 20 kilograms of white rice. And you have to make a reservation in advance? The meat sellers are another team of survivors. The cow is the old farm cow in the family. They were not slaughtered until it was cold. This way the beef can be stored longer without spoiling. If I hadn't remembered that there are some potatoes here, I won't even bring meat here. Boss, you are so kind to me, by the way. How long do I have to hide here? Didn't you defect? Who knew you were so close to school? When Dr. Len and others left before, I gave the order, don't damage their ancestral homes, otherwise you won't be able to take root in the old city. I've been here for half a month, not even a ghost. I really can't stay any longer. Didn't Joan stay here for 3 or 4 months? Why can't you stay any longer? His leg is broken, and he can't get out of bed. If his legs were healed, can you let him stay for another half month? And he still has that old man as his companion. It's like I'm in jail alone. How about I break your legs? Never mind, boss, I can still bear this little pain. You uncovered those moles. Remember to stay alive. I have to teach them some principles of life. Soon, you have a good rest. I'll ask Lu Renjia to see you secretly tomorrow. Change it. Then let's go to Xuanku and Shuepeng, or the sun, moon and stars, anyway. I have nothing to do, study those guns. Can you disassemble and assemble it? No problem. It's a pity that there are no bullets, otherwise I will definitely be able to become a sharpshooter. Bullets are not a problem either when I have time. I'll go talk to the sticks in the old town. Zhang Wei said something ambiguous. Just keep eating meat. You talk like you know a stick. Eat meat. Eat meat. Don't eat all my fucking potatoes. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Wei slowly climbed the wall and entered. Boss, how is the harvest? Everyone inside learns from others. Call Zhang Wei boss. Harvested 26 zombie ears. Not bad, come on. You guys too. Zhang Wei still uses zombie ears to count. Give everyone work points. Survivors who took refuge in him. It's not something you get for nothing. The Great Mingzi are all using work as a substitute to build the city wall. Zhang Wei naturally also thought of using work as a substitute for killing zombies. The zombies for several miles around the school have been cleared away. I feel more at ease. The last time a large swarm of zombies rushed towards the prison, Zhang Wei saw it. This school's defense, it can't withstand the charge of the zombie army at all. Therefore, can clean naturally. Some cleaning is required. After Zhang Wei climbed over the wall and entered, went directly to the second floor of the cafeteria. The third floor is the emergency meeting room. The second floor is a temporary event space. Several sofas were moved from the guard room, placed in an orderly manner. And who lie, using pencil and A4 paper, write something slowly. How about it? Are there any signs? Zhang Wei got straight to the point. According to some trustworthy eyeliners I arranged, there have been a lot of people sneaking out recently. As for delivering information or doing other things, I don't know. Then it doesn't matter. I really want to sell information. It doesn't have to be sneaky. In the past few days, I have arranged for them to go out to hunt zombies. Naturally, it can be delivered openly and openly. The time is considered ripe, but we need people from outside to come over. A certain amount of stimulation is also needed. How to say? Give the news. The guns and ammunition that Zhao Zhenxiong took away, all found, and it is kept in a classroom in the teaching building. Let Zhao Zhenxiong come back tomorrow. He came back tied up with 5 flowers. Chapter 298 5 Flower Tied Up. Early the next morning, the shouting woke up most of the people who were still sleeping. Many survivors only found out at this time. It turned out that someone had found Zhao Zhenxiong who had defected. In fact, Zhao Zhenxiong did not go far, hiding in a house near the school. I heard that I was so hungry that my face was yellow and my muscles were thin. So his captors didn't expend any effort. Zhang Wei directly detained Zhao Zhenxiong in the canteen on the first floor of the cafeteria. Refusal to visit anyone. The farmer suggested many times to kill Zhao Zhenxiong to establish his authority, rejected by Zhang Wei. The reason was that the lost gun had been found, and there was no damage, and Zhao Zhenxiong had repented. However, Lu Renjia reported that Zhao Zhenxiong, who was escorted back, glared at him when he walked through the school playground. This obviously showed that he had no repentance. Although he did not suggest killing Zhao Zhenxiong immediately, he still put forward some of his own opinions. For example, there was a man named Mu Mu in the old city prison who did a good job. He semi-castrated a man named Gahu. At this time, Zhao Zhenxiong, drinking a drink that is about to expire at the canteen, he muttered angrily, "Lu Renjia is so desperate. Wait until the day I am cleansed. You must teach him some principles of life. How does it feel to go from one prison to another?" Zhuang Ku next to him asked. "Of course it's much better here, you do not know, it's like going to jail there." "Jail? Is it that exaggerated?" Zhuang Ku knows, his cousin Zhuang Cha, but he really went to jail. A while ago. I kept complaining to him while sitting on the bed. It is said that life in the bitter kiln was very difficult. Bitter kiln, it means prison. You'll know when you try it when you have time, Zhao Zhenxiong said angrily. When Zhao Zhenxiong did not show up, there have been rumors about him outside. Because someone saw it, the people who captured Zhao Zhenxiong only brought back the gun that Zhao Zhenxiong had taken away, instead of bringing the magazine back. When I heard that Zhao Zhenxiong defected, but he took away a backpack full of magazines. There were at least 30 or 40 of them. And Zhang Wei had not attacked Zhao Zhenxiong, because he wanted to pry the whereabouts of the ammunition from his mouth. And Zhao Zhenxiong had been gritting his teeth and not saying anything, because he knew that if he didn't say it, he could still survive, but once he said it, he would surely die. Some people said that Zhang Wei had someone put the gun in the most conspicuous teaching building, and sent more than a dozen people to take turns to guard it. Because the most dangerous place is the safest. No one dared to take the gun away in public. 3 days passed in such a dull way. A lot of things happened in 3 days. The first thing is the zombies around the school. It was cleaned up. Later, the number of ears was unified. There are nearly 800 of them. These are the zombies that have appeared here one after another during this period. Some of them wandered over from prison. The second thing, it was Zhang Wei who received the report from the person at the sentry post. There were small groups of looters, appear in places around the school, recently, nearly 10 miles away. Zhang Wei said in front of everyone. "It doesn't matter, a group of people as big as the prison were wiped out. We have guns, anyone who comes here is shot." The third thing, it was Zhang Wei who also promoted work for relief. Attracted dozens of people, the salary given to them is food, 10 kilograms of rice per person per day. And these people, things to do, that is to remove the corpses accumulated in the campus during this period. Move to the leeward direction of the prevailing wind, that is, a kilometer or 2 away from the southern wall of the school. It's hard work. Because there are so many corpses, they all turned into black chocolate, and many of them are rotting corpses. But this matter, with the support of all survivors, because all people, they all live in school. The stench is so unpleasant. The fourth thing, it is the great inventor comrade Zhao Zhenxiong, while in confinement, used stainless steel tableware from the canteen to fold. A distillation apparatus was invented. Use this utensil to boil water. Distilled water can be easily obtained. This solves the drinking water problem for most people. Moreover, this device can be used by everyone. It also facilitates the reuse of contaminated water. Otherwise the survivors, I can only wait until it rains, receive drinking water. This device invented by Zhao Zhenxiong, it did not reduce the time he spent in confinement. Zhang Wei decided to do it 3 days later in the morning. In public, the flag-raising platform on the east side of the school, interrogate Zhao Zhenxiong, and invite most people to come and watch. The executioner was a farmer. And it was at this time, the sentry outside reported, another small group of zombies approached. Zhang Wei had to send out several teams to exterminate. At this time, Zhang Wei, meet Zhao Zhenxiong at the canteen. "Boss, is this thing reliable? Are you sure this is the human skin of a survivor who just died?" "Yes, out hunting team. A man was bitten, teammates made a prompt decision. Kill him before the corpse changes. There is a person who has broken the queen. While no one is paying attention, use a sharp knife to peel off his human skin." "Am I going to be tortured wearing this tomorrow?" You put this thing on your chest. When the time comes for torture, the farmer will only take off your clothes around your chest. Remember to scream louder." "How brutal will it be?" "It's the same as killing a pig." "Boss, how can this be the skin of a woman's breast?" "Dead people, why do you care about men and women? The breasts are so big, will help you. Those little girls will definitely stare at my 8-pack abs." "Okay, I'll find you a man tonight. This woman's skin is for you to try today. Just try out the fit." "Boss, you are joking again." Besides this matter, only you and I and the farmer know this cruel trick. To deceive everyone, you have to trick people you know. What's the purpose of this? Purpose. I think if everyone's eyes are attracted to you, some people, you should be eager to take action with the gun. After all, I left the men guarding the guns. They are all suspects in Who Lies notebook. Boss. You are so smart. The 3 days are coming soon. The survivors took a head count. In the past 3 days, 4 new people joined the school camp, who were about 30 years old. And several people who went out to hunt zombies did not come back. It was said that they got separated or were bitten by zombies. But all this was irrelevant, because they were not important people. And most people's attention was also attracted by the public trial organized by Zhang Wei. Some people suggested to torture Zhao Zhenxiong, in order to force him to tell the whereabouts of the ammunition. And more people did not care whether Zhang Wei really intended to do it. They were more concerned about the whereabouts of the ammunition. If Zhao Zhenxiong is really hiding somewhere, the person they went to look for first, there is a first mover advantage. Dozens of people had gathered in the square early, staring at the flag-raising platform with burning eyes. The national flag on top was damaged. Let Zhang Wei find a new one in the office. It doesn't matter if it rains or shines. It hangs on it. In the farmer's silence, 3 or 5 people dragged Zhao Zhenxiong, who looked unconvinced, to the front of the flag-raising platform. Everything except her legs was tied up. Get the hell out of your way. Don't block my view. Zhang Wei shouted impatiently. The farmer immediately took out a large bundle of incense and lit it in a burning charcoal brazier. This is your last chance, the farmer said indifferently. What? You still want to choke me to death with smoke? Am I afraid? Zhao Zhenxiong's voice was very arrogant. It seems that you haven't watched many young and dangerous movies before. The farmer pulled Zhao Zhenxiong's chest open, and in the horrified gaze of everyone, he casually pulled out a handful of burning incense and stabbed Zhao Zhenxiong in the chest. Ah! A scream came. Zhao Zhenxiong's head drooped. Fainted from the pain? Wake him up, Zhang Wei said indifferently. The air was filled with the smell of meat. Chapter 299. People coming from all directions. Who lie not far away. Bring a basin of cold water. He fell on Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong immediately became excited, sober again. Kill me if you can, farmer. Aren't you in charge of punishment? I don't even dare to kill people. How to convince the public? Zhao Zhenxiong is still very tough. The farmer looked at Zhang Wei. Let's do it. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the farmer took out a sharp knife. In everyone's surprised eyes, Zhao Zhenxiong heard another scream. His lips were almost bitten with blood. The farmer then took a bloody thing, dropped on the ground. It seems to be human tissue. This is a nipple. Palm-sized skin, the upper nipple. There is also a hint of warmth. The person who picked this thing up and looked at it, he was immediately frightened and sat down on the ground. Lu Renjia rushed forward immediately. I opened Zhao Zhenxiong's clothes and took a look, a bloody hole. Farmer, how come you are serious? Lu Renjia drew out his knife. He was about to kill the farmer immediately. Zhuang Cha immediately drew out his knife and pointed it at Lu Renjia. The people in the crowd watching the show suddenly felt insecure and drew out their weapons to be on alert. Lu Renjia fainted again from the pain. At this time, in a classroom on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, the sound of glass breaking was heard one after another. Not good. Someone is stealing guns in the chaos. Zhang Wei suddenly slapped his thigh and waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him to kill. At this time, 1/3 of the survivors, who had just been panicking, stabbed their companions with knives. The situation is changing rapidly. Suddenly everyone is in danger. Lu Renjia quickly untied Zhao Zhenxiong's rope. But I saw Zhao Zhenxiong blinking secretly. Zhang Wei said to the farmer and Zhuang Cha next to him, those people upstairs, leave no one behind. The two nodded silently. He picked up the knife and left. A dozen younger brothers followed one after another. At this time, in the field, the fight also heated up. Stabbing person, the person who was stabbed, people who were originally teammates, there are also sudden attacks. It seems that these people, it's not all the same organization. Someone is coming. Give these rebels and undercover agents justice on the spot. The rest of the people, surround them all for me. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, these dozens of people, 2 camps were instantly separated. Back to back. I plan to fight to the death. It's not self-inflicted. These people's brains are short-circuited for a moment, still don't understand what happened. Seeing Zhao Zhenxiong from one's own chest pull out a big piece of fat-like stuff, dropped on the ground. Zhao Zhenxiong picked up a towel on the ground not far away. Wiped it casually. Zhao Zhenxiong said. His grandma's, just a spark from the farmer's incense, along my belly, it almost fell out of my pants. This? One of the gangsters, still haven't figured out what happened. Xiahui, you took your sister with you, but your sister was bitten by a zombie, you were only sad for a few hours, your acting skills are too fake. Hu Lai said to the gangster. We set up a bureau, it's just to catch all of you who are eating inside and outside. Superior. The people on Zhang Wei's side haven't taken action yet. Dozens of people later took refuge, divided into two camps, the ping-pong started. Zhang Wei doesn't know, are there any rebels among the people besieging them? I am happy to let them consume themselves. While quietly saying to Hu Lai, let's see which bastard doesn't kill him. What bastard has no blood on his knife edge? Treated as spies. This was said very quietly, but almost everyone can hear it. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle became even more fierce. Zhang Wei did not look at the battlefield here. He turned to look at the heights of the information building. The reflection of a small mirror passed over. The star gave the signal, do it. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others, he immediately rushed into the crowd with his knife raised, attack those who resist. Zhang Wei has no plans, all leaving these people to kill each other. These survivors, there is also a large part, he is truly uninformed and sincerely surrenders to himself. Keep these people, but a powerful fighting force. It only takes a few breaths. Outside the school, there was a sudden commotion. There are also places, there is an eerie stillness. Sudden, on several walls, dark heads appeared all at once. Dozens of people coming from different directions, jumped down in unison, he yelled and rushed towards the teaching building. But these people are men. Women. Old and young, there seems to be no unity. Some people even deliberately slowed down their pace. One of them approached the teaching building, a rifle was picked up from the ground. Waved it in his hand. Gun! It's a real gun! Others who followed behind. Suddenly he rushed over like a vicious dog. Dozens of people, for a gun or two on the ground, fight to the death. When will we do it? Hu Lai came over again. Everything is ready. I feel like this is the first dish. That's right here. Outside the wall, the roar of cars and the roar of zombies were heard. Retreat to the cafeteria. Prepare for street fighting. Since the enemy has attracted the zombies, this is an indiscriminate attack. Fighting outside, there is no benefit whatsoever. Dozens of people retreated into the school cafeteria in a mighty manner. The reason why Zhang Wei chose this place is because there is a secret passage leading to the women's dormitory. This can catch the enemy off guard. And as long as the enemy this time, being completely hit hard, the remaining stragglers, I can't afford any more waves. And later looters, just hearing about the place Old City High School, I will also weigh my own strength. Several crashing sounds were heard, the wall collapsed, the leader turned out to be a large truck with 4 wheels at the rear. Although not a giant truck, but the damage caused is no different than a monster truck. When this car comes, honking all the way, a long line of zombies followed behind. Zhang Wei looked from a distance on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. There are at least several hundred. After the zombies rush in, he immediately pounced on the looters, who were still fighting in front of the teaching building without hesitation. What a mantis catching a cicada. The Oriole is behind. Hu Lai looked at the man in the truck. I lost my head on the playground. Then he immediately rushed to another place. It didn't take long before it disappeared from sight. I don't know what's behind the Oriole. Are there any owls watching? What's the meaning? Zhao Zhenxiong's expression tightened. Higher level raiders. These guys, it's not necessarily about the gun. Zhang Wei looked at the entire playground. Looters, he probably fell in love with the school as a survivor camp. And food to get through the winter. As for the gun, it was just Zhang Wei's attempt to get them to take action as soon as possible. Are the bows and crossbows ready? Zhang Wei asked Xuepeng next to him. Only 32, but there are 20 arrows each. 640, should be enough. Chapter 300 Defensive Operations. Zhang Wei's men fought and retreated at the same time. Those undercover people, after Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia and others joined the battle, he was completely suppressed. If Zhang Wei hadn't said something to retreat to the canteen, these people had long since been annihilated. Zhang Wei said that when retreating to the canteen, it's because too many zombies suddenly came in. In an open place like the school playground, fight against zombie hordes, it's like an egg hitting a stone. Hu Lai handed Zhang Wei a crossbow. Zhang Wei targeted a former small boss. Is that guy Xiahui? Yes. He looks honest, is usually helpful, and works very hard, but he is the insider of the robbers, I have set people to follow him for at least a week. Then he deserves death. Zhang Wei pulled the switch. A crossbow arrow flew out directly and hit Xie Hui's shoulder. Xie Hui, who was about to escape to other buildings, stalled in an instant and was knocked down by a zombie. Within a few breaths, he was surrounded by more than a dozen zombies and screamed continuously. Meet the farmer and Zhuang Cha, who are in the teaching building. Zhang Wei saw. The farmer and Zhuang Cha had already led the people to continue killing below. The one who goes to seize the gun. We were not united to begin with. Everyone fights. Being stirred in by the group of farmers and Zhuang Cha, a large number of zombies are coming again, suddenly panicked. They immediately fled in all directions. As for seizing the gun, they had long forgotten about it. There were 20 or 30 of these people, escape in a dozen different directions. Suddenly there were more than a dozen different groups of zombies chasing them. In the back are the farmers and others from Zhuangcha instead. He withdrew easily. Zhang Wei's manpower easily caught up with him. Only a dozen or so were killed. Zhuangcha felt a little regretful. As soon as his men stepped forward, those people ran away in the classrooms and corridors. There is no chance of total annihilation. The exit was originally blocked. It is only a matter of time before those people are annihilated. Unexpectedly, a truck crashed into the campus wall. Zhang Wei knows, school wall, in the eyes of the looters, will be demolished first. Otherwise, his camp would be nothing but a tortoise shell. So he asked Hu Lai to prepare a large number of weapons in advance. The weapons were stored in different places on campus and kept very secretly. They could be used for battle at any time. During this period, Zhang Wei found a few people to borrow more than 30 crossbows from Yixiaobai in Xinqing district and transported them in several times in secret. With these things, he was not afraid of both close combat and long-range combat. Moreover, Zhang Wei chose a very suitable time. Morning. At this time, it gets dark again. There are nearly 10 hours left, enough for him to finish this battle. It also avoids falling into the passive situation of fighting in the dark. After the truck rammed through the school wall, he didn't leave immediately, but around the streets around the school, continuously honking and roaring, attracting more zombies. Fortunately, these days, Zhang Wei dispatched a team, cleared out 700 or 800 zombies in the surrounding area. The zombies came this time. Most of them are brought here by people from further away, so there were some people who fell behind along the way. There were not as many zombies as there were in the prison. Zhang Wei knows, the enemy has not really appeared yet. These zombies are just there to consume his power. You want me to kill zombies? What a beautiful thought. We retreat directly into the cafeteria. Seal the door. A large stainless steel dining table for students to eat. Seal the glass doors and windows on the first floor. Zhang Wei's team is already familiar with all this. After the large troops withdrew from the canteen into the tunnel, the zombies around the canteen have lost their targets. After a moment of confusion, went to other parts of the school. The truck is still honking. I don't know that there are some zombies. I was attracted back again. Zhang Wei on the third floor of the cafeteria picked up a walkie-talkie. Start the second plan. On the other side, a man on the signal stand above the information building also picked up a walkie-talkie. Receive. The man slowly stood up. Take out a small mirror, shining towards the roof of another high-rise building 1 kilometer outside the school. High-rise buildings immediately give the same reflection feedback to the light source. Boss, you let the sun, moon and stars go to the periphery, not to go on sentry duty? Of course not. I want to cut off their escape route. What's so great about big trucks? I met that Bobcat guy before. Tanker trucks can handle it. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and he saw a figure flash past on the building. It is the moon among the sun, moon and stars. I let all you, triangular tack with a fiber bag, steel nails. There are also some scraps of metal that can blow out tires. Throw it on all the main roads, whether it's an incoming car, or take the car out, they're all going to drop anchor. Boss, it's still you 6. That bastard from the truck will come later. If I hadn't been bitten to death by zombies, just keep them alive. Let the farmer try his craft. I've never skinned a human yet, the farmer said helplessly. Try it. Practice makes perfect. Boss, I want to know, what is your follow-up plan? Follow-up plan? That depends on whether Huang Pao is good enough. Huang Pao seems to have no news since he came 2 days ago. While Zhang Wei and some brothers were chatting secretly on the third floor of the cafeteria, the zombies on campus began to disperse outside the campus. 3 or 4 large trucks honked back and forth not far from the campus, which attracted the zombies out again. When the truck realized something was wrong, the zombies were almost halfway gone. Zhang Wei looked through the telescope on the top floor. Several trucks were escaping in a queue towards the main street, followed by a horde of zombies. With two inaudible explosions, the truck came to a halt. Puncture! The corners of Zhang Wei's mouth curled up. The car didn't stop moving after the flat tire. Even if the wheel hub almost scratches sparks on the ground, but he still drove forward slowly. Zhang Wei saw a small black dot falling from the sky, hit the car. Not long after, the entire car burst into flames. I prepared 30 beer bottle petrol bombs for them. Zhang Wei picked up the walkie-talkie again, said, axing, let Ari and Ayu move, to avoid being outflanked by the raiding squad. Zhang Wei just asked a few people to hide. The looters have no energy. Go to a high-rise building to find hiding enemies. And the first thing they have to solve is whether to save those drivers or not. Help, we have to deal with hundreds of zombies. If I don't save them, I will rush into the school. You also have to pass through the obstacles of numerous zombies. This time, undoubtedly, he shot himself in the foot. Are we going to fight our way out? Lu Renjiao was a little excited. Shuangcha, you tell them, the men you sent to find out what happened. Good, I was nearly half a month ago. I arranged for several of my subordinates to go out. The purpose was originally to detect the whereabouts of the two guys, Centipede and Scorpion. But my men encountered a band of marauders. Dead? No, they were not killed. Instead, he was absorbed into the marauder squad. This team of marauders, recruiting troops, the purpose is just like what Viagra guessed. They banded together to attack the school at that time. Depending on the level of effort, divide the spoils according to the number of people. According to the information from my two subordinates, their band of marauders is the weakest, counting the two of them. There were only 13 people. The biggest team, there were about 40 people, of course. These are the number of people on the surface. Maybe there are more of them actually, and this is data from more than 10 days ago. Zhuangcha paused for a while, waiting for everyone to digest the news. Then he continued, such a team, there are 7 in total. Chapter 3017 teams. 7 teams, if calculated based on an average of 20 people per team, there are at least 140 people. Hulai took out a broken notebook. I scratched it a few times with a ballpoint pen. Do the math. Even if 40 or 50 people just died, then there are at least 100 more. There are only 48 of us. 48, we have to count the people we have absorbed in the past few months. Zhang Wei's real people, in Xiaobai and Rejoice, after Dr. Lin and others left, there are less than 20 left. But these 40 or 50 people, almost all of them are trustworthy people. It can't be calculated like this, those people who just rushed up. No organization or discipline. I suspect they are all cannon fodder arranged by these 7 teams. Even if there are some core characters among them, their attrition, it should be less than 10%. Even those guys in prison, let us solve it all, these squads of marauders, it should be easy to solve. Right? Zhao Zhenxiong only wanted to slash 8 streets. No, you are wrong, the looters were much more dangerous than the prison group. Those guys in jail, although everyone is very capable of fighting, but their minds are relatively simple, there is also a lack of experience in dealing with the end of the world. But these squads of marauders survive in the wild every day, wandering among the dead. It's been more than half a year since the zombie crisis broke out. Can they survive? There must be different means of survival. If you don't pay attention a little, we will all be annihilated. We can't take the initiative to catch up. To avoid falling into ambushes and traps, you must wait for them to post it, playing on our home turf. All people, they all nodded in unison. The school is currently not short of food. No shortage of water, there is no shortage of weapons. There is no shortage of people either. Even if the opponent has 5 times the manpower, it may not be possible to break through the defense in a short period of time. We don't move. It just gives them a weak image. Dozens of people just rebelled. They thought we had civil strife. I will definitely not be able to resist attacking with all my strength. So the purpose of your plan these days is... The farmer suddenly realized. Zhang Wei asked Zhuangcha, Hulai and others to deliberately creating internal disharmony, create a conflict between Lu Renjiao and Zhao Zhenxiong, create all kinds of illusions of slackness. It turns out it's all to paralyze the enemy. 1 day or 2 days, the enemy may think that Zhang Wei and others are acting. But after more than half a month, Zhang Wei himself almost thought that if it were true, what's more? There are some shady eyeliners here. Waiting for someone to come to your door. Canteen, it is our first battlefield, girls' dormitory. It's a battlefield behind enemy lines. Boss, do you want to outflank me? Keep your voice down. Among those individuals, I don't know if there are any undercover agents. Don't expose your trump cards. Boss, You are such a treacherous guy. I always think you have other cards up your sleeve. Zhang Wei smiled calmly. Keep looking into the distance with your telescope. The zombies have covered the burning vehicle. If the driver inside did not run away in advance, he probably won't survive. I just came here to chat with you. I don't know if those guys are dead or not. 3 trucks were stuck together, almost like a rear-end collision. Not long after, several explosions were heard one after another. Maid, doesn't the truck burn diesel fuel? Why did the fire start? More powerful than gasoline cars. Show me. Lu Renjia took Zhang Wei's telescope and I just watched it for less than half a minute. Let Zhao Jinxiong take it away again. The rest of the people, read them one by one. It seems that the telescope is. If you have a chance, you can popularize it. Try to make sure that each of the little bosses is one. Zhang Wei knows, this kind of military supplies, it can also be obtained in some places. Finally, when the telescope returned to Zhang Wei's hands, nearly half an hour has passed. Zhang Wei glanced at his watch. It's almost 9 o'clock. Everyone has something to eat today. I may not have time to eat. Everyone knows, this could be a tough fight. Zhang Wei's words, it's also a pun. This may be some people's last meal. Hundreds of people, in a place like campus where we are fighting hand to hand, there can be no casualties. Our greatest advantage, just work together. Crossbowmen, seize the time, practice on the second floor of the cafeteria. Let's get closer and shoot later. These crossbows, the performance simply cannot meet the standards of professional crossbows, because they are all imitations. But it can also be within 10 meters, shot through stainless steel lunch boxes. It's also quite powerful. When we take action later, the arrows all went to the cesspit and left some big dung. This group of people rushes into the street. I want none of them to be injured alive. Boss, what is the reason for this? Disgust them to death. The bacteria and feces will accelerate the worsening of wound infection. No antibiotics are almost equal to death. Haven't you read history? The soldiers who defended the city in ancient times all did this. Oh! Then capture another living corpse. Dot zombie blood on each arrow. Pei Wu interrupted. Be creative. Zhang Wei also agrees with this approach. He quickly asked someone to find a rope. I just threw it down on the second floor. Put a living corpse on it and pull it up. After pulling it up, everyone came out with swords, guns and sticks, controlled the zombies. Other people, 2 more were caught one after another. Hu Lai makes people, moved all the arrows out. And he sent someone, go to the manure pit, and scoop out a few scoops of yellow and white stuff. The zombies were tied to a fixed place. I plan to collect blood later. Poke it, shoot an arrow. In this way, even if the crossbow cannot cause fatal damage, it can also allow these people to go through hell. Not long after, inside Zhang Wei's telescope, a signal came from the information building. There was also a hissing sound coming from the intercom. Someone touched it. The school gate. There is a team. The number of people is more than 20. The wall behind the men's dormitory. There is a lurking team. The wall blocks it. Can't see the number of people clearly. There should be more than 10 people. Ah Xing's voice came from the intercom. Receive, keep watching. If these people swarmed up, Zhang Wei felt that it was not easy to deal with. But if we divide our forces into an assault, that would make it easier for him to defeat them one by one. There is a small team behind the teaching building, 22 people in total. The school is directly south, the direction where we moved and dumped the body last time. There is a convoy, 5 cars, an SUV car. It's too far away to see the number of people clearly. We already have a fleet. There is definitely no shortage of people. Full calculation. Let's calculate it as 5 people per car. Zhang Wei said casually. Hu Lai hurriedly took notes. 30 people. There was a question mark behind it. Then in the cafeteria, Zhang Wei asked people to lay out a simulated map using rice. An almost compressed school floor plan, and different locations. There are table tennis balls, badminton balls, and other items on display. Another team is approaching. There are about 20 people, direction due north. What these people are holding looks like a petrol bomb. Ah Yu's voice came again. This damn thing seems to be wrapped in a dumpling. Give a signal to Ah Yu. Let Ah Yu see if she can find an opportunity to go around due south. Throw in some nails. Cut off the retreat of the convoy just now. Zhang Wei frowned. Chapter 302 Before the War. Zhang Wei thought at first, these guys are fighting on their own. There won't be a swarm of people. I don't know if the explosion of the big truck stimulated these guys. Actually let them do it at the same time, touched it from different directions. At the main entrance of the school, the wall behind the men's dormitory, at the school's teaching building, the motorcade directly south of the school. and due north there are people lurking on the wall carrying Molotov cocktails. 5 teams have emerged. Hu Lai, please repeat the information you just gave. Okay, take this rice map as an example. Every badminton, representing 10 people, every ping-pong ball, represent a person. At present, at the school gate, there are more than 20 people. The men's dormitory is not sure to have at least 10 people. There are 22 people in the teaching building. This is relatively clear. Due south is the direction close to the faculty apartment. There is a convoy over there. It counts as at least 30 people. Due north, it's over there at the garbage dump. No buildings, but there are more than 20 people, 5 teams. The number of people is close to 100. Hu Lai said, while looking through my notes, while placing the corresponding badminton and table tennis balls in specific positions. Unsure of the specific number of people, just put a few ping-pong balls at random. There are still 2 teams that haven't shown up. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the buzzing sound came from the intercom again. The information just given was wrong. There are 2 teams due south. Behind the motorcade was a team of more than 40 people. They were hiding in nearby houses. About 40 people had just entered one after another. I don't know if I counted it wrong, at least 43 people. It's interesting, are these 2 teams working together? Or the car is not full, are they the same team? Then, there are 2 other teams. Xing, you continue to observe. Boss, you have opened your eyes to the whole school. Know yourself and know the enemy. Victory in every battle. Let's see how they come. These guys are probably on a par with each other. A certain time has been agreed upon. Attack together. They may or may not have a device capable of making calls. How do we fight? The farmer said calmly, the wounds on his body, I've already gotten better. No hurry. There are still zombies on campus. Let these guys figure it out on their own. But there's one thing you need to know. Our personnel information, it is estimated that during this time, he was touched thoroughly by them. Many things are obvious. The enemy dares to choose to attack from different angles, naturally. I also became familiar with the topography of the school. Perhaps our people, you know where to defend. Canteen 3rd floor, is recognized. Senior figure. Conference room, it was also the command post for this battle. Zhang Wei deliberately gathered everyone here, just to attract the attention of all enemies. The enemy wants to knock down this bunker, you have to pay for it with human lives. Pei Wu, Hu Dai, you find 10 people, go to the dormitory and bring some quilts over. Quilts are the best, others will do. Zhang Wei gave the order directly. Why are you moving the quilt? The other party has a Molotov cocktail. Bottles can be broken through windows. The entire 1st and 2nd floors of the canteen, it is estimated that it may become a sea of fire. Water can't put out a gasoline fire. Maybe only sand will do. Once we are on fire, I can only wrap myself in a wet quilt to put out the fire and survive. In addition, the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor have food reserves. In order to prevent the food from being burned by the fire, hang some wet quilts at the door. Zhang Wei pointed to the infirmary and equipment room. The rice is dried there, placed in sacks. It has filled several rooms. Once there is a source of fire, will turn into ashes. Go quickly, before they attack the building, must be prepared. Pei Wu and Hu Dai quickly went downstairs. With about 10 people, run to the canteen. There are hidden passages, direct access to the women's dormitory. Each person holds 2 quilts at most. It would only empty out 3 or 4 dormitories. Compared to human life, these supplies don't seem so important anymore. Axing, except for those guys with Molotov cocktails. Does anyone else have any special weapons? Receive, still observing, none found so far, they all seem to be standard knives. Good, you continue to observe. The walkie-talkie can be used for more than 6 hours. There is no need to save electricity after these guys are dealt with. Then go to the rice mill to recharge. The rice mill is just 2 kilometers away from the school. Zhang Wei could have brought a wire over. But he didn't want the school to be brightly lit, noticed by too many people, so no action has been taken. If we can completely annihilate the invaders this time, Zhang Wei plans to do just that. And the time of power supply, focus only on specific times of the day. Pei Wu and others move quickly, and inside the cafeteria, there are also large reserves of domestic water. Just wipe it off with the quilt a few times, almost the entire quilt was soaked. Shuang Ku, how about those wooden shields you made? Good, there are about 30 of them. When lighting a fire in the square, small timber planks were burned, but the top of the large table has been preserved. We are in the hardware store next to the school. I found a lot of nails. Nailed is the handshake of the shield. Good, 30 is enough. I will build some more later. If the enemy has a crossbow, we hold our shields in charge. Just protect your head and chest. In the past few days, Zhuangku and his cousin Zhuangcha, I have been secretly making shields. This simple tool. But it can block deadly arrow attacks. Farmer, how about the things I asked you to prepare? I searched the whole farm. Only 4 or 5 boxes of empty beer bottles were found. Empty wine bottles from before. All were sold as scrap. All filled up, 12 pieces per box. There are about 60 pieces in 5 boxes. Last time Hulai hit the car that opened the school gate, the fuel tank is almost full. There are more than 40 liters of gasoline, manufactured petrol bombs. They are all stored on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. It can be thrown out at any time. Good, this trump card will not be used for the time being. They have Molotov cocktails, we also have. It is also disrespectful to come and go without reciprocating. Then let's see who suffers the greater loss. Do you have any other good suggestions? Zhang Wei looked at the person next to him. Maybe make some throwing weapons? It makes no sense, unless it's the big steel bars like the fitters. But even with that kind of weapon, our technology is not in place, can't kill people instead. They give people weapons, think about it. Is there anything else that can kill you with one blow? The corner of the school equipment room, and there are about 40 shot put. Zhao Jinxiong suddenly interrupted. What? How much do you say? 40 or so. Zhang Wei was stunned. There is a shot put in the school, but I usually only use one in class. He thought there were only 3 or 5 at most. Yes. Many of them are brand new. Shot put is not very valuable. You can buy a box for a few hundred yuan. There are 10 in a box. They are not open yet. Lu Dolly and I found them when we were wandering around here last time. This is a good thing. Move them to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria and place them next to the windows. The windows on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd floors of the cafeteria are symmetrical. When those bastards attack the cafeteria windows, we will aim and throw them down. Chapter 303. The convoy breaks in. The enemy is taking action. Ah Xing's voice came from the intercom. Which direction? Enemy movements, Zhang Wei's location, not one to be seen. Fortunately, Yi Xiaobai let the 3 people of Sun, Moon and Star stay. Otherwise, this battle will be really difficult to fight. It's due south. The convoy heading due south has moved. The leader was the SUV that was behind at the beginning. Which direction are they going? They were walking around the wall, going east. No. They came in through the gap that the big truck had just hit. Ah Xing's words haven't finished yet. Zhang Wei heard the roar of the car's engine. Not long after, there is only one car, appeared in his field of vision. Then, there are a few cars at the back. The car roared deliberately provocatively. Zhang Wei knows, this is not only a provocation to zombies, it was also a provocation to him. Really, zombies around. 5 cars rushed over immediately. The school playground is so big, the equivalent of 4 or 5 football fields. The car drove around the playground for a while, and then came down. There are almost no standing zombies around. All were crushed under the tires. 1/3 of the zombies, after having their limbs cut off, struggled fearlessly on the spot. These guys are very smart. I didn't even think of this. Using cars to clean up the zombies is much faster than cleaning them manually. Hulai said with some appreciation. Zhang Wei and others thought that they could form a large truck fleet in the future to crush the zombies on the main roads of the old city. The premise is that the cars don't break down. Maybe they also got the information and were worried that we would disguise ourselves as zombies like last time. It seems that this set of tricks may not work in the old city. After the cars continued to crush the struggling zombies, all 5 cars stopped next to the wall. The driver's seat of the leading SUV, a man wearing leather pants came down, wearing a peaked cap. I started smoking with a lighter on the side. Zhao Jinxiong subconsciously touched his pocket. What's wrong? Run out of toilet paper. The man in leather pants, leave it to me to clean up later, too arrogant. You are attracted to his lighter and cigarettes. Right? The man in leather pants, my name is Wang Feng. I used to be a gangster in the old city. I don't know how I ended up here. His team, there were about 40 people in total. My guess just now should be correct. People inside private houses, and the people in these 5 cars, it should be a team. Zhuangcha explained. Is this the news that your 2 men heard? The note they sent back. It was stuffed into a hidden door of a private house in the school. Those 2 of your men, which team did you join? Are you showing up now? Are they the guys who came to negotiate before? It's the bearded man, and the bearded man you mentioned. One is named Gao Ping, one is named Chao Jianfeng. Those 2 guys are very conspicuous. You won't be recognized. Right? Won't? They shaved off their beards. I almost didn't recognize it. Good, They are two good brothers. If I were still alive when I looked back, each person gave them 1,000 caddies of grain. Thousands of caddies of grain. Here in Zhangwei, it has become a unit of measurement. While Zhuang Cha and Zhang Wei were still chatting, the rear doors all opened from the inside. 4 people got out of each car. About as expected, 17 or 8 people. It turned out that it was full with 20 people. 17 or 8 people, in addition to the 43 mentioned by Ah Xing just now. That's 60 people. Just this small team just outnumbers us. It's not easy to fight. Zhang Wei felt guilty. Although he has seen bigger scenes, but these guys are all looters. They are all the remaining people who have taken advantage of others. It seems that the staff on my side are all newbies now. Although I have some experience, but facing more experienced plunderers, it seems that some are not enough. The people from the residence also came over. Ah Xing's voice came. I only heard the man in leather pants. Put your fingers in your mouth, whistled. The other 4 teams have moved. Ah Yu's voice came from the intercom. But Zhang Wei did not see these people in his field of vision. They all walked close to the walls of the building. Some have already entered teachers' apartments and teaching buildings. Farmer, did you bring your guns just now? Yes, there are no more guns in the teaching building. Apart from these 5 teams, are there still no other teams? Nothing found so far? Strangeness, could it be that he was eaten by a gangster? Zhang Wei looked at Zhuang Cha. It means asking him whether the information is really accurate. Because the informant he released said that there were 7 teams planning to besiege the campus. Now it has become 5 teams. The 7 major sects besieging Guangmingding suddenly became 5 major sects, which made Zhang Wei worry that he had missed something. I don't know. That was more than 10 days ago. Maybe some teams have given up. No matter. Let's deal with this group of losers first. We will react to the situation when the time comes. Give the order. Everyone. Don't make a sound. Don't go out. We will stay in the cafeteria. And move if we can't hold it anymore. After saying this, Zhang Wei tied the walkie-talkie around his neck and tied a knot with a towel. Then he picked up a piece of rebar more than 2 meters long. Since we are not going out to fight, just stab someone in the cafeteria. Canteen door, it has long been blocked by a large number of tables, chairs and benches. There is only one window on one side. There are only some tables, chairs and benches piled randomly on the 4 windows. The meaning is clear. Come here. Wait. Behind the cafeteria, Lu Renjia. You and Zhao Shenxiong go up. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the first time he met Lu Dali. The place where cooking is done in the cafeteria, but there are doors and windows that can let people in. Zhao Shenxiong glanced at the man in leather pants reluctantly. Can the 2 of them hold on? Hu Lai was a little skeptical. Zhuang Cha, you take 5 more people to follow you. Need a short sword hand. Dagger hand? He is someone who is good at fighting with a short sword. The space in the kitchen is narrow. There is no use in going too many people. Basically, 2 people can defeat 1 man and keep 10,000 men at bay. Let Zhuang Cha take 5 people there. It was Zhang Wei who wanted to be on the safe side. Because the other teams, since it does not appear in front of the field of view, that means they must secretly find a way to break in from other places. The entire canteen building, standing alone in the campus, naturally. Every place must be considered. The man in leather pants finally finished his cigarette, but he still stared in the direction of the canteen with leisurely time. Probably people who entered the teaching building and faculty apartment. He was given the message that no one was inside. And a group of people came over from the direction of the men's dormitory. The men's room was probably also searched. Only the heavily guarded canteen building. It was so peaceful that it was a little scary. Bring it on, leather pants man. I'll have to slap your butt hard with the whip later. Zhang Wei unscrewed the mineral water bottle and he took a swig of water. Chapter 304 Victory in the First Battle. Everyone looked at Zhang Wei with strange eyes. Don't get me wrong, I mean, hang him up and beat him. Just hang that tree. Zhang Wei pointed to a camphor tree not far away. Be careful, the man with the petrol bombs came over. Ah Xing's voice came from the intercom. Zhang Wei is still thinking, the person holding the petrol bomb. What method will be used to attack? Wang Feng, the man in leather pants, got into the car first. What does he want to do? Zhang Wei thought the man in leather pants wanted to drive and move. Attract the attention of people on your side, so that those who throw petrol bombs can move easily. Unexpectedly, the man in leather pants kicked the accelerator. He rushed directly towards the glass door of the cafeteria. The distance is almost 100 meters, but under acceleration, it's just a matter of seconds. I saw the man in leather pants opening the car door halfway, jumped out of the car, and rolled a few times on the ground. Zhang Wei also confirmed that this guy was a ruthless character, jumping off the car on the cement floor, but there are risks. If you are injured, you can easily become infected with the zombie virus. Quickly retreat. Zhang Wei thought that the man in leather pants would drift or turn at a right angle when approaching the canteen. I never expected that he would jump out of the car halfway. People on the first floor of the cafeteria. When I heard Zhang Wei's reminder, he retreated subconsciously. There was a loud noise. The glass door of the cafeteria was smashed into pieces. The stainless steel one-piece table, chairs and bench are blocked in the back. It was also in disarray in an instant. It is no longer as strict as before. Fortunately, the people inside retreated quickly enough. No real harm was suffered. There are only 1 or 2 cheeks, injured by a glass shard bullet, leaving some traces of blood. Haven't reacted yet. The sound of broken windows was heard again. Beer bottles hit the windows on the first floor of the cafeteria one after another. Some glass only has cracks, but all the beer bottles shattered. Fire broke out in the glass. And at this time, there are also several glass Molotov cocktails. It hit the SUV that had just gotten stuck at the entrance of the glass door. Retreat 10 meters away. Although there are a large number of stainless steel dining tables blocking the way, but the power of a car explosion, maybe the whole door will collapse. Zhang Wei quickly asked people to evacuate to the other side of the canteen. Burning car, the enemy also doesn't dare to approach from this side. Although the essence is to break down doors, but it also blocked the incoming passage. The only thing to blame is the size of the SUV. A little too big. Under the burning of gasoline, all the glass exploded. Broken glass fell to the floor. The whole canteen, there were only 3 dark windows left. Only aluminum alloy frame, also inlaid on it. But people can get in easily. Stacked stainless steel dining tables inside, not a lot. I could only hear the shouts of killing coming and going outside. A group of dark people rushed over. The leader was a dozen flying Molotov cocktails. It fell to the ground in the cafeteria on the first floor. Suddenly it turned into a sea of fire. Many people, just now pay woo, when who die and others went to wet the quilt. I wet my lower body trouser legs with cold water. In such weather, although it is very cold, but at this time, it also avoids burning and burning due to contamination with gasoline. Spread the soaked quilt. Zhang Wei used his badminton racket to knock several beer bottles away. Fell to the ground outside. In an instant, it was a burning source of fire. But there were still too many Molotov cocktails. People inside hurriedly threw quilts. When extinguishing the source of fire, the enemy has already reached the front. Fortunately, the stainless steel dining table inside. It also gave the enemy a certain barrier. To push away from the outside, it will probably take a lot of effort. Where are the quilts on the floor? There is no source of fire anywhere. Corresponding to 3 windows, it's a place of close combat. The windows were covered directly with wet quilts. Kill! Don't let any of these bastards go. What Zhang Wei is most worried about is, after spreading the wet quilt, another round of Molotov cocktails. In this way, the gasoline continues to burn on the wet quilt. It's equivalent to having no effect. But seeing these people desperately trying to get in, then he probably won't attack again. If they attack again, they will hurt their own people. Zhang Wei took the lead. The first one rushes forward, pick up the rebar. It poked an enemy in the eye socket. The man suddenly burped. Everyone reacted at once. The enemy must not be allowed in at this time. Fighting in the cafeteria, open space, the people here, there is no advantage in numbers. Zhang Wei just looked outside casually. It was confirmed that these 2 teams were attacking together. Because people outside, it didn't look like there were more than 60 people. There were an estimated 60 people in the convoy, and about 20 people, who threw Molotov cocktails. The 2 teams launched a joint attack. The cafeteria also has a glass door, prevent them from crashing in with another car. Zhang Wei is still worried. If the enemy has too many Molotov cocktails, these people, they are all turtles in the urn. Doors and windows will be blocked, burned alive. Fortunately, the dining room table. They are all made of stainless steel, if it is made of wood or compressed board, or plastic at this time. In the cafeteria, it was probably already a sea of fire. People inside, crazy to resist with long weapons. People from outside rushed in crazily with daggers in hand. People from both sides, at the center of the cafeteria window. A fierce battle took place. Zhang Wei stabbed 2 people to death one after another. One person was seriously injured. The enemy outside finally realized something was wrong. Keep fighting like this, they don't have a lot of lives to fill. The man in leather pants was watching all this coldly from outside. After thinking for a while, He waved to the people coming out of 4 other cars next to him. Then whispered next to them. Those people quickly got into their cars. But they seemed to be waiting for something, never came out. Zhang Wei glanced at the person approaching, suddenly understood, the one who was fighting fiercely in front of me, it was the group that started throwing petrol bombs. It is probably based on the information Zhuang Cha received earlier, the person who contributes more, when the spoils are divided. The cake gets bigger. These people thought that after throwing petrol bombs, everything is ready, so rush in without risking your life. Wanted to take the initiative. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei's wet quilt and air conditioning quilt had already covered the fire. They were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. The man in leather pants deliberately borrowed Zhang Wei's power to consume his so-called allies. However, this group of guys were not united, which was exactly what Zhang Wei wanted. And this gave him the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Zhang Wei and others used long guns and short sticks to frantically attack the group of guys who had just appeared. In a few breaths, more than a dozen bodies were left on the window. Good. Victory in the first battle. Zhang Wei was delighted. Because the people in the cafeteria, apart from a few minor burns and glass scratches, the remaining men were unscathed. Bang! There was a loud noise. The ignited SUV exploded instantly. The people in the canteen were suddenly knocked to the ground by a wave of heat. There was also a tinnitus in my ears. So everyone is disgraced. And those who were attacking just now, he was also blown up and turned upside down. Evacuate quickly. After a burst of smoke dissipated, Zhang Wei looked at Wang Feng, the man in leather pants, and the 7 or 8 people behind him who had yet to make a move. Not good. Zhang Wei saw those guys in everyone's hands. They were all carrying a fire extinguisher. Such a scene, Zhang Wei instantly remembered the battle with the orangutan in the teacher's apartment. It was Wang Jiahao who also used the fire extinguisher. The obstruction of vision caused by let the dean of students, Wang Jing, die tragically. Everyone else was also injured. Chapter 305, Breaking the Impasse with One Strategy. What should I do? Zhang Wei's mind suddenly became confused. There was almost no solution to this situation. The limited vision caused by the powder of the fire extinguisher was not terrible. But the enemy could use this opportunity to sneak in. The people on his side, at most, launched a round of attacks, and then they could not continue to attack, because they might accidentally hurt their own people. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong went to the kitchen. When Pei Wu and Hu Dai saw the enemy carrying out the fire extinguisher, their faces changed instantly. They were all people who had experienced that battle, and they knew the enemy's intentions very well. At this time, there was no liquefied gas tank to ignite to deter the enemy. Zhang Wei saw the sneer on the face of the man in leather pants. In fact, Zhang Wei still had many cards to use, including crossbows, shot puts, and Molotov cocktails. But such weapons could not play the greatest role at this time. Hu Lai guessed Zhang Wei's thoughts. He was also a person who had experienced that battle. At this point, there is still a way. It's really an accidental planting of willows and a shade of willows. Zhang Wei suddenly had an idea. Do you have a solution? Hu Lai thought for a long time. I didn't think of how to break the situation. I thought about it. What you said is. Hu Lai suddenly understood. But don't let the other party come in too easily. Prepare 6 Molotov cocktails. Be prepared to smash them out when they come in. Smashed against the wall on the window. Form a source of fire. Farmer, you take 10 people with you. Each person holds 2 crossbows. Each crossbow has 3 arrows. Every arrow is stained with shit. Then stab the zombie in the mouth a few times. Ensure that each arrow can be stained with zombie saliva. Stop using blood directly into the zombie's saliva. Zhang Wei immediately gave the order. Not long after he finished speaking, the enemies outside roared and rushed over again. Bomb! A lighter lights the cloth stopper of a beer bottle. He was smashed out wildly. It hit the upper eaves of a window over 3 meters high. The bottle is broken. Suddenly there was a sea of fire, sloping down like a waterfall. 6 Molotov cocktails, only one missed the wall, but this bottle that missed the wall, it accidentally hit the aluminum alloy window. Produced the same effect. You surrender, people who surrender, we will simply expel them, recalcitrant person, but you have to be prepared to die in the most painful way. Wang Feng's arrogant voice spread from outside. I will vote for your mother. If you have the ability, call your grandpa and have a look. Zhang Wei responded arrogantly. Wang Feng's smile, his face suddenly froze. Superior! Wang Feng shouted loudly. A dozen gangsters were divided into 3 camps, rushing toward the 3 windows. Behind him were several people holding fire extinguishers. Ready the crossbow, aim and shoot. If some bastard misses his shot, go back and wash clothes for the people in the camp for a month. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the 10 people behind just quietly load the crossbow, fully draw the bowstring. Grenadier in front, he also consciously retreated to the back. In just a few seconds, a dozen enemies rushed up screaming. Seeing him climb up the window, the heel landed on the ground inside the cafeteria. Shoot! Every third person looks at a window. The remaining farmer aimed at a man holding a fire extinguisher outside the window. Continuous sound of breaking wind came. Several enemies covered their thighs, stomachs or shoulders and screamed. No one was shot. Suddenly holding a long weapon, a fight broke out with the people inside. The person behind is holding a fire extinguisher, pulled the tab, just spray it toward the window. The farmer targeted a person, he opened the crossbow. Suddenly a crossbow arrow penetrated the man's neck. But a farmer's crossbow, he couldn't make this guy fall down. He struggled to stand up, placed the nozzle of the fire extinguisher toward the air. Some people rushed in and tried their best to delay. A few people came in from behind, finally got a chance to use a fire extinguisher. 6 or 7 fire extinguishers. A large amount of white powder was sprayed in the cafeteria. Suddenly the people on Zhang Wei's side lost the view from the window. Second round, shoot. There were a large number of people behind them climbing over the windows with knives. Aiming at a rough angle, he fired the crossbow arrow casually. Several screams came. Someone must have eaten arrows again. Looters are looters. All of them are brave and not afraid of death. Zhang Wei looked at the group of guys rushing inside desperately. Third round. Shoot. There was almost no screaming in the third round of shooting. It was unknown whether the shots hit the target or not. Retreat to the corridor. The footsteps on the first floor of the cafeteria became more and more chaotic, and the voices became louder and louder. Zhang Wei estimated that in the past few breaths, 30 or 40 people had entered through the 3 windows. Some people were still using fire extinguisher spray. Did these guys loot all the fire extinguishers on the street? Zhang Wei knew that most cars and shops would keep at least 1 fire extinguisher. So even these bastards, for cars of fire extinguishers were pulled over. There is nothing surprising. It is estimated that in order to attack the building, the enemy, we also specially prepared this batch of fire extinguishers. Want to use the advantage of numbers to suppress strategically. Are you betting that I won't dare to fight in the fog? Zhang Wei, who retreated to the stairs on the first and second floors, shouted in the direction of Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, butcher, toilet paper gecko. Don't come over yet. Lock the door and hide. Received, boss. Lu Renjia's voice came from far away. This idiot, doesn't being so loud expose it? Zhang Wei walked to the second floor, looking at the younger brothers who were still poking bloody holes in the zombies with crossbow arrows. He asked kindly, "Are the crossbow arrows stained with blood?" You don't know Viagra. These 3 living corpses were almost drained by us. But it's getting more and more fierce. Looking at the gritting zombies, Zhang Wei smiled knowingly. Becoming fierce? That's just right. Those guys on the first floor, it's also super fierce. Loosen the shackles of the zombie rope. Push these 3 zombies down. The zombie happened to be tied to a stainless steel bench on the second floor. Zhang Wei picked up an air-conditioned quilt on the ground, covered the zombie's head, dragged the zombie to the stairs. Then he untied the zombie's hands that were tied behind his back. Then he kicked the zombie down the corridor from the back. The younger brothers behind me also followed suit. Dragged the remaining 2 zombies to the stairs, then kicked him down. Looking at the dust that is still spreading, Zhang Wei smiled knowingly. This is the meeting gift I prepared for them. This group of people rushes into the street. If you don't use a fire extinguisher, I'm not going to sacrifice these 3 little zombies yet. As soon as he finished speaking, voices came from downstairs. Someone is coming, everyone. Be careful. Not a human being, it's a zombie. Oh my god, it's a zombie. Idiot, not zombies. The zombie is pretended by the guy upstairs. Don't let them fool you. Don't get yourself into trouble. Whether it's a zombie or not, kill them all. Ah, I was bitten. I was bitten. Ah, wrong. It's a zombie. They are real zombies. It can't be a zombie. There was no movement just now. Ah. Run quickly. Asshole, where are the windows? Ah, I was scratched too. Zhang Wei took out his own mineral water. Take another slow sip. They must die painfully. Jesus couldn't stop him. Well, it turns out that this is what the unintentional planting of willows and willows creates shade. The farmer was a little excited. Chapter 306 Counterattack Plan. The screams on the first floor of the cafeteria continued for a long time. The people on the second floor were somewhat silent. Of course, they understood Zhang Wei's intention just now. 3 zombies, if they were in a place with clear vision and open environment, one person could easily deal with them. But on the first floor of the cafeteria where dozens of people were crowded and had no vision, it was like a shark rushing into a swimming pool with many people. Fluster, trampling, crowding, limited vision. The 3 zombies turned the entire enemy's large army upside down. Would it be too cruel? Hu Lai said after being silent for a while. If I had known, I would have caught a few more zombies. Zhang Wei did not expect that the zombies caught randomly with ropes, it actually had such an effect. Shouts from downstairs, screams, the coughing sound never stopped. Zhang Wei looked out from the window on the second floor. Only less than 10 people climbed out. There are other people also struggling to climb out, but those people who came out at the back. Almost everyone is injured. As for the scratches and bites from zombies, or was it an accidental injury by one of our own, then I don't know. Zhang Wei slowly looked farther away. Since Wang Feng has been commanding from behind, and survived. Wang Feng clenched his teeth and turned pale. I never expected that such a thing could happen. At this time, there were only a few people around him. Even if there are 10 or 20 people who come out, compared to the number of people just now almost a third of it is gone. Those who ran out, on the contrary, it was not Wang Feng's help, but a ticking time bomb. They themselves will not admit where their wounds came from. Wang Feng will never trust these injured people again. Didn't wipe out all the enemies, on the contrary. It is a good thing. No matter what Wang Feng does, he can be regarded as disloyal. And those arrows shot by Zhang Wei before, it will also make those who are injured a high probability of corpse transformation. 2 of you go down and see what's going on down there. After waiting for almost half an hour, Zhang Wei issued the order. Because there is no roar of zombies, there are no survivors shouting, but that guy Wang Feng, he still didn't leave with his dozen or so stragglers. This made Zhang Wei a little surprised. One of his men went down excitedly. A few minutes later he came up again with a pale face. All dead? Oh! Zhang Wei and others immediately picked up their weapons and went down. When we got down there, we discovered the miserable state of the cafeteria. There is blood everywhere. There were broken limbs and remains everywhere. I guess it was the panic that caused it in the end. It made the people inside become red-eyed. Everyone killed each other. Zhang Wei is under several tables in the cafeteria. Several survivors were found. All of them are injured, more air out. Less air in, breathing heavily. Kill them all. Throw the head out. Let the man in leather pants appreciate it. Go 2 people. Go and have a look at Zhao Zhenxiong's place, whether assistance is needed. The most ferocious attack in this first round was repulsed. Zhang Wei suddenly felt much more relaxed. Because there are really 0 casualties on their side. Even if there are more than 200 enemies in total, this round of fighting, that's almost a quarter reduction. The rest of the people, they all touched up the corpses on the ground, directly stab the head and break the neck, pay attention to protection, protect against scratches and bites. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong ran over happily. Depend on, so tragic? Is this at least the number of people in a class? Almost. How's it going over there? It seems like someone really got in, but he didn't launch an attack on us. There are 5 more people in Zhuangchao lying in ambush there. Lao Zhao and I came over to take a look. Zhao Zhenxiong said nothing. He just searched over the corpses on the ground. The man in leather pants is still standing outside. Only then did Zhao Zhenxiong wake up. He touched his head awkwardly. I'm not looking for cigarettes. What are you looking for if you don't look for cigarettes? Looking for fire. Boss, I must take care of that leather pants man. I want to pull out the rubber band of his underwear. Play what he said. Okay, this rough work is for you. Plunder them all. Look what these bastards have on them. Just divide it among yourself. Looter, they are generally very wealthy. Valuable items will also be carried with you. Watches, gold necklaces, and the like can be found on almost everyone. Axing, is there any latest news? Zhang Wei removed the walkie-talkie tied around his neck. I just fought to free my hands. He tied up the walkie-talkie specially. The sound of sizzling electricity came. Ah, you just sent a signal. On the road due south, the nails have been scattered. He went to other high-rise buildings to observe. Around the school, is there anything unusual? I saw about 10 people in the playground. You should be able to see it from your angle. That's the team just now. They knifed several of their own people who had been bitten. There will be no movement. Seems to be waiting for something. The convoy due south. There are also teams holding petrol bombs due north. These two teams were almost wiped out by the group. Still staying here and not leaving, waiting to share the cake? Zhang Wei remembered the previous map. In the fight just now, the entire first floor of the cafeteria is arranged as a map of rice. Already destroyed? The ground is now covered in white powder. Zhang Wei took the threaded steel rod handed over by a younger brother. Again a map was drawn on the powdery ground. There is a team, disappeared from view, went to the back of the cafeteria, but no attack was launched. There were 20 people at the school gate, male dormitory for more than 10 people, over there at the garbage dump. It's the north gate. A lot of people died just now. The looters who threw incendiary bombs at the main north gate and the convoy looters at the main south gate acted together. Said they had no collusion beforehand. It doesn't make sense. Then, there are the teaching buildings and teachers' apartments. 2 teams entered. Xing, people in teaching buildings and teachers' apartments. Have you ever come out? I can't see, Viagra, the location of my telecommunications building, can see them entering, but the other sides of these 2 buildings, from my perspective, they are all visual blind spots. That is to say, they probably didn't show up in those 2 buildings at all. Etc. Viagra, there's someone on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. Xing's voice came again. It seems that a team went to the boys' dormitory. The large gate from the 6th floor to the rooftop, it had already been destroyed by zombies at that time. It's normal for them to go up there. Xing, be careful not to expose yourself. If something unexpected happens to you, we will fall into a passive situation. Okay, Viagra, don't worry about this tower. There is visual obstruction. They can't climb up easily either. Good, you continue to observe. Since there are enemies on the rooftop, it must also be to get a better view. What do we need to do before they connect in series? Boss, what do you want to do? Zhao Xinxiong is gearing up. Now they all think that our strength has been damaged, huddled inside, and not daring to come out. Even this guy Wang Feng, the remaining dozen or so people dared to stay here arrogantly. What if we fight out immediately? I think we should be cautious, guys like Wang Feng. Maybe it's not bait. Hu Lai said hesitantly. We are too passive. Take some action, grab someone alive, and come over and ask some questions. Zhang Wei walked back and forth. I just made a big mistake. Those enemies who were seriously injured under the table not long ago, they should not be killed hastily. The distance between us and Wang Feng, only 20 or 30 meters. The teaching building is 120 meters away from here. The teacher's apartment is further away. There are nearly 150 meters. The nearest boys' dormitory, it's close to 40 to 50 meters. Even if all 3 of them come out, it also takes a certain amount of time. This time is enough for us to go back and forth after contacting Wang Feng. Wang Feng might run away, but there seem to be a few patients with minor injuries on his side. Uncle Hu Lai, you pick 10 crossbowmen, go to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Farmer, you pick 10 strong men, go to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Shot put preparation, cover our retreat. If the enemy does not show up, we just ate Wang Feng and the others. If the enemy shows up, we show our weakness to the enemy. Fight again in the cafeteria. Chapter 307. Fighting the enemies again. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, everyone began to prepare quickly. Zhang Wei knew that many things, if you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. He threw the rebar to the farmer, and wrapped the bandage around the knife again. This was something Zhang Wei took very seriously. Many times leaders don't need to take risks personally. And the reason why Zhang Wei did this was that he estimated that the danger around him was not great. And he had a bulletproof vest on him. Even if Wang Feng had some powerful weapons, it would not cause him fatal damage. Take the lead naturally. It was to build momentum. Don't leave your hand with the sword, even though I just said I would arrest them alive. But it doesn't matter if they are all hacked to death. Treat the looters. You have to remember, anytime, don't hold your hands back. Check to see if the shoelaces are tight. Wait until everyone has their weapons ready, after holding the armor, shield, etc. in your hand. Zhang Wei shouted, come on. He jumped out of the window first. A distance of 20 or 30 meters, under sprint, it only takes a few breaths. Wang Feng did not expect that at this time. Zhang Wei and others dared to rush out. It's too late to escape instead. There will be a huge rout. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and raised his knife. The 2 parties immediately got involved. Even if Zhang Wei's people were divided into 20 people and Zhuang Cha's 5 or 6 people, there are still half the people. The rest of Zhang Wei's team, fighting against Wang Feng's remaining men and wounded. It's almost like fighting with more against less. And Lu Renjiao on Zhang Wei's side, Zhao Xinxiong, farmer et al., They are all quite capable characters. When Wang Feng noticed that Zhang Wei was ruthless, it's too late. He didn't understand why Zhang Wei was trading lives for lives. Many times he has the opportunity to hurt Zhang Wei, but you will also get hurt at the same time. Many fleeting opportunities, they all gave up because Wang Feng cherished his life. Hit more and hit less, they gathered and surrounded them again. Soon there were only 3 or 5 people left resisting around Wang Feng. And all of them were injured. The remaining people fell in a pool of blood. It was at this time, underneath the teaching building and the boys' dormitory, each team rushed out. A group of people armed with spears and daggers, he rushed over with a roar. And Zhang Wei, I also heard shouts of death coming from inside the cafeteria. Not good, Xuancha was also attacked. Zhang Wei knew without even thinking about it, it's another group of people, attacked from behind the kitchen in the cafeteria on the first floor. However, Zhang Wei left behind 10 crossbowmen and 10 shot putters. Even if Xuancha falls, the canteen will not be captured at this time. 5 people came out together. Zhang Wei had been waiting for this moment. In fact, whether to kill Wang Feng or not, and whether to pry the words out of his mouth, none of it matters. But those guys hiding in the dark, it gave Zhang Wei a feeling of thorns in his back. Although Ah Xing can provide vision, but Zhang Wei couldn't calm down in his heart. Wang Feng's mouth showed a wild smile. I haven't laughed yet. I was attacked by a farmer. A piece of rebar hit him on the back of the head. The farmer was originally together with himself. We have to arrange for 10 people to stay on the second floor of the cafeteria. This time, I couldn't bear it anymore. Drag it back. Cutting down several other people with several knives, Lu Renjia, Zhao Jinxiong and others come forward together. The remaining few who resisted no longer breathed. Zhang Wei stepped on Wang Feng's wrist. Wang Feng immediately let go of his hand in pain. Do you think I'm a fool? Fainted person, can you still hold the knife so tightly? Zhang Wei took out his chopsticks. One pierced Wang Feng's left thigh. One pierced his right calf. Then Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong each held an arm, dragged Wang Feng towards the window of the cafeteria. However, this delay. The other 2 parties killed men and horses. He also approached the window of the cafeteria. It looked like there was only 20 or 30 meters away. Crossbowmen shoot. The crossbowman on the second floor, different from the flat shot on the first floor, it can be ejaculated in advance. Although the accuracy is not as high as shooting from the first floor, but the gravitational potential energy of the parabola, coupled with the density of the enemy, it was almost a hit with an arrow. Zhang Wei only lamented that it was not a repeating crossbow. If it is a repeating crossbow, that would be the same as a machine gun. However, the crossbow reloads very quickly, almost like a slingshot. This time Zhang Wei did not let them use only 3 arrows. Arrows stained with zombie blood and feces, just scratch the skin a little bit. For those who lack anti-inflammatory drugs, it's almost a death sentence. Even these enemies are at risk of becoming corpses. Zhang Wei's plan, it was because he was worried that these people would retreat to the wilderness or forest. But a person who is transformed into a corpse, but he can kill an entire camp of looters in one fell swoop. The stench of feces can also provide a good cover for zombie blood. The injured person will only think that it is an infection and inflammation. Never thought of the risk of corpse transformation. 10 people kept loading their crossbows. Only 3 rounds of crossbow arrows were fired. Fallen person, only 3 or 4. Although some people were shot, but they are not vital parts, he casually pulled it out and continued charging. But this round of random shooting, the enemy also jumped away to avoid it. This bought time for Zhang Wei and others to retreat into the canteen. Wang Feng was thrown in like a dead pig by Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong. There is an injury on the leg. Suddenly he couldn't help but scream. You 2 go to support Xuancha, see if he is dead. When Zhang Wei was talking, Zhao Jinxiong was still groping in Wang Feng's pocket. Go quickly, it's too late and the day lilies are cold. I saw Zhao Jinxiong still grinding and chirping there. Zhang Wei is also very angry. I am Naima, why are there only 2 cigarettes left? Zhao Jinxiong kicked Wang Feng in the face. Immediately left a black shoe print. There is also some white ash. This was stepped on the window and the ground when I first came in. Zhao Jinxiong lit a cigarette, he held it in his mouth. Then he stuffed the lighter completely into the cigarette case, lost to the farmer. Then he immediately picked up the knife and followed Lu Renjia to the back kitchen. The farmer took it and ordered it immediately. A pack of these cigarettes costs 100 yuan. Right? Where did it happen? The farmer looked at Wang Feng, who was groaning on the ground. Wang Feng knew that the situation was over, but people outside are organizing a charge. He still has a chance to survive. So he didn't talk to me. Very good, what I'm best at, just make the mute speak. The farmer smoked his cigarette greedily. The rebar in my hand is not stopping. Kill a person who has just entered with a stick. The bastard on the 3rd floor isn't throwing a shot put? The farmer had just finished speaking. The screams came one after another. A solid shot put dropped from the 3rd floor. How can it be that the flesh can bear it, even if it falls from your hand? A distance of more than 1 meter, hit on the toe, comminuted fractures can also occur. The enemy who was about to squeeze in through the window suddenly. My head exploded like a watermelon, brains flowed all over the floor. And the people upstairs were all aiming to throw it away. The acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 m per second, that is less than a second. These people's heads came into close contact with the shot put. A dozen people fell down in one fell swoop. And at this time, the crossbowman upstairs. It was also moved from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Flat shot, leave no arrows behind. Zhang Wei gave the order directly. The range of the crossbow, it's also 20 or 30 meters long. This is the effective range, that is, the range that can penetrate people. The actual range is 40 to 50 meters. Enemies coming like a tide. I just ate a round of arrows, another round of shot put. I thought I could break in, unexpectedly. Another round of flat arrows came. I'll throw all the shot put upstairs. His grandma's. I've been treated as a disposable item. This thing can be used repeatedly. Pack it up later, use it again next time. Wang Feng's face was ashen. Chapter 308. Close the door and beat the dog. Don't chase poor bandits. I saw many people who wanted to chase them away. Zhang Wei stopped them. This round of attacks just now, another corpse was left on the ground. 15 or 6 at least. People who run away, less than half, almost everyone is still injured. Zhang Wei estimated, those people probably didn't have the guts to continue the attack. The looters also have brains, in one go, decline again, 3 and exhausted. Can survive in the last days, they would never rush to die again without thinking. Many people under the window are still twitching. The farmer carried the steel bars, and repaired them one by one. If you have anything to say it quickly. It may not be possible to keep you alive, but I can promise give you a good time. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Feng, who was wearing leather clothes and pants. Wang Feng remained silent, and didn't speak. Zhang Wei stopped talking nonsense. He turned his attention to the kitchen not far away. By this time, all the flames on the SUV had been extinguished. Only the metal frame, that was burnt black and deformed, was left. Fortunately, the car crashed into the entire glass door. Most of the smoke went outside. Otherwise, no matter how big the cafeteria is, people inside will also suffocate to death. Near the car rack, it's the window where students get their meals. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong just climbed in from here. Rather than taking the special side door, it should be more than 10 seconds faster. At this time, the sound of ping-ping-pong-pong fighting in the back kitchen had not stopped yet. The space in the kitchen is narrow. There is no use if too many people enter. In other words, one man can block everything and 10,000 men can't open it. So Zhang Wei said to the few people who entered, not that worried. But at this time, the enemy attacking from the front has been driven away. Zhang Wei also freed up his hands. Follow me with the dagger. Spearmen are blocking the door. Zhang Wei went in directly with the knife. Turn left and right several times. Finally I found it in a kitchen of about 20 square meters. 2 waves of people were fighting against each other through a transparent window. At this time, Zhao Zhenxiong was holding a pot lid to block, and Lu Renjia also put a chopping board in front of his chest. Zhuang Cha did not use his short weapon. Instead, he picked up a huge spatula. They are fighting fiercely. Several younger brothers followed behind, but there were no injuries. However, the weapons used by the enemy were sharpened bamboo sticks. If you fight with the window as the center, they didn't dare to come near. This bamboo stick reminded Zhang Wei of the solid bamboo spears from Hengtai Oasis in the past. It's very useful for killing zombies. Even more so than bulky rebar. To describe Zhuang Cha, the spatula is huge. It's because it's a shovel. The cauldron in the school cafeteria, to cope with feeding thousands of people, it's not something that a small spatula can handle. All with shovels. These are also the powerful chopsticks of Lu Dali, the reason why he was able to develop his brute strength by working in the cafeteria. A spatula is a shovel, a pot brush is a broom. Zhang Wei even felt Lu Dali's growth, probably above him. If Lu Dali was captured with a stick. Boss, you're here. Zhao Zhenxiong nodded happily. He had just finished smoking his cigarette. I originally planned to find an opportunity to kill them after they were all drawn. Unexpectedly, Boss Zhang Wei also came in. Looking at the dark crowd opposite, I'm afraid there are about 20 of them. Zhang Wei knows, in such a narrow space, the opponent has no numerical advantage. But if we really want to fight in this space, nor do they have an advantage. Everyone outside is dead. Are you sure you want to keep fighting? The enemy did not speak, but Zhang Wei saw the panic in their eyes. Your team, without a leader? There will be no one to talk about? Or is it that the people involved don't dare to come in? Zhang Wei saw the back door of the canteen wide open. The whole door has collapsed. It's probably these guys. It was knocked open with brute force. It must also be to facilitate escape. Zhang Wei looked around. A fire extinguisher was found in the corner of the cafeteria. Suddenly I felt at ease. In his way, reverse it on the other side. Zhang Wei winked at Zhuang Cha. Zhuang Cha's shovel immediately hit the other side head and face. This shovel was stir-fried several times in the pot. Dozens or hundreds of days and nights have passed. The mouth of the shovel was ground very sharp. Almost like a machete, a bamboo stick on the opposite side, a large section was immediately cut off. This made the enemy on the opposite side suddenly look tense. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong saw that each other's bamboo stick was half shorter. It is no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. Immediately kill towards this weak point. The remaining people's bamboo poles, I haven't had time to poke it over yet. Zhang Wei found the right opportunity, opened the fire extinguisher and sprayed it out. Suddenly the whole kitchen was completely white. The people on Zhang Wei's side are obviously much better. Superior. Zhang Wei shouted loudly, be the first to kill. If at this time, can't open up the situation after the dust fell to the ground. The vision was restored. That's still a stalemate. This is not what Zhang Wei wants. He grabbed a few dishes from the stove and threw them over. There was a dull sound. Zhang Wei also confirmed the enemy's location. He stabbed him directly with the knife. Zhang Wei's knife. After the previous battle with the gecko, there are many gaps. The knife in this hand, after repolishing, the blade is narrower, appears slender and long. A knife stabbed into a person's body. Zhang Wei didn't know what part it was. Warm blood flowed out. It spread to Zhang Wei's entire hand. Zhang Wei took advantage of the situation and threw the man to the ground. Pulling the knife and inserting it fiercely, this person also has no one to breathe. Zhang Wei squatted down. It is to let the people behind you follow immediately. Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia put the pot lid and chopping board in front of him. Dodge the enemy's dagger attack. The backhand was also stabbed with several knives. Go straight to the enemy's leg artery. Screams came one after another. The enemy finally began to panic. I don't know who shouted. Retreat quickly. Everyone started to run away. The kitchen door is about the same width and narrowness as the school classroom door. With limited vision. These dozens of people. How to avoid stampede? The entire door was blocked. The more people are crowded behind you, the people in front are more unable to move forward. And Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, Zhuang Cha. The three killing gods, already posted. When you see an enemy, just stab him with a knife. It's true that the white knife goes in, and the red knife comes out. Just a few breaths, bodies fell on the ground. Kill them all, leave no one behind. His grandmas, if I hadn't followed you, you are still in a stalemate. They almost succeeded in a sneak attack. If Zhang Wei had not defended his frontal attack just now, the enemy came into the cafeteria. The inside should be coordinated with the outside. Zhuang Cha and his group will be attacked from both sides. Turned into a sandwich pancake. A few ran away. A younger brother chased him out of the door, after looking around for a while. He came back and said, fine, just run away. Zhang Wei also deliberately left one or two alive. When you get out, spread this about them. School camp. Notoriety, no one will pay attention to it in the future. Old rules, the corpses are all touched up. Be careful of anyone pretending to be dead. Zhang Wei returned to the cafeteria hall. It's already 10 minutes later. 17 bodies. This is the number from the kitchen just now. One is one's own. Zhang Wei's people, one also died, one was injured. Fortunately, the injured one was minor. However, those who were slightly injured lost their fighting ability. I can only go to rest. Zhang Wei came to Wang Feng, take the knife full of blood. It was thrown on the quilt on the ground. Your people, a dozen more died. Your name is Wang Feng. Right? I want to ask. 7 of you are here to attack us. Why did only 5 people come? You, how do you know we have 7 people? It doesn't hurt to tell you, you are a dead person anyway. We are in the ranks of your marauders. I also installed eyeliners. They brought news. 7 groups of troops attacked the school. There is no need for Zhang Wei to tell the truth. But at this time, in order to get something out of this guy's mouth, it has to be done. Hey, you don't even know you are about to die. Wang Feng said with a sneer. Oh, why do you say this? You think these 5 people just now, is it the 5th of the 7? Hey. They are all my people. We divided our troops into 5 groups. They're just the first team members. There are 6 more people behind? Zhang Wei suddenly realized something was wrong. I see. You people who are on other roads besides you. There is no leader, and you all work together to attack at the same time. It turns out you are on the same page. Zhang Wei finally figured out where the abnormality was. People from other places, whether it's a men's bed, it's still in the teaching building, it's still a teacher's apartment, there are about 20 of them, but there is no leader. Raider team, in times of great action, it's almost impossible not to have a boss appear. The information your undercover heard was correct. There are 7 people, but the 5 teams he divided me into, as different people and horses, how wrong. I am eager for quick success, I rely on my numerical advantage. I didn't expect you to be prepared, but I didn't lose unjustly. Happy reward? Zhang Wei directly dropped a sentence. The farmer walked over and directly slashed the guy's neck with his knife. He said he relied on the advantage of numbers, which means that the other team should not have so many people. Otherwise there would be 6 raider teams of more than 100 people, and we would never be able to defeat them all. He said, "You're undercover." Which means he didn't know that we had planted 2 undercovers, that is, Gao Ping and Chao Jianfeng from Zhuangcha had not been exposed yet. Zhang Wei was still talking to himself. There was another electric current sound from the intercom. Ah Xing's voice came. Brother Wei. There are 2 large groups of people approaching. A group of people from the Chinese herbal medicine garden came over the mountains and hills. At least more than 50 people. A group of people came from the south gate. No. A group of zombies came. The number of zombies is more than 300. Chapter 309 Step Up Preparations for War. It's due south again. Zhang Wei knows. The convoy of the first passerby came from the front. It came almost from the south. The reason for this is simply that due south is the main road connecting the center of the old city. It is an inner-city arterial road with 3 lanes on both sides. This road was also blocked by a mess of used vehicles at first. Later, after the zombies were cleared, some survivors pushed away certain vehicles and obstacles. The road was cleared for 1 vehicle to pass. It can also be said that this road is the lifeline connecting the city center and the suburbs. Except for this road, most other places are clogged with broken-down cars. Transportation is almost impossible. If walking, there are many other ways to get into the center of the old town. For example, the rooftop corridor explored by Zhang Wei and others. The zombies from the south and the plunderers from the Chinese herbal medicine garden appeared coincidentally. It is impossible to say that they have no contact. What do you think? Zhang Wei asked other people around him. Many times, some details, it may be ignored by him. More than 50 people. A small number does not necessarily mean a weak one. It is still necessary to strengthen prevention. Hu Lai is in the northeast on the map drawn by Zhang Weixin. Draw a circle that represents the Chinese herbal medicine garden. This position is condescending. They may have a better view. Zhang Wei made an estimate. The Chinese herbal medicine garden is a small mountainous area. Relative to the height of the campus playground, Medicine Garden Ridge, the height is between 80 and 100 meters. But fortunately, the closest place to the Chinese herbal garden, it is also about half a kilometer away from the school. And from Ah Xing's perspective, it should be clear at a glance. The zombies have slowed down. It seemed like there were 2 motorcycles leading the way. Deliberately lure the zombies this way. Ah Xing's voice came again. Why are you still doing this? Zhang Wei was a little annoyed. The big truck just now. This is also done. The wall collapsed. Then attract the zombies. Now there is another wave of zombies. Positional combat. Zombies are nothing to be afraid of. But it will consume a lot of physical strength and energy of the survivors. It is also easy to completely expose one's own strength. Once the enemy realizes that the defense is empty, or realize that the number of combatants on your side is only about 40, the enemy will definitely attack desperately. Many unexpected tricks, probably only used once or twice. Axing. Continue to observe. Focus on observing whether there are other teams. The latest information we just got, the previous raider team that attacked in 5 directions, actually an organization. If there really are 7 large raider squads, there should be other looters. Receive. The zombie action has stopped. It seems that there is something wrong with the motorcycle guiding the road. I think the triangular spike you dropped took effect. Axing, pay attention to the movements of Ari and you, tell them to hide. This is hidden, he just hides that he is from the school camp. At this time, some high-rise buildings. There are still some survivors. At this time, the looters did not spend a lot of energy sweeping the building. Instead, he prefers to go hunting in the wilderness, search for supplies, seeking wealth and killing. Boss, what do we do next? Take back the thrown shot put an arrow. There is a broken wall in the flower bed on the side of the cafeteria. Remove the red bricks for me. You all go and dismantle the bricks. Move to the window on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. At this time, Zhang Wei has begun to feel the initial defensive supplies were far from enough. I should have prepared more Molotov cocktails. There are only 20 or 30 Molotov cocktails left. But arrows are far from enough. Every time they shoot, nearly 1/3 of the crossbow arrows will be deformed, such as the arrow body is bent or the arrowhead is broken, and they can no longer be used. Zhang Wei now thinks that if a large number of zombies come, it will be a good thing, so that other looters will not dare to approach. And Zhang Wei and others, if they can defend, they will defend. If they can't defend, they will evacuate from the secret passage, go to the girls' dormitory, and build a second line of defense. The zombies are still coming towards the school. The current distance is 2 kilometers. Zombies are in a walking state or running state. Viagra, I can't see clearly. If I had known I would borrow a telescope from you, it should be some zombies running, some zombies are walking. Those 2 motorcyclists, after pushing the cart for dozens of meters, I gave up. My vision cannot see them, but they must be leading the zombies in this direction. Good, receive. Zhang Wei pressed the intercom. Everyone, hurry up and search for supplies that can be used for defense. Bricks, stones, and heavy objects are all fine. Farmer, let a few people to collect the gasoline from the 4 cars. You should be able to find some oil storage equipment in the kitchen. Wang Feng's looting team still had 4 cars left. Zhang Wei originally planned to keep them for other purposes. However, at this time, it was more important to save his own life. It was still easy to find a car in the end times. The farmer and others found a few stainless steel barrels and basins in the kitchen. Pried open the side door of the car with a steel rod, poked a hole in the car's fuel tank, and began to collect gasoline. Then, according to Hu Lai's arrangement, transport the fuel to the 3rd floor of the canteen. Fortunately, the fuel tanks of these 4 vehicles are almost full. Each one has more than 30 liters of gasoline. Zhuangcha, find someone to completely block the kitchen door just now. Move some stainless steel tables to the cafeteria hall. In short, no matter how hard the outsiders try to break it, no one can come in. Zhang Wei knows, using the principle of the table stuck on the table, it is possible to completely block the door. Enemies will not come in unless they use the cutter. Zhang Wei didn't want to be attacked in the back again. Previous battle, several people in Zhang Wei's team also died, except for 3 or 4 injured people. This time, together with Zhang Wei himself, everyone took action. A wall next to the canteen, originally part of a damaged flower bed, the construction team plans to renovate it during the summer vacation. Although the new bricks have not come in yet, but the old bricks are neatly stacked, it's estimated to be around 300 to 400 yuan. 20 or 30 people acted together first. We will only move to the 1st floor of the cafeteria. The bricks were cleared away in a short time. Zhang Wei saw the high efficiency of falling objects from the power of the shot put just now. It hits everyone accurately. Brother Wei. Another group of people has appeared. They came from the direction of the rice mill. There are probably about 180 people in this group, including men, women, old and young. Men, women, old and young? Did the robbers bring their families with them? Zhang Wei was stunned. Because generally speaking, when robbers act, the young and strong will take the lead, and the old, weak, sick and disabled will follow. And this collective action is either to win, or like Wang Feng just now, to take advantage of the number of people to gain more benefits. Chapter 310A Feint. Okay, this should be another team. These 2 teams did not appear at the same time, which means they may not have achieved unity. Zhang Wei originally guessed that, if the raider teams were all teams of about 20 people, then they would have a great chance of cooperation. But if the teams were dozens or hundreds of people, the possibility of cooperation would be very small. Because everyone may have ulterior motives, the raiders would not feel at ease to leave their backs to another team with dozens of people like themselves. As a plunderer, you will definitely understand what it means to take advantage of others. Zhang Wei even felt, these guys from the rice mill, and the group of people looking at the Chinese herbal medicine garden, they are all waiting for the other party to make the first move. Although I don't know which of them brought the zombies, but it definitely has something to do with both of them. Faster! After moving all the bricks in, Zhang Wei had people move the dining table to block the windows again. There are hundreds of dining tables in this cafeteria. What is most lacking is this. Viagra, the zombies are approaching the school gate. Ah Xing's voice came from the intercom again. Everyone retreated to the second floor of the cafeteria. Don't make any noise. Place the bricks on the floor and corridors. Bring them all. Remember, no matter what kind of emergency, don't use these bricks. This is reserved for dealing with marauders. Zombies have begun wandering around the campus, but Zhang Wei did not see the two so-called motorcycle riders who led the zombies. Many of Wang Feng's people fled before. It is possible to tip off the news, and Wang Feng and the others came with great fanfare, but almost the entire army was wiped out. It should have been noticed by other raider teams as well. These guys brought so many zombies here. The purpose should be to test our virtual reality. This place is the cafeteria. They should have guessed that we were hiding here. Boss, do you have any follow-up plans? What did you say before about forehand preparation? Keep it a secret for now. We can't just cower here. The enemy must be attracted to the end. The time now is 11 o'clock. It's almost noon. It is winter now. It gets dark at 6 o'clock. If you delay any longer, soon it will be dark. Axing's early warning will also be ineffective. We also lose perspective. If there really are 7 teams, then there are at least 4 teams that have not shown up. It's too dangerous to fight them at night, especially when there are zombies. Zhang Wei said to Hu Lai and the farmer. These 2 people are the few who can see the overall situation. Lu Renjia, Xiao Zhenxiong, Zhuang Cha, and the other 3 are obviously not as good. At this time, Zhang Wei. Miss Qian Baohua a little. If that guy was here, there must be more ways. He, Qian Baohua, and Hu Lai. 3 cobblers, maybe they can come up with some different coping strategies. If we go out, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. Hu Lai knows better than anyone. Let alone the looters around here, the threat of zombies is a big problem. Uncle Hu Lai, what is our biggest trump card? Position? Hu Lai answered tentatively. No, it's the 3 cunning rabbit holes. They thought we were in the cafeteria, but what if we suddenly show up in the girls' dormitory? They will definitely think that we have moved our position instead. They besieged the girls' dormitory, and we showed up in the cafeteria again. They will think we are dividing our forces in turn. They will divide their troops and besiege them. It's just what you think. What if they don't fall for it? And how to let them know, did we go to the girls' dormitory when we went to the main force? This is very simple. Please order about 20 people to follow me. Zhang Wei picked up the knife and left. Hu Lai casually called a dozen people to follow. Zhang Wei went directly to the secret passage on the first floor, and then climbed up through the passage under Kai Lao's bed. He led the group to the rooftop. More than 20 people wandered back and forth on the rooftop of the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory for a while. Zhang Wei took out a telescope and slowly looked in the direction of the Chinese herbal medicine garden. In that direction, there were some figures, and they seemed to be pointing at the location where Zhang Wei and others were and commenting on it. Zhang Wei turned on the intercom and called Ah Xing again. Axing, look carefully. Are there any other abnormalities? Wei Gu, I have been observing you. Why did you suddenly go to another building? We came here through a secret passage. Look at the buildings around the school. Are there any other robbers exposed? How are the people from the rice mill? The robbers from the rice mill disappeared. They should have entered the building. They can avoid the zombies on the street by going inside the building. Can you see the robbers from the Chinese herbal medicine garden? Yes, they are still there. No, they are going down the mountain in an orderly manner. They were on the ridge just now. Now some of them have gone to the valley. It seems that they are rushing towards you. Okay, keep observing. Report any abnormalities at any time. Zhang Wei turned off the intercom. It should have worked. They probably feel we should only have about a dozen or so people left. They can't help but attack. Are we going down now? Hu Lai felt as if nothing had been done. No, this looks too clean otherwise. Kai Lao's secret passage would be exposed too easily. Let's put some zombies in. Deal with them within the walls of the women's dormitory. Zhang Wei said as he said, on the other hand. I went to the dormitory building where Uncle Death lived, then a side door over there opened. Zhang Wei's knife. A few taps on the wall. A dozen zombies were attracted. He immediately rushed towards Zhang Wei. Be prepared, Zhang Wei said to the nervous and alert people inside. When the first zombie, after rushing in, the people behind deliberately attracted this zombie, run towards the depths of the female dormitory. The zombies from behind followed them in, ignoring Zhang Wei hiding in the deaf uncle's bathroom. Wait until the roar disappears. Zhang Wei closed the side door again. About 20 people besiege a dozen zombies. While fighting, the zombies were dead. Zhang Wei also specially dragged the corpses of several zombies, thrown in various rooms of the deaf uncle's house. Retreat to the cafeteria first. The purpose of the false shot has been achieved. Zhang Wei believes the looters will definitely focus most of their attention on the girls' dormitory building. After all, nearly 20 figures appeared on the roof just now. Even if the plunderers besieged and refused to attack, it can also reduce the pressure in the canteen to a great extent. And once the robbers searched the women's dormitory, hundreds and dozens of locked dormitories, it was enough to keep them busy for a while. This is enough time to defeat the other people besieging the canteen. Chapter 311 Harassment Battle. After returning to the cafeteria, Zhang Wei carefully observed and inspected the canteen fortifications. He was confirming such a device, under the attack of zombies, it cannot be destroyed. And the survivors in the cafeteria, just beware of raiders' advances. There are dozens of meters around the canteen, there are no other buildings, there are no tall trees, the looters are coming, you can only attack head-on. Or use a helicopter to drop from the sky. Viagra, looters from the direction of the rice mill appeared, it's about 100 meters away from the wall. Oh, are there many people? Not much, there were only 50 or 60 people, there seemed to be more than 100 people at first, he is probably hiding somewhere. Good, continue to observe, when approaching the campus, notify me again, see what direction they attack from. Viagra, what are we doing now? Lu Renjia also picked up a long bamboo stick. It was a weapon left behind by previous raiders. Only then did Zhang Wei discover that there was a homemade iron spearhead tied to the long bamboo stick. It seems that I was wrong when I thought it was a pure bamboo pole. No matter how a plunderer has no weapons, it's not like he just grabs a bamboo stick and charges. Attack survivors and hunt zombies is completely different. Now, try your best to hunt zombies. I see more and more zombies in the school. Zhang Wei asked the people on his side to use long weapons to hunt zombies through small gaps in blocked windows. Although with little effect, but it also has a certain effect. And Zhang Wei also used this time to use a telescope to carefully observe through the window on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Viagra, they're coming in. What location? Divided into several teams, running from zombies. These guys, I shot myself in the foot again. They'd probably have to clean up this zombie themselves. They all hid in the building, the zombies were unaware of their presence. Ah Xing's voice came from the intercom. It's normal. Most of the zombies are attracted by the smell of blood near the cafeteria. We didn't have time to clean up the bodies of the looters near the cafeteria. This is not a solution. We have to deal with the zombies around the cafeteria. Otherwise, we will suffer when it gets dark. Zhang Wei didn't expect the zombies to gather around the cafeteria because of the previous defensive battle. There is blood everywhere. If there is no heavy rain, the smell of blood will not go away. Zombies could have stopped the looters. But if the looters are silent and don't attack, there is nothing they can do. What Zhang Wei is most worried about is, there are 4 more raider squads. If we can win 2 more marauder squads, the remaining raiders, you should also weigh your own strength. War ends war. Only in this way can you defeat others without fighting. So, the 2 raider teams currently showing up to eat them. Zhang Wei looked at the temporary map on the ground. This map is too small. If it is a city instead, he has more room to maneuver. Did you find any other bottles and cans in the cafeteria? As the farmer collects gasoline, Zhang Wei also asked other people to search for glass bottles in the cafeteria. Only 7 found. They are all soy sauce and vinegar bottles. All the sauce inside is gone. Well, that was eaten by Lu Dali before. Just a glass bottle, filled with gasoline. How many Molotov cocktails do we have in total? Count this in, only about 30. That being said, there are more than 100 liters of gasoline left. It doesn't have much use anymore if the enemy sets fire to. It can also easily cause fires. Boss, just say it directly. What should we do with the gasoline? Good, follow my orders. Pour the gasoline down one by one at this moment. The zombies near the cafeteria, they all formed a human wall. There are at least 100 or 200 of them. Just pour gasoline on their heads directly from the 3rd floor window. Zhao Zhenxiong. Do you still have your lighter? Give it to the farmer. Zhao Zhenxiong touched his pocket. For you? The farmer handed it over. Zhang Wei searched the ground for a while. Finally, I found the paper cigarette box that the farmer had thrown away. Just this box, Lao Zhao, You will light it and throw it down. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he also personally went to the third floor of the cafeteria to give a demonstration. Use a stainless steel basin or ladle. You can easily pour the gasoline 2 to 3 meters away. And below are densely packed snarling zombies. In just a few minutes, the gasoline collected previously just poured it all down. Let's see how long this candle can burn. Under Zhang Wei's gaze, Zhao Zhenxiong lit a cigarette box and threw it out. The burning cigarette box just touched the zombie's head and immediately ignited a raging fire. The fire spread instantly, and in the blink of an eye, a wall of fire appeared in the front yard of the cafeteria. The head and upper body of the zombie that was doused with gasoline almost caught fire at once. The standing zombie, burning like a candle, fell down like mud after a few minutes. Can this kill zombies? Doesn't it have to be brain dead? Hu Dai was a little surprised. Nerve? Zombies still rely on nerves to control their bodies walking. Once the nerves in their skin are burned, also dead. A fire burned for a long time, zombies near the outer wall of the canteen. After falling, the fire on his body did not go out. And zombies from further away gathered. It continued to burn in the fire. It only takes half an hour. 70% of the zombies disappeared. Viagra, they're out. Ah Xing's voice came from the intercom. Which direction? It's in the green belt. About 10 people came over and touched it. Your location is a blind spot. Are there only about 10 people? I can't see the rest of them. It's a visual blind spot in my position. And Viagra, people who came down from the Chinese herbal garden, has disappeared. Estimated according to time, it should be close to the campus. Bang! As soon as Ah Xing finished speaking, a piece of glass on the third floor suddenly shattered. Zhang Wei looked at the items rolling on the ground. It's a pebble the size of a fist. Watch out for rocks. Hide against the base of the interior wall. Protect your head with a wooden shield. Before, Zhang Wei made a large number of shields. As soon as he finished speaking, more cracking sounds and crashing sounds were heard. Stones fell like raindrops. Some smashed the glass on the third floor. Some smashed the glass on the second floor. The entire second and third floors. They are all pebbles of different sizes. These bastards. I have to collect these stones and throw them back later. Zhao Zhenxiong scurried away with his head in his hands. From the density of the stone, Zhang Wei judged, these guys downstairs, far more than the dozen people Azing mentioned, there were at least 30 or 40 people. Just hiding in the dark, the zombies are sparse. He just dared to come out and provoke an attack. Viagra, the side door of the girls' dormitory, was smashed open with a hammer. A dozen people went in. The base of the wall below, there are also 20 or 30 people with full body armor hidden inside. Chapter 3:12 Ruins. Ignore the robbers in the girls' dormitory for now. Let them work in vain for a while first. Zhang Wei knows, it is almost impossible for looters to find the secret passage under Kai Lao's bed. And he also arranged for a few people, guarding in the basement below the canteen. Once someone intervenes, just give advance warning. After being attacked with pebbles in the cafeteria, it fell into a short period of calm. A bit abnormal. Zhang Wei initially guessed that these people were deliberately provocative. Or test the truth. But these people did not make any follow-up actions afterwards. It made him feel that everything was a little abnormal. Until Ah Xing's reminder appeared from the walkie-talkie. A man came over carrying a primary school student's school bag. Throw it against the wall and leave again. Zhang Wei is still thinking, why is it a school bag for primary school students? Or when talking about how cartoony this school bag is. A deafening sound came. The survivors of the entire cafeteria, they all fell to the ground unsteadily. It's black powder. Zhang Wei finally understood, that so-called school bag, there's explosives inside. Fuck grandma, where did these guys get the explosives? Lu Renjia spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at the side of the wall in unison. Almost the entire wall collapsed. The only thing that didn't collapse were the vertical beams and load-bearing columns every 3 meters or so in the canteen. But fortunately, most of Zhang Wei's people are concentrated on the second and third floors. It was not greatly affected by this explosion. Logically, even with explosives, it shouldn't be so destructive. Zhang Wei probably burned the gasoline for half an hour. The structure of the wall has changed. It's normal for explosives to circulate. People from the mine gang know how to make this thing. Homemade detonators have long been circulating on the black market. As soon as I saw the explosives, the first thing Zhang Wei thought of was the mining gang that had surrendered to Demengzi. As for those guys who have different intentions, take out some defective products and sell them, it's almost a normal thing. But these guys, we'll use a school bag to disguise. You have some brains. Zhang Weizheng wanted to ask Ah Xing about the enemy's movements. Only then did he realize that the walkie-talkie in his hand was damaged. After searching on the ground for a long time, I just found a battery that fell out. Reinstalled it. Ah Xing's anxious voice suddenly came from the intercom. Viagra, how are you doing? Viagra, someone touched them. Viagra, received answer Viagra. It's not a big problem, the walkie-talkie fell down. Ah Xing, how many people came? 40 or 50 people, they have come in through the gap. Viagra, they are on the first floor of the cafeteria. Good, I'll turn off the intercom first, contact me later. Zhang Wei made a silent gesture. The others instantly understood what was happening. They immediately took the weapons in their hands. Everyone, the enemy has entered the canteen hall. There were 3 or 4 brothers in the hall just now. Since there is no voice, either he was killed by a bomb, or be killed. This time we are going to take this group of people, completely destroy the canteen, only then can we use the tools we prepared on the second floor. Let's have a defensive battle. In the canteen, there are several brothers, maybe we can cooperate inside and outside, catch them off guard. Superior. Zhang Wei raised his hand, he rushed down ahead. Just halfway. I met 4 or 5 people who were sneaking up on me. 4 men and 1 woman, one of them is an old man, they all use cloth strips that look like red scarves. Cover your mouth. To avoid inhaling too much dust. Behind Zhang Wei, following were Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjiao. 2 groups of people met in the corridor, just had a face-to-face meeting. When enemies meet, extremely jealous. He immediately killed him silently. Seeing Zhang Wei and the other 3 people in the lead accelerate instantly, the people behind naturally understood what happened. Kill him immediately. Hit from high to low, the people on Zhang Wei's side naturally took advantage of the terrain. Bend down a little to defend your bottom plate. The knives were all directed towards the enemy's chest. Pick the softest persimmons and pinch them. Zhang Wei first stabbed the old man. Before the old man could defend himself, he was stabbed in the chest by Zhang Wei. An enemy next to him yelled with eyes wide open, Uncle 9. Why are you calling you Uncle A? Lu Renjiao was still carrying a bamboo pole in his hand. Without hesitation, he poked this man in the vagina. There is Zhang Wei's short sword in front. Lu Renjiao had no worries about enemies approaching. The man who called Uncle Jiao jumped away in a panic, but his calf was still scratched. 1 dead and 1 wounded, they take care of each other. The offensive momentum was lost. That is this moment. Everyone in Zhang Wei's team stepped forward. We met each other on the first floor of the cafeteria. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Wei did not expect that the entire first floor was so dark and filled with people. The enemy did not expect so many people to come down the corridor. There is no end in sight yet, don't know how many. Zhang Wei knows, this battle, you can't retreat no matter what. The walls of the cafeteria are in ruins. Tables, chairs and benches were scattered all over the floor. This retreat, it is beyond redemption. Or be annihilated by the enemy on the 3rd floor, or be annihilated on the 2nd floor. No more hesitation, Zhang Wei picked up the butcher knife and just rushed to kill the person closest to you. This is a middle-aged man in his 40s, Mediterranean smart hairstyle, somewhat out of place in the last days. Seeing Zhang Wei running towards him, the man's face looked as usual. The machete in his hand, but he tightened it subconsciously. The 2 fought, started in an instant. At this time, Zhang Wei was no longer the rookie before. When facing the enemy, he also paid more attention to skills and efficiency, trying to inflict heavy damage on the enemy in the shortest time. Zhang Wei knew very well that the faster he moved, the more he could kill as many people as possible, and the higher the chance of his team's victory would be. In the first fight, the 2 knives scratched each other. A scratch appeared on Zhang Wei's chest. Mediterranean's thighs were also bleeding profusely. Mediterranean thought that Zhang Wei would definitely die. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei came towards him again and killed him, as if nothing was wrong. This was obviously beyond his knowledge. The action of taking action was also half a beat too slow. Zhang Wei slashed his shoulder again, blood flowed suddenly. Every time Zhang Wei takes a shot, they are all running towards the vital points of the enemy's arteries. The Mediterranean still wants to escape. It was penetrated by a threaded steel hole from behind. Zhang Wei also followed up with a last-ditch attack instantly. The knife plunged into his neck. Before he could draw his knife, another machete attacked from the side. Zhang Wei bent down and the knife just happened to hit the standing rebar, which produced a lot of sparks. After a roll, Zhang Wei pulled out the knife from the Mediterranean's neck. But he ignored the man who had just attacked him and turned to attack the other man. Zhang Wei knew that the most important thing now was to knock down as many enemies as possible in the shortest time. Chapter 313 Defeat the Enemy. The wall on the first floor of the canteen. The dust of cement masonry is scattered all over the floor. Dust was still falling from the ceiling. And underneath the ceiling, the smoke and dust have just dispersed a little bit. The two groups of people were entangled together like a meat grinder. Zhang Wei, the leader, like a sharp knife, inserted into the enemy's heartland. And behind Zhang Wei, there are also other enemies following. The machete slashed desperately at Zhang Wei's back. The enemy did not react for a moment. They all went to outflank Zhang Wei, who was deep in the enemy group. Many reveal empty backs and empty flanks. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong each led 3 or 5 people and also stepped in. For a while, they were in a ball with ping pong. Lu Renjia used a bamboo spear to clear the way. Between stirring up and down, just open a channel. The farmer followed closely behind, picked up the steel gun stuck in the Mediterranean body, moving around. No one dared to get close for a while. The people who followed closely behind, it's all a desperate rush. With Zhang Wei taking the lead, the pressure behind them is very light. After Zhang Wei solved the problem of the Mediterranean, there is no love for war, regardless of the people who sneak up on you from behind. Then he turned to kill other people. This caught the other person being chased by Zhang Wei off guard. This man is ready to run away, but looking left and right. Both sides are our own people, there is no place to run. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and run towards Zhang Wei to kill him. One of them holds the hope of death. One is still hesitating whether he should run away. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Zhang Wei only has one knife. It knocked the machete from the enemy's hand. Before the enemy can react, Zhang Wei is another strong supporter, pressed on him. This time Zhang Wei did not attack the man's vital points. Instead, it cut directly to his wrists and ankles. One person was preparing to sneak attack Zhang Wei, but he was pushed away by Lu Renjia. A few seconds, Zhang Wei cut the hand tendons and hamstrings of the man he was suppressing on the ground. Zhang Wei deliberately did not take his life. Let him lie on the ground and scream wildly. The tragic scene of multiple arteries bursting with blood at the same time. Some of the looters were frightened. Some of them began to retreat toward the back. Even if it's just a small step or two. But it gave Zhang Wei's team an extra advantage. More than a dozen people came down the corridor. Seeing so many armed and unharmed people coming downstairs, the looters were visibly panicking. This was obviously beyond their expectations. More people began to retreat. It was at this time, the rolling shutter of the canteen behind the looters, there was a sound. Zombie? All the people's fighting movements stopped in unison. The rolling shutter door is pushed and pulled upwards. A head sticks out. Viagra? This guy just showed up. The situation was tense again. There was only silence for a moment. People from the two camps mingle again. The difference is, I don't know how many looters were hiding inside the rolling shutter. Started to retreat towards the collapsed wall of the canteen. One side of the canteen building has completely collapsed. It is entirely supported by several load-bearing columns, so that the second floor and ceiling did not collapse. There were also 40 or 50 people in the raiders. In the narrow space on the first floor of the cafeteria, it's almost impossible to cast. Coupled with the feeling that I was being ambushed and surrounded, I don't know who shouted, "Retreat first." He immediately began to retreat toward the outside. But this wave of looters, it was obviously not the rabble that started with Wang Feng. When retreating, also don't forget to defend all the way. As a result, Zhang Wei couldn't get much benefit from his side. 2 people also died. Wait until the enemy has receded like the tide. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that looters from the girls' dormitory would also be attracted. Zhang Wei knows, the enemy retreated only temporarily. I just made statistics. 7 more people were killed and wounded on his side. People who are currently available to fight. Less than 40. Place the dining table over there. Bring some more over. Plug this gap. Be careful of falling objects. After the wall collapsed, it can no longer produce the same defensive effect as it did at the beginning. Zhang Wei could only ask someone to bring more tables over. Even if this can delay the enemy for 1 second, his side can also attack more powerfully. Don't chase poor bandits. I saw some teammates running out to check. Zhang Wei stopped him quickly. At this time, anyone can exert great value, but you can't show your head blindly and be shot by a sniper. God knows that the raiders had strong crossbows. The dining tables in the cafeteria were quickly moved to the collapsed gap by the remaining people. But Zhang Wei knew that this would not stop the looters for too long. He built this line of defense because he did not want the first floor of the cafeteria to be lost. Once the first floor of the cafeteria was lost, Zhang Wei and others would also lose the underground life passage of the canteen. That road was where Zhang Wei planned to retreat to the girls' dormitory in case things were really hopeless. Zhang Wei even planned to abandon the school position. But once this idea is expressed, the teammates probably have no interest in fighting. Therefore, Zhang Wei has always been constructing the idea that people are in positions. The flag of Old City High School cannot stand. During this time, I worked hard to harvest food and build camps. All will lose their meaning. The enemy doesn't seem to have launched a follow-up attack. Zhao Jinxiong kept staring outside nervously. Axing, report the enemy's movements. Axing, received answer received. Zitsizi. The sound of electric current came. Viagra, I heard it, they retreated, the buildings they walked through retreated. I don't know where I am hiding now, anyway. It's a residential building next to the school wall. There are shops over there, extending in all directions. I can't see them. Good, if an outcrop occurs. Report the information promptly. Where are the looters from the girls' dormitory? Viagra, there are more and more looters in girls' dormitories. At least 50 people entered. I saw someone at the corner staring in the direction of the canteen. They were gesturing to convey a message. Is there anyone involved on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory? Not yet. Remember to notify me when someone appears on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. Zhang Wei knows. The looters will certainly not abandon every dormitory on every floor. After all, from their perspective before, someone entered the girls' dormitory. But it also takes time to search every girls' dormitory. Because standing outside the window, there is no view of the bathroom inside. So in order to avoid being ambushed, the looters, every room will be searched carefully. And once they reach the rooftop, to confirm whether there are other passages on the rooftop, that means the search is over. 16 bodies. A younger brother came to report, this is the record just achieved by Zhang Wei's team, but they also suffered 7 casualties. This is what the looters used, such as explosives. Zhang Wei was caught off guard. Viagra, the tables are all blocked. If the enemy wants to come in, you have to move all the tables and chairs. We can attack calmly. Who asked you to attack? We play defense. Who lie? How many arrows and crossbows are there that have been tempered with zombie blood? There are still about 200. It's just that the blood has dried up, and I don't know if it will still have any effect. On the bodies of those zombies, prick it a few times. Zhang Wei pointed to a pile of zombie corpses that were burned to charcoal on the ground. But many are still relatively intact. Some of these corpses were suppressed by rubble. Some only have 1 or 2 arms and legs exposed. Viagra, there are people on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. There are more than a dozen strongmen. Get your last Molotov cocktail ready, shot put in pebbles. There are also crossbows. This should be a fierce battle. Chapter 3:14 Rich Kid. When I heard Ah Xing say that the enemy had arrived on the rooftop of the women's dormitory, Zhang Wei knew the looters should have targeted the canteen. The women's dormitory is an independent building. The only way to other buildings, it's climbing that hanging cable. But this can only lead to the boys' dormitory. The robbers tossed and turned in the women's dormitory, but couldn't find anyone. And there were explosions and shouts of death coming from the canteen next to it. They naturally thought that the people in the women's dormitory had moved. What Zhang Wei is worried about is, 2 raiders work together as a team to attack. Now a raider team has been destroyed. They probably want another team of marauders to come and touch the stone. It's easy to reap the benefits of being a fisherman. Zhang Wei issued the order in an orderly manner. 1/3 of the people were arranged near the edge of the building on the 2nd floor. Bricks and other offensive weapons, arranged in an orderly manner on the ground nearby. The remaining 20 or so Molotov cocktails, there are also temporary Molotov cocktails made from soy sauce and vinegar bottles. They were also placed regularly on the ground next to the 1st floor. It was also carefully wrapped in a quilt cover to avoid damage. This weapon can also build a wall of fire again, by time to evacuate to the canteen's tunnel. However, when Zhang Wei did not give the order, no one is going to use these weapons for the time being. Those dozen strongmen came downstairs. Ah Xing's voice continued to come from the walkie-talkie. They all came out. There should be 40 or 50 people. Ah Xing reported his estimated number. The strongmen you were talking about, what does it mean? Zhang Wei was very puzzled by Ah Xing's description. Judging from the place where this group of looters appeared, I came here from the Chinese herbal medicine garden. The road over there is the prison. And where there are no roads, it's in the wilderness. If you want to besiege the campus, there is no need to go over mountains and ridges at all. So Zhang Wei inferred, this group of people should be plunderers from other regions. so that he did not intervene in the conflict at the beginning, while pointing and observing carefully on the hillside. Until another team of marauders appeared, they just couldn't bear the end. They are very strong, a bit like the kind of gym guy, but there are only a dozen such people, the rest are normal. Is it them? Zhuang Ku suddenly interrupted. Do you know the slingshot cousin? Zhuang Cha picked out his cousin from the crowd. Now Zhang Wei and others call Zhuang Ku the slingshot cousin, because Zhuang Cha said that when Zhuang Ku was a child, he used a slingshot to shoot at the glass of the neighbor's house, and was hung up and beaten by his father with a belt. Zhuang Ku repeatedly denied that such a thing had happened, but Zhuang Cha's words were convincing, and everyone believed it for a while. Zhuang Ku began to divert everyone's attention and said, "You may not know that there is a university in Binhai City. When the zombie crisis broke out, it was close to the holiday, and the college students did not go home. Someone intervened in advance when the zombie crisis broke out, and organized an effective defense. So many people survived. About 20% to 30%. 30%. This is already a lot. If it weren't for Zhang Wei, there would probably be less than 3 people who survived in Laocheng High School. Are you talking about Binhai University?" Zhao Zhenxiong thought of the universities in Binhai City. It seemed that there was only one relatively famous one, and it was a first-class university. Yes, Xuepeng, Qin Yi and I are all survivors of that university. But we were not on campus at the time. We skipped classes in the old city to play extreme sports. Don't go off topic. Keep talking about those muscular men. Zhang Wei interrupted Zhuang Ku's nonsense. Well, I have heard of them before. They are from the university tennis team. Both men and women. They are a club. Not a big gangster club, but a student union club. This club was in the gym next to Walmart supermarket at the time. There was a tennis match. These people were all college athletes. Zhuang Ku was talking about the people from Binhai University who were playing in the old city. And if more than 30% of Binhai universities have college students, then the other survivors, there should be more compared to the old city. Athletes turned into predators. This is interesting. A college student from an institution, he is also a highly educated person. You shouldn't let yourself down like this. Viagra, you are wrong. These people are all children from rich families. They are in the last days, take pleasure in killing people. Zhuang Ku's words, Zhang Wei finally looked at it seriously. Able to play tennis. Probably the family is not short of money. If these dozen guys set up a raider team for fun, it makes sense, because there are no entertainment facilities in the end times. In addition to tenacious survival, the rest is to eat and sleep. Killing for fun? Zhang Wei felt that these students could do such a thing, if someone behind them acquiesced. Have you had contact with them? Zhang Wei didn't know the temperament of these guys. But knowing yourself, and the enemy will win every battle. At such a life and death moment, perhaps knowing more information will give you an extra way to survive. I've heard of their bad reputation. There used to be a guy named Wang Pinyuan, who was also one of them. That guy was Qin Yi's classmate. Wang Pinyuan. Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard this name. He was very familiar with this name. When Zhang Wei first entered the old city, the reason why he was repeatedly plotted against in Walmart supermarket was related to this guy. And Zhang Wei had also heard that. This guy was the son of Wang Guangliang, the chairman of City Light. It is said that this guy was stabbed into a vegetable and has not woken up. Zhang Wei's initial speculation matched the information he got after meeting Wang Rulan, who was rescued by Lu Dali. It was almost certain that Lu Dali did it. Zhang Wei and others who also used chopsticks at the time were regarded by the indigenous forces as the murderers who injured their chairman's son Wang Pinyuan. They were just scapegoats. Wang Pinyuan and Qin Yi are classmates, which makes sense. Qin Yi is the daughter of Qin Tianshou, and Wang Pinyuan is the daughter of Wang Guangliang. They are not ordinary people, but children from wealthy families. Qin Yi is not one of them. Zhuang Ku corrected. Of course I know. If you are really young, that fight, maybe some of them are playing. Zhang Wei walked back and forth. Young college students, they also play tennis matches. He is probably also good at various online games. They should know how to attack buildings. I won't do anything that has no chance of success. We must show weakness to the enemy. Maybe those weapons. It can't be used easily yet. Zhang Wei looked at some Molotov cocktails in the corner, bricks, crossbow. Otherwise, if there are other robbery teams behind, we don't have any trump cards anymore. Boss, how do you want to fight? Let me think about it. Actually, I have an idea. You can force them to take action. And he was beating and charging desperately. Just need to whet their vanity. But I don't know if it will work. Zhang Wei said with a smile while looking at Hu Dai and Pei Wu. Beauty trap? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. Wear black silk or something and dance on the second floor of the cafeteria to attract them to come and die. Zhao Zhenxiong suddenly got excited. No. It's not that simple, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 315 Provocative Attack. Looking at Zhao Zhenxiong, whose head is full of black hair, Zhang Wei just wanted to teach him some principles of life. That is to find some fat ladies to perform a pole dance for Zhao Zhenxiong. What do we need to do? Hu Dai stood up. He knew clearly that Zhang Wei would not let them be in danger, but since Zhang Wei said this, that means having a lot of confidence. Pei Wu also looked at Zhang Wei with questioning eyes. I need you two to act. Acting? Now everyone was curious. Yes, acting is useless for other robbers. But for this group of so-called college students, we have to put on a good show. Boss, what do you say? Bullying men and women or teasing girls? I can do it. I think it's right for me to play the leading male role. And Lu Renjiao will play the second male role. Will we have a rivalry? You won't have a role this time. Boss, what are you kidding? They call me the Oscar winner in private. Last time in the square, the farmer abused me severely. Wasn't it also a cover-up? Lu Renjiao didn't even notice the failure. Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore, time is tight. This is the general idea. I want to provoke these self-righteous guys. Given their family background, they are probably spoiled and used to being bossed around since childhood. They probably think they are invincible in the Raider team. But what if they find out that the leaders of their opponents are two girls younger than them? If a college student is looked down upon by two high school students, the so-called vanity will also be dealt a fatal blow. So you two, do you know how to play it? This time, I am also your little brother. Zhang Wei took a step back. I see. Is it enough to act out that disdainful and indifferent feeling? You two have free rein. Zhang Wei turned into a submissive person, not at all like the boss who just pointed out the country. So the survivors behind also spontaneously changed their formations, following Pei Wu and Hu Dai. Hu Dai is the boss, Pei Wu. Let's be the second child, while walking, a little more arrogant. Zhang Wei asked the boys to divide into two groups. A group followed Hu Dai on the first floor, the other group followed Pei Wu on the second floor. A group of young men nodded and bowed. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. Every 10 minutes, the two people exchanged places once. Less than half an hour passed. Zhang Wei saw a large number of looters appearing. Although they did not approach the cafeteria, but he was hunting down the zombies in the school in an orderly manner. After the previous explosion was heard, there are a lot of zombies. I was attracted to the campus. These looters are slowly cleaning up these hidden dangers. Boss, they surrounded the cafeteria, and we are narrowing the circle of encirclement. Ah Xing's voice appeared from the walkie-talkie again. How many people? Zhang Wei, from his perspective, only enemies within sight can be seen. But these people, less than 10. I'm afraid there are 70 or 80 people. They're all out. There are so many people coming down from the Chinese herbal medicine farm. Zhang Wei felt that he might have underestimated the abilities of this group of college students. It should be that group of people, the group of guys who just ran away. I haven't been seen much since I entered the building. It's normal for those guys to be afraid to come. There are only 100 or so of them in total. Return half of the old. Weak, sick and young. I just lost more than a dozen people. There were quite a few injuries. It can be considered a serious loss of vitality. Zhang Wei is not afraid of those guys. The only thing I'm afraid of is, those guys took out again. School bag bomb. Such weapons. If this continues, the cafeteria will collapse sooner or later. Get ready to fight, two female leaders. It's time for your performance. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Hu Dai and Pei Wu were standing in front, staring coldly at the enemies outside. The wall at this time has no obstruction, just a lot of dining tables stuck together, but between the gaps, you can also see the scene outside. The same people outside, you can also see the survivors in the cafeteria. Not long after, about 10 people appeared in front of the cafeteria. Zhang Wei stood on tiptoes and looked, exactly what Xing said. Strong man. Compared with most people in the post-apocalyptic world, who are malnourished, starved to the point of becoming sallow and thin, these people are already considered strong men. At least he's taller than 180 centimeters. People inside, listen, you have been surrounded, hurry up. Put down your weapons and surrender. Why are these lines so familiar? Are these people actors from Hong Kong and Taiwan? Zhao Zhenxiong was stunned. Hu Dai and Pei Wu didn't answer. Zhang Wei winked at Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong immediately understood. Our two bosses said, I don't have the same experience as you bunch of rubbish. The boss has asked me to pass on a message. 17 of the people who just attacked died. You don't want to die, then get out of here. Zhang Wei winked at Lu Renjia again. Lu Renjia also continued. We are not targeting anyone. We are talking about you outsiders. It's all rubbish. This kind of stimulation is not enough. Let me tell you. Zhang Wei stood up awe-inspiring. Who's that guy outside? A college student in Binhai? Mentally retarded gadgets. Some noble children, relying on my family background, being arrogant and domineering outside. But the end of the world is coming, these people. Together with their parents, none of that bullshit. All of them have fat heads and big ears. Looks like a pig. Old Lu, do you know what pigs sound like? Of course I know. We were screaming happily outside just now. Yeah, I heard it too. We all heard it. What's the point of being like a pig? Two bosses, you go in and rest. Don't be like those retarded people out there. Zhang Wei pretended to let the two bosses go back inside to rest. It was at this time, there was a clear sound outside. Superior. A group of people rushed over. There's a show. Beat me to death. Zhang Wei immediately took the baton. He said he was beating him to death, but there was no close combat. There are only 5 or 6 crossbowmen with good shooting skills. Shoot enemies through gaps and holes. The dining table did not completely block the way forward. It just blocked a distance of more than 2 meters. But the looters are coming. You have to climb in, because this dining table is buckled and stuck. Unless the bulldozers are brought over, otherwise. Manpower cannot dismantle it in a short time. Seeing people rushing to die, they are all ignorant little hooligans. Zhang Wei showed a knowing smile. Zhang Wei knows, among those college student looters, there must be smart people, but once you underestimate your opponent, lost my mind, you can't help but enter the game and be in it. Nalatin. Build a firewall. I saw 20 or 30 people there. Siege. When Zhang Wei headed towards the place where the enemy was most concentrated, an attack order was issued. As soon as the petrol bomb touched the stainless steel dining table, become torn apart, the edge of the entire canteen, there was also a raging fire again. Through the blazing flames, Hu Dai, Pei Wu and the dozen or so people on the playground looked at each other. Chapter 316, repeatedly changing hands. Zhang Wei did not use all the gasoline bombs at once. Just 7 or 8 petrol bombs, you can create a good line of defense in front of you. Burning flame, it can last for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly the person who just rushed up, many of them were on fire. Even if no one was splashed by gasoline, nor can I bear the scorching heat of the fire, turn and retreat back. Fire the arrow. Under Zhang Wei's suggestion, Hu Dai pointed at the fleeing enemy. Suddenly, more than a dozen people shot their bows and arrows that had been strung long ago. Although most of them missed the mark. 1 or 2 unlucky people were shot. They screamed while running away. In the first round of fighting, neither side suffered too many casualties. The robbers left 7 or 8 bodies, and 2 people on Zhang Wei's side were also chopped. Gasoline is a flammable material that will burn when it comes into contact with fire. Soon, many stainless steel tables were burned red. This made the enemy even more afraid to approach. Listen to the pig head outside. Now you should also know how powerful it is. I advise you not to seek death. My boss's boss said, you college students have all been pampered since childhood. I have not been educated by this society. Your parents let you study. You have to feed the pigs. It's better now. The end of the world zombie crisis breaks out. Even if you want to feed the pigs, you don't have to feed them. Zhao Zhenxiong's annoying voice came again. Lu Renjia also cooperated arrogantly. I'm not targeting you. I mean all of you out there. It's all rubbish. Killing people and stealing goods. Do you understand the game? The temperature at this time is already very low. When Lu Renjia spoke, white air came out of the mouth. At this time, the north wind also blew. The temperature was barely 5 degrees. Winter is coming. Zhang Wei looked at the gray sky outside, while approaching the source of burning fire in front of him. The new year has passed. It's already winter. It just hasn't snowed. This fire, I guess I can't stop the enemy at all. After the petrol bomb exploded, most of the gasoline, it still flows to the ground. Burning gasoline, only a tiny bit remains. Zhang Wei feels, the enemy just intervened, just testing the truth. Although they were enraged, they had no intention of really fighting. Once they confirmed the strength of the survivors, they would launch a real attack. Eat something. Get ready for battle. Zhang Wei had made preparations for this defensive operation long in advance. Foods like fried rice balls, although a little cold, were almost ready to eat. At this time, a voice came from Zhang Wei's intercom. Brother Wei, The enemy appeared. They wore more clothes. More clothes? What's the reason? Zhang Wei was still wondering if the enemy was also considering putting on more clothes when it was cold. Hu Lai suddenly shouted, "Not good!" It was at this time, dozens of people shouted and rushed over. Zhang Wei took a casual look. It turned out that the plunderers from earlier had returned. It's just that at this time. It looks a little bloated. The clothes on their bodies, it's been exposed to water, not afraid of fire at all. Only then did Zhang Wei realize what Hu Lai meant by bad words. After your winter coat or down jacket gets wet, even if the gasoline is burning, it probably wouldn't burn the people inside. This was similar to Zhang Wei's previous order to get a quilt from the girls' dormitory and soak it in water. The purpose was to resist the looters' gasoline bombs. Hold them. Zhang Wei picked up a pebble and threw it out, hitting the forehead of the first person who crawled in. The man fell to the ground immediately, and the farmer shot him to death. When he looked again, 4 or 5 more people crawled in. The burning flames did not cause any obstruction to them. The crossbowmen fired several more rounds of arrows. But these people were wearing too much clothing, and there was no real damage at all. Don't waste arrows and crossbows. Even a wet quilt cannot be penetrated by a bullet. Copy weapons directly. Follow me and kill him. Take the lead. This has always been something Zhang Wei likes. You two, play the trick to the end. Zhang Wei still did not forget to say to Pei Wu and Hu Dai. So the two of them continued to pretend to be leaders, continued to watch what is happening in the cafeteria calmly. Needless to say, Zhang Wei is an experienced sword. People coming in from the opposite side, almost none lasted more than a few rounds in his hands. But other people, obviously the ability to cope is worse, moreover. This group of marauders is also very experienced in combat. Just a few breaths, 20 or 30 people of looters came in. Butcher Lu Renjia no longer cared about it at this time. He took out his huge butcher knife. Since this time, he has also been relentlessly practicing his arm strength. I also received a lot of advice from Zhang Wei. Although there is not much technical content, but there is no problem in building muscles. A butcher's knife was danced like a tiger in his hand like this. Every time the knife is drawn, there are almost no swordsmen who dare to take it hard. When encountering those armed with heavy weapons and blunt instruments, Lu Renjia would also wisely avoid it. Leave that kind of people to the farmers. The farmer's rebar has been transformed by him. The undercuts and blood grooves have been polished. As long as the person is poked, almost all the blood has to be drained. And those who are penetrated, when the steel bars are pulled out, almost always with flesh, blood and intestines. It attracted a lot of attention for a while. Evacuate to the second floor. Zhang Wei is a very rational person, all his purposes, all for the purpose of annihilating the enemy as much as possible. When talking about withdrawing, people from Zhang Wei's team, an orderly retreat began. Hu Dai and Pei Wu, covered by Zhang Wei and others. They retreated upstairs, and more enemies crawled in, started to chase Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei led Zhao Jinxiong and others to fight to the death to break off the rear. His face was covered in blood for a while. The enemy couldn't even get close. It didn't take long before he slowly retreated to the stairs between the first and second floors. Throw an incendiary bomb. A few more lit beer bottles. It hit the corridor. Suddenly a sea of fire spread. Top it up. The looters behind were still shouting crazily. I've been waiting for this moment, brothers. Hit it with a shot put. The local people who just showed up in the corridor. I haven't seen the scene on the second floor of the cafeteria yet. He was thrown a shot put from the second floor. His head was smashed and blood flowed. Shit. Smash them all out. Don't leave any behind. Hit the shot put from the second floor. Return the gravitational potential energy. Even if you are a thin person, he can also throw the shot put. And the reason why Zhang Wei dared to throw everyone out was. But he was not worried that these people would pick up the shot put and throw it back. Kill him when the time comes. Recapture the canteen position on the first floor. The shot put is still his. Too bad there's no tear gas. At this time, Zhang Wei, especially eager to have a tear gas or flash bomb, this way he can counterattack calmly. However, this does not affect Zhang Wei's strategy. Just take a break on the second floor of the cafeteria, seeing that there was no enemy carrying the lead ball, and continuing to charge forward. Zhang Wei is also preparing to counterattack. Chapter 317 Fierce Counterattack. How many Molotov cocktails do we have left? Zhang Wei directly asked Hu Lai to report the figures. Only the last 16 are left. The corner of the cafeteria on the first floor. There are a few more. I don't know if it was taken away by the people downstairs. Zhang Wei glanced at the corridor and said, "The fire is still burning. The plunderers can come up through the fire and kill them. But it is absolutely impossible to confront Zhang Wei and others in the fire." This is the reason why Zhang Wei is now rushing upstairs to inquire about the details of the reserve supplies. 16. Keep it. When I think of what Leatherpants' brother Wang Feng said, there are 7 real marauder squads, and so far, only 3 showed up. Zhang Wei felt a little lack of confidence. In fact, Zhang Wei knew, 1 or 2 years after the end of the world, a team of hundreds of marauders acted together. It's a completely normal thing. And it's only been half a year since the apocalypse broke out. Winter is not over yet, Zhang Wei guessed at this time. Most people should be prepared in advance. You won't be short of food and clothing. Therefore, there are no conditions for the emergence of a large number of looters. Just like the rebellion of refugees in ancient times, it must be that the peasants cannot survive, corresponding to the economic base. The superstructure has changed, resulting in political turmoil. However, Zhang Wei did not expect that the 3 looting teams that appeared all had a scale of more than 100 people. Such a force, even in the city center of the old city, is a force that cannot be ignored. The previous round of slashing, even if it was a prepared battle, only caused 7 casualties to the enemy. As for Zhang Wei, another death and another injury. But fortunately, the injured one, just a broken bone, on the 2nd floor of the canteen. The farmer twisted his arm and took him back. Although the casualty ratio is 1 to several, but Zhang Wei knew there will only be fewer and fewer people fighting him. The looters can be replenished infinitely after they die. As for Zhang Wei, hit the person at the back. All of them are his best subordinates and friends. Some of them were people who had taken refuge with him when they were in the old city and followed him. This was the first time Zhang Wei felt the shortage of manpower. If he had 200 to 300 men now, it can be distributed in various buildings of the school. Each building hides 40 or 50 people. No matter where the enemy attacks, the remaining teammates can hold them back. Delay will lead to change. We're going to kill them! Seeing the flames in the corridor, it's almost extinguished. Zhang Wei wanted to have a stalemate with him in the narrow space of the corridor. Might as well fight the enemy hand-to-hand on the 1st floor of the cafeteria. Zhang Wei is worried, after delaying for too long. The enemy discovered the passage under the canteen. After all, as a plunderer, he is cautious. The entire building must be searched. That road cannot be exposed at this time. Zhang Wei had prepared for the worst. I really can't defend the campus, and the final preparation of the 4 preparations he had designated before, there was no success either. Just retreat through the secret passage, then go back to the old city to recruit troops. Then knock down the school camp. If food is used as a reward, it is estimated that the old city may still be more willing to contribute this effort. It's just that there may not be much food left in stock at that time. Zhuang Cha, give me a shield. Zhang Wei saw that many of Zhuang Cha's men were holding makeshift wooden shields made from student desks. It's not of much use, but the protection is still possible. Although Zhang Wei has a powerful bulletproof vest, but there is still no protection for the arms, hands, and head. Weigh the shield in your hand. Zhang Wei turned around and said, "This time none of us can retreat until the enemies on the 1st floor are completely eliminated, or beat them away. But as soon as they leave the confines of the cafeteria, we should not pursue the poor enemy. Continue building defenses." Zhang Wei turned to look at Hu Dai and Pei Wu again. "This time you are also participating in the war. Don't hold anything back." Zhang Wei has been observing before, the dozen or so that Azing mentioned. Strong guy didn't come in at all. But if Hu Dai and Pei Wu also show up, they won't be able to resist showing up to pick this peach. Try your best, solve those bosses. This is Zhang Wei's purpose. Zhang Wei's eyes swept over everyone one by one. It's not that he is too cruel. Survival in the apocalypse, if even a small campus cannot be defended. In the future, when millions of zombies besiege the city, how to defend the next city. Shield soldier, follow me. Zhang Wei holds a shield in his left hand. He held a knife in his right hand and rushed down again. The dozen or so people behind also follow with a shield in hand. Shield soldier, they are all short swordsmen, to fight hand to hand, mainly disrupt the enemy's camp. That is, in battle, fight for the slightest opportunity. Opportunity is vitality, as the leader. It is natural that Zhang Wei takes the lead. Just rushed down the stairs, just showing up at the corner. Suddenly there was a sound breaking through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound sounded. It turned out that the bow and arrow hit the wooden shield. The enemy has archers too. This has long been expected by Zhang Wei. The enemy hasn't come up for so long. He must be preparing for an ambush. And as a rare team of hundreds of people, there are definitely people using a variety of weapons. Most of the arrows, they were all blocked by the people in front. The enemy behind has not had time to shoot a second round of arrows. Zhang Wei's men rushed into the enemy group again. This charge, obviously once again exceeded the enemy's expectations, because Zhang Wei and the others retreated to the second floor before, and set up a wall of fire. The looters thought Zhang Wei and others would build a position on the second floor. Resist desperately. Unexpectedly. They killed him again. Kill! The cry of killing rang out. The farmer followed closely behind. As soon as he showed up, he threw out the steel bar in his hand. Huge inertia and impact force. A crossbowman on the outside immediately penetrates the enemy. And this time the farmer, don't walk away, and use long weapons, holding a short knife, killed into the crowd. The two groups of people fought again. The real contacts were with the first few people. Others are in a narrow space, like the cafeteria, and the density of people, there is almost no place to use the power. However, the men of both sides were also raiding each other's formations, preventing sneak attacks from the enemy camp. Almost every breath, someone would come out to fight. Whenever someone from one side joined the battle, the enemy would immediately follow. In this way, a fierce battle between 70 or 80 people was fought on the first floor of the cafeteria, and the enemy would occasionally roll over the dining table that was at least burnt black. However, these people did not join the battle. Among them were a dozen young people in their 20s. These people stared at Hu Dai and Pei Wu with ill intentions. One of the leading robbers said to the person next to him, "You and the remaining 30 people, just stare outside, don't let anyone else pick the peaches, don't stand still like a fool, hide, stay with the injured people from before." "Okay, big brother, let's go there first." One person led 20 or 30 people through the canteen again. The cafeteria suddenly became much empty, but the number of people on Zhang Wei's side still at a relative disadvantage. Zhang Wei made a casual estimate. It seemed that there were more enemies than he expected. It was estimated that Ah Xing had not really seen all the enemies. It was at this time that Hu Dai and Pei Wu joined the battle. Every time they attacked, they could almost make the enemy retreat temporarily, or leave one or two scars on the enemy. Seeing Pei Wu and Hu Dai attack, and several people in Zhang Wei's team protecting them like stars around the moon, the leader of the robbers finally couldn't help it. The one in the middle said, "Up!" The remaining 8 or 9 people, he also took out weapons of different lengths, swarmed up, joined the fray. Seeing their actions, Zhang Wei was overjoyed instead. He was afraid that these people had other hidden means of attack or trump cards. Therefore, Zhang Wei has always been reserved in his offense, because you must always be ready to retreat. But these guys all ended up personally. This means that they will not issue other orders, because the canteen at this time, just like the whole northwestern Shanxi, turned into a pot of porridge. There is no use saying anything. Zhang Wei directly raised the knife. Cutting down 2 people at will, he ran towards the person in the middle who gave the order. He saw it all, although these 10 people are all college students, but there should be only one leader. That being the case, shoot the man first. Shoot the horse first, to capture the thief. Capture the king first. Chapter 318, Capturing the Thief and Capturing the King. When Zhang Wei went straight towards the opponent's leader, there were also exclamations from the local camp, "Protect Brother Chen. Kick that Brother Chen to death." Zhang Wei waved his hand directly. He raised his knife and ran towards Brother Chen. And the 3 or 5 people behind immediately followed Zhang Wei's pace. Fuck them all. Brother Chen waved his hand coolly, but he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Also as a leader, Zhang Wei and this so-called Brother Chen, a clear view of superiority and inferiority. After Brother Chen finished speaking, the remaining 7 or 8 young men ran directly towards Zhang Wei. In their opinion, they were outnumbered and the other party seemed to be an underage student, so it should be easy to deal with him. But when they saw Zhang Wei rushing towards them, they were dumbfounded, because they clearly saw that several of their people stabbed Zhang Wei's kidneys. With that angle and strength, Zhang Wei should not be so energetic. How is it possible? Brother Chen also looked incredulous. His grandma's, "I have a new down jacket. I only wore it for 3 days. I'll let you ruin it." This down jacket, Zhang Wei exchanged 300 kilograms of rice for it with others. It's a light down jacket, not very bloated, but it's very warm. And the size is 1 size larger than the clothes I am wearing. So I wear it outside the bulletproof vest. No one can notice it. They just thought it was Zhang Wei who wore more clothes. Kill that boy to death. I also took off my underwear and gave it to the boss. Although Zhao Zhenxiong shouted fiercely, but it is not as in-depth as Zhang Wei. Just wandering and fighting with a few enemies. Zhang Wei was wearing invulnerable clothes. They had already guessed it. What kind of technology is there? What kind of job do you want? This is a plunderer, not a prisoner from the old city prison who had just debuted before. Those prisoners, except for the leading gecko, scorpion, centipedes. These 3 poisonous insects, there is no one left who can fight. But those 3 who can fight are also very perverted. Everyone worked hard. I only solved an arrogant gecko, also let the scorpion and centipede run away. In the cafeteria, which is not very spacious, 2 groups of people fought together, dust from dry powder fire extinguishers scattered on the ground. It didn't take long for it to spread. It's almost hard to breathe. Since most of the enemy did not directly participate in the battle, some of Zhang Wei's troops, you can stand on a high place and shoot with crossbows. Sometimes you can also lift pebbles, pretending to smash it. Although such a feint does not have much effect, but it also makes the opponent dare not attack with all his strength without scruples. The sound of collisions of various weapons came, occasionally. There were screams from 1 or 2 people. Zhang Wei occasionally turned his head and looked at it, although he was not injured, but the people on his side, 2 more failed. Prepare the Molotov cocktail, cast. Zhang Wei issued another order. Several bursts of wind sounded. 3 Molotov cocktails, pulley from the air, fell to the ground, smashed to pieces. 3 huge sources of fire suddenly appeared on the ground. And the enemy was also attacked by these fire sources, divided into 3 camps. Just started an orderly defense, it became a little chaotic again. Good. When you see the fire light up, Zhang Wei shouted hello. Because the enemy was divided into several camps, the smallest camp among them, caught between 2 masses of fire. And there were only 15 or 16 people. Although Brother Chen is not among them, but there were also 3 or 4 people who looked like college students. This is the weakest enemy. Zhang Wei decided immediately, use this place as a breakthrough point. Crossbowman, shoot! Zhang Wei did not directly hit or charge forward. Just let the people behind you get it. A round of arrow rain suppresses them. Although only 7 or 8 people shot arrows, however, the looters had to avoid or use weapons to resist. And the crossbow has just been shot. Zhang Wei rushed over directly. People behind, he also guessed what Zhang Wei wanted to do. When it comes to camp warfare, the people on Zhang Wei's side are at an obvious disadvantage. Even if it's a one-on-one competition. Even if you are lucky enough to win in the end, it will also be a miserable victory. Only concentrated part of the force. Get rid of some enemies. Let the numbers be balanced. Only then can we continue to fight. Cut his neck, shouted one of the marauders. Zhang Wei is invulnerable. Now he is just a pig also found. 3 or 5 people swarmed up. The long spear and short stick were directed towards Zhang Wei's head. Zhang Wei raised a wooden shield. Put it on your head. Attack the enemy's lower body sideways. Several people jumped away immediately. A few people also stepped into the fire. The movement was half a beat slow, cut by Zhang Wei's butcher's knife. Basically it just keeps bleeding. Only 1 round of fighting. 2 of the looters fell. He was on the ground holding his knees and screaming. Lu Renjia in the back, also jumping on the ground. He rushed into the crowd, back to back with Zhang Wei, prevent enemy siege from the other direction. All this happens in just a few breaths. When the enemy discovers this vulnerability, Farmer Zhao Zhenxiong, Zhuang Cha and others have already followed up. A camp of a dozen people, it has been beaten back steadily. Although no one died, almost half were seriously injured. And Pei Wu and Hu Dai, who caught up behind, directly hit these injured people with finishing blows. Almost no one is left alive. The blade cuts across the enemy's neck. He almost died immediately. Occasionally 1 or 2 do not die immediately. The bleeding in the throat made a gurgling sound. Instead, the looters were frightened for a while. Who the hell are you? Brother Chen is a little scared. This group of people are not harmless students at all. Rumor has it that they killed all the prisoners in a prison. It seems true. What are you? What is the relationship between Wang Pinyuan of City Lights and you? Zhang Wei said while saying. The movements of his hands never stopped. While blocking with the wooden shield of his left hand, while using the butcher's knife in his right hand, he was stabbing people. Several people were chopped down by Zhang Wei, fell into the fire on the ground. One rolled down. Almost the whole body is covered with flames, let out a fierce scream. Do you know Wang Pinyuan? I am his best friend. My name is Qin Yuxuan. Brother, turns out they are all from the same species. Let's send you on your way. Zhang Wei pulled out a chopstick from his waist. He glanced in front of Qin Yuxuan. Then he thrust it hard into the thigh of a marauder next to him. You You are that person, I see, brothers, give them all to me, catch them alive. Brother Chen suddenly became excited. Zhang Wei knew that Brother Chen probably thought of himself as Lu Dali, because Lu Dali used chopsticks to poke the young master Wang Pingyuan's eyes out. But he still didn't know why Brother Chen ordered to capture him alive. Could it be that Lu Dali, who was alive, was more valuable? Or, it was the people of City Light, who wanted to better torture the murderer who blinded their heir's son. However, Brother Chen's order was exactly what Zhang Wei wanted. He was worried that the robbers would kill him at first. But if they wanted to capture him alive, that would be another way to fight. Kill that Chen guy, dead or alive. Zhang Wei raised his knife again and charged into the crowd. It was at this time, there was a sound of panic outside the canteen. 20 or 30 people ran out of the house, scattered in all directions. Brother Chen, not good. Some of the brothers who were hit by arrows had their corpses transformed. He also bit several people. What? Brother Chen's expression changed. Zhang Wei sneered. Hee hee. I forgot to tell you, the bows and arrows we shoot, there is zombie saliva and blood on the arrow. This can transform a person into a corpse in a very short period of time. For a time, the team of raiders became insecure. Because Zhang Wei just ordered, several rounds of arrows were released. Many people, he was slightly injured in these rounds of arrows. What worries these injured people the most is that they noticed that their teammates were looking at them warily. Something seems a little wrong. We'll take action against them. Chapter 319 Chaos Counterattack. Very good. Although Zhang Wei was secretly happy, his face remained calm. The panic of these looters, it was immediately noticed by most of Zhang Wei's team. Zhang Wei saw several enemies in front of him retreating frantically. Among them were several college students. He immediately rushed forward and stabbed several people in the back twice. One of them turned his head around with difficulty and said, "Did you know that my dad works for City Lights? I know your father is Li Gang." Zhang Wei didn't hesitate and chopped it down like a melon or a vegetable. A black object rolled down on the ground. "Don't let that boy get away." Zhang Wei pointed at Qin Yuxuan and shouted. In fact, Qin Yuxuan did not run away at all, however. There were a few people who were at least suspected to have been injured by bows and arrows, and were ready to run away. But when Zhang Wei shouted, immediately caused civil strife in the marauder camp again. Some people are waiting and watching. Some people are jumping over the dining table to escape. For those who run away, Zhang Wei naturally ignored him. Instead, he continued to kill those who resisted. The zombies outside are chasing survivors in the playground. Many people cried for their father and mother all the way. These plunderers were also in disarray, otherwise. Based on their number, 3 times as many zombies can be taken care of. People inside, after hearing these sounds, naturally, he has no intention of fighting. The dominoes began to fall from the moment the first person prepared to run away. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiang each also focused on a muscular man. For both of them, these 2 people are more than half a head taller, but I didn't expect it to be of any use. He was immediately knocked down by 2 people within a few rounds. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiang didn't have time to finish the last hit. Hu Dai and Pei Wu, who were coming from behind, cut their necks. This kind of cooperation is so tacit, the few people in front just hurt the enemy's vital points. And as long as the enemy is injured or falls, basically, it doesn't take long before the person behind you takes the last hit and gets the lunchbox. The enemy was defeated like a mountain. The core of the leaders of the dozen or so looters, in an instant, only 3 or 5 people were left. But at this time, a large number of enemy corpses fell. The flames also covered the ground. Let the 2 factions of the marauders become one again. As for the wave of people in the middle, they were all killed by Zhang Wei and others. After the marauders became one instead, it revealed greater chaos. Many people even bumped into each other. A congestion occurred. Zhang Wei no longer continued to advance, only harassing on the periphery. At this time, the plunderers were cornered. They will also fight back desperately. And the most appropriate way is just to pursue the victory behind them. Try to reduce the number of enemies as much as possible. Certainly, Zhang Wei's eyes never left that so-called Brother Chen. No matter where this guy comes from, after all, it has something to do with the people of City Lights. That battle at Walmart, Zhang Wei has already formed a deadly feud with the City Lights people. He didn't care at all. Leave all these young masters here. Let these people run back, on the contrary. It is a disaster. It's very difficult for enemies to crawl in, when escaping, even more panicked. Because of the obstacles caused by stacked tables in the cafeteria, it did not decrease after their intervention. The farmer also found several Molotov cocktails hidden in a corner of the first floor. Once it was lit, it was thrown in the path of the looters. The fire is burning again, covering the originally wide escape route. Only 1 or 2 passages of a few meters remained. How can dozens of people cross over in a short time? This gave Zhang Wei an opportunity. Zhang Wei gave orders to his teammates, go to the second floor and prepare the shot put and bricks. I'll run out and smash them one by one later. At the same time, he also picked up a bamboo spear. The buttocks of the marauders were pierced and their thighs were pierced. In the previous fight, Zhang Wei's entire upper body was already in tatters. Now he picked up a bamboo stick and looked like the leader of the beggar sect was possessed. The others were not idle either. Zhuang Chao led 4 or 5 people, using the dust from the fire extinguisher as a cover, and stabbed the right people. Soon, he knocked down 4 or 5 more people. Zhang Wei signaled Zhuang Chao to stop, and not to stimulate him too much at this time. This would easily make the enemy fight to the death, and increase the fearless casualties of his own people. So only half of the people in the cafeteria were left to harass. 7 or 8 more people went to the second floor. Bricks and pebbles were thrown down from time to time. From time to time someone suffered a bloody head injury. Some of those who were hit even fell to the ground. Never got up again. Brother Chen, under the cover of several close men, try your best to run outside. He didn't even know why the situation turned into this. Because he found the right opportunity to come in. He knew the people in the cafeteria before. Already with 2 other groups of looters, there was a brutal encounter. Because he asked from a runaway, the 100 or 200 people who attacked for the first time, almost no one survived. That is to say, the guards in the cafeteria, the casualties should be at least half. In the beginning, it was just as he expected, the enemy will collapse at the first touch. He even retreated to the second floor in defeat. Brother Chen even saw the 2 female student leaders looking furious. But Brother Chen didn't expect that. Things can take a turn for the worse in such a short period of time, and the reason turned out to be the person he assigned to defend. A zombie crisis broke out inside. Zombie, in Brother Chen's eyes, it's the most indifferent thing, because usually, his team hunts zombies for fun. And when hunting zombies for fun becomes routine, they started hunting the living again. Their band of marauders, it is also getting stronger and stronger. From a few dozen people at the beginning, it grew to 100 or 200 people. People who meet them, either surrender or die. It all became commonplace. So when Brother Chen asked the homeless survivors he met on the hillside that there was a survivor camp in this school, when there is still a lot of food, Brother Chen couldn't wait to come. Because of food, for a big force behind them, it is also an indispensable thing. Brother Chen has already begun to have crazy fantasies. When he brought back a large amount of food, the gratified expressions of the elders. And all this, now it's all in vain. Brother Chen climbed hard at first. There were a few younger guys who pushed him up like crazy. And when the people above climb out, there will be fewer and fewer people inside. The remaining looters were almost in a panic. Some even regard Brother Chen as a stepping stone. Without any scruples, he stepped on Brother Chen's shoulders one after another and climbed out. I am your mother, you stepped on my hand? Brother Chen hasn't finished speaking yet. A huge shoe print covered his face again. I don't know who was stepped on by who ran away first. After a lot of hard work, Brother Chen finally climbed up. I was thinking whether I should hold my head and run away or walk in a snake shape to avoid the rocks. He was immediately pulled down by a younger brother from behind. Brother Chen, why is it you? The younger brother was also stunned. I'm your mother. Brother Chen kicked this little brother away again, climbing up again with all my might. It was at this time, a piece of rebar pressed against his anus. Have you ever heard of the legend of the Old Town Stick? Zhang Wei's voice came from behind. Chapter 320 Stick Legend. Brother Chen has certainly heard of the stick legend in the old city. And he has heard it more than once. Wang Yukun used a police baton to poke the prisoner's back garden. This has spread in the white world. It is said that it was to find out the whereabouts of a person. And later someone made a big deal out of a small matter, saying that Wang Yukun used a mop stick. And it was in a state of legitimate defense. The later rumor was that Wang Yukun suspected that the prisoner was hiding drugs, and used disposable chopsticks to examine him. Whether it was true or false, Wang Yukun's nickname the stick had spread. Anyway, whether it was a police baton, a mop stick, or disposable chopsticks, they were all sticks. So when Zhang Wei poked the rebar into Brother Chen's butt, Brother Chen lost the courage to run away. He was very familiar with this guy's voice. He just killed people like chopping melons and vegetables. Don't do it. I surrender. Brother Chen raised his hands, then slowly turned his head, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. I laugh at you, Ma. Zhao Zhenxiong imitated Brother Chen's tone of voice. He immediately slapped him with a big mouth. Brother Chen dares to be angry but dare not speak out. But he still pretended to be grateful. Forget it if you run away outside. Spare their lives. Zhang Wei certainly didn't mean to spare the lives of the looters. It's just that there aren't many people left on his side who can fight. After running out, it will take a lot of time to read it again. It's also easy to be attacked by someone. And most people, they all suffered injuries of varying sizes. There is no need to go out. At this time, Pei Wu and Hu Dai also came up in time, and continued to finish off those who were not dead yet, and those who were already dead. A total of 28 bodies, including those outside the cafeteria. Pei Wu and Hu Dai discussed for a while. Brother Chen's face turned pale. How many college students ran away? Lu Renjia said after carefully examining the bodies. How many died? There are 6. How many college students are there among you who don't do your job? Tell the truth, or you will suffer. Zhang Wei pressed the rebar against Brother Chen's throat. There are 11 of us. Originally there were 12, a few months ago. I met a prisoner who was very good at beating. He killed a person. Now there are only 11 people left. A criminal who can beat very well. Zhang Wei was stunned. If it was a few months ago, it might be scorpions and centipedes. But when the scorpion and centipede run away, I have long taken off my prison uniform. Brother Chen shouldn't be able to tell that they are prisoners. Right, he is a man with a short haircut. Brother Chen recalled. Your boss, is he just a guy with a short haircut? Zhang Wei asked Zhuang Cha next to him. If I remember correctly, the width seems to be short. This is the hairstyle that most prisoners in the prison have. Because short hair cannot hide weapons such as blades. It seems so. Our boss has always been short-term. The prisoner you mentioned who is very capable of beating, where has he gone? Zhang Wei asked Brother Chen directly. I don't know. There were more than a dozen of us hunting in separate places. I also heard what my brother said. 5 or 6 of them couldn't hold the guy down instead. He was beaten half to death. One of my brothers from Binhai University, I heard that guy beat me to death with a fire stick. Fire stick? The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was the AWM sniper rifle that Mu Mu carries with him. If the gun is wrapped and not exposed, it is possible to be mistaken for a firewood stick. Are you all from City Light? Zhang Wei remembered that the guy said not long ago that his father was someone from City Light. Zhang Wei had already offended Wang Guangliang. So why would he care about other small shrimps from City Light? Yes, my father is the CFO of City Light, and he is very close to their chairman. Why don't you let me go? I promise not to cause you any trouble. Oh, then it must be Chairman Wang Guangliang's people? You know Wang Penyuan. And your father knows Wang Guangliang. They are really in cahoots with each other. You Brother Chen was speechless for a moment. To tell you the truth, it is impossible to let you leave alive, but I can let you die without pain. Do you have anything else to say? Zhang Wei slapped Brother Chen's cheek with a butcher knife. No, you can't kill me. Someone just escaped. If you kill me, they will tell my dad about this, and then you will be the enemy of the entire City of Light. You should know that City of Light, including the people who depend on them, there are at least tens of thousands of people. Come on, Wang Guangliang's son has been beaten into a fool, and a little jerk like you won't even show up even if you die. Is there any nonsense? No nonsense. I will send you on your way for my boss. Zhao Zhenxiong took out a switchblade. He made gestures on Brother Chen's chest. Forgive me, the 2 female bosses. Please have mercy on me. Spare my life as a dog. I will agree to whatever you want. You want food? I can get it. Weapons are no problem. Give me some time. Brother Chen lay on the ground and cowed out crazily towards Hu Dai and Pei Wu. Send him on his way. Zhang Wei spoke directly. But this sentence was directed at the farmer. Some things are best done by farmers. Etc. Don't kill me, stick. Yes, you just mentioned Wang Yukun. Even Wang Yukun, he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Wang Yukun and Demingzi faced off. All our forces. Everyone agrees that the stick is the talker in the old city. People from 8 major real estate projects. They all agree that the stick is the leader. If you kill me, it's like being an enemy of the stick. The stick is facing off against the big Mingzi? When I heard this sentence, Zhang Wei was stunned. Because Demingzi's men are full of talents. But it seems that only the guy named Shan now can use the stick. But after the end of the world, many people who dislike Demingzi, I have surrendered to the stick long ago. There are also bettors who bet on both sides, waiting for the situation to evolve. In fact, from a certain level, more people support the stick. Because of the person's stick, really upright. The stick is the official, Demingzi is a thief. No matter how capable the strongman is, my little brother is so outstanding, how big the territory is, in the eyes of others. None can compare to the status of a stick. Because Demingzi is a thief. Right, the stick is preparing to take down the big man. You'd better not get involved, let me go, nothing will happen. Brother Chen finally succeeded in changing the topic. Get rid of the worries of life. Pei Wu and Hu Dai didn't even look at Brother Chen. He turned his attention to Zhang Wei. Brother Chen suddenly woke up. This student who hits hard, he seems to be the real leader of the school camp. He immediately showed a pleading look. A stick won't come into a fight with a strongman, they're just cooperating. Just completely reshuffle this city. There is the simultaneous presence and mediation of both of them. The situation in the old town, you can spend these 2 years steadily. But since you want to live so much, then I'll bet with you, dead or alive. It all depends on your personal destiny. Zhang Wei suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Chapter 321 Bet with you. When I heard this, Brother Chen was ecstatic. In his view, since the leader opposite said this, that means they are most likely planning to let him live. But I can't bear to lose my dignity and come to Taiwan. I just made a random excuse and said I wanted to take a gamble. Brother Chen is confident, as long as you leave the school area, he can escape from this place. What to bet on? I'd bet with you. Brother Chen said excitedly. Good, then take a gamble, since your background is so big, then I can't kill you no matter what otherwise. The entire city light will be offended. You are very sensible. Brother Chen said with appreciation. So you can't die in my hands, you can't die in the school camp. What do you mean? Brother Chen's smile froze on his face again. Let me tell you an interesting story. Not long ago, there was a conflict between Wangjiang Pavilion and Mad Dog and others. Demingzi intervened, so the seats in Wangjiang Pavilion were reshuffled. A young man named Mu Beiqing came to power. To his uncle named Mu, I learned a good lesson. That uncle of his clan got scratched by a zombie. It probably took a long time before the corpse transformed. I thought about it again and again. If you hadn't died in my hands, nor did he die in Old Town High School instead. He died in the wilderness. The city lights can't be blamed on us. You? Big beads of sweat already fell from Brother Chen's forehead. So I said I would take a gamble with you. At least those wounded by our bows and arrows. There are also many who have not transformed into corpses. But this is all 50-50. But compared to being killed directly by me, I think you're inclined to take this gamble with me. Zhang Wei nodded towards the farmer. The farmer took a crossbow from the hand of a person next to him. Zhang Wei casually unloaded 2 arrows from it. Then he asked Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong to force Chen Yuxuan to the ground. Let me ask you another question. I heard there were 7 raiding brigades prepared to attack our campus camp. Is this true? Have you ever communicated? City lights won't let you go if I die. Brother Chen directly changed the topic. Then you'd better not die. Amidst Brother Chen's screams, Zhang Wei took these 2 arrows. It hit Brother Chen's left and right buttocks hard. No matter how many groups of marauders they have, is there any exchange and cooperation? Things have come to this point. Zhang Wei has no other way out. We can only take one step at a time. 20 or 30 people are a team of marauders. 200 to 300 people, that's the Marauder Brigade. Before we find a doctor, you better not pull it out. Otherwise it would be bad if you bleed too much and die. Zhang Wei is here. Brother Chen whispered in his ear. Let him go. Zhang Wei said directly. Really let him go. Lu Renjia hesitated. Let this guy go. After he returns, we will definitely gather manpower again, then come to trouble with the old city high school camp. I told you to take a gamble with him. You are lucky. Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Renjia both released their hands. Brother Chen immediately rolled over and crawled over the dining table. Then he pulled out the arrow from his butt, he spread his legs and ran away. Not even half a minute, it disappeared from everyone's sight. How about it? What is the probability that he will transform into a corpse? Zhang Wei asked the farmer next to him. 90%. So high. That crossbow just now, it was specially made by me. There is already zombie saliva. There is also zombie blood. It's also stained with the yellow and white stuff you mentioned. Even if the kid didn't die from the bacterial virus, they will also transform into corpses due to the zombie virus. Then the odds of that kid being alive are very high. Isn't it possible? Zhao Zhenxiong said in surprise. It's odds, not probability. Lu Renjia said somewhat speechlessly. Stop talking nonsense. Clean up the battlefield quickly. Go to the 4 or 5 uninjured people. Go outside and pick up weapons. Crossbow, stone, bricks, Anything that can be used, throw them all in for me. Go to a few more groups. Go to the windows on the second and third floors of the cafeteria to alert you. Be careful not to expose yourself easily. I don't know if there are any gunmen. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. 2 more people go around through the tunnel. Look at the girls' dormitory over there. What is the situation? To simply calculate the extent of damage, the remaining people rested where they were. Zhang Wei issued the order in an orderly manner. Some people with minor injuries, just start bandaging in place. There were also 2 seriously injured people, lying in the corner breathing heavily. It seems that there is more air coming out and less air coming in. Those 2 people. Zhang Wei also had to be a little sad. These 2 seriously injured guys. He is the one who has recently taken refuge in him, originally. I was looking for a place to settle down. Unexpectedly, he got himself involved. Zhang Wei knows, he betrayed these 2 guys' trust. There were many more who had died before. Maybe. Only stronger, only then can you defeat others without fighting. Zhang Wei said to himself. Zhang Wei found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Think carefully about whether there are any loopholes. If there really were 7 different waves of raiders, the remaining troops on my side, it simply cannot withstand the next round of impact. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei turned on the intercom. Axing, take a look around the school. It's easy. The sound of electric current sounded. Viagra, retired, those people retreated? Right, they were beaten back by us. No, Viagra, what I'm talking about is that the group that threw the bombs retreated. It was the group of people who hid in the houses. The gang retreated? They don't seem to have lost much. If Zhang Wei remembers correctly, the attrition of that group of guys wasn't much, but those guys seem to have brought their families with them. There are still many old, weak, sick and disabled people who did not show up. So Zhang Wei asked them to hide in a private house to rest. I didn't feel too strange. What Zhang Wei is most worried about is, when Brother Chen and his group of looters came in, that group of people will also add insult to injury. It seems now, the destruction of Brother Chen and his gang, it severely stimulated the group of people. They gave up their plan to attack the campus camp. If there are some older people in this team, if they give the order to evacuate, it also makes sense. A Xing, no matter how carefully you observe, confirm that they are not falsely evacuating, or build some kind of open plank road, tricks like plotting against Jin Song. Okay, Viagra, I'll keep an eye out. They must have really evacuated. I just saw their leader leading the way. It's already a kilometer or 2 away. So that's it. It might be one of them. There are also people whose corpses have changed. Viagra, how long do we have to hold on? I'm freezing to death up here. Didn't I tell you to bring more clothes? The wind is too strong, the body temperature is very low, but it's okay. I have enough clothes, my hands and feet are just a little cold. Hey. Viagra, not good, direction to the old town. 2 groups of people started fighting. Axing suddenly said nervously. Chapter 322 2 groups of people. Towards the old city? Are they the ones who just fled? No way, Gu. This time it's another direction, the direction of the main road. The main road? Isn't that where Ari is laying the nails? Yes, Wei Gu, people are coming from that direction. It seems that a car has stalled, and then someone started fighting. Oh no, that might be my 4th plan. Zhang Wei suddenly panicked. Wei Gu, what is your 4th plan? It shouldn't be as simple as letting Ari lay the nails. Right? Forget it, there's no point in discussing these. I don't know if there are any more enemies coming. Just be careful and alert. A Xing, you should also find a chance to eat something. It's already 1 p.m. Zhang Wei looked at his watch while talking. Viagra, you are such a crow's mouth. 2 groups of people came over. Ah Xing's panicked voice came again. Main road? Zhang Wei asked tentatively. No, Viagra, it's those 2 people. What is it? Zhang Wei was also speechless. It's time. This guy Ah Xing is still hesitating here. It's a scorpion and a centipede. Ah Xing's walkie-talkie voice. It's like an old man turning on a speaker phone. It's the scorpion and the centipede. This voice just came out. The scene fell silent. All on alert. The scorpion and centipede appear again. Zhang Wei immediately gave orders to everyone. Although these 2 guys have little other experience, but it's really very capable. After the last fight, the 2 of them have been missing for months, unexpectedly. It appeared again at this time. Zhang Wei knew without thinking that the 2 of them had come prepared. Axing, are you sure you read that correctly? Viagra, don't worry, my eyesight is very good. These 2 guys led 2 teams of troops. It came from the northwest and southeast directions, but there are not many of them. Each team, there are only 20 or 30 people. Don't underestimate the enemy. The fewer they are, the less capable you are of hitting and rushing these two guys. The scorpion and the centipede, he is a person who has suffered a loss once, must come prepared. After confirming that they were scorpions and centipedes, Zhang Wei stepped up and asked the people inside to prepare. I'll make a story short. Everyone must know these two guys, the prisoner leader of the old city prison, and a guy named Gecko has been killed by us. These two guys gathered so many people here, not necessarily to avenge the guy Gecko. Their ultimate goal, it should still be the food here. Boss, how do you tell me to fight? Follow your command. Lu Renjia is gearing up. Since they have divided their forces, that is to want to make a sneak attack, caught us off guard, but they never imagined that. We have things like walkie-talkies. There is also Ah Xing's heavenly eye. This time, we are loose on the outside and tight on the inside, pretending to be unguarded after the battle, but you can't be totally unguarded. Let them get close, and then fight. Farmer, don't hold back this time. All the crossbows, light up all the Molotov cocktails for me. Zhuang Cha, you take 10 people with you. Go directly to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. A large amount of materials have been moved on the 3rd floor. It has not been used, you just smash it down from the window. The lethality of the 3rd floor, it should be bigger than the one on the 2nd floor. The bricks and stones were smashed, then use the weapons stored on the 2nd floor. If we use up all these things, what should we do if there are other groups of raiders coming? Hu Lai hesitated. Assuming there are 7 raider teams, currently we have defeated 3 of them, the scorpion and centipede count as 2, then there might be 2 more marauder squads. I don't know which group of people were involved in the fight on the main road. If we really don't have weapons, if there is no danger to defend, let's evacuate toward the women's dormitory. It was at this time, the people Zhang Wei had just sent out to investigate the situation in the women's dormitory rushed back. Reporting to Zhang Wei the situation inside the girls' dormitory, most of the doors have been damaged. But the door can be repaired. The contents inside were not too damaged. But each dormitory room, it's all messy. Chen Yuxuan's group of people, they should be searching for supplies inside. But we ate everything we could eat. I guess I came back empty-handed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked their lives to attack our canteen. Are there any other abnormalities? What Zhang Wei is worried about is, Chen Yuxuan and those people, what kind of trap is left in the girls' dormitory? That was Zhang Wei's last resort. There is no room for error. There is nothing unusual about it, but there are only 10 or 20 zombies. It was probably caused by the opening of the side door of the guard room. That's not important, maybe he came in later. I also deliberately left a lot of zombies behind, to cover the hole under the bed that serves as our underground passage. Don't let Kai Lao's room be too clean, it is easy to arouse people's suspicion. Axing, immediately report the movements of the scorpion and centipede groups. These guys chose to appear at this time. He must have found the right time. Good Viagra, they have entered the school wall. He was slowly approaching the canteen. It seems they must have encountered the previous plunderers otherwise. There are so many buildings in the school, it's not like you can find them accurately. Axing at the same time. You should pay attention to the movements of the group on the main road. Report any abnormalities promptly. Try to be as quiet as possible when you speak. Don't expose yourself. Other people, pick up weapons. Get ready to fight. The first 3 times, we all held on. This time, we must also keep it. Work hard, decline again. 3 and exhausted. He depleted me and I gained. As long as you get through today, the name of Old City High School, it will also resound throughout the Old City. Just like a big man setting up a flag in the city, Zhang Wei is also on the outskirts of the Old City. A flag should be erected within a 10-mile radius of the school camp. As long as this flag remains erected, this area will be a restricted area from now on. Without the heavy firepower of thermal weapons, no one dared to venture in. This is Zhang Wei's base camp. Even if the center of the Old City cannot survive in the future, he can also be his landlord here safely. The only thing needed, just like a big fierce man, make some reinforced concrete, just re-strengthen and repair the surrounding walls. As long as the food is provided through work relief, there are many people who do such things. When the farmer is fully prepared, after moving all the crossbows over, Zhang Wei counted the remaining crossbow arrows. Less than 1/3 is left. Some of them are crossbow arrows that were picked up again. The quality is simply not up to par. That is to say, a usable long-range crossbow, less than a quarter. To deal with these two guys, the scorpion and the centipede, don't hold back your hands, even if you use some dirty tricks. You can do it, Zhang Wei said as he said, while grabbing a handful of dry powder from the fire extinguisher on the ground, stuffed into his clothes pocket. Chapter 323. Defeat everyone. Zhang Wei thought that enemies would arrive. But I never expected two of them. It turned out to be a scorpion and a centipede. Zhang Wei thought that these two guys had already gone to the old city or other places. After all, in the last days, compared to the wilderness, the city is more popular. People like scorpions and centipedes. There must be a greater ability to survive. Zhang Wei quietly grabbed a handful of dry powder and stuffed it into his pocket. This he learned from the nails on the scorpion's leather shoes. A means of sneak attack. In the face of death, there is no such thing as an above-board duel. Use the fastest speed to knock down the enemy, to avoid unnecessary accidents. This is the rule of survival in the apocalypse mastered by Zhang Wei, especially when the situation is out of control. Now that I think about it, when the apocalypse first broke out, everything that happened in the boys' dormitory, it's just a small scene. Lu Renjiao was a little confused when he saw Zhang Wei's actions. I thought Zhang Wei wanted to increase the friction on his hand, to facilitate grasping the knife, so I grabbed a handful, rubbing it on his hands. This can be regarded as the effect of Tao powder. But Zhao Zhenxiong seemed to suddenly understand something. He also grabbed a few handfuls and put them into his pocket. Too bad it's not lime powder. Zhang Wei felt a little regretful. If it is lime powder, that would be even more wonderful. The enemy is coming. Ah Xing's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Zhang Wei knows. There is no point in talking nonsense with Ah Xing at this time. So I stuffed the walkie-talkie into my backpack. Then he placed the backpack in an inconspicuous corner, to avoid damaging the walkie-talkie inside the backpack during the fight. In fact, Zhang Wei at this time, I'm not afraid of scorpions and centipedes. After the first confrontation, compared to the unknown at the beginning at this time, I also have more confidence. What Zhang Wei is worried about is the arrival of the two guys, the scorpion and the centipede. This time, is there any different trump card? Or maybe he found the right opportunity to deliberately pick up the leaks. No matter how cautious the people who come here are, Zhang Wei still heard their footsteps. Stand back a little, use tables and chairs to protect yourself. Zhang Wei was worried about what throwing weapons the enemy would use. Plan to avoid the first wave of attacks. We meet again. Scorpion's voice sounded. It turns out to be you. Zhang Wei said, pretending not to know. You messed with the wrong people. The scorpion man did not appear, but the sound came clearly from not far away. Zhang Wei knows, this guy should be hiding in the blind spot of his vision. But since Scorpion is too cautious not to show up, Zhang Wei felt more at ease. The more ostentatious Scorpion behaves, the more likely it is that he has some unconventional weapons. Scorpion, you are the one who messed with the wrong person. Do you know who you hit with your leather shoes that day? You hit the boss of the motorcycle gang in the old city. The guy in white clothes, who almost beat the shit out of you last time. Zhao Zhenxiong immediately cursed at him. But there was no response from Scorpion. Zhang Wei even wanted to pick up the walkie-talkie again. But if he was exposed, Ah Xing would be in danger. Scorpion, since you are here, then the centipede should be here too. Right? You want to divide the army into two groups? Attack from behind? Don't waste time. Doors and passages at the back. It has been blocked by us for a long time. If you really want to come in, just rush in seriously, or climb in through a second-floor window via rope, or crawl in from the underground sewage pipe in the kitchen. We have taken precautions. You should stop wasting your efforts. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Centipede's voice came from another direction. But he only said, "No way." These two short words. Then just follow the original plan, Scorpion said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly the sound of breaking wind sounded in the air. Buzz buzz. The voices came one after another. Then, there was the shattering sound of a bottle falling to the floor. The explosion of the bottle, scattered in almost every corner of the cafeteria. Not good, it's gasoline. The farmer touched a little bit on the tip of his nose and said. Of course Zhang Wei knew it was gasoline. The looters outside are not so kind as to throw beer and mineral water at you. According to the intensity of the sound, Zhang Wei judged that they had at least 2 rounds of throwing. If Ah Xing's observation is not wrong, each team of Scorpion and Centipede only has more than 20 people. So a team of 2 people, there were 40 or 50 people in total. This round of projection just now, there are at least 70 or 80 bottles. What worries Zhang Wei is that these beer bottles filled with gasoline were thrown. There was no ignition at all. Otherwise, in the cafeteria at this time, it was already a sea of fire. Put away our gasoline bomb, don't ignite. Zhang Wei had to order. Otherwise, if you explode, that is to play fire and self-immolation at this time. The gasoline is full, ground, on the wall, even gasoline is even inside the air. Once there is Mars appeared, The first floor of the entire cafeteria will be a sea of fire. These things thrown by the plunder make Zhang Wei feel that the enemy is a bit like an arrow on the string. Either go to the second floor of the cafeteria, either go to the underground passage. If you do not fight, retreat. So none of these weapons prepared in a girl's dormitory. Sooner or later, they will fight with them. The girls' dormitory is also no dangerous. It's better to divide it here. When Zhang Wei is still thinking, I found that there were several people. It has begun to climb towards the table at the door of the cafeteria. And all of these people had knives in their mouths. Suicide Squad? Brothers in the back, get the bricks ready. Zhang Wei picked up half a brick and he immediately hit the first person who showed his head. The guy then fell down. But just at this moment, a dozen people were climbing inside at the same time. Zhuang Cha, who had already been ordered by Zhang Wei to set up defenses on the third floor, at this time, no longer holding back, place some shot put on the third floor, brick, heavy sports equipment, and the like, throw it down desperately. It hit 4 or 5 people in an instant. However, after these plunderers were prepared, throwers on the third floor, the accuracy is much worse. Although things kept falling down, but it doesn't have much effect. Because the height from the third floor to the first floor is also 7 or 8 meters. Enough for people to dodge quickly. Fire the arrow. Not a single one left. Take advantage of the gap where Zhuang Cha delays the enemy. Zhang Wei ordered people to shoot all the crossbow arrows. Suddenly some people who had just climbed onto the dining table or landed in the canteen, they were all shot into hedgehogs. Farmer, you go upstairs and ask Zhuang Cha and everyone above. They all retreated to the second floor of the cafeteria. Use the fastest time. Use the bricks and pebbles on the second floor. At this time, can you kill someone? It has no meaning anymore. Even if it can hurt the enemy, also pretty good. Zhang Wei knows. Once the scorpion or centipede becomes angry, after the 2 groups of people who broke in were all dead, they would probably throw out a flaming petrol bottle without hesitation. And they must before that quickly retreat from the first floor of the cafeteria. At this time, everyone in the cafeteria, almost in a state of despair, a situation where everyone is hurt. Zhang Wei picked up the knife, again with several people who came in, close combat. Chapter 324 Fiery Battlefield. Withstand. He casually chopped down 2 people. Zhang Wei rushed to the front line. The 2 teams recruited by Scorpion and Centipede, it was probably carefully selected by the 2 of them. All of them are very capable. Completely different from the previous raiders. The 2 Zhang Wei chopped down should have lost its fighting power. It's the last hit from the teammates behind you. Zhang Wei saw them standing up as if nothing was wrong. He seemed to have suffered only minor injuries. They're wearing leather armor. Sharp-eyed who lie, individual details were discovered. Although Zhang Wei didn't know what type of leather armor these guys were wearing, but from the 2 groans just now, it was also determined that these 2 guys were injured. Maybe it's the animal's fur, or the winter coat that's too thick. Knowing that the damage of a knife is limited, Zhang Wei casually took out a chopstick, a roll. It was inserted directly into the neck of one of them. 2 more knives on the backhand cut the plunderer's ankle. In an instant the man lost his ability to move. He was easily killed by the people behind him. If it weren't for the dozen or so people headed by Zhuang Cha, throwing heavy objects crazily on the second and third floors, distracts the enemy's energy and reduces the frequency of their attacks at this time. The first floor of the cafeteria is probably occupied. Fortunately, the people in Zhang Wei are ready to work. To defend and wait for attack, there was no loss at all. The fight continued like this in a stalemate for several minutes. The looters also paid the price with almost 10 casualties. Zhuang Cha and others also evacuated from upstairs. Boss, are we going to retreat? The dozen or so people Zhuang Cha brought over were almost unscathed. At this point, I was a little bit ready to try. Withdraw, it's all gasoline here. The scorpion and the centipede are the ones who come again. Zhang Wei is also confident of repelling them. What Zhang Wei is not confident about is that, can make your team survive the fire unscathed. What to do with the food up there? Hu Lai remembers it clearly. The second and third floors of the cafeteria, they all stocked up on dried food. I won't go into too much detail. There are also 20,000 to 30,000 caddies. The fire cannot burn, the building will not collapse, saving people and losing land. Both people and land exist, evacuate first. Wait until the last few crossbow arrows are fired. The remaining 30 or so people from Zhang Wei's group retreat directly to the canteen. It was at this time, without the suppression of throwing weapons on the second and third floors, 7 or 8 people came in immediately. This time, we only fought for 1 round. Zhang Wei realized that these guys were tough. I don't know where Scorpion and Centipede recruited these people. But these new individuals coming in, just stand still against the wall, then let other people come in. It only takes a few breaths, all the marauders climbed over. See, as he watched Zhang Wei and others retreat to the canteen room, there was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand towards the people behind him. A torch flew out. It fell on the road Zhang Wei and others had just evacuated from the fire. Suddenly a raging fire began to burn. And where Scorpion and others are, because it is close to the wall of the dining table, it was a dead end they had thrown into before. No flame spread at all. But not long after, Scorpion's smile froze on his face. Because he was surprised to find Zhang Wei and others swarmed into the canteen. He never came out again. And over there at the canteen, since there were many soaked quilts on the ground, the Molotov cocktails they threw over, not broken at all, it does not achieve the effect of instant fire. But my own men and horses, because it was blocked by fire, unable to pursue Zhang Wei and others. Get some people out. Keep an eye on all exits of the canteen. Centipede said to the person next to him. The centipede stood by the wall of the cafeteria, a surging heat wave, straight in his face, even the hair was almost burnt. This made him and Scorpion, both had to take a few steps back. After Zhang Wei and others retreated to the canteen, he did not immediately retreat from the passage, instead. He was still deliberately looking at the rolling shutter at the door. Create the illusion that they are trapped in the canteen. Are there any other weapons that can be used? Zhang Wei searched in the canteen for a while. Every crossbow has its last arrow. The canteen still has the last 3 Molotov cocktails. A few more pebbles. Good, I count 1, 2, 3, use these weapons together, then retreat from the passage, then fight back from the girls' dormitory, catch them off guard. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Wei grabbed a bottle, light it with a lighter, throw it towards the centipede's head, but Centipede used sewer manhole covers to block it. The gasoline bottle was smashed to pieces, but only sporadic firelight burned on the centipede's body, being gently swatted away by the centipede. But then the sewer manhole cover, the centipede was thrown fiercely in the direction of Zhang Wei and others. The rolling shutter door was smashed out of shape. Hu Lai is from a corner of the canteen, take out a dry powder fire extinguisher, put out the fire on this shield. Zhang Wei ignored the hot hand, picked up the sewer manhole cover, then he held it in his hand and looked at it. Because he discovered, this is not a simple sewer manhole cover, instead, a handheld handle was specially welded. And Zhang Wei carefully looked at the workmanship of the welding joint. If I'm not wrong, this fish-scale welding, it should be the work of the grandfather and grandson. What kind of handwriting? Lu Renjia took it and looked at it for a long time. Nothing? 2 blacksmiths and craftsmen, this welding process is not simple. Could it be that they went to the old town of Demingxi? Otherwise, where can we use electric welding? While Zhang Wei was still thinking, the crossbowman also fired the last arrow. The enemy obviously did not think of it. Zhang Wei and others still have a chance to counterattack at this time, for they were surrounded by fire. There is only an area of about 10 square meters around the canteen. Because the wet quilt was spread on the ground, the incendiary bottle that was thrown at him did not explode. These 3 Molotov cocktails were picked up and collected by Zhang Wei's people. Smashed out in reverse. It caught them off guard. There were also 2 or 3 people shot by a crossbow arrow. But it didn't hurt any vital parts. Knowing that this crossbow arrow only needs blood, the enemy is probably unlikely to survive. So Zhang Wei felt that he had achieved his goal. Withdraw? When the remaining few people, after throwing a few pebbles, Zhang Wei and others walked into the canteen without looking back. Boss, why don't we continue the stalemate with them, make them sick? Time drags on, bad for us, I don't know if other people will come to take advantage of the situation. Ah Xing said before that there are 2 groups of people, a fight broke out on the road. And I'm still worried, if the fire in this cafeteria continues to burn, it might cause the entire cafeteria to collapse. It's not that big of a deal. Boss, the walls were blown down, the cafeteria did not collapse, aren't there also load-bearing columns? That's what I'm worried about too, the burning of fire will make the air temperature inside the canteen also increased in a short period of time. This will cause the steel bars in the load-bearing columns to also deform due to heat. In this way, the load-bearing columns will not be able to function. Although this possibility is very small, but it's possible. Zhang Wei didn't want everyone to die here. The reason why Zhang Wei knew this possibility was because he knew that, between the old city and Binhai City, in addition to the bridge that he and Yi Xiaobai blew up with a tanker truck, there was another 2-way 6-lane bridge. Currently, This bridge was closed by a reinforced concrete wall. But 2 years later, this wall would be demolished. And then millions of zombies would pour in. That was a zombie siege that almost wiped out tens of thousands of survivors in the old city. Chapter 325 Melee between the three armies. But now that I'm reborn, maybe there's a chance to change all that. As long as the rabid dog does not die, Demingzi and Stick, the two top figures in the old city, then we won't fall into an internal battle, maybe 2 years later. There is still hope for everything. Retreat first. Regardless of the enemy stalemate in the cafeteria, Zhang Wei and others swarmed into the underground passage. Zhang Wei knows. When he chose to evacuate from here to the girls' dormitory, this passage will inevitably be discovered. But at this time, does the enemy know this passage? Have become irrelevant. These two guys, the Scorpion and the Centipede, Zhang Wei plans to spend no matter how high the price is. Let them die here too, otherwise there will be endless troubles. While evacuating from the underground passage, Zhang Wei took out his walkie-talkie and contacted Xing. However, due to the isolation of the Earth's surface, the walkie-talkie did not receive a signal this time. 20 or 30 people filed in. It didn't take long to approach the exit of the passage. This exit is under the bed of the former concierge's fourth son. Even if someone comes out from inside, you can also use a bed to hold it up. It can be said that it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. So Zhang Wei is not worried about the Scorpion and Centipede following from the passage. And what Zhang Wei wants to do now is to attack them by surprise after going out. But now Zhang Wei is a little short of manpower. He misses the time when Yi Xiaobai and his group were still there. If there are enough people, Zhang Wei is confident that he can run this school camp into an iron bucket formation. Even if there are 10 more raider squadrons, he can still defend it. Dozens of people came out slowly. It didn't take long for them to gather at Uncle Def's house. Check the weapons and equipment. This time I really have to risk my life. Since Zhang Wei has always advocated defense, since this time, although the team has been reduced in number, but overall it's quite complete. The Scorpion and the Centipede, some people have been sent out to the area around the canteen to prevent our people from sneaking away in other directions. So this for us, on the contrary, it is a good thing. But equally, we must also fight quickly, otherwise you will be attacked from both sides. Their looters are in the cafeteria this time. For us, on the contrary, it is defense. We fought back rashly. I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Hu Lai expressed some doubts. This time I thought about it carefully. We do not directly attack the Scorpions and Centipedes inside. That is their main force. We first massacre their peripheral personnel, force them out. Zhang Wei just finished speaking. Hu Lai stopped talking. Uncle Hu Lai, I know what you want to say. You want to persuade me to break out. I never do anything I'm not sure about. To be honest, this band of marauders came prepared and waiting for work with ease. Even if you fight back, our chance of winning is no more than 30%. But if my fourth-hand preparation can appear in time, the chances of winning are still very high. Having said that, Hu Lai felt relieved instead. At this time, Zhang Wei's intercom began to make a crackling sound again. Xing's voice also appeared clearly again. Brother Wei, a group of people who were fighting on the street are heading towards the school. There are probably no less than 50 people. Do you want to consider evacuating? The leader is a yellow-haired guy who doesn't seem to be a good person. I just used your telescope to clearly see that he knocked down more than a dozen people by himself. The leader is a yellow-haired guy? That's right. Zhang Wei was a little excited. Brother Wei, it seems that there is a team of more than 10 people lurking in from the direction of the school garbage dump, but they have not made any moves. Are they the people who just evacuated from the cafeteria? I can be sure that they are not, because I saw them slash the necks of 3 people with my own eyes. These 3 people are all from the looters who just intervened. Those are our own people. Did Yi Xiaobai send someone over again? Zhang Wei was a little suspicious. No matter what, Zhang Wei decided to take action. He picked up the sewer manhole cover that the Scorpion had thrown at him with his left hand. Riot shield, he picked up the long knife in his right hand. Zhang Wei pushed open the side door of the guard room. The cat bent over and rushed out. Just one corner, then they met Xia Zi and others troops who were taking a walk. Both sides were stunned. Zhang Wei did not expect that he and others would be exposed so quickly. The enemy did not expect that so many troops could rush out of this dormitory building. The offender opened his mouth wide. Before I could make a sound, it was pierced by a steel bar. The steel bar penetrated the throat, coming out of the back of the head. It was the farmer who cast it out in time. Zhang Wei felt at this time, the farmers already have more than one leader of the construction site union. Fitter. Of skill. The 20 or 30 people immediately dispersed, looked for the marauders patrolling every corner. Only a few dozen seconds, 7 or 8 people fell. But a scream from the enemy finally. The looters lurking everywhere noticed the abnormality. "Those students are here!" One of them shouted loudly. This exclamation triggered a chain reaction finally. A large number of people gathered in this direction. Gather! Zhang Wei knew that he could no longer disperse his troops at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the one who was shouting just now, "Those students are here!" People, he was immediately chopped to the ground by someone from behind. Zhang Wei took a closer look. My heart was immediately overjoyed. It turned out that this person was Chao Jianfeng, who he had asked Zhuang Cha to send out to find the whereabouts of Scorpion and Centipede. Following closely behind was another person, Jiang Haibao. These two men are also prisoners. Get to know scorpions and centipedes, therefore. Zhang Wei used it as a second-hand preparation. Arrangements were made to go out. Soon after, news came back that 7 raider teams were preparing to attack the school camp. Let Zhang Wei take precautions in advance. "Boss, we came back late." The two of them immediately rushed to Zhuang Cha's side. This time the boss said, also called Zhuang Cha. "Good, I didn't expect you guys to still be alive, that's great. There has been no news from these two guys for several days." Zhuang Cha thought that the two of them had been massacred by the looters long ago. Because the previous Wang Feng said, what kind of killing game had they been playing? We found traces of scorpions and centipedes, followed all the way, found that they went to the prison to look for weapons, then he came directly to attack the school. We don't know what's going on here, so I have been observing. I just saw Boss Zhang Wei appear, just killed him. This is our new recruit. Chao Jianfeng pointed at the dozen or so people they brought over. Don't worry. These people are all trustworthy. There are several people who have been favored by Big Brother Mu. When Brother Mu passed by before, save some of them. Alright, stop talking nonsense, come and kill with me. Zhang Wei had already figured out the ins and outs at this time. I don't want to waste any more time. He immediately summoned people, with people still rushing out from the canteen, tangled together like a meat grinder. Zhang Wei didn't even look at it, he ran directly to one of their leaders, Scorpion. Hundreds of people, immediately on the lawn in front of the canteen mingle. But Zhang Wei's people, almost everyone is injured. As soon as I came into contact, he was immediately at a disadvantage. If the leader, Zhang Wei, and others had not resisted with all their might, it's almost a breaking point. It was at this time, another collapsed wall on campus, there was a deafening cry of death. An arrogant voice came. Which bastard is it? Are you trying to get Demengzi's food? Zhao Jinxiong said excitedly. It's a rabid dog. It's a rabid dog in the old town. Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. My fourth preparation, finally here. Kill people first, those students are our own, keep your eyes open. Mad Dog casually says, just go towards the centipede. A Nepali army knife, he caught it in his hand. 3 waves of people, a fierce fighting began. Chapter 326 Mad Dog in the Old City. The Mad Dog is just the leader, there were also 40 or 50 people following behind. All of them have blood on their bodies, it was obvious that he had just experienced a tragic battle. However, the morale of this group of people was obviously very high. Just now Zhang Wei heard what Xing said from the intercom, the Mad Dog leads the way, it's almost like killing a person with one knife. The centipede saw the rabid dog running towards him. He didn't even talk to me, go straight up the street with your knife in hand. The first round of fighting, Centipede almost had his arm removed by the rabid dog. Blood dripped down the centipede's palm. He had just been injured in the elbow. If it weren't for a clever little brother next to him, who chopped him off with a knife, making the mad dog's attack go a little off, the centipede would probably be dead by now. Who are you? The centipede also saw that this yellow-haired man was definitely not a good person. It's your grandfather. The mad dog jumped, ran to the side of the little brother who had just attacked him, stabbed him to death with 2 knives, and almost cut open his stomach. He ran towards the centipede again. It was at this time that Zhang Wei's men retreated a few steps in time, and immediately formed 2 distinct camps with the looters in the cafeteria. The people who followed the mad dog had just dealt with some people on the periphery, and approached the core battle group. After a casual look, they knew that the group of people on the periphery who looked seriously injured were the so-called students. Because they obviously looked younger, they immediately went towards the looters without looking back. The sound of hacking and killing rang out again. Don't let any of them escape. This sentence, Zhang Wei said this to his teammates. It's actually a code word. It means the final encirclement and suppression. Stop participating. Just keep an eye on the fish that slipped through the net. Because of the enemy's desperate counterattack, there will definitely be huge casualties. By this time, those left behind by Zhang Wei's team, each one is precious. From now on, he will be the core figure of the team. As for how many people died from rabies, Zhang Wei felt it didn't matter. Anyway, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. For what purpose did the rabid dogs come here? Of course Zhang Wei knows. It was Zhang Wei who asked Huan Pao to deliver the news. There are tens of thousands of kilograms of grain grown here. The food grown is rice. This is different from supermarket rice. It's something very different. After the rice is planted, 100 grains of rice can be harvested. I finished eating the rice. There is no more. Demingzi was entangled with some people from Baidao during this time. After all, he comes from a gangster background. Compared with the upright police chief Wang Mukun, there are still some things that cannot be put on the stage. But if you can bring back tens of thousands of kilograms of grain, and then distribute it to some refugees, Demingzi can get more moral support. The amount of food is not important. The important thing is to prove that you have the right to distribute food. Having controlled the grain, controlling the electricity again, here comes some more public support. Demingzi can have a good fight with the stick. So after receiving the news from Huan Pao, Demingzi, I immediately ordered 50 or 60 trustworthy people to come over. We also sent out the following top generals, rabid dogs. Crazy Dog thought that Demingzi was making a fuss. Good steel must be used on the handle of the knife. So he came reluctantly and dawdled, and arrived a few hours later than expected. As for Zhang Wei, he was almost looking forward to his arrival. So Zhang Wei did not have much good feelings for the late Crazy Dog. If this guy had arrived a few hours earlier, at least a dozen people would have died less on his side. There are zombies coming in. Zhuang Cha, go and clean them up. Seeing that there were sporadic zombies in a certain direction of the playground, Zhang Wei quickly asked Zhuang Cha and others, who were free for a while, to go and clean them up. This time, all the plunderers will be left here. Don't let zombies disturb Yaxing. When Zhang Wei was thinking about this, Scorpion, who had just fought with him, also stopped fighting. But seeing that there is no retreat ahead, when there is another sea of fire behind, Scorpion gritted his teeth and charged at Zhang Wei again. How did you get out? Scorpion was furious. You guess. He casually blocked Scorpion's attack with a sewer manhole cover. Zhang Wei killed him again. The blade is very tricky. All greetings to the key parts of the Scorpion. Zhang Wei has fought against this guy before. I also know some details about him. This guy's leg skills are amazing. Zhang Wei tried his best to avoid attacks that might appear at any time on his lower body. Now it is only a matter of time before this group of marauders are destroyed. Zhang Wei was also happy to play with him. Scorpion, let me ask you a question. This manhole cover in my hand, where did you get it? Don't speak. The gecko guy doesn't talk much either. Now I am communicating with God. Scorpion remained silent. Zhang Wei stopped talking nonsense. He concentrated on fighting. Within a few minutes, out of the 30 looters, more than 20 fell into a pool of blood. The remaining 10 or so people centered on the Scorpion and Centipede, still stubbornly resisting. But these people, he is also a real outlaw. Fighting to this point, he had no intention of surrendering. Just trying to break through again and again, then the breakout failed. However, under the desperate resistance of Zhang Wei's team, no matter how hard these people work, it was also in vain. Not long after, he was surrounded by all the people. It's almost 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Scorpion knows, relying on the strength of him and Centipede, it is impossible to fight out from here. So after a fight, he took several steps back, stay away from Zhang Wei, then he stood side by side with Centipede. It's interesting. Mad Dog licked his chapped lips. He didn't expect that. Centipede also has something in his hand. It was actually able to go through so many rounds in his hands. Can you give me a way out? Centipede took out a strip of cloth from his chest, tied to his arm. Injured hand, the dripping blood was stopped immediately. We can't let them go. These two rushed to the street. None of them are good. Zhang Wei saw Mad Dog still showing sympathy to these two guys. I'm worried that Mad Dog wants to take these two guys as his younger brothers. In this case, but it's hard for them to take action. You are also brave. Demingzi also dares to get his hands on things. Mad Dog thought, this group of plunderers came here for the food grown by Demingzi. I didn't know that Zhang Wei and others had any grudges with them. Right, no one takes these two guys seriously, especially Demingzi. They have been killing Demingzi's younger brother Mumu. Zhuang Cha finished cleaning up the zombies on campus, turned back again. You two are reformed through labor prisoners? Zhuang Cha talked about wood, Rabid but figured it out. These two guys, he must have escaped from prison secretly. The Scorpion and Centipede did not speak. It is equivalent to the default. This means that he can attack Wood by default. Mad Dog suddenly said seriously, Wood is my brother. He went to jail in a bitter cave. Completely wrong by the stick. It turns out that the boss wants to put a few people in jail. Good to help the Wood. Rejected by Wood, Moo said. Insert people into prison. Just look down on him. Chapter 327. The end of the battle. Only I know. Moo knew that the Mingzi boss was also short of manpower. So I don't want to embarrass Boss Mingzi. I know. Moo suffered a lot in prison. Also know, the name of the Mingzi doesn't work that well in prison, because many of them are death row prisoners. But, starting from today, all of you should reconsider everything. You two, let's go together. The Mad Dog squatted into a horse stance. The Nepalese army knife casually wiped his butt. The gap between the fight with the Centipede just now, he calmly stabbed several more people to death. Mad Dog did not fight Centipede with all his strength. Zhang Wei also wanted to step forward and separate the scorpions. He was stopped by the eyes of a rabid boy next to him. Since the rabid dog people think that. No problem, Zhang Wei did not intend to intervene. Point the knife in the direction of the remaining 7 or 8 people, Zhang Wei said without emotion. Kill those bastards to death. Take their heads, hanging on trees around the school. At this time, it means killing the monkey and honoring the chicken. It shocked Xiao Xiao when she was little. The team of looters attacking the school, 6 were destroyed here. As for the remaining 1, Zhang Wei estimated that they encountered rabid men and horses on the street who came to support them. So Ah Xing reported that he saw 2 waves of people fighting due to the south. And when dozens of rabid people came over, all of them looked murderous. The knife edge was still bloody. Since you dare to have evil thoughts about the school camp, then you have to pay the price. From now on, Old Town High School will be a forbidden place that everyone talks about. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. Dozens of people rushed forward. The looters had almost no room for resistance, and only 3 people, Mad Dog and Scorpion Centipede, were left fighting. Rabies are very capable of fighting. This is recognized by all. A rabid dog in his early 30s, he is still the #1 warrior under Demengzi. Relatively speaking, these 2 guys, the Scorpion and the Centipede, although he knows some killing skills, but it's still not as good as a real thug like Mad Dog. Different from Zhang Wei's big pig-killing knife, the Nepalese military knife is short and powerful, is cast into a specific shape. Mad Dog easily held it in his hand. The Scorpion and Centipede caught the rabid dog in the middle, although the rabid dog looks disdainful on the surface. But I also know that this is a desperate struggle between 2 people and a trapped beast. Have to be treated with caution. A rabid dog is rabid, but it's not mindless. Scorpion took the lead in attacking. The machete is lifted in the hand, cut directly to the rabid dog's neck. It seems that we have known for a long time that rabid dogs will tilt their heads to avoid. The Centipede's sword was just a feint. The purpose is to create opportunities for Centipede's offense. Be careful with his hidden weapons. Zhang Wei's reminder has not yet finished. A few coins wiped the rabid dog's forehead and floated out. He even cut off a strand of yellow hair from the rabid dog. The alertness of the Mad Dog kept him from becoming blind. The 2 sharp coins almost flew directly into his eyes. The coins seemed to slow down after flying 10 meters away, and were easily swept down by a little brother with a knife. But the Centipede was not idle either. As soon as the hidden weapon was shot, it attacked the Mad Dog's lower body with a rolling dragon, and all the dirty moves were aimed at the Mad Dog's lower body. The Mad Dog had to jump away to avoid it. Before he could stand firm, the Scorpion's long knife rushed towards his neck again. The combos of Scorpion and Centipede were completed in one breath. No sloppiness, it was obviously tempered by long-term battles. I don't know where the 2 of them went during the time they disappeared. Mad Dog calmly used his Nepalese saber to block the attack. The scraping of 2 knives, there was a harsh sound. Scorpion thought that the rabid dog would continue to evade, unexpectedly. After this fight, the rabid dog did not retreat. Instead, they were beaten and beaten. He ran directly towards Scorpion's elbow again. For those who really play with knives, the shorter the knife, the greater its effect. Rabid Dog is undoubtedly a person who plays with short knives to the extreme. Scorpion's hand, which was already scratched, was cut again by Rabid Dog, and the bone was almost visible. The 2 realized how terrible Rabid Dog was. However, Scorpion had stopped bleeding long ago, so he did not lose much combat power. Rabid Dog's attack was aimed directly at his tendons, which was a fatal move. When Rabid Dog attacked, Centipede came up again. He knows, with the combined efforts of two people, I can't beat this guy like Mad Dog. Once another person falls, the only one left, it probably won't take more than a few rounds. Although the two of them are destined to die today, but at this time, nor do they want to sit back and wait for death. Centipede's knife, not close to a rabid dog, then he was attacked by a rabid dog, a dragon catcher grabbed the arm, another flip, the centipede's hand struggled to hold the knife. The knife almost dropped. Centipede only felt a huge force coming from him, he could only turn his body in the direction of the rabid dog's force, so as to prevent his elbows from being twisted into twists by the rabid dogs. If you stay still, his hand would be wrenched off by a rabid dog. Before I could stand firm, the rabid dog will give him a sharp knife, pricked on his waist. Ah! A scream came, the centipede desperately held the rabid dog's stabbing hand with both hands, only a third of his knife went in. Fortunately, the scorpion came over in time to kill him. Mad Dog had to take back his knife. Centipede covered his injured waist with one hand, the other hand holds a knife. The three of them fought together again. But this time, the momentum of Scorpion and Centipede is not as strong as it was at the beginning. The ground was almost covered with falling blood drops. Instead, it was this guy Mad Dog, over time, more and more leisurely. This guy, known as a killing machine, it's really not wrong. Zhang Wei thought of himself, and Yi Xiaobai, I once had a life-or-death fight with him in a Walmart supermarket. It seems now, being alive is like smoke rising from ancestral graves. Because of the rabid dogs at that time, not completely under the knife yet. It was at this time, both the scorpion and the centipede looked a little exhausted. But just like everyone thought things were coming to an end, two people. The scorpion and the centipede. Suddenly he burst out like a chicken blood, he risked his life, and took action regardless of his own injury, forced the rabid dogs back. Then he charged towards the encirclement outside in the opposite direction. Not good, careful. Zhang Wei only had time to say two words. Because he saw that the scorpion and centipede soldiers were divided into two groups, he ran towards Pei Wu and Hu Dai who were watching the battle. These are the only two girls left at the scene, scorpion and centipede probably want to take them both hostage. Then break out. When the scorpion just came running towards the butterfly, Lu Renjia, who was next to him, subconsciously protected him, behind him. A huge butcher knife came out directly from his hand, slashed the scorpion in the head. The scorpion narrowly avoided, but at this time, Zhang Wei, who was relatively close to Hu Dai, had already moved closer. Scorpion is almost impossible to win. Look at the other side, although the centipede also ran towards Pei Wu, but Zhao Zhenxiong, who was watching the show with his hands in his pockets, immediately took out a large handful of powder from his pocket, spread it towards the centipede's face. It's the powder from the canteen's dry powder fire extinguisher. Only then did Zhang Wei remember, Zhao Zhenxiong also followed the same example before. He had a lot of powder in his pocket. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated, grab a few handfuls, sprinkle it directly to the face of the scorpion next to it. In the brief moment when Scorpion's vision is limited, Zhuang Cha sneakily touched it from the side, the knife pierced the centipede's heart. He kept mumbling, when I was in prison, it's you and the gecko who are causing trouble, let me add another 3 years to my sentence. And the centipede next to it, Zhao Zhenxiong also found the opportunity, stabbed to death with random knives. The remaining brothers who were watching, rush up immediately, holding weapons of different lengths, all greetings were directed at the two bodies. While waiting for the rabid dog to finally push through the crowd and walk in, the two of them were too dead to die. This makes Mad Dog very sorry. It's gone. It's gone, they're all rubbish, so unbeatable. Mad Dog said somewhat speechlessly. And at this time, this guy in Huanpao is also related to Arian's son. Moon and Stars, I don't know which direction it came from. Obviously very afraid of death, didn't show up during the fight. Viagra, excuse me, I got you into trouble. What's the trouble? Zhang Wei was stunned. Chapter 328 Camp Reconstruction. It was not Huapao who said this, but this guy Ari. Ari is Yi Xiaobai's person, the three of them. Sun, Moon and Star are here to help. So no matter how much trouble we get into, Zhang Wei also plans to help solve the problem. I dropped triangular spikes on the road to delay the enemy, result. As a result, Mad Dog's convoy was blocked. Huapao interrupted. It's no big deal, you should be able to find replacement tires. Right? Or there should be a craftsman who knows how to repair tires. Zhang Wei said indifferently. No, it's not a matter of flat tires, but after the movement of Mad Dog's convoy was blocked, by chance, another large group of looters appeared nearby. Mad Dog thought his men were ambushed. The two parties had just met each other. I handed it over. Ari said with some lingering fear. Forehead, I already knew this. Ah Xing saw it through the telescope. Zhang Wei knew that two waves of people were fighting on the road due south. But I don't know why, because of the misunderstanding caused by the convoy being blocked. Viagra, this is a huge disaster. That gang of plunderers, more than 30 people died. 7 or 8 people with rabid dogs also died. Okay, this matter is rotten in your stomach. Just be a mute. No one will trouble you. These plunderers, I just came here to buy food. Yellow Robe, how many cars did Mad Dog come? About a dozen cars. There are 3 big trucks. This damn guy is really here to haul food. It is estimated that Demingzi will not be given tens of thousands of caddies of grain. It's hard to do business. When Zhang Wei was muttering, Hu Lai had already started talking to Mad Dog. But the rabid dogs don't seem to be interested in food. Instead, he was asking Zhuang Cha and others about the whereabouts of the wood and what happened in the prison. The wood ran away? Is what that link said true? The Mad Dog wiped the blood on his Nepali saber, while communicating with several small bosses. I want 30,000 caddies of grain, want the best, the rest is up to you. The convoy is on the road to the south. It's half a kilometer away. Is there anything to eat? Just adjust it a little bit. Mad Dog said, just walk towards a high-rise building. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It was the information building where Ah Xing was located. I'm taking a nap here. Yesterday I played cards with Demingzi. Lost all night. Call me when the food is ready. The Mad Dog went straight to the information building, unexpectedly. Ah Xing just came out of it. This made Mad Dog stunned. Boy, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Mad Dog touched his forehead and thought for a long time. Brother Mad Dog, I've seen you too, in Walmart supermarket. Have you forgotten? Ah Xing said cautiously. It's you. Oh, I remember now. In order to save that little bai, you guys threatened me with a crossbow. Brother Quang Dog, please be magnanimous and let me go. I won't make things difficult for you. Go away. By the way, is there a place to sleep upstairs? No. But there is a sleeping bag of mine in the room on the top floor. You can make do with it. As soon as Ah Xing finished speaking, Quang Dog went in without looking back. After Quang Dog's back disappeared from the field of vision, everyone seemed to become more comfortable. The person Rabid Dog, bringing a sense of oppression to everyone, although not as strong as Demingzi's, but there are still some. Please clean up the battlefield. Remember to hit the heads of corpses on the ground. To prevent becoming a zombie, the gap in the wall, they were all blocked with cars or other objects. There may be no problem during the day. There are still some risks at night. Zhuang Cha, you take the dozen or so new brothers to get familiar with the school. Then assign some people to go on duty at the commanding heights, in groups of 2, take turns on duty. The remaining brothers, help us dispose of the body. Still preparing food for the afternoon. Dear brothers who come to transport food, food is stored on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the canteen. Just find a car to pull it by yourself. The 40 or 50 people who followed the Rabid Dog, Zhang Wei didn't know what to call them either. I had to arrange it casually. But there are some familiar faces among them. It seemed that they had met before when they attacked the power plant. The rest of the people, let's take a rest. After Mad Dog and the others leave, I will announce my next plan. After the crowd dispersed, Zhang Wei, in front of the farmer and others, cut off the heads of scorpions and centipedes, then let passers-by A and Zhao Zhenxiong hang their flags on the flagpoles. Fire in the cafeteria, it finally slowly extinguished after an hour. Fortunately, it did not collapse as Zhang Wei said. Otherwise, the food here, it probably has no effect. 2 hours later, Hu Lai asked someone to prepare a meal. Although there are no delicious dishes, but it is indeed cooked with fresh rice, the soup rice is also delicious. Hu Lai found someone to deliver food to the Mad Dog. But the Mad Dog never showed up. Until the sun rises the next day, he came downstairs belatedly. Is the food ready? Almost no excess, but there is always 32 or 3,000 caddies, already loaded in the car. Hu Lai pointed to 2 large trucks at the school gate. 3 or 4 large trucks came. But almost all of them had flat tires. However, several auto mechanics combined the tires of all the trucks and reinstalled them. And finally put together 2 usable trucks. Well, let's set off. Demingzi is waiting for the food. Have the dead brothers been buried? Buried. One of them answered. Okay. Then go back. Come back to erect a tombstone for the brothers when you have a chance. Zhang Wei knew that Crazy Dog was talking nonsense. In the last days, Human life is worthless, and erecting a tombstone would not have much meaning. The Mad Dog convoy left in a mighty manner. After everything calmed down, Zhang Wei gathered all the people in a classroom in the school teaching building. Everyone. We won. From now on, the school camp will be well known in the old city. 6 or 7 looters were either severely damaged or completely wiped out within a day. Anyone else who wants to attack this place in the future must consider whether they have more than 10 times the manpower. We won. We want a place to stand. Thank you all for your loyalty. After saying this, Zhang Wei also became a little excited. Because Zhang Wei prepared for the worst from the beginning. Viagra, I listened to you. We already knew. I can win by following your command. Viagra, from now on, I will accompany you through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Okay. Everyone. Be quiet. Let me talk about my next plan, plans for the next half month and even before spring. This plan is called the Camp Redevelopment Plan. I plan on taking 2 to 3 months to implement. First, we need to strengthen the school. I told the rabid people when they left, I will send them several thousand more kilograms of grain. But in return, they need to bring at least 1 truckload of cement. There is a sand quarry nearby. Let's get some more sand. Viagra. What are you doing with cement and sand? Repair the wall. Build the school into a prison-like fortress. This project is huge. I was inspired by Demingzi. There will be enemies in the future. We're going to keep them outside the walls. What is the meaning of this? No one will mess with us again. Right? The meaning is not just self-preservation. There is this fortress. There are hundreds of miles of farmland nearby. No other forces can get involved. Zhuangcha, you take some people back. Let's make the prison run smoothly. Don't let other raiders or wanderers take over in the future. These 2 places will. We can help each other. Okay, Viagra. The reconstruction of the school wall, the thickness must be at least doubled. You can't be easily hit by a car. You demolished all the residential buildings within 15 meters of the school. Get bricks from houses. Ensure a broad view around the fence. So, when a zombie approaches, can be discovered in time. Viagra, we don't seem to have that many manpower. Chao Jianfeng calculated it carefully. If they send some more people to prison, the rest still need to recover from their injuries. There aren't many people left. That's the most important thing I'm going to say next. Our camp, to expand, each of you recruit some people. To absorb people who come in, they are your own men, but I'm going to say something ugly first. These people must be reliable, otherwise. Farmers have to enforce family laws. It's almost winter now. There are homeless people everywhere outside. The old town is also full of people. Take care of food and shelter. Absorb some refugees. No problem. It should be fine. Lu Ringjiao patted his chest and promised. Are you crazy about wanting to be the boss? Zhao Zhenxiong said somewhat speechlessly. It's gone like this for the time being. Jin Baohua, who stayed behind in the old city, has recruited more than 100 people. You all work harder. Yellow Robe, it's up to you if you want to go back or stay here. Hey, it seems like one person is missing. Axing Mari, is all you back? Zhang Wei asked suddenly worriedly. Chapter 329 Whereabouts of a Yu. A Yu seems to have been on guard in the outer high-rise buildings. Right? A Xing also became a little worried at this time. It has been a day and a night. If she was just keeping watch and delivering messages, she should have returned by now. What Zhang Wei was worried about was that A Yu was the only girl among the 3 people. Sun, Moon and Star. Although she was good at high-rise climbing and extreme climbing, in an unfamiliar place, it was not easy to escape with just a pair of hands and a rope. When was the last time you saw her? That was 7 or 8 hours ago, at that time. I used mirror reflection to send the message to Ah Yu. Ah Yu then passed it on to Ah Ri. Axing added. Yes, I just received the message from Ah Yu. Just went to scatter nails. That's it. Block the Mad Dog's convoy. Ah Ri said a little embarrassed. Whatever. Try to find her, Ari. You take some people with you. Look in that direction. A Xing, you climb the tower of the information building again. Get my telescope. See if you can find her. Good. I'll leave immediately. You should have special contact information. Right. Some, we have metal whistles. The rest of the people, anyone who has time will help go out and find someone. You won't go too far. Approximately within a radius of 2 kilometers centered on the school, mainly in the area between the school and the old town. The direction of the prison on the other side is the suburbs. There is no need to go. After everyone has dispersed, Zhang Wei randomly found a room in the girls' dormitory. Just started sleeping. I have been in a state of tension during this period. Finally a rare opportunity to relax. 2 hours later, Ari brought back news about Ayu. It was a note written with a ballpoint pen. I went to Ayu's building, but no one saw her, but I found a note he left behind. The handwriting is definitely hers. Zhang Wei also knew that Ayu had no accident. I felt a lot more relaxed otherwise. It would be really hard to explain to Yi Xiaobai. But now that Ari is here, there must be some important information on the note. So Zhang Wei took the note and opened it and take a look. There was a line of delicate handwriting written on it. I heard news related to my brother. It is the whereabouts of a child of his classmate, although I don't know if my brother is still alive. But I decided to go and have a look. I heard that they are in a villa area 5 kilometers away. The security there is very good. You don't have to worry about me. I'll get back as soon as possible. Welu. Does Ayu have a younger brother? It was also the first time that Dong Wei knew the news. I have a younger brother, but his whereabouts are unknown. When the zombie crisis breaks out, elementary school has been on vacation, so when Ayu went to school, no one was found, but no body was seen. Listen to what she means in this letter. It seems that she found her brother's classmate, but in the villa area 5 kilometers away. That place is not ordinary. Zhang Wei said thoughtfully. What's unusual? Aren't they all unfinished villas? Previously completed villas also cannot be sold in the second-hand market. There's nothing unusual about the villa. Not as good as high-rise buildings, but there is a very famous man living in that area. Who? Stick. Stick? Police Chief Wang Yukun? No wonder Ayu's message said, the security there is very safe. It's hard to say, maybe there are times when it's dark under the lamp. Viagra, what do you think? Ah Xing still planned to listen to Zhang Wei's opinion. Leaving tomorrow, touch it and have a look. Ah Viagra, thank you so much. No need to thank me, I went there not only because of Ayu. I have a friend named Lu Dali. I heard that Wang Yukun was arrested. I just went there to ask for someone. Although Zhang Wei said it lightly, but he knows, if Lu Dali really angered the stick, and if you were deliberately imprisoned by a stick, then he went over to ask for someone with his bare hands, just a meat bun beating a dog. Stick, it is no longer the stick it was before the apocalyptic zombie crisis broke out. But Zhang Wei also has a guess. Regarding Lu Dali, it should be closely related to Demengzi. Could it be that Demengzi accepted Lu Dali, a fellow countryman, as his younger brother, and the stick uses this as a threat? No. No matter how outstanding Lu Dali's ability is, it should not make Wang Yukun so aggressive. But there should be an answer to all this soon. You go, let's talk after daybreak. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he continued to sleep with his head covered. Only Ah Xing and Ari were left, who looked worried. Ah Xing gently placed the walkie-talkie and telescope on Zhang Wei's bed. He went out slowly. This thing is really good. Zhang Wei carefully wrapped the 2 walkie-talkies separately in towels. The walkie-talkie will still be useful in the future. At dawn the next day, after casual breakfast, Zhang Wei announced that he was going to the villa area. It's probably several kilometers to get there. Right, and it's not due south, is the southeast, the road over there. Almost all of them are blocked by scrapped cars. Hulai didn't understand why Zhang Wei was out in this cold weather. Because it was snowing. That's good. The road is blocked, so the zombies should be scattered, so we won't encounter a large group of zombies. And there are shanty towns over there. I can recruit some survivors to join our camp. And Lu Dali might be there too. Lu Dali is at the villa? Then we have to go there too. Zhao Zhenxiong stood up immediately, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. And Lu Renjia was already packing his bag silently. This operation, pack lightly and travel lightly. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, you two can go together, but Pei Wu and Hu Dai should not go, stay at the camp. Ari and Ah Xing followed together. After I left, things in the camp, by Hu Lai, Zhuangcha, the 3 of you. Farmer. Make a decision together. What else does Hu Dai want to say? But Lu Renjia stopped him with his eyes. At this time, Zhang Wei also has his own decision. Traveling in snowy winter, it's a matter of considering physical strength, although Hu Dai and Pei Wu are not necessarily a burden, but taking these 2 girls into action, too noticeable, on the contrary. It is easy to do bad things. You collect more wood or gasoline as fuel. This winter, I guess it will be a little difficult. Accommodation conditions at the teaching residence. It's better than the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory. You choose your own room to live in. Don't let your guard down, although we took out a large number of raiders, but they also let go of Qin Yushuan's group, people who might bring on city lights. Sometimes it's easy to hide from an open gun. Hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Those guys have bad intentions. Okay, Viagra, don't worry, we will pay attention. Besides, If the convoy of rabid dogs delivering sand comes, please contact me. When recruiting people, you can recruit more masons, plumber, farmers, and the like. Departure in half an hour. Bring your own equipment. This city is black and white. The big man is so black and shiny. This time, let's go meet the white chess player. Chapter 330. Entering the villa. Zhang Wei said he would leave in half an hour. Not everyone knows. Half an hour later, it was just in time for evening. Just touch it out quietly. It won't attract too many people's attention. This is not Zhang Wei being cautious. It was a decision he made based on reality. Zhang Wei has provoked too many people recently. Hundreds of looters were destroyed in his hands alone. The origins of these people are complicated. It is inevitable that there will be contact with other forces. And once someone notices it, it's easy to dodge an open gun, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. A crossbow arrow often flies from nowhere. It can easily take away a person's life. Are you going to leave until daybreak? Hu Lai handed Zhang Wei a can of Coke. Why are there such good things? I used to open a shop. I left some in a cool place, however. The shelf life is only a few months. One bottle of this thing is less than one bottle. Yes. It doesn't matter if the drinks and the like are left out for 10 or 8 years. But fruit juice carbonated drinks, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it anymore. Cheers. Zhang Wei took a sip. He handed it to Hu Lai again. I don't like drinking this stuff. You drink it? Hu Lai waved his hand. Then I'll leave? Zhang Wei weighed his backpack. It wasn't very heavy. I'll come back early after I finish my work. Bye. When Zhang Wei walked out of the girls' dormitory, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were already waiting at the dormitory management office. Not long after, Ah Xing and Ari also arrived late. The five of them took advantage of no one noticing, and found a direction, and quietly walked out of the village. The snow was not heavy, but the fields were already covered with white, and their feet made a creaking sound when they stepped on the ground. Because of the snow, so the view is much better than in the dark. Now do the math. It has been 7 months since the zombie crisis broke out. Unexpectedly. We survived tenaciously? Yes, remember during the exam? That was still mid to late June, unexpectedly. In a blink of an eye, it's already January of the new year. Viagra, do you think we can find Ludali? If you can't find it, you can't find it. Viagra, did we really travel all night, 4 or 5 kilometers? It is estimated that we will arrive before dawn. Of course not. Let's find a private house to sleep in. I touched it late at night. I don't know how I died. Wait until daybreak. Beat the gongs and drums. And go by in an open and fair manner. Wouldn't that invite zombies? You have some brains. I'm just saying this as a metaphor. While talking, Zhang Wei carefully pushed open the door of a residential house. This is a reinforced concrete board house. Compared to other houses, looks pretty solid. Zhang Wei turned on his solar flashlight, signaling the teammates behind him to be silent and alert. The light slowly dispersed. Zhang Wei began to inspect every corner of the building, until it was confirmed that there were no zombies inside. A group of people found some furniture inside, holding up the broken door. Then I started rummaging through boxes and cabinets. But obviously this house has been visited by many people. Nothing useful can be found in it. There wasn't even a decent quilt. Zhang Wei searched over and over again, and finally found a few clean sheets, and spread them on a bed in a bedroom. Then the 5 of you looked at each other, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and slept on it. Brother Wei, this place is much worse than the environment in the girls' dormitory. The quilt there is much softer. We only walked a few 100 meters away. Why don't you go back and sleep? Hey. Just kidding, this place is okay, Zhao Zhenxiong said, while lying on it. So the 5 people huddled together. I didn't even take off my cotton-padded clothes. It didn't take long for me to start falling asleep. After a while, snoring started one after another. The next day, An Wei was the first to open his eyes. Looking at the 4 people sleeping next to him, I thought to myself, these guys are also big-hearted. But Zhang Wei did relax his vigilance this night. There was such a fierce battle in the school. He thought that no one would dare to seek wealth or death at this time. And the door of this residence, they have blocked it with things. Even if someone tries to break in by force, it's not just a matter of time. Zhang Wei glanced outside the window. The heavy snow has stopped. The snow seems to be deeper than last night. It is rare for southern coastal cities to encounter such heavy snow. In Zhang Wei's memory, such heavy snow, it only happened a few times when I was a kid. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and took a look. There are already a large number of zombies swimming in the snow. At this time, Lu Renjia and others also woke up one after another. Boss, you got up so early? It's already 9 o'clock. That's early. We didn't go to bed until 2 or 3 in the morning. Wow, so many zombies. This is a shantytown. The population density is already high. I was lucky yesterday. The zombies outside the school were probably cleared away by the looters. So we didn't collide. This big night has passed. The zombies from further away are coming again. Boss, then shall we kill the zombies? Infinite killing. Wait until the weather warms up. The three of them set up a portable stove in a house. I found some flammable materials and started making porridge. Half an hour later, the 5 hungry people, regardless of the hot porridge burning their mouths, took turns to drink a small bowl. Then they started to go out and hurry. Occasionally, they inevitably encountered zombies. The 5 people, with knives in hand, easily killed them all. Most of the zombies hardly had blood flowing out. Viagra? How far is it? The villa area is also located at the junction of the city and the suburbs. Not as close as the distance from the school to the Walmart supermarket in the old city. If the traffic is still running, it will take 7 or 8 minutes on a motorcycle. In order to avoid the zombies, we deliberately took a long detour. It is estimated that it will take 3 to 5 hours. The 5 people continued to hurry on their way. But the more they walked, the more frightened they became, because there were more and more zombies along the way. And the surprise is not the zombies, but all you is alone, how to get through these zombie swarms in broad daylight. And Zhang Wei et al. Walk every few hundred meters. They will look for nearby buildings to overlook, check out nearby zombies, and find easy routes to the villa area. While walking with such caution, finally slowly approaching the outskirts of the villa area, looking at the area over there, only the last kilometer remains. But it was at this time, a large number of human survivors began to appear in various buildings. It's like a large gathering of poor people surrounding a villa area. Zhang Wei even felt as if he had arrived in India. Make him always feel like that slum millionaire. Old Lu, what do you think of the villa area? Can I get cigarettes? I heard that bartering is very popular here. I still have a pair of unworn underwear in my backpack. That was when I just met the boss. Collected in the boys' dormitory. I have never been willing to wear it. I exchanged it for 3 packs of cigarettes. Isn't it too much? Zhao Zhenxiong and Lu Rinjia said arm in arm. I think you're a bit conservative. At least 3 cartons of cigarettes can be exchanged. Yeah, 3 strips or 30 packs? Zhao Zhenxiong said with some disbelief. Chapter 331 Trading Market. Sanjo, it would be nice to have 3, your torn pants. Just keep it and wear it yourself. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. It didn't take long for Zhang Wei and others to see a large number of isolation objects similar to walls or fences, or barbed wire and rope nets. There are also plenty of sharpened bamboo poles. These tools block and isolate zombies. Where we enter, it has become a relatively safe area. The eyes of the survivors here are much softer. Soft, Lao Lu. What are you kidding me about? Don't you remember Uncle Def's family? Hi, that's different. They are cannibals, people here. Wouldn't you be reduced to the point of cannibalizing human flesh? Can't tell. As soon as you enter this place, Zhang Wei always felt very strange. It's so peaceful and harmonious. There's a kind of traffic in Tao Yuanming's works, the feeling of chicken and dog smelling each other. Is the stick in this area? Zhang Wei said thoughtfully. As the group of 4 people continued to deepen, finally we approached a large square. It's forbidden to enter this place. Zhang Wei and his party of 5 people, he was intercepted by a woman. 5 people stopped at the edge of a square, and beside, it is the entrance to an indoor gymnasium. Why can't you enter? Since the stadium was built, it is free and open to citizens. Zhao Zhenxiong said stiffly. This is different. Are you wanderers from the countryside? Not long after the zombie outbreak, this has become a land of ownership, just like the Walmart supermarket in the old city. Do you know about Walmart supermarket? Not everyone can go in there. If you homeless people all go inside and sit on the floor, eat, drink, and have diarrhea inside, so what will it be like here? When a woman talks, Zhang Wei heard the shouts coming from the gymnasium. Huh? This is the sound of the stereo. Is there electricity in this place? Damsey's wire installation ends here? Is there a concert going on inside? Lu Renjia asked somewhat innocently. This is a trading bazaar. How can there be a concert? The woman looked at him like a fool. Why can they all get in? Zhang Wei pointed at the people filing in not far away. That's the red shirt. They marched forward in the battle to guard the zombies. Won the honor. Director Wang allowed them to come and go freely. Not just here, there is also a villa area. Red shirts? Zhang Wei looked at the arms of those people. It seems that they are all tied with a piece of cloth similar to the red scarf. Director Wang is Wang Yukun. Right? He is indeed here. Okay, don't blame me for looking down on others. There are some places that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. If you want a safe place to rest, just walk around the square. The surrounding residential buildings are also habitable. If you can give something of value. Why do I feel like I'm back in ancient times? Axing said somewhat speechlessly. If you pay some price, can I enter this gym? Zhang Wei feels, if you are looking for someone, this is the most convenient. After all, the people who entered were at least some respectable people. While talking, Zhang Wei took out some valuable items from his backpack, such as watches, gold ring, drugs, killed countless people during this period. A lot of things also exploded. Although the looters had nothing to eat, but they are all extremely rich. None of these will work. Director Wang is worried about outsiders making trouble. I specifically confessed, don't go astray. Depend on this ant, you really don't eat the toast but drink it as a penalty? Don't talk about that red ribbon. Do you know how many zombies our boss has killed? Don't look at us like students, the zombies who died in our hands. There are 800 even if there is not 1,000. I see you are students. Okay, stop making noise. If you can't go in, forget it. Zhang Wei hurriedly greeted his two younger brothers, because they are so eye-catching. Zhang Weizheng turned and left, but suddenly I remembered something. This ant. No, eldest sister, don't know this thing. Can it be used as a pass? Zhang Wei took out a shriveled wallet from his backpack. Take out another card from inside. It's a playing card. There is a scrawled. Fierce. Character. Are you the Three of Hearts? The woman looked at the somewhat worn card carefully. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that this card is mine. If you have this card, you can indeed go in. The woman was a little surprised and uncertain. Depend on, boss, if you don't take out your pass earlier, are Demingzi's broken playing cards so effective? If I had known, I would have asked for one. Zhao Xinxiong said exaggeratedly. You think these playing cards are toilet paper? I heard that only Mad Dog and the leaders of those gangs have this. Lu Renjiao was a little contemptuous. I didn't expect it either. I just heard a Chong from Mishua Bingcheng say, this card allows you to freely enter and exit Demingzi's mighty building. And I just saw that there seems to be electricity in here. The people inside have either been favored by Demingzi, either cooperate with him. So I remembered this card. Zhang Wei put the playing cards back into his wallet. Women no longer stand in the way. Zhang Wei and others immediately filed in from the main entrance. The glass door of the gymnasium has been broken. However, stainless steel plates were welded to them. So it still plays its due role. It seems that this is the place, maybe used to resist the zombie crisis. But the ground is clean. No trace of dirt or blood could be seen anymore. Not long after entering, I saw both sides of the aisle. There are various stalls. It is said that the stalls are really neatly arranged folding tables. Just like the night market before the apocalypse broke out. Zhang Wei walked around casually. I found that there are really some rare things for sale. Including some medications, snacks, candies. We even saw smoked cured fish and bacon. A group of 5 people haven't eaten meat for a long time. Some game animals are drooling just looking at them. How do you sell this stuff? Zhang Wei saw a razor blade, and obviously it hasn't been opened yet. There are 10 more blades inside. At this time, Zhang Wei, already full of beard, almost like a tramp, the few remaining people, not to mention giving in too much. This is not for sale, but if you have something that interests me, can be used for exchange. The stall owner answered casually. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, banknotes are already waste paper. That means gold and silver are still in circulation, however. It cannot become a recognized currency. Zhang Wei rummaged through his backpack casually. Take out a box. Unopened penicillin, the value should be great, eraser, you know. Besides shaving, there is no other use. Good, I'll trade with you. Zhang Wei smiled and threw the razor into his backpack. But just when the stall owner reached over to grab the medicine box, Zhang Wei grabbed his hand. I didn't say I just changed it. The stall owner's expression changed. Are you going back on your word? You can't get out of this door if you go back on your word. No, the deal still counts, but I want to add something. What? Sell me some more information. Chapter 332 News about 3 people. Information? What news do you want to know? When the shop owner saw Zhang Wei let go of his hand, holding the medicine box, his expression also softened. Zhang Wei knows, since this guy said this, then there should be no problem. In fact, business people like them, he is the most informed. Just like Aqiang from Michelle Bingcheng in Walmart supermarket, information has been continuously passed to Zhang Wei. I'm asking you about a few people. How many people are there? 3 people. Then tell me. I said it bluntly. If it is not convenient for you to answer, just don't answer it, but don't give me false news either. Good. I want to ask you if you have met these three people. The first person is a male student. My name is Lou Dolly, about the same age as us. Height is about 170 cm. He uses chopsticks as weapons. I used to follow Demingzi later. He was taken away with a stick and put under house arrest. Wait. I have heard about the person you are talking about. The shopkeeper interrupted Zhang Wei's conversation. Zhang Wei stopped talking. Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others also immediately gathered around. I've seen that student before. He and Director Wang once talked in a corner of this gymnasium. The two of them chatted for more than half an hour. I asked someone to inquire about it. It seems like he offended someone from City Lights, so take refuge here. As for whether Director Wang placed him under house arrest, I don't know either, but I did not see him go out from the gate here. When was that? When? It was at least 2 or 3 months ago. There was no electricity back then. How many exits are there in this stadium? Is it possible that he is being held captive somewhere in this stadium by Wang Yukun? Lu Renjia asked. There are 4 exits. There are 2 imports. Maybe it went out from somewhere else. But you said being locked up in the stadium. It's almost impossible. This place has only 1 floor in total. In the middle is a court. All other places are seats. There is almost no hiding space. But if Director Wang locked him up somewhere else, that's still possible. Impossible. If Lu Dolly had not been imprisoned with a stick, why does Big Mingzi care about sticks and people? Could it be that the news from Aqiang was blurry? Then where did Lu Dolly go? Then I don't know. Who else are you looking for? I have never seen this student before. But other people? Maybe I've seen it. We are also looking for a girl. Axing said quickly. This is her picture. Xing took out a glue-bound photo from his backpack. It happened to be a photo of an award ceremony. Ari, you, the 3 of Xing were on the podium at an award ceremony. The steps where you are standing are uneven in height. The 3 of them each held a gold medal, silver and bronze medals. So this is it. Sun, moon and stars. The origin, the rumors are true. Lu Renjia said with sudden realization. My name is Lu Xing. Yu's name is Wu Weitong. Brother Ari's name, only part of it has Japanese characters. His name is Li Hao, Ritianhao. Axing revealed his real name for the first time. It seems that he is willing to pay any price to find Yu. People of the last days, people often don't reveal their real names easily. The shop owner took the photo and looked at it carefully for a while. Said, I have never seen this person before. But if you are looking for someone, you can print this photo out, the bulletin board posted at the entrance of the gymnasium. But find someone in the last days, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You must be mentally prepared. This man separated from us just yesterday. If you go to the villa area, it should be between yesterday and today, boss. Please help me pay attention. If we can find her or provide information about her, I'll give you another box of penicillin. She is easy to identify, carrying a mountaineering bag. It's full of cables. Good, no problem. My stall is here basically every day. You can come to me once in a while, but I can't leave the stall. I can only passively help you pay attention. Who else are you looking for? The third person to inquire. It's the Director Wang and Wang Yukun you mentioned. Are you looking for him? Can you tell me your whereabouts? Director Wang. You don't need to look for him at all. He wanders around the streets every day. Sometimes I come to this gym to play badminton. But if you are anxious to see him, you can go directly to the villa area. He is in building 4. Area A, the villas over there are all independent buildings. Very easy to find. Since you can enter this gymnasium, then there will be no problem entering the villa area. Isn't that where the city meets the suburbs? There is no hindrance at all. Aren't zombies just walking on the ground? Everything with red shirts. Do you know what a red shirt is? I see. The people who live here are either rich or noble, organize some local armed forces. It's a completely normal thing, as expected. Wang Yukun still has great appeal. Boss, goodbye. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, just walk directly to the inside of the gymnasium. This was just the first person Zhang Wei and others asked. He also wanted to ask a few more people. But after half an hour, Zhang Wei bartered for a lot of small things. But still didn't get any useful news. Boss, are we really going to see the police chief? In Lu Renjia's eyes, Wang Yukun, who stabbed people in chrysanthemums, is a legendary figure. Almost as famous as Demingzi. And the rumors about the Stick, more perverted and terrifying than Big Mingzi. Stick is a good man. Zhang Wei said seriously. The group of 5 people continued to walk around the gymnasium indeed. No place was found where anyone could be detained. Just what the previous shop owner said, I believed a lot. Ah, you said that she had heard a piece of news. It is said that a classmate of her younger brother appeared here. Where do you think she heard this news? Zhang Wei asked Ah Xing and Ah Ri. I don't know. There are homeless people everywhere. Maybe she met someone else. But Ah Yu is not usually impatient. She left in such a hurry. Even when we were besieged by looters we left, there must have been a big accident. Ah Xing explained. What you said makes sense. 5 people came out of the back door of the gymnasium, in Zhang Wei's hands, but he carried half a caddy of bacon. Boss, are you really going to eat this thing? Is this pork? But I don't know yet. Lu Renjia pointed to the meat Zhang Wei exchanged for a watch. You can choose not to eat it later. Who said I don't want to eat? Didn't the shop owner say that? This gymnasium is covered by the police chief. No one would dare to sell fake meat. Right. Besides, that guy has 5 ounces of meat. Dare to sell it for the price of a watch. It must be true, otherwise, I'll be the first to eat later. If there were no corpse transformation, you eat again. Lu Renjia said seriously. Go to hell. Zhao Zhenxiong kicked him in the butt. Chapter 333 The Mysterious Beggar. Zhao Zhenxiong knows, if Lu Renjia is allowed to eat first, probably even the oil on the pan will be licked clean. The reason why Zhang Wei bought this piece of meat was, on the one hand, I really want to stop eating meat. On the other hand, it's that he already has many watches. This thing called a watch, whether it is an electronic watch or a quartz watch, one piece is enough. There is no use in using more. And as time goes by, if the battery is not replaced for 2 or 3 years, it will become a piece of scrap metal. The 3 of them found an empty house, found some flammable materials, set up a simple frying pan and started a fire. And Zhang Wei poured water on another simple stove made of bricks next to it and cooked 2 tails of rice. The 5 of them gathered together, covered in dust, and it really felt like playing house. Lu Renjia took out a clean fruit knife, and Zhang Wei cut the bacon into slices, and when the rice was almost cooked, then he threw the bacon into the frying pan. Half a pound of bacon. Each person only got 7 or 8 pieces. This was because Zhang Wei cut the bacon very thinly. However, there was a layer of oil at the bottom of the pot, and soon the aroma of bacon wafted out. The 5 people were hungry. They had porridge in the morning, and now they could not hold back. Zhang Wei divided the bacon roughly evenly among everyone, and the 5 people each used a napkin to hold the rice. And they ate casually. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and an old man in a purple-red women's cotton coat walked in. I saw someone eating inside. The old man was also a little surprised. But after seeing Lu Renjia touch his hand to the handle of the knife at his waist, the old man quickly waved his hand and said, Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Etc. Zhang Wei's words let the old man's movement stagnate. The old man turned around with difficulty. Is this where you live? Zhang Wei looked around and said, Although this place is dilapidated, but it can also protect you from wind and rain, you can keep out the cold even in this severe winter. It shouldn't be Borderlands. It's just Zhang Wei and his party of 5. After wandering around for a long time, I just found this vacant house, so I chose to make a fire here to cook. Yes. The old man swallowed. The old man is disturbing you. We didn't know this was a land of ownership. Don't eat any of you. Give each person 2 pieces of meat and a mouthful of rice. To this old man, Ah Xing and Lu Renjia agreed immediately. However, Zhao Zhenxiong was obviously not very happy. I don't know why Zhang Wei wanted to help such an old beggar man. No, you eat. I'll go out for a walk first. Don't damage anything here. Wait until you leave. I will come back soon. Seeing Zhang Wei's silence, the old man seemed to know that Zhang Wei and others had good intentions. So I took 2 steps inside, said, Then I will take a bite. The old man took out an aluminum alloy lunch box from his back. Only then did Zhang Wei see that the old man was also carrying a backpack. But the lunch box was cleaned by him. So each of the 5 people shared a little food. The old man chewed and ate slowly. Your legs. Old man? Zhang Wei saw the old man limping when he walked. But what really made Zhang Wei determined to release his goodwill was, it's not that Zhang Wei pitied this guy, but Zhang Wei noticed something unusual about this old man. The old man was wearing a woman's clothes. This is easy to understand. Winter is coming. As long as you can keep out the cold and keep warm, you just sew 10 bras into one piece of clothing and wear it. No one cares about you. What surprised Zhang Wei was that the old man was wearing a brand new shirt, and being neither humble nor arrogant in the face of everyone. I broke my leg by accident. It happened half a year ago. I also asked someone to see me. I think the bone was not properly connected. But I am old. It doesn't matter. I live one day at a time. I won't go for treatment. Zhang Wei knew what the old man meant by this. It didn't mean that he wouldn't go for treatment, but that it couldn't be cured and there was no place to go for treatment. You remind me of a friend named Shoen. Please sit down. Old man. Zhang Wei took out half a piece of newspaper from his backpack, put it on the ground, and motioned the old man to sit down. A few people started chatting. We came here to find someone. The first thing is to find a partner named Lu Dolly. Zhang Wei spent another 3 to 5 minutes. Find what you are looking for. I told the old man everything. But the old man still said he had not seen the person Zhang Wei was looking for. Zhang Wei knows this old man is no ordinary person, so the topic slowly turned to the old man. Old man, you live here? There must be some purpose. Right? Looking for someone or something? Or is it just because it's safe here? Oh, where did you see it? Your clothes, your outer clothes are very rough, but the clothes inside, the quality is not average. And you left as soon as you said you wanted to leave in the beginning. Description of this house. I don't think much of it. Average survivor, a safe house for the apocalypse. I generally won't give up easily. The 5 of us are all outsiders. You just need to shout a few times. That red-shirt soldier came over. We just had to leave. You are very attentive. Old man, tell us your story. Maybe we can help too. Lu Renjia interrupted. It's useless. You can't help. But you can tell me. The old man hesitated for a long time, finally began to tell his story. I am a geological engineer. I am an engineer, responsible for the design and construction of Metro Line 2 here. You know this line, a cross-sea line, which can connect Binhai City and the Old City, and the tunnel is under the sea. I know this. I heard there is a station in the Old City, which is located in the city center, but I heard it is still under planning. But the housing prices there have more than doubled in the past few years. Ari interrupted. Our engineering team has been working underground. Belongs to a subsidiary of China Railway Second Bureau. There are more than 200 employees. A total of 148 people worked in the well that day. That afternoon, we suddenly lost contact with the ground. The work elevator also lost its function. Zhang Wei, Lu Renjia and others looked at each other. They knew that afternoon. What does it mean? That afternoon, they just finished their English exam. A zombie crisis broke out. However, if the underground power supply is interrupted, that may be on a different frequency than the school. Maybe an accident like a car hitting a telephone pole. It was enough to black out the entire city. In fact, the tunnel we are building, the depth is not very high however. Since it happens to be near the sea for safety, so there aren't many escape routes upwards. There are more than 140 of us trapped in a tunnel. And then, there was a zombie crisis? Zhang Weiwei probably guessed what happened next. No, you are wrong. Nothing happened to us, but we lost contact with the ground just like that. You didn't try to go back? Is the other end of the tunnel open? At that time, the shield machine was doing soul work. Do you know about TBM? It means you can dig through rocks. Just one machine can dig a tunnel. Zhang Wei nodded. The conveyor track of the shield machine, originally. The wasteland was also supposed to be teleported out. However, the power outage caused accumulation and blockage in the upward transportation pipeline. Later another collapse occurred, completely blocked the escape route. There are more than 100 of us, completely trapped underground. Chapter 334 Super Steel. This, Zhang Wei knew clearly, more than 100 people were trapped underground. What happens? This kind of earthwork workers must work in 2 or 3 shifts. They don't stay underground all year round. It's just like a coal mine, too dangerous. That is to say, there simply isn't much food left in the ground. What happened next? Later on, we stepped up the progress of construction. Because the shield machine burns gasoline and diesel, there are quite abundant oil reserves underground. We are still running TBMs. And those more than 100 survivors, it is carried on the shoulders and carried by the hands. Remove the waste materials of sand, earth and rocks. For timely transportation to the back, we knew we couldn't stop the TBM digging into the surface. We still have a chance to survive, but once it stops, we will die from lack of oxygen or starvation. So you survived in the end? Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Zhao Zhenxiong said somewhat innocently. That's the story later, but I can tell you, 148 people, oxygen bottles and food are limited in the end. Only 4 or 5 people survived, and this leg of mine, it was interrupted by that other person. The reason why they kept me till the end, just because I can operate and inspect the TBM. What a cruel story. Axing said after being silent for a while. Yes, they broke my legs, I fainted, and thus escaped a disaster after climbing up. I found that things were even more different outside. My leg, the best treatment time, is also lost. Old Lu Lao Zhao, tell the old man our story. This might make the old man feel better. At this time, Zhang Wei. My heart was depressed to the extreme. I just want to borrow a cigarette from Zhao Zhenxiong to smoke, but Zhang Wei knows. This guy Zhao Zhenxiong, not for a long time stock. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have to pawn my underwear. It's a long story. Lu Renjia actually moved a brick. Put it under your buttocks. I found another dirty but dry blanket to put on. He talked about everything that happens in school. A few people had something to eat. There is no more hunger at the beginning. He also had time to listen to Lu Renjia's exaggerated chatter. And Zhao Zhenxiong sometimes adds fuel to the fire. When Lu Renjia was halfway speaking, the old man finally said his name, Qin Xinhong. Mr. Qin, don't think I'm bragging. We really fought our way out of the school's mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Do you know what is the most painful thing? It's those former classmates, in just a few days, turned into a zombie without humanity. We had to deal with them on the spot, otherwise we will starve to death in school sooner or later. Then we met a foreigner. I heard he is still a mercenary. He looks tall and thick like a monkey. That guy kills people like crazy. Several of our students, a fight with him in the faculty apartment, that battle ended tragically. Qin Xinhong listened quietly. There was no interruption. Until Lu Renjia talked about the Japanese story. You said you met a Japanese man who used a knife? Qin Xinhong interrupted. That guy's name is Junichi Watanabe. I'm probably still wandering around the old city now. That guy speaks pretty good Chinese. He also understands what we say. No, you said he used a broken knife? Right, it's a samurai sword. It seems to be an antique. He said that his broken knife was cut off by another better knife. It's probably a Japanese samurai sword too. No, you are wrong. His sword was not cut off by a Japanese samurai sword. Instead, it was chopped off with a hatchet. Hatch knife? Are you kidding? Lu Renjia said with some disbelief. I don't believe this. It's not that I don't believe that a hatchet can cut off a samurai sword. But Junichi Watanabe, would he be so stupid as to use his precious samurai sword to fight against someone else's hatchet? Qin Xinhong was silent for a while, and said, that's the fact. When you mentioned the Japanese with a broken sword, I guessed it must be that guy. That hatchet is not an ordinary hatchet. Tell me about this story. Zhang Wei also became interested and came over. Zhang Wei was not interested in the broken sword, but he was interested in Junichi Watanabe. No matter what, that guy is from a cruise ship. Canberra. Came down from above, and the boss of that ship, yes. Alligator. Known as Black Sun. The leader of the mercenary group. Many things. It shouldn't be as simple as Junichi Watanabe said at the beginning. That Japanese, he must be pretending to be crazy and acting stupid to hide something. The man who made that hatchet, it's Tetsuo, it's my former colleague. Qin Xinhong finished speaking. Zhang Wei was suddenly stunned. Tetsuo is your colleague? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Others may not know, but Zhang Wei knows. Tetsuo is the person he has been looking for. Zhang Wei in his previous life made 2 long knives for hunting zombies, and these 2 long knives, it was from Tetsuo's hand. You know him? Qin Xinhong was also a little confused. We met once a long time ago. That was before the end of the world. Zhang Wei casually made an excuse. Tai Xiong is my colleague, not the ones who threw me underground. It was when I went down the tunnel, colleagues who stayed on the ground. We were all in 1978, when the college entrance examination was resumed. College students taking the first exam. I majored in geology. He studied mechanical engineering. Generations of blacksmiths have been in his family, so it's a bit crafty. He also went down the well at that time, found me with a broken leg. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to crawl out of the ground. Does he know something about welding? Zhang Wei interrupted. It should be. Physical machinery, electrical engineering, molecular chemistry is his area of expertise. That's it some time ago. I have seen one of his works. What? Fish-scale welding. Zhang Wei thought of the shield that the scorpion threw at him. The steel bars embedded on it serve as grippers. The welding point is fish-scale welding. Fish-scale welding is considered to be the most advanced welding technology in the world. Some things must use this welding technology, for example rocket. That shield, maybe it was just an improvisation that Tetsuo used to practice his skills. I just don't know how it got into the hands of Scorpion. Zhang Wei was not able to draw out Scorpion's words at that time. It seems you really know him. Obviously, as a shield machine engineer. Qin Xinhong, also know what fish-scale welding is. Tell me about that hatchet. Zhang Wei suddenly became interested. If the hatchet is really Tetsuo's work, then he can be like in his previous life, help build 2 fine knives. Even Zhang Wei's team, it is also possible to replace all shotguns with cannons. Apocalyptic confrontation, most of the time, still treated with cold weapons. The thing is very simple. That was a year ago. I was in an antique market at that time. We met the Japanese you mentioned. He wants to customize a scabbard for his broken sword. And Tiexiong is also customizing a scabbard for his hatchet. Both of them fell in love with this scabbard, because this scabbard is made of lightning-struck gold in Nanmu. Wait a minute. What does custom-made hatchet scabbard mean? Zhao Zhenxiong interrupted Chen Xinhong. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Tetsuo wanted to make a sword, not a soft sword. It's a hard sword about 1 meter long, that hatchet, just the rough embryo of his sword. Oh, that's it, you continue. This is probably what happened, because of the first served issue and communication difficulties. The Japanese guy had a little argument with Tetsuo. Taixiong, who couldn't bear it anymore, use your own hatchet. He gently touched the sword that the Japanese call the 8th generation single pass. Then the Japanese left as if they were mourning. Because his sword is broken. No way, so exaggerated. No exaggeration at all, because the material of Lao Tai's knife is very special, and it is stamped and forged by high-pressure machines. Japanese knives are good knives, after all. It is a craft made hundreds of years ago. How to compare with modern craftsmanship? Oh, I forgot to say, Tetsuo's hatchet. It is built using the blades of a shield boring machine. Chapter 335 Insulin-like. Shield machine blades? Yes, shield machine blades. Even if they are sold as scrap, they can be sold for hundreds of yuan per kilogram. Is it so precious? Yes, there are many kinds of blades, including natural diamonds, synthetic diamonds, and ceramics, but the strongest is carbide. Carbide tools are usually used to cut hard geological layers, such as granite, limestone and other rocks, and clay formations containing siliceous sand. However, shield machine blades, when cutting brittle rock formations and sub-brittle formations, are also prone to broken blades. Tiexiong's firewood knife, that is the half blade I gave him. There are also 7 or 8 kilograms. He should use only a part. So is the blade of Tiexiong's shield machine, created a hair embryo of a sword, then cut off Watanabe Chuani's sword? Japanese in Binhai City, I could take a weapon to transit at that time. Still dangling around Goto Street, it should be the guy you called Watanabe. Who is called Watanabe? Then, what about later? Did the two be fought? Where did Tiexiong go later? Let's talk about it later. Do you want to finish your story? Good, then I will say. Lu Renjia continued to talk about what happened after the power plant war. Later we returned to the old street. The purpose is to find Dr. Lin's father, and our classmate Shoen. He was lame just like you. Later we met another man named Farmer, also with the people from the old city prison not far from here. A dispute occurred. Lu Renjia wanted to continue talking about the next thing. But Zhang Wei was the first to say, later we had a big battle with a group of looters. Both sides suffered casualties. Later we came here, looking for our lost teammates. Zhang Wei winked at Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia also knew, many things cannot be said too straightforwardly, because it cannot be confirmed. Those plunderers, does it have anything to do with the old man? Because Scorpion also uses a shield made by Tetsuo. Zhang Wei feels, the story the old man told about his broken leg, there should be something hidden. But everyone has their own secret. If you dig deeper, you may find lies. You have come to the right place. If it comes to safety, there's no place like this. The matter of killing people and stealing goods, basically it won't happen here. Why? Ah Xing interrupted. Because this is Wang Yukan's jurisdiction. I see. Zhang Wei nodded. It seems that the stick at this time, still the upright stick, at least committing adultery, rarely happens here. What kind of forces are entrenched here? Zhang Wei knows, the more places like this, the more all parties reach an evenly matched compromise. The more. Otherwise there will still be fights. You mean near the stadium? There are so many people here. There are always 3,000 to 5,000 survivors. And the flow is very large. Since the beginning of winter, there are more people here. Because it is the intersection of the city and the suburbs. Many people go out to find food and choose to rest here. There used to be a large storage and logistics center here. And there were always enough daily necessities. Even food at the beginning. However, after more than half a year of consumption, there is not much food left. No wonder you didn't refuse when we gave you a few pieces of meat. I'm ashamed. I haven't eaten anything decent for a long time. Chen Xinhong was a little embarrassed. Then how did you? You want to ask me how I survived? This is a plan arranged by Wang Yukon before. Materials will be given priority to talents he considers to be highly knowledgeable. Because I am one of the few people who understands TBMs, so he was given special care, but now due to lack of food, already the first to have enough food and clothing, now we can only have enough food and no food to eat. In order to survive, I had to sell some of my supplies, so you see me now. Chen Xinhong pointed to his rose-red cotton coat, somewhat nondescript. It's great to be alive. It's already February now, winter will pass. Zhang Wei comforted casually. This is my story. Your story is quite good. I want to ask you some questions. Just think I owe you a favor. The old man did not agree. There was no rejection either. Zhang Wei then said, the blade of the shield machine you mentioned, how many more? I can exchange it with you for food. Broken blades will also work. To tell the truth, I need to build a batch of weapons. You want? I can give you. The TBM is underground somewhere 3 kilometers away from here. Blades are also in stock underground, and it's brand new. But you also have to do something for me. Tell me about it. Good, then let me tell you straight. 2 kilometers away from here, there is a pharmaceutical company. You guys go get me some medicine. Drug? What medicine? Insulin-like drugs. Sir, do you have diabetes? You don't need to ask me what I got this medicine for, but to get this medicine, it takes 3 blocks, and the zombies over there, thousands. It is simply not something that human power can resist. When you go to the hospital, by the way, help me find 2 people. Who are you looking for? Tetsuo and his grandson. Tetsuo? Kieshiong is also in that pharmaceutical company? This is your job. We took it over for the time being, but we also speak out frankly. This kind of action, it is impossible to bring your old man with me. Legs like yours, I probably won't be able to leave this area. Then, there are insulin drugs, frequency of use in patients with severe diabetes, almost once or twice a day, that is to say, even if we bring back a certain amount of insulin, it may not necessarily make a big difference to the patient's condition. Even if each of us has a backpack, they're all filled with that drug you're talking about. It can last for 3 to 5 months at most. 3 months? Maybe that's enough. Just do your best. The other 2 people, I'll try my best to help find it. Thank you for taking the trouble. But if you really want to use the blade of the shield machine, then we have to find Taixiong, ordinary blacksmith stove. It can't melt that blade at all, and it is estimated that an industrial electric hammer will be used to build it. And Taixiong have a own workshop. It is specially used to make some gadgets. Okay, tell us something about that manufacturing plant. The pharmaceutical factory passed here, nearly 4 kilometers away, in the direction of the villa area. The villa area is safe. That is to say, your real danger zone. It's the next 3 kilometers. How did Tetsuo take his grandson to a place like that? These 3 blocks. It's not like an old man and a child can travel through time. Right? Zhang Wei thought of the most important point, either heaven or underground. At this time, passerby A and Zhao Zhenxiong, they also looked at their toes in unison. Not a TBM, the shield machine is in another place, already protected. That is? It's Wang Yukon's helicopter. They took Wang Yukon's police helicopter there. Chapter 336 Watson Pharmaceuticals. Wang Yukon sent helicopters to carry people to the pharmaceutical factory? What does he want to do with so much trouble? Nothing in mind. It's just that Tiexiong's son and daughter-in-law worked in research and development at that pharmaceutical factory. Tiexiong once went inside a pharmaceutical factory. He is just familiar with the road, but Tiexiong is worried about his grandson Taipeng. Hence the strong request, take him with you too. To an unknown and dangerous place. If Tetsuo does this, it's very irrational. Yes, but Tiexiong also wanted to find his son and daughter-in-law, or allow his grandson to see his parents for the last time, even if he has turned into a zombie. Then an accident happened? I don't know why the helicopter didn't come back at all. The person who flies the plane, also a policeman, still the Stick's confidant. It should not be possible to betray him, so I don't know if there was an accident. When did this happen? More than 2 or 3 months ago, around the National Day last year. During this period, haven't you tried to find someone over there? Have tried? We have sent out several waves of troops, but after I left, there was no news. No news came back. Old man, there is something wrong with this place you mentioned. If it were just zombies, even if it's thousands, so that no information can be transmitted, there must be other tricks. Right? Lu Renjia interrupted. Of course. I will also explain this to you. The reason why I entrust you to do this is. One reason is the school story you mentioned at the beginning. although there are some exaggerations, but it should also be true, prove that you have certain abilities. The other reason is that you students went in, it won't attract much attention, even if there are some looters inside, you shouldn't embarrass a few young boys. Right? Looters? I don't think it's that simple. Zhang Wei thought for a long time. I'm wondering whether to intervene. That's right here. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Zhenxiong immediately became very vigilant. Fine, what a bad guy, won't knock on the door. Qin Xinhong said indifferently. Zhang Wei went over and opened the door to take a look. I found out that it was the original stall owner. What's wrong with you? That Wei, that person you asked me to pay attention to, she has news. Is there any news about Ah Yu? Ari and Ah Xing both became very excited. Yes, I heard people discussing on the street, said there was a girl, carrying a backpack, passed by the path over the villa area. People who passed over there, most of them never come back, so many people think that the woman will die with her beauty. By the way, does the penicillin you mentioned still count? The boss said with some expectation. Count? But how do I know if what you said is true? It's absolutely true, just like what you described, a backpack similar to a mountaineering bag. There are also various metal parts. There is still a rope hanging out of the backpack, but the woman was wearing a red peaked cap. I don't know what it looks like. Alright, I believe you. Zhang Wei took out a box of medicine from his backpack. This? The stall owner was a little surprised. You take it, we never told you. Ah Yu is wearing a red peaked cap. It shows that you are not making this up. Yes. Yes. Yes, not gonna lie to you. Okay, boss, any more news? I hope you will tell us. The boss nodded and walked away. It seems that he needs medicine very much. It seems that we have to intervene in this place. Zhang Wei said to the two brothers with a smile. Brother Wei. It still feels too dangerous. How about I and Brother Howsy go? You won't be in danger. No. We have to intervene in this matter. If it weren't for the help of the three of you, we would have been wiped out in school. And I also want to find the guy named Tixiong. I suspect this matter is related to. Zhang Wei didn't finish his words. But he had a vague guess in his mind. If you really want to go, be mentally prepared. Qin Xinhong thought for a while, and then said. Zhang Wei understood what he meant by psychological preparation. It means preparing for the worst. Tell us about that pharmaceutical factory. Zhang Wei actually took out a small notebook from his backpack. I plan to make some records. Then I said it directly. This pharmaceutical factory was established very early. It existed probably 30 or 40 years ago, when the country first started to implement the shareholding reform of companies. In the beginning, it was just a Chinese herbal medicine factory. Later, Western medicine and innovative drugs were produced. The name of the pharmaceutical factory was originally called Marina Hansen Manufacturing Plant. Later became Hansen Company Limited. This is a listed company. Its stock name is Marina Hansen. The market value before the outbreak of the apocalypse was 28 billion. It is also considered a relatively large company. Tell me about that insulin drug you mentioned. Insulin drugs are just one type of drug it produces. Moreover, the production line has only been put into operation in recent years. It turns out that it produces influenza drugs. However, this company has multiple R&D lines and production lines. Research and development of other drugs may have begun, but these are business secrets. It can't be seen from public information. How many people are there in the company? Zhao Zhenxiong asked the key point. How many people are there? It means how many zombies there may be. Maybe this is the intervention of a large number of survivors, but there is a real reason why there is no return. More than 3,000 people. Impossible. Today's pharmaceutical companies, it should also be a mechanized operation of the assembly line. It's not a handmade manufacturing industry. How could there be so many people? Indeed, there are so many. Hansen Pharmaceuticals. It turned out to be an enterprise in Binhai City. Because land prices and rents there are too high, so we moved to the industrial park here in the old city. It is said that the authorities here are attracting investment. But the real reason is due to the manufacturing of raw materials. It requires a lot of logistics distribution. Binhai simply cannot satisfy countless people. Ground traffic is too congested. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Binhai City has a population of more than 30 million, compared with the old city, which has only a few million people and is sparsely populated. The population density over there, I'm afraid it will be more than 7 or 8 times bigger. What do the building structures look like over there? After all, it is a listed company in an industrial park. Security is still perfect. Companies have walls. The large and small gates are strictly controlled, however. It probably became ineffective after the zombie crisis broke out. The company has 4 buildings in total, all are single-family structures. The largest factory building, covering an area of 4 square kilometers. This is also a manufacturing workshop. It is a 3-layer structure. The finished insulin products you are looking for, maybe in this factory. The second largest floor, it's the administration building. It is a 13-story structure. The floor area is 400 square meters, independent elevator, the rooftop is flat. This is the building the helicopter went to at that time. It's impossible for a helicopter to go down. If the helicopter is still there, should stand on other taller buildings. Can you see it? You are right, because this is Wang Yukun's only police helicopter. So after losing contact, he has been searching, but this helicopter seemed to have disappeared from the world, never appeared again. Wait, you said helicopter, is it a black helicopter? The one that can probably carry 4 to 6 people. Zhang Wei suddenly had a terrible suspicion. He remembered flying past Old Town High School, and then went to prison. Let's go back to the helicopter that landed at the school. And the 2 mercenaries, who came down from above. Zhang Wei used a walkie-talkie to eavesdrop on their conversation. Those 2 guys, a nickname is the American Bison, one is called Kangaroo. Counting their boss Alligator, there are also orangutans, who have fought against Zhang Wei and others before. They happen to be 4 people from the Black Sun mercenary group. Chapter 337 Departure to the Pharmaceutical Factory. If that group of people is intervening, then this pharmaceutical factory may really have some problems. Zhang Wei's thoughts alone, but he still answered the old man's question without changing his expression. I don't know what color it is. But the police helicopter, if it wasn't similar to the color of a police car, it's not too flashy. Right? Where are the other 2 buildings? The other 2, one is a staff apartment, 3-story structure however. The area is relatively large. There are more than 1,000 square meters. It should be similar to the house in your school. Long and narrow structure, you can understand it as 100 meters long, 10 meters wide. Where's the last building? The last building? You can just ignore it. This is an unfinished building with more than 20 floors without a roof. It's an unfinished building under construction by a pharmaceutical factory. There is no one. There are no zombies either. Even some floors have no walls yet. It is estimated that there will be no construction workers. If a zombie crisis breaks out, they have fled. Do you know the specific spacing and orientation of the 4 buildings? You can only observe this yourself, old man. I have almost never been out of this place, but the architectural planning of a large company, from an aesthetic point of view, they will all be designed very reasonably. That is to say, the distance between these buildings, it's probably quite far away. Zhang Wei said to himself. In this way, high-level climbing loses its meaning. Zhang Wei also plans to let Ah Xing and Ah replay their roles as extreme rock climbing enthusiasts. However, this unknown environment, there are still big risks. Right, if you want to go in, you can only go in step by step. In that way, Lu Renjia hesitated. No, the method of using zombie human skin is too dangerous. In case there are a large number of other survivors in the pharmaceutical factory, we might be mistaken for zombies and accidentally killed. Even if we approach the pharmaceutical factory safely, with such an appearance, do you think you can be contacted by people inside? Boss, what do you think we should do? You can only go during the day, no view at night, that's too dangerous. Since this time, the reason why we feel so smooth is, it's because we have always been in our familiar place, every brick is familiar. Unknown place, there are zombies, there are also traps set by looters or survivors. If you go there with a flashlight or a torch at night, I don't know how he died. You probably won't act at night either. We will stay here for 1 night today, recharge your batteries, set off again tomorrow morning. It's just past noon now, but Zhang Wei proposed a break. No one objected for a while. Qin Xinhong on the side also nodded in agreement. Zhang Wei actually kept an eye on it. He didn't completely believe what the old man said, in case there is any trap, or the old man asked a few of them to go to the mine. I don't know how he died. So Zhang Wei, when everyone was sleeping at noon, sneaking out the door, wandering around the streets, inquiring about things related to that pharmaceutical factory. However, the information obtained, it's almost the same as what Qin Xinhong said. It means that many people went there, then he never came back. Some people also say, someone got some medicine and came out. Many drugs currently on the market these days, all manufactured at Hansen Pharmaceuticals. But no matter what, survivors who came back alive from the pharmaceutical factory, probably not. And it's 3 blocks to get there. The zombies in these 3 neighborhoods, surprisingly many, a little careless, it would be the end of the entire army being annihilated. Didn't come back? Maybe he went to the old town? Zhang Wei knows the direction of pharmaceutical companies. Beyond that is the area where Demingzi built the city wall. However, the survivors traveled back and forth between the two places. They all took a long way around the pharmaceutical factory area. So in Zhang Wei's sight, this area should be a foggy area, just like the fog mode of the game. I met Tiexiong before. The time and place are not here at all, in other words. Tiexiong came out alive. That proves that this place is not too dangerous, otherwise both Tiexiong and his 11 or 12-year-old grandson would not be able to survive. It's just, this pharmaceutical factory, what's the secret? Zhang Wei began to calmly analyze everything related to it. That old mansion also concealed something. Why would Stick let an old man and a child take his helicopter to a place like that, just because two of their relatives work in pharmaceutical companies? And that fish scale welded shield made by Tetsuo, why did it fall into the hands of Scorpion again? Did I make everything happen with the butterfly effect? Zhang Wei knows, many things have changed. Many things no longer follow the path he remembered. Such as a power plant. Morning Star. Action. It went from suffering heavy casualties to a great victory. For example, people from 8 families, half of them, on the top floor of Walmart supermarket, the losses were heavy. For example, a prison escapee, in addition to Zhuang Cha and a dozen other people, the rest were almost wiped out. For example, the farmer who should have taken refuge with Demingzi, being advanced by myself cut off. And the band of marauders, hundreds of people were killed and injured inside the school. Every little incident will trigger a dramatic butterfly effect. What makes Zhang Wei feel unknown and fearful is that, the so-called tragic situation where millions of zombies besiege the city, will it arrive early? That is something that cannot be resisted by human power. Even if the survivors can trap the old city, they will also kill each other due to lack of food and survival supplies. If Big Mingzi and Stick can't cooperate, if you take control of the situation. Zhang Wei chatted with people outside intentionally or unintentionally about everything related to it. However, many people are unfamiliar with Zhang Wei, they all acted very defensive. Zhang Wei didn't get much useful information either. But when I asked a drugstore owner, the boss said that he saw Wang Yukon buying medicine from him a few days ago. When Zhang Wei asked what kind of medicine it was, the boss said it was a cough medicine. The Stick guy, do you still have a cold? Zhang Wei was even thinking, do you want to be in a pharmaceutical factory? By the way, I brought some medicine for cough treatment to Stick. Although he didn't know Gunzi at that time, it didn't affect Zhang Wei's friendship with him. Zhang Wei was sure that if he could make friends with Lu Meng and Wang Yukon at the same time, he could play a role in the relationship between them and prevent the city from falling into civil strife. The next day, Zhang Wei woke up early. The snow had begun to melt, and it was unusually cold outside. The air he exhaled could be seen as white gas visible to the naked eye. It's much colder than yesterday. Lu Ringjie rubbed his hands. Of course. Haven't you learned physics? When snow and ice melt, they absorb heat, so it will feel colder. You don't even have this common sense. Xiao Zhenxiong laughed. You have common sense. Did you know that the nicotine in a cigarette can kill a cow? That doesn't just prove that. Am I stronger than an ox? Okay, stop making noise, you two strong asses. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. When I was preparing to say goodbye to the old man handed Zhang Wei a piece of iron for his thumb. This is the deposit. What? Zhang Wei waited and said, a piece of iron as big as a thumb, the weight is surprisingly heavy. This is part of the TBM blade. Why are you giving me this? Tetsuo will not believe you until he sees this. I see. Zhang Wei took it and stuffed it into his backpack. Boss, shall we go directly? Go towards the villa area. See if you can come across a stick along the way. Chapter 338 Bobcat's Words. Zhang Wei remembered that the stall owner said, there is no need to look for sticks at all. Because he wanders around the streets almost every day, sometimes I come to the gym to play badminton. But Zhang Wei has no intention of waiting here for the stick. Let a leader in a high position to trust a student gullibly, this is almost impossible. Zhang Wei remembered that the stall owner said, if you are anxious to see Wang Yukon, you can go directly to the villa area. Wang Yukon is in building 4. Area A, the villas over there are all independent buildings. Very easy to find. What's in pharmaceuticals? Which Zhang Wei wants to go to, I happen to be passing by that villa area, so I decided to stop by and have a look. Farewell to Qin Xinhong. The 5 of them ate some dry food. We set off towards the villa. As Zhang Wei expected, not only did his playing cards get him past the guards, it also allowed several teammates to pass unimpeded. The so-called red shirts seem to be just some militia forces, Lu Renjia said with some disdain. They don't have guns, naturally. There is no murderous intention. If each person carries a machine gun, your kid's head has been so scared that he has shrunk into his crotch. Zhao Zhenxiong interrupted. Your head is the only one who is shrinking. Your whole family's heads are shrinking. Hey, I might be the only one left in my family. I don't have a partner yet. Maybe my family has only one son for 9 generations, and my family will be exterminated in my generation. How can that be? You still have to carry on the family line. I'll find you a zombie girlfriend later. Go to hell. As the others were talking nonsense, they unknowingly approached the villa area. To Zhang Wei's surprise, although they could enter the surrounding area of the villa area, when they were about 15 meters away, they were stopped by someone. Someone stopped Zhang Wei and others from approaching the villa. It seems that the boss's playing cards are not feasible everywhere. Don't talk. I heard that Wang Yukun and Demingzi are mortal enemies, Lu Renjia said softly. That's all. Zhang Wei and others slowly approached Building 4 in Area A. At this time, a familiar voice, from the window on the second floor of the villa. Why is it you? Hey. What kind of cat is that? Lynx. Right, Bobcat. Why are you here? Zhang Wei showed a kind smile. Are you really Wang Yukun's person? Zhang Wei remembered what Demingzi said when he was on the top floor of Walmart at that time. Demingzi did not sell Wang Yukun's face. So what? I heard that there are 4 villas in Area A. It is the residence of Wang Yukun, so I stopped by and paid a visit. You go, Director Wang is out, not here at all. Shan Mao finished speaking. He actually closed the window directly. Wait, we have news about Wood. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the window was opened again. Come in. The voice of the lynx came from the second floor of the villa again, but the lynx has disappeared. Zhang Wei knows. He should have come down from the second floor. A group of people were sitting on the floor in the living room. Coral velvet carpet instantly gives people a warm feeling. The lynx threw some firewood, thrown into the fireplace. Not even 5 minutes, the whole hall of the villa became warm. Wang Ju went to the old city. You will never miss him. Old town. Isn't that Demingzi's territory? What is he doing there? I'm feeling sick. I took a lot of Western medicine, but it didn't work. I heard that there is an old Chinese medicine doctor named Lin over there. He was also praised as a miracle doctor, so go check it out. The lynx talked, while placing a small metal pot on a one-piece metal stand of the gecko, waiting for the water to boil. So that's how it is. Zhang Wei initially heard people say that the stick caused some coughing. Now I feel that it is consistent with it. Do you have any news about the wood? Shan Mao saw that Zhang Wei hadn't gotten to the main topic of conversation for a long time. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he spoke. Tell me about it. Then I also asked a question. Was Mumu really imprisoned in the old city prison on purpose by Wang Yukun? That's right. Wood is also a policeman? No. Then why are you so busy looking for him? Don't ask this anymore. Tell us some news about him. Good, then I will say it directly. After I left the old city, went to Old Town High School, the purpose is to bring back Dr. Lin's father. Maybe it's the Chinese medicine doctor named Lin that Director Wang Yukun went to see. I met a group of prisoners at that time, to be precise. It's a group of fugitives. They escaped from the old city prison. When talking about this, Zhang Wei frowned when he saw Shan Mao. Yes, I know this. Due to the zombie crisis, there was a riot in the old city prison. I was also in that prison at that time. It's just that there were too many rioting prisoners. The security force is also insufficient. Defense has no meaning anymore. And there are too many zombies. I have to evacuate. You evacuate. It's to find Wood. If you guess correctly, at that time, Mumu also took advantage of the chaos to escape from prison. That's right. I'm here to hunt him down. But you chased me all the way. There is no trace of him. Even if you lie in wait on the only way to the prison or the old city, the Wood didn't show up at all either. Good. But that's when you happened to meet us coming out of school. In your police compassion and integrity, you dropped a billiard ball. Remind us to be careful of gangsters lurking in pool halls. That's what people call looters now. But after seeing those few people we solved, in order not to be noticed by the Wood, didn't show up at all. Your reasoning is correct. Wood's alertness is very high. A few years ago, there were hundreds of military police. A crazy chase in the Malaysian jungle. He was not captured either. Later Walmart supermarket. It was you who threw the billiard ball, attracted Demingzi's attention, helped us out. Continue to talk about the group of prisoners. You are rushing like crazy. It is expected that Mumu will rush to join Demingzi in the old city. So I kept blocking him, from the school back street, all the way to the rooftop corridor. Then go to Walmart supermarket, to the power plant. Even if Demingzi is in danger, none of the wood showed up. Do you know where the wood is going? I have no idea, but I know he did not rush on his way at that time. He was at the house of a man called a farmer, rested for several days. And he didn't take the main road, but walked through the jungle, because some of the survivors I later recruited, they say they have been blessed by wood. What else do you know? I also know that Moo took away a long-range sniper rifle, and there are about 20 rounds of bullets. What do you want to say? What I want to say is exactly what you guessed. You went crazy looking for him. It's not that he's worried about being bitten by zombies. It's not like he followed Wang Yukan's order to pointlessly arrest a fugitive in the last days. But you are worried that the wood will do something stupid. For example, the wood that has never shown its face. Could it be that he was hiding and wanted to kill Wang Yukan with a sniper rifle? Chapter 339 Tea and Coffee. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the lynx suddenly stood up suddenly. The water is boiling. The lynx pointed to a small pot on the mantelpiece. Zhang Wei knows, the bobcats are changing the subject. But since Bobcat did not deny it, Zhang Wei probably made a rough guess. Either the bobcats have already thought of this aspect. Or maybe Zhang Wei thought of something that even Bobcat didn't think of. How did Wood end up in prison? No one knows the inside story. If you really help the fierce man take the blame, so for Wang Yukan who wronged him, I'm sure I won't be too fond of Wood either. Before the zombie crisis broke out, Wood naturally won't do anything. But at this time, though Wood has not appeared for a long time, there is indeed a motive for this. Would you like tea or coffee? Tea, coffee. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong said at the same time. Then come on. Everyone. Bobcat took out 4 disposable cups from somewhere under the table. I became proficient, and made 2 cups of tea and 2 cups of coffee. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment. Choose coffee. Because I can still have tea afterward, there are many local places where it is abundant. And coffee beans, it's from places like Brazil across the ocean, I may not have the chance to drink again in the future. The remaining 3, picked your own drink. Good, I can drink a cup of hot tea on this cold day, it couldn't be better. Ah Xing relieved his embarrassment at the right time. There are very few outsiders here. Bobcat also poured himself some boiling water. But pour it all out, there's only half a cup left. I'll boil another pot. Zhang Wei looked around the villa casually, found that there wasn't much decoration, it seems to be decorated in a minimalist style. Is this where Wang Yukan lives? It's been more than half a year since the zombie outbreak. Has Wang Yukan always lived here? Lynx, last time at Walmart. No matter what, thank you anyway. Is there anything I can help with in the future? Just say it. Zhang Wei knows, for him, Bobcat's move. It can be regarded as a life-saving kindness, otherwise. Demingzi could do anything at that time. Where are you going? After the Bobcat put the metal kettle away, added some more firewood. To Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Ari said immediately. Let's find someone. Find a person named Ayu. There is also a man named Tiexiong. Zhang Wei knows, you may not be able to find the person you are looking for in this industry. But the lynx's hands and eyes can reach the sky, there is definitely more information than what he knows. So I deliberately named these 2 people. See if you can get any useful information. Pharmaceutical factory, that place, it's best not to go too deep. What do you know? When Wang Ju's illness is not getting better, I thought about going over there to look for medicine. But Wang Ju asked me not to go there. There are some survivors over there, very exclusive. Xenophobic survivors? Zhang Wei is only afraid of the unknown. If there are survivors, on the contrary, it can prove that it is safe inside the pharmaceutical factory. Right? At least the zombies have been cleared away. I have no idea, but just pay attention to the danger. Besides, I know a nasty woman, part of her power is also there. Who? Fire Phoenix. Not just the Fire Phoenix, there are also some random people. Fire Phoenix, Zhang Wei suddenly remembered this person. This is also someone I met at a Walmart supermarket. At that time, Fengqi Huiding once wanted to participate. Encirclement and suppression. Zhang Wei, but in the end the losses were heavy. That woman even made Demingzi ridicule her. Zhang Wei still remembers Demingzi saying, this woman's husband is called Huang or something, but it's already gone. If the Fire Phoenix is there, that's really hard to handle. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. The last time the Walmart was in a public place, but this place is already Huafeng's territory. There is nothing for the finale. I really don't dare to go deep. Zhang Wei misses the previous detonator. Go in with a few firecrackers. Fire Phoenix doesn't dare to mess around. Right? Anyway, just take it easy. I suggest you not to go. Besides, don't expect me to help you either. Rest assured, I won't trouble you. If you don't leave here, you should be protecting Wang Yukon secretly. Right? The lynx did not speak. It's almost the same as default. Zhang Wei continued. The news about Wood, I don't know much, but he is probably still alive. Mumu once made an appointment with one of his younger brothers named Zhuang Cha to meet near Old City High School. But he never showed up. Inmates of the Old City prison, there are more than a dozen people. He is the little brother who was once a wooden boy. When I go out, already commanded them. If Wood is found, tell me again, so don't be too anxious. Shanao patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. He went up to the second floor without looking back. The sound came from the top of the building. The second pot of tea is almost ready. Pour it yourselves and drink it after you finish drinking. Hurry up and leave. Zhang Wei knows. Bobcat is also issuing an eviction order. But free and pollution-free water. If you don't drink, you won't drink. Zhang Wei and his party of 4. I really have to wait until the pot of water boils. Pour it into the teacup. Drink slowly before leaving. Just after Zhang Wei and others left, but the lynx went downstairs again. Then 2 more sticks of firewood were added. Bobcat laid down on the sofa casually, but he was muttering, Wood, 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 where have you been? And Zhang Wei at all, after leaving the door, then he quickened his walking pace. I hope to get to the manufacturing plant before dark as much as possible, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Boss, the widow is there. Do we still want to go there? Go over there. There is no guarantee that I can meet her. We're really going to hit each other. It doesn't matter. That woman last time, it was a trap set up by Guisho and Demengzi. She figured it out, then you won't blame me. What if he doesn't understand? If he doesn't understand, then let Feng Chi Huiding completely disappear from the old city. Depend on, boss, you are so arrogant, crazier than a rabid dog. Be careful, there are zombies over there. Zhang Wei pointed to a snowdrift not far away. It seemed like a pile of corpses, but it has been frozen by ice and snow. Taking a closer look, it turned out that it was indeed a zombie corpse that had been last hit, and they were gathered in one place. It's been a long time since zombies transformed into zombies. But the wounds on their corpses, they are all new wounds, and it was a stab wound. It should have happened not long ago. The ice and snow had not yet completely covered the bodies. Could it be that Ayu has passed? Probably not. Ayu would not carry these corpses so hard. It's like a team effort. But what is the meaning of this? Can you give directions to the people behind you? But the zombies here are so dense, zombies roam everywhere. There is no point in giving directions. Maybe you're killing zombies for fun? Zhang Wei thought of the group of college students from before, those headed by Qing Yuxuan, and he kills people for fun. Here, put the zombies on a platter. It's already considered art. Chapter 340 Zombie Art. When it is not close to the 3 neighborhoods that are in danger of the combination, Zhang Wei saw a large number of corpse art. The initial zombie corpse, it just forms a fruit-like look. Although there is nothing special on the front. But Zhang Wei knows that as long as you stand on a slightly taller platform, what they see will be composed of a zombie-like zombie. Flowers. There is no completely melted ice and snow, as if a snow lotus blooming. Maybe it's because of the weather. The movements of many zombies around have become slightly sluggish. Zhang Wei and others were crouching, carefully walk through the alley with blood. Be prepared to run away at any time if things go wrong. It's terrible, if it is a living person, in such an environment. I'm afraid I've already been frozen to death, but the zombies are still alive and kicking. Lu Renjiao walked carefully, try not to make too much noise. Zhang Wei, the leader, walking on the snow, issue. Crunch. Sound. Leave a dark footprint, a few people behind, follow. Follow, step in the same position, try not to make too loud sounds. Zombies have long been human, have you ever seen anyone? Can you not eat for half a year? Don't eat in half a month. It is going to break the Guinness World Records. Zhao Zhenxiong also intervened. It is the Guinness World Record, not in Venice. Xing said silently. Everything is the same. Guinness is not good. And zombies broke out, maybe called the nice world record in the future. Boss, you don't think the snow in the city, when we are in the suburbs, is it much bigger? Almost. This thick snow is probably when we lived at the roadside house yesterday. The suburbs are different from here. There are many places in the water, under the snow to farmland or pond, naturally melted, and the city here, they are all cement pavement or architecture. Snow can't melt at all, so I feel that the snow here is bigger and thicker. Wait. There is a corpse pile in front. Zhang Wei pointed to a high point in front. That's an electric bus, leaning on the solar street light on the roadside. The wheels of the car have all dried up. There was blood all over the car window glass and the roof. 20 or 30 zombies are arranged in an orderly manner toward the direction of the streetlight. Most of the zombies are naked. The streetlights are horizontal and vertical. 2 zombies are tied up, like a cross. What are you doing, Pilgrimage? This is irony. Zhang Wei only glanced at it. I just guessed it. Boss, why even the zombies' underwear? Have they all been ripped off? If you lack clothing to keep out the cold, there's no need for this. Right? Zhao Zhenxiong thought for a long time. I can't figure out why either. I don't know. Maybe the survivors here lack underwear. The car with a flat tire was not very high. Zhang Wei took a light run and climbed from the glass of the driver's seat to the roof. Zhang Wei carefully checked all the zombies and found that every part of their bodies, including their genitals, was intact. It's not something a pervert would do. Zhang Wei checked the wounds of the zombies and found that most of them were killed by a single blow. The wounds were in hidden parts, such as the mouth, eye sockets, or the top of the head. These corpses, they are all very well preserved, like a work of art, and it seems too complete. If it's someone who transformed into a corpse half a year ago, many zombies should have been partially decomposed. Could it be that a living person was being slaughtered? Look at the situation inside this bus. Not quite like that either. The zombies should still be slaughtered, but the time it takes for these zombies to transform into zombies, it should be this winter. Zhang Wei carefully inspected every corner of the bus, looking for possible answers. But even if this person didn't abuse the corpse pervertedly, he was able to have nothing to do and put the corpse in this way, which is definitely a pervert. Lu Renjia added, I feel it's more like a warning. Zhang Wei looked carefully. Such corpse sculptures are not only found in the place they pass by, but also in other places. Because Zhang Wei and his group chose a road with good concealment and fewer zombies, they encountered fewer corpse sculptures. If it was a main road, you should be able to see more. If it was a warning, it was definitely not a warning to zombies, because zombies have no fear. These corpse sculptures will attract more zombies to gather here. Zhang Wei finally understood why all the people involved in the pharmaceutical factory had no news. They either went to other places out of fear, or were bitten by zombies and turned into zombies, or they were slaughtered by people and their bodies were eaten by zombies. Zhang Wei could still tell whether those sculptures were human corpses or zombie corpses, since it is not the corpse of a survivor, and if the zombies gathered here and never disperse, then it's possible that someone is raising them. In Zhang Wei's memory, there is no information related to this pharmaceutical factory. That is to say, unlike power plants, school, or Walmart supermarket, this Hansen pharmaceutical factory, it is a memory blind spot. But when Zhang Wei thought of the shield machine blade, thinking of the 2 swords in my memory, he became extremely enthusiastic. Still worth the risk. Even if it's a small blade that Qin Xinhong just gave me, it can also be used to make a sharp dagger. Just find Tetsuo. Follow me closely, step on where I've walked. The reason why Zhang Wei dares to walk in front is, it's because he has experience walking in the snow, and he was wearing a special piece of clothing given by Qin Tianshou. At this time, Zhang Wei was holding a bamboo stick in his hand. Every time I see a place with deep snow, they will use bamboo sticks to find their way, to avoid encountering unknown traps. Dozens of zombies were also eliminated along the way. With the close cooperation of the 5 people, the sporadic zombies were almost all killed with one hit. There are also those zombie swarms. Zhang Wei picked up stones and other things, adopting the method of attacking in the east and attacking in the west. Throw the stone farther away. Taking advantage of the sound of stones hitting, attract those zombies over, then hurry up and get on your way. That is to say, with such caution, Zhang Wei and others finally slowly approached the first block. This is a building similar to a parallel community. Glass and wall coverings on cement wall was painted with colorful spray paint, different from foreign countries where many are in English. What Zhang Wei saw, many are Chinese characters. There are many hopeful sentences. There are also many short sentences of despair. There are many black or brown traces in it. I don't know if it's blood or dirt. In front of this building, surrounding obstacles such as car guardrails, got cleaned up. There are only a dozen zombies, tied to the wall and struggling. These are living corpses, Axing said with some horror. These living corpses. Someone used steel bars, nailed to the wall, but it didn't hurt vitally. Nearly a dozen zombies, they all looked like they were running and struggling in one direction, and their bodies trapped by many black ropes. Behind the rope, it is a medium-sized oil painting painted on the wall. This is a ship. This is the one in our high school history book, Zhao Zhenxiong said in horror. What What did the history teacher say? Lu Renjia is a bit deaf. This is the famous oil painting, the one illustrated in the history books. It is the famous painting trackers on the Valda River. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. Chapter 341 No way to enter the ground. Lu Renjia rubbed his head and thought for a long time. Boss. If you say this, it's true. It's just that those people in the history books are just like refugees wearing clothes, and these people were stripped naked. I didn't think about it for a moment. This is imitation. Trackers on the Valda River, they are all men, and these dozen zombies. There is no female zombie either. This is an imitation that demands perfection. Boss, what's the point of imitating that? I have no idea. I have read about the background story of this painting. Valga Trackers is a Russian painter Repin. Critical realist oil painting created in the early 1880s. This is a scene that the painter witnessed with his own eyes. It became a lingering memory for him. So Repin drew it. The background should be something like a desert. The sun is strong. The beach is deserted. Trackers pull cargo ships, marching forward with heavy steps. There are 11 trackers in total, divided into 3 groups. Every image comes from sketching. The zombies here, it happens to be 11 too. But the zombies struggled, making their formation look a little chaotic. It no longer resembles a painting. Boss, if you say so, the pile of zombies I saw before, it must be imitating famous paintings. Have no idea, but that pile of corpses that resembled flowers, it does look a bit like Van Gogh's famous painting Sunflowers. Looking down from the sky, the black heads of zombies, just like the seeds on a sunflower flower. Depend on, boss, I never thought you knew art. Just pretending to understand. Careful, there are zombies coming. Zhang Wei pointed further in the direction and said, Where are we going? We'll wait until this wave of zombies passes. More than 20 meters in the direction of 11 o'clock, there is an SUV with a broken window. We climbed in through the window. Remember, don't make any noise. The 5 people slowly approached. Zhang Wei Gang put his hand on the door handle of the car. I want to try to open the car door, unexpectedly. The car's taillights flashed immediately. Way-oh, way-oh. The alarm sounded. Oops. Zhang Wei just shouted bad. Really, zombies from all directions. He rushed towards Zhang Wei and others as if he had been given blood. It is estimated that there are no less than a few hundred. At the beginning, the closest one was still 180 meters away. But there are so many zombies, climbing out from an unknown place in the snow. Others ran out from the blind spots of some buildings. The closest one is only 20 or 30 meters away. It's been more than half a year since the zombie outbreak. Why does this crappy car still have an alarm? Lu Renjia said somewhat speechlessly. If the car has been started, the battery can be recharged. Stop talking nonsense. Escape quickly. At this time, not to mention a broken car without glass, even a large truck with complete glass, can't wait too long either. Surrounded by hundreds of zombies, without strategic buffers and obstacles, human power simply cannot resist. Boss, where are we running to? Zhao Zhenxiong took out his knife. After watching it for a long time, this is almost impossible to reach from heaven to earth. Run in the direction of the oil painting. Go upstairs. Zhang Wei picked up a huge stone, rushed to where those spray paintings were. Some spray paintings are painted on windows. Zhang Wei threw the big stone on the glass without hesitation. 5 people rolled in and crawled in. Continue to go inside. Although I don't know what the situation is in this building, but anyway, it should be safer than outside. Fortunately, there is no safety protective bar on the first floor of this building, otherwise we don't know how we die. Lu Renjia pantingly stunned. That window is more than 1 meter high. Shouldn't the zombies climb in? The words are just falling, the roar and panting of zombies, from the other side of the window just now. Let's go! Zhang Wei quickly ordered. Climb through the window? These guys are still too naive. Zhang Wei knows, as long as the zombies find support, a city wall more than 10 meters high can be turned over. And support, these hundreds of zombies, stepping on each other, enough for the zombies behind to crawl in. After entering this building, Zhang Wei discovered that it was a place similar to a resettlement community. Is this the first block? There seem to be no survivors. Boss, the street outside, there are also a large number of zombies wandering around. We can't get out. Go upstairs. After wandering around for a few times, the 5 people finally came to an elevator. But what is disappointing is that the elevator has no electricity at all, and the safe passage next to it, leading to a pedestrian staircase. But the door was locked with a huge iron chain. There was a huge metal lock pinned to it. Axing took out a small claw hammer from his backpack. Just about to break the lock, but was stopped by Zhang Wei. Don't move, smashed until deformed. It can't be opened, this kind of lock. The bigger the better. Zhang Wei said as he said, while taking out a small metal ear pick from his jacket pocket. It was immediately inserted into the keyhole. Boss. You are really 6, as expected. Traditional craftsmanship cannot be lost. At least the rooftop of the dormitory, that's how you got in too. Don't talk, the zombies have come in. Before I open the lock, you have to hold back the zombies. Zhang Wei tinkered for a long time. The metal lock didn't respond at all. It seems to be rusty. Ah Xing, how many times do you hit it with a claw hammer? Smash the front of the lock. Zhang Wei wants to try it. Can the vibration open the lock? Just hit it once. The footsteps of zombies became more intensive. Clatter! A crisp sound. The lock was finally opened. The 5 people immediately swarmed in, holding onto the door with all his strength, and on the other side of the door, zombies were lining up frantically at the door. Boss, if you were 3 seconds slower, we are probably dead. Although Zhang Wei appears calm, but he was also startled into a cold sweat. If you encounter the extreme situation just now, the only possible way to survive, he immediately rushed out alone, hold back the zombies, or attract away. But the person who goes like this, certain death. Hold it. Zhang Wei pulled the chain over, fastened the U-shaped lock again. Shown in front of the 5 people, it's a dark corridor. Zhang Wei took out a solar flashlight. Hit in the distance. The dried blood stains on the corridor wall were clearly visible. It seems that this place, there were also brutal chases between zombies and people. Boss, we should be safe. Right? The lock was outside just now, instead of here. This proves that there should be no survivors inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't lock it and go out. Lu Renjia said that Zhang Wei was silent for a moment, then I laid down on the stairs and listened for a long time. After confirming that there is no vibration, said, be careful, what if this lock is to lock the zombies in this building? Boss, don't scare me, I'm very timid. Zhao Zhenxiong clenched the knife in his hand. Chapter 342 Searching Floors. Be careful, this is the first building on this block, and we came all the way. I didn't meet anyone, this is so weird. And this door that's locked from the outside, if you are fleeing, there is no need to lock it at all. If you are hiding, then it should be locked inside. Zhang Wei thought of these so-called 3 blocks. This is only the first one. The so-called 3 blocks, not 3 buildings, but 3 communities. There is 100 or 200 meters in the middle of each community. Just like a grid, between buildings, separated by roads. As for the first community that Zhang Wei and others entered, it is a place similar to a resettlement community. There doesn't seem to be anyone living here. Lu Renjia secretly followed Zhang Wei's example, and laid down on the ground to listen. Lung Buting was slapped on the back by Zhao Zhenxiong and was shocked. Of course, there are other possibilities. That's a building like this. This should not be the only entrance to the safe passage. The elevator is already known to exist. There are also stairways. Maybe somewhere else. There should be a way up. Let's go. Let's go see what's going on the 2nd floor. Zhang Wei dared to venture in, because this is the first building, all survivors, if you want to go to a pharmaceutical factory, unless you take a long way around, otherwise. This neighborhood would bear the brunt. And no matter where you enter, Zhang Wei believes, since they let the zombies riot, the moment the car alarm goes off, the people here should have noticed their arrival. So hide and hide, on the contrary. It is no longer necessary. It's better to explore this building openly. After arriving at the 2nd floor, Xiao Wei came to the elevator door again. I was in too much of a hurry just now. He didn't even look at the height of the floor. Glancing at the elevator button, Xiao Wei saw that the largest number was 8. Boss, there are 8 floors in total. I'm not blind. Zhang Wei was also speechless. Let's act together. This way we can take care of you. Zhang Wei remembered that time in the girls' dormitory. Pei Wu just went to the toilet later. No one found him again. I don't know if there is such a pervert here. 5 people searched on the 2nd floor. Nothing was found. Come up from this staircase. It is a 2-unit apartment with 1 staircase. Centered on the location of stairs and elevators, there is a family on each side on the left and right. Zhang Wei opened the door directly after entering. I discovered that the house has not even been decorated. Some rooms still have bricks scattered on the floor. Lime powder or something like that. It is estimated that the decoration workers are preparing for construction. Zhang Wei squeezed the bag of lime and cement. It has become hardened due to moisture, otherwise it can still be used to do some things. The 5 people wandered around the 2 houses. Nothing was found. But my trip was not in vain. In the bathroom, that has not yet been renovated, everyone peed. He left in a hurry. Next is the 3rd level. The reason why Zhang Wei went upstairs so persistently, it's because he wants to get to the top, use a telescope to see farther out. Because he had no idea where he was going. There isn't even a flat map. Zhang Wei has a mobile phone which he can barely use. But I don't know if the map software is not maintained by anyone. There is no update anymore. A red error message opens. Information such as weather forecasts that I used to place my hopes on, it has long been out of sight. Zhang Wei knows, this is due to the lack of human maintenance of big data. It is estimated that the number of people who died and turned into zombies in this world is more than expected. The door of a room on the 3rd floor was locked, which made Zhang Wei happy. Maybe he could find some usable supplies. Lu Renjia and others went to the next room carefully. It was still an empty room. Almost a bare house. There are so many empty rooms here. Lu Renjia said speechlessly. Are you looking for cigarettes? Who said that? I'm just looking for a lighter. Lu Renjia made up an excuse. This is originally a suburban area. Otherwise, in a labor-intensive industry like pharmaceutical factory, nor would it be built in a place like this, and this is a resettlement community. I guess it was just built not long ago. It's strange that there are so many people. Zhang Wei said as he said on one side. A lockpick tool pops out, something similar to a screwdriver. Boss, you know so many crafts. Zhao Zhenxiong was a little envious. Everyone thought Zhang Wei could only open small locks. I didn't expect that a large door lock could be easily opened. Things like prying open doors, it's a technical job. Some people can open it with just a few fiddles. Someone gave him the key. I couldn't open it for a long time. Practice makes perfect. This door is just an ordinary door lock. If it were that kind of password lock, fingerprint lock, electronic locks, and the like, it probably won't open either. Crunch. A sound, the door was opened by Zhang Wei. Unlike other rooms, there is nothing. There are neat furniture in this room. They are all arranged regularly. Zhang Wei wiped it on a table casually. There is dust. That is uninhabited. Zhang Wei is in every conspicuous place. I touched them all. There was black dust on my fingers. This is another house that no one visits. Their master, maybe he's already dead. Now that it is confirmed that it is an ownerless place, 5 people are not welcome. There was a commotion in the room, looking for something useful. In the end, I only found a few bottles of red wine on a bookshelf. What the hell? Lafite in 1982. Zhao Zhenxiong held it in his hand and looked at it for a long time. Come on, last year's. Pack up last year's too. When we find a safe place, we can have a drink together when we have time. Lu Renjia happily put it into his backpack. Boss, do you think we should take it? Yes, when it's cold, a drink can keep you warm. Just don't get drunk. Did you find anything to eat? No, although this place seems to be inhabited, there's no gas stove in the kitchen. Don't expect to find food. Zhang Wei checked the refrigerator. He thought there would be rotten food, but he didn't expect the refrigerator to be clean, without even a water stain. After searching this floor, the 5 people slowly groped upward again. Still found nothing. Until reaching the 6th floor, come up the stairs, what you see is wooden floors and brand new decoration. It seems like a place to practice dancing. Wrong, this is a gym. No, it looks like a studio. Zhang Wei picked up a paintbrush from the ground. The red ink on the nib has dried. Zhang Wei sniffed in front of his nose, said, It's not ink, the ink has a light fragrance. This tastes wrong, it seems to have a rusty smell. It smells like rust? Can rust paint? No, zombie blood or human blood, after it dries up, it also smells like rust. Chapter 343 Painter Shirja. According to the 3 people, there is some truth to all of them. Lu Renjia said it was a gym. It's because he just came up the stairs. I saw a poster about fitness. It says monthly card $9.98, recharge the quarterly card and get $998 for the monthly card. And Zhao Zhenxiong said it was a dance studio. It's because this floor has 1 staircase and 2 households. When the door on the right is pushed open, there is nothing inside. Just walls full of mirrors. The floor is made of wooden planks. Apparently it's a dance studio for practicing dancing. And when Zhang Wei was about to enter from the door on the left, he picked up a paintbrush from the ground. Black powder, apparently dried blood. The door was not locked. Zhang Wei knocked on the door. No one responded. Just when I was about to go in directly, a hoarse voice came from inside. Please come in. The 5 people were immediately on high alert. His hand grasped the handle of the knife. The door was pushed open gently by Zhang Wei. Inside are scattered papers. Various paintbrushes fell to the floor. This is also a house with the simplest decoration. In addition to a single folding bed, nothing more. And this folding bed, It folds up to become a sofa. An unkempt back figure. Facing Zhang Wei, a man is writing something with a pen. Zhang Wei listened for a while, only from Su. The sound made it clear that the person was painting. Zhang Wei randomly picked up a piece of drawing paper. Above is a nude figure. Although Zhang Wei is an amateur, but we can also see this sketch. It is the level of a master. Especially those key parts, eerily realistic. Ordinary students draw, those areas will be diluted and blurred. It's such a cold day. Did you open the window? Lu Renjiao was going to close the window of the room. Zhang Wei stopped him with his eyes. I insist on creating a painting every day. Sketching has very high requirements on light. There has been a power outage here for a long time. I had no choice but to open the window. Zhang Wei looked at several paintings on the ground one after another. Then he showed a strange expression. Zhao Zhenxiong took the painting from Zhang Wei. Hey, this painting of yours, none of the paintings you draw are human, but zombies. The remaining 3 people immediately came over, looking over and over curiously. Some also picked up papers from the ground, then passed the paintings they picked up to each other. These paintings are simple sketches of some pencils. Each painting is naked, but what is scary is, the prototype of these paintings, they are all fierce, both eyes opened. A lot of gritting teeth, even broken phase. It is estimated that there is no corpse change, bite by other zombies. Many paintings are white oil paintings. There are also some paintings. It was not drawn by a pencil. It is ballpoint pen and charcoal. Others seem to be the blood that Yang Wei doubts. What the hell is this? Zhao Zhenxiong touched a ceramic bowl. There is also a chopstick inside. It seemed like some kind of sticky substance was being stirred. Oh, that's my homemade paint. Came the voice of the person on the sofa. Use latex paint as pigment. You also use local materials. Is this latex paint used for decoration? White, we just saw it in the room on the 2nd floor. A kind of decoration material. Zhao Zhenxiong turned away a little. He sniffed it on the tip of his nose. Well, probably zombie blood was added. So there is a bloody smell. Zhao Zhenxiong said confidently. No. You are wrong. That is not zombie blood. That is zombie brain. The person on the sofa turned his head and glanced at it. Zhao Zhenxiong's face turned pale instantly. Brain. Zhao Zhenxiong quickly put the ceramic bowl back to its original place. Just when this guy turned his head, Zhang Wei also saw his appearance clearly for the first time. He looked very handsome. And he was wearing gold-framed glasses. I thought this person would look unkempt, even raunchy, or 2 big dark circles. It turned out to be neither. My name is Shirja, history of history, philosophy of philosophy, is a painter. No one has been here for a long time. How did you get up here? We were chased by zombies, no way out. Zhang Wei walked around in front of him. I found him drawing something with a water-based pen. It seems to be the outline of a person's head, but there aren't many details on the face yet. Zhang Wei didn't know whether he was painting a man or a woman. I have a pencil. I can give it to you. Zhang Wei put the knife on the ground, pretending to take the pencil out of the backpack, but his hand touched the chopsticks attached to his waist. Saw this so-called painter, didn't look at him at all. Zhang Wei completely let down his guard. Zhang Wei handed the pencil to the artist. Thank you. The painter took the pencil. I added 2 random strokes on the paper. He nodded with satisfaction. You are from outside, right? I searched all over this area. I couldn't find a pen to write with at all. There are also things like paints and inks for painting. Is that why you use zombie blood or brains to paint? That's right. You still use zombies? As a model for your sketch? Yes. When I used to practice painting, recruiting a nude model, it costs 180 yuan for 2 or 3 hours. And it's either the uncle or the aunt. Their muscle lines are not very good. True body aesthetics, be an adult. So the living zombie downstairs, it is also your masterpiece, that trackers on the Volga. Oh, I didn't expect you kids to know how to paint. I just got started with oil painting. Still exploring myself. That was my improvisation. Shirja adjusted his glasses. You raised those zombies. It's just to make it easier for you to get the paint for painting. Zhang Wei took the split paintbrush he picked up at the door at the beginning. Passed it to Shirja. You guessed it right again. Our boss guessed more things correctly. For example, that one looks a bit like the famous painting Sunflower, and the cross on the bus, I don't know what kind of painting it is. That one is called Pilgrim. The Chinese meaning is pilgrim. I have more paintings, for example. I made Guernica out of broken corpses. Maybe you haven't seen it, just downstairs in the square, covered with heavy snow. This. Zhang Wei was speechless. He remembered the real famous painting Guernica. If you use broken corpses to piece together, it seems to really fit the occasion. Ask a rude question. Do you have some mental problems? Lu Renjia came over very politely and said, How? Do you think I'm a pervert? Shirja said indifferently. Zhang Wei nodded. You draw a picture this day. Does it have any special meaning? Zhang Wei picked up the fallen painting just now, placed neatly on the ground. This made Shirja nod appreciatively. It makes no sense. It's just these people. They are all people I know. They are all dead or turned into zombies. And I know, memories about them will become increasingly blurry. So I found them turned into zombies. Or recalling them in memory, just draw them again. Shirja said as he started the unfinished painting again. Zhang Wei looked at the painting on the wall, and was in a daze. Is this one your friend too? Zhang Wei pointed to an A4 paper painting on the wall. Because Zhang Wei had seen news about this guy on the news broadcast before the outbreak of the apocalypse. This guy's name is Water Ghost. He was caught for illegal smuggling at the customs. And then publicly shot. The news was also on TV. The one who arrested him was Wang Yukun. The reason why Zhang Wei was fascinated by this painting was because he suspected that this guy was not dead at all. Because after the battle in the faculty apartment, the guy with tattoos who drove a helicopter to pick up the ape and Wang Jiahao seemed to be this guy. The real name is unknown. Nickname Water Ghost. Chapter 344 The Painter's Painting. I guess so. Shirja glanced at it casually. How did this guy die? He also turned into a zombie. Zhang Wei asked tentatively. You mean him? He died from eating peanuts. Shirja answered indifferently. Haha, how is that possible? Can you die from eating peanuts? He was choked to death. Right? Lu Renjia laughed. No, peanuts means bullets. Zhang Wei corrected. He's a criminal from the old town in the past. When we were cracking down on gangsters and evil, Wang Yukun was arrested and shot as a negative example. That's probably a serious crime. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been shot directly. There's someone's life in your hands. Axing speculated. You little brats know a lot. What are you doing here? Zhang Wei's answer to saying peanuts or bullets. The artist was surprised. We just passed by here. I want to go to Hansen Pharmaceutical Factory. What are you doing there? Shirja's expression. There is something strange. Looking for someone. There's not much going on there. There are some random people there. You went. I guess there is no good fruit to eat. Tell us about the situation there. Zhang Wei found a relatively clean place, sit cross-legged, waiting for Shirja's painting to end. I'm not very clear either, but a lot of people died there, not a person who has become a corpse, but the person who was killed, the drug factory's black workshop, it seems to still be running. The survivors who went in did not come out, they were all detained inside. Black workshop? What's the meaning? Hansen Pharmaceuticals, it's a chemical pharmaceutical factory, also produces APIs. For such a large factory, production of drugs, each batch contains hundreds of thousands of copies. Because it is sold all over the country. So every production, we have all stocked up on enough raw materials, although the zombie crisis disrupted the production line, but there are also pharmaceutical factory employees who survived. These people were recruited, drugs are produced their day and night. This feels like the Chaplin movie I watched when I was a kid. Almost, raw materials also have a shelf life. Someone wants to do it before it expires, produce as much medicine as possible. They are all ordinary medicines, influenza, cough relievers, antibiotics. Although they are all ordinary medicines, but these medicines will be of great value in the last days. Someone is secretly hoarding drugs. This is a great picture. Only Zhang Wei knows the value of medicine. It hasn't really been reflected yet. But the drugs on the market now has become very compact. So at first Zhang Wei entered the gymnasium. When offering to use medicine in exchange for information, the stall owner immediately agreed readily. The value of medicine is not reflected. It's because it's close to winter now. There was no outbreak like the plague. And once spring begins, after those frozen bodies began to rot, maybe every survivor camp, there will be an epidemic. Zombies are something humans can fight against. But the epidemic is not. Especially once the plague breaks out, the first wave must be ferocious and exterminating. So I ask you to go to the pharmaceutical factory to find someone. I feel very strange, unless you want to become a human machine. Shirja continued to draw his paintings. Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, this time the silhouette of the person. Finally it slowly showed up. Zhang Wei felt as if he had seen this person before somewhere, especially the eyes, very familiar. But after thinking about it for a long time, I can't remember where I met this person. Is this your dead friend too? Zhang Wei pointed at Shirja, and used the pencil Zhang Wei had just given. This character is drawn. A man with handsome features. The age is estimated to be around 35 years old, that is between 30 and 40. This is a friend of mine. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. To be precise, there is no news about him, so I never painted him. Did you lose news after the zombie crisis broke out? No, that was a few years ago. His name is Lu Weihua, is a policeman. He disappeared from this world. Lian Wang Yukun. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Couldn't find him either. Zhang Wei really wanted to ask, if he were a policeman, you perverted painter, what's the origin? But Zhang Wei resisted the urge to ask. If it is a person who disappeared before the end of the world, probably can't be found. Zhang Wei knows. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Such words, it means the police must have been searching for a long time. Either this person dies, either this person is abroad, live as someone else. However, Zhang Wei secretly remembered this person's name. Lu Weihua. A policeman named like this, that really probably means defending China. Unlike Kai Weihua in the girls' dormitory at that time, thinking about how to eat people. In the past 6 months. You have. Did they all come here like this? Zhang Wei looked at the drawing papers scattered on the ground. I'm afraid it's no less than 180. Even if Shirja paints a painting every day, plus creating graffiti on the walls and zombie art downstairs, I've probably been here for at least 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5 months? How did he survive? This is just my temporary studio. My room is above, 6th floor. Epic said, pointing to the roof. Only then did Zhang Wei remember. This is the 5th floor. I searched several supermarkets, found a lot of supplies, enough for me to survive. There will be no problem even in half a year. No raiders have visited you. Where are the other survivors of this building? You've already met them. Shirja said with a smile. You mean, that corpse art downstairs? A recent looter. They have become trackers on the Valda River. As for the other people in this building, either have left, or be dismembered by me, that Guernica, there is a part of them. I didn't expect you to be so cheerful. Zhang Wei touched the back of his head. He also planned that if this guy didn't tell the truth, just let him know. Why are the flowers so red? But this guy told all this in an understatement instead. Zhang Wei became very cautious. These things, it's really not something that can be accomplished by one person. Or, this guy has other accomplices. Or, this guy has some special cards up his sleeve. And this guy, already know. Water Ghost. Such a death row prisoner, know each other again. Lu Weihua. Such a policeman, Zhang Wei could not help but doubt his identity. If he is from Wang Yukun, it doesn't make sense. Because Shan Mao said something like this not long ago. When Wang Ju's illness is not cured, I thought about going over there to look for medicine. But Wang Ju asked me not to go there. There are some survivors over there, very exclusive. Perhaps he is really Wang Yukun's man. It's just that the Lynx doesn't know he exists, or he is one of those xenophobic survivors. See this guy? He has no intention of taking action against his group. Zhang Wei also planned to say goodbye. Looking for other ways through this neighborhood. If you're going to the next block, take me with you. I just happened to catch up with some old friends. Shirja raised his head and said. Chapter 345 3 blocks. Do you still have old friends? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. This guy paints with his brain. Will anyone be friends with him? We have 3 blocks here. My neighborhood is the outermost. It is a newly built resettlement community. It was demolished and renovated from an urban village in the old city. You can take care of this community. It's called a new resettlement community. And 200 meters further, there is a 2-lane road to and from. It's Chang'an community. The Chang'an community is the real local leader here. Beyond that is Chungbei community. The Chungbei community is almost within the scope of Hansen Pharmaceutical. Staff apartments in pharmaceutical factories. Some of them are also in the community in the north of the city. Shirja introduced this area to Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei knew that this might be closely related to the safety of the 5 people in their group. So he did not interrupt. However, Zhang Wei still felt that he could not trust this person easily. So he told the truth. We are planning to pass through the remaining 2 communities. But you are not worthy of our trust. Then do you think I will do something that is not good for you? To steal money? Or to kill people? Shirja carefully placed the pencil in the gap under a drawing board. Then looked at the painting he had just drawn against the light. And then used plastic tape to post the painting on the wall. Zhang Wei looked at these 2 paintings. It feels a bit weird. One is said to be a thief. He was caught and shot by the police. One is said to be a policeman, but his whereabouts are unknown. If these 2 people are the same person, this kind of thing involves the credibility of the local government. Public Security Bureau and law, Wang Yukun should not commit fraud. Then who are they? Zhang Wei was even a little skeptical. This guy who draws, it is Lu Weihua himself. And the character he painted. Just another one it made up. Lu Weihua, then it all makes sense. But if Lu Weihua was a policeman, then what he did, that's too perverted. As you expected, our new resettlement community, there weren't many people in the first place. 200 to 300 people died. 7 or 88, most of them are old. Weak. Women and children, who look after the house. The remaining 40 or 50 survivors, or went to other places, either it will be made into a work of art by me. Shirja seemed to have guessed what Zhang Wei was thinking. People from the other 2 blocks, haven't I ever given you any trouble? Of course I looked for it. I had a fight with them. Win or lose, a compromise was reached later. Shirja recalled saying. Zhang Wei didn't believe Shirja's lies. If Shirja had 180 men, Zhang Wei believed that he was fighting in groups. It can achieve a win-win situation. But if this guy is a person, the kind of 1 versus 10, it should be a scene that only appears in movies. Those old friends of yours, will he make things difficult for you? What Zhang Wei is worried about is the neighborhood that could have been passed because of the intervention of this guy Shirja, and other changes occurred. Of course not. Shirja gave a definite answer. Zhang Wei was a little skeptical. But at this time, Zhang Wei knows nothing about the neighborhood here. I am also happy to let Shirja be the leader. A group of people followed Shirja to the 6th floor, where he lived to have a look. Shirja wanted to get something to eat. But Zhang Wei just wanted to see if Shirja was lying, when he said he lived on the 6th floor. Until after entering Shirja's room, only then did Zhang Wei realize that what he said was true. Living room, all kinds of food are neatly placed. There are things like noodles, vegetable oil, rice. There are also a few sticky mouse stickers placed in the corner, probably cleaning out the rats. Have you ever eaten rat meat? It tastes great, Shirja said with some aftertaste. Want to eat, don't dare to eat it, Lu Renjia responded. Can the rats on this sticky patch be eaten? Zhao Jinxiong was a little skeptical. Certainly, just peel it off. Your noodles here. Zhang Wei pointed to some food in the place. The temptation of noodles is really great. Unlike white rice, which takes a long time to cook, it only takes 3 to 5 minutes for the noodles to be cooked. As convenient as instant noodles. Add some salt and cooking oil, just good stuff. You can take whatever you need, but don't go too far, Shirja said casually. Zhang Wei was naturally no longer polite. He followed Shirja all the way here. I'm not worried about what Shirja did in the noodles. Naturally. I took 2 packs that were still unopened. Stuff it into your backpack. Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong looked at each other. Seems a bit conservative. He didn't say anything when he saw Zhang Wei. Each also took a pack, stuffed into his backpack. Zhang Wei did not stop him. He clearly knows the danger of going to the pharmaceutical factory this time. Things like food, naturally. We are prepared. Shirja ate something casually. Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, it seemed like uneaten white rice. Already frozen solid. But it would be nice to have something to eat at this time. Many homeless people, almost starved to death. I'll see someone later. Don't talk nonsense. I guarantee that you will pass through Chengnan community without incident. Shirja found 2 large plastic pots in the kitchen. A bit like the kettle used to make wine in the countryside, it seems to be used to hold water. The 5 of them followed Shirja and continued upstairs. When Zhang Wei was still questioning, why go to another community when you want to go up? Shirja had already spoken. There are zombies down there. It is difficult to move even an inch. There weren't so many zombies originally. There is a naughty old lady in the North City community. I brought dozens or hundreds of people here. Remove the zombies within a 10-mile radius. Almost all of them were attracted. Wait a minute. That slutty old bitch you're talking about. Is it called Fire Phoenix? You know this too? I have also met his husband. Turns out he was an underground boxer. I heard that when looking for a young lady outside, bitten by a zombie, then that guy Huifeng, he became crazy and unreasonable. I've heard of it, have heard of it. Zhang Wei was a little embarrassed. If I guessed correctly, the one who was looking for a young lady, and was bitten and turned into a zombie. It should be what that big fierce guy said, Fire Phoenix. While chatting, a group of 6 people arrived at the top floor. Across the roof? Zhang Wei took a look and said, Shirja had already brought a few of them to the top. It could have been safely passed downstairs. You guys invoked the zombies and broke my glass. That road is dead. So you know everything. Certainly I'm not deaf. Then wait until the zombies below disperse. We've helped you clear out the zombies in the house. There shouldn't be many coming in, 40 or 50. Maybe. It's not necessary, once you leave. Don't come back. Why? Because I am also planning to leave in a few months. Let's go when the weather warms up in spring. Walk, where to go? Zhang Wei was very curious about this guy's whereabouts. Now the entire old city, livable place, in addition to the 8 major indigenous properties, just for Big Mingzi. Great Wall. The enclosed old town. Or Wang Yukun's villa area on the outskirts of the city, where there are relatively few zombies. Then, there are some similar prisons occupied by Zhang Wei and others, school, shopping mall, a place like a single-family commercial house. To the Wham building. Wham Tower? Axing suddenly said in surprise. How, you know? Wham building, it was the building built by Demingzi. It can't be said that the building was built by Demingzi. Where the Wham building originally stood, it's the old municipal building. It was there that Brother Housie and Sister you met. We climbed that building with our bare hands. After that building was demolished, a 48-story building was built. It's called Century Building. It should have been renovated last year. It's about to be put into use. Then the zombie crisis broke out later. I heard that Demingzi took this place, consider it his base camp, changed his name to a vulgar name, Wham Building. Shirja said nothing, but Zhang Wei also guessed what it might have to do with Demingzi. Did you also receive playing cards from Demingzi? What? Who is Demingzi? Shirja was confused. Don't get me wrong, I just heard it's good there. There is food, drink and electricity, and women. Chapter 346 Underground Boxing Match. When Ah Xing said that Demingzi was vulgar, Zhang Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Everyone thought that Demingzi was a vulgar person, but who knew that? He was the intellectual ceiling of this city. He was even the combat ceiling. In Zhang Wei's eyes, among the survivors now, the smartest people, except for the cripple named Ghost Hand, the rest were Demingzi and Gunzi. Although the others were all very smart, they were not among the top ones. Zhang Wei did the math for himself. The ranking must be at least 30. IQ is this thing. More often, it's life experience, and undoubtedly Zhang Wei is not enough. Shirja led the way quickly, walking on the roof. Zhang Wei experienced it from the beginning. However, the density of houses in this new resettlement community is smaller than that of the rooftop corridors we walked through before. In many places, the distance between buildings is more than 3 meters. From one building to another, it's not something that can be jumped over with just a running charge. Zhang Wei also wanted Yu and Ah Xing to get some ropes or something. Only when I walked in did I know it. The middle has long been connected by bamboo rafts nailed with bamboo sticks. Some are 2 bamboos, some have 3, although it doesn't look very reliable, but every time one person passes, no problem. 5 people passed in order. It didn't take long before we arrived at another building. Shirja led everyone up and down the stairs, 7 times and 8 times. It didn't take long to arrive almost 100 meters away. The zombies here has been cleaned up. The quantity is not as large as outside, just pay attention. Shirja led a few people around to the first floor. This is another building. Exiting a side door of this building, it's just a street. Go this way. Zhang Wei looked outside. This is a street more than 10 meters wide, for lanes in both directions. But the road has long been blocked by all kinds of dilapidated vehicles. And zombies, swarming everywhere like ants. Why are there so many zombies here? Zhang Wei made a casual estimate. The density of zombies. It is already close to the density of students in a class at the previous school. Someone set up a gate on both sides of the road. Zombies can only get in and out. The purpose is to prevent outsiders from entering the Changnan community. Gateway, how to design this? Lu Renjia asked curiously. A gate similar to a high-speed rail station ticket gate or an airport ticket gate. Zombies are walking. You can come here easily, but just go back. It will be blocked. The person who designed this thing, quite smart. But, where do we go from here? Zhang Wei took out his knife. Clear out the zombies here, relying on these few people. It couldn't be cleaned up in a day or a night. That bus in front. Shirja pointed not far away. The front half of a car was stuck in the wall of his community. Another 2/3 of the bus was on its side on the road outside. Go this way. Shirja took Zhang Wei and others directly to a house next door. Then climbed in through the window. Only then did Zhang Wei see the bricks scattered on the floor. This is. Saw the car window glass broken. Only then did Zhang Wei realize there should be another Chinquan inside this bus. Really, after climbing in with Shirja, just arrived inside the bus. Did this bus fall here on purpose? After Zhang Wei saw the bus roll over, the car window glass is facing up, one facing down. And the original top and bottom became sideways. It just blocks the sight of zombies. Shirja walked directly to the middle of the bus, opened something skillfully. Wait, this manhole cover. Zhang Wei saw another familiar craft. Simple carry handle for fish scale welding. Is it possible that the scorpion shield? Did you get it here? Zhang Wei remembered the thing that looked exactly like the manhole cover here. I didn't expect to go through the sewers. Shirja gently pulled it up. The manhole cover was opened. Inside is a passage that is not very deep. A bamboo ladder leans against one wall. Several people crouched. Only then can you walk slowly, still disgraced. I walked like this for 2 minutes. When coming out from another exit, Zhang Wei found that he was already in a community garden. It's you again? Shirja just got a head start. Someone put a knife to his neck. Zhang Wei, and others behind, he immediately touched the handle of the knife. Brother Zhe, you haven't been here for a long time. A woman with heavy makeup appeared on the other side. The man with the knife, with a questioning look, after getting permission, take away the big knife in your hand immediately. Brother Zhe, when you come, want to make a sound? Otherwise, it would be bad if we accidentally get hurt by those ignorant people below us. Give, full of water. Shirja casually threw several large plastic water bottles in his hands on the ground. The last time you came to get water? That was a few months ago. Can 2 jugs of water last this long? Ajin, stop talking nonsense. This makes you look like an imbecile. Don't you know it's raining from the sky? I drank all the water recently, just because it keeps snowing otherwise. Do you think I am willing to dig into this rat hole? Look what you said. Hey, what are these kids in the back doing? Only then did Ajin see Zhang Wei, and others climbing up one after another. They go to the pharmaceutical factory, want to borrow a road from your southern community. After Ajin listened, but he seemed a little surprised. He covered his mouth and said, this. I guess I can't make the decision. Asked the overlord. Just for a moment, when the two were chatting, the human corner of the garden, dozens of people filed in. The 2 leading men, conversing like no one else is around. One of them said, that's it. What do you think? There are 3 people from their northern community, naturally. We also have 3 people. There are also 3 people from the pharmaceutical factory. Fight for the top 3. When it comes to fighting in the ring, there are no immortals. But as long as we win, think about it. 10% of pharmaceuticals. How much grain can it be exchanged for by selling it? The other one said, it's useless. They are all disgraceful trash. Those 3 guys last time. Even the painter can't defeat him in a wheel battle. If we go to the pharmaceutical factory, it will be embarrassing again. Hey, speak of the devil. The devil will appear. Isn't this the painter? One of them pointed at the painter who was chatting with Ajin. Long time no see. Overlord. The painter glanced at him casually. Wait. I have an idea. Don't we need 10 boxers in total? We can also give a quota to the resettlement community. And let the painter go too. This way, the winning rate will be much higher. I don't have time to participate in the underground boxing match. I'm here to get water. Overlord. You are also a good fighter. Why don't you go in person? What a joke. It's a life and death game. The loser will be fed to the zombies. Then why the hell do you let me participate? Shirja took off his glasses and put them in the pocket of his clothes. Zhang Wei realized that this guy's glasses had no lenses. In other words, this guy is not nearsighted at all. Chapter 347 Street Fighter. Go on your own. If you die, I'll help you tidy up your little brothers. The painter walked slowly over, but he nodded towards the person next to Overlord. His name is Long Suhu. The painter introduced Zhang Wei and others behind him. This one is called Overlord, Street Fighter. Nonsense, my name is Long Hu. Where did you little brats come from? Is there no one to guide you through this place? My name is Zhang Wei. These are some of my classmates. We want to borrow away from you. Go to Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Borrowing away? There was something strange about Long Hu's expression. I advise you not to go over there, or you won't know how you died, Ba Wang said with a smile. Zhang Wei began to look at the man called Ba Wang, who was about 30 years old, with a heroic spirit, and his skin color was a bit like Yi Xiaobai's pretty boy. Not at all like the legendary Ba Wang Xiangyu. Zhang Wei had heard this many times, saying that he didn't know how he died. From the street vendor at the beginning, to Chen Xinhong later, to Shan Mao. Everyone said that this place was a place of right and wrong. Zhang Wei did not speak, pretending to be all ears. When the overlord saw that the painter did not continue to talk to him, he continued to answer Zhang Wei, I don't know what's going on in the pharmaceutical factory. But everyone in the North District went crazy, not just the woman Huofeng. There is also a man named Chun, plus Silver Fox, all 3 perverts gathered together. What is that perverted old man from Silver Fox doing here? The painter was stunned when he heard the overlord's words. Painter, why don't you go to the North District? What you guys are doing in the resettlement community, we all know, so-called art, it just makes you look even more perverted. You are more perverted than that pedophile Silver Fox. Silver Fox, such people will not live long. The painter said disdainfully. Do you know why this guy is here? I heard an interesting rumor. He bet a dice with a crippled blind man. It seems that I lost. That blind man is the dog-headed strategist of Demungzi, the leader of the underworld in the old city. The blind man wants to cut off the descendants of the Silver Fox, so he fled here. That's not a blind man, it's pretending to be blind. The guy's name is Ghost Hand, best at making thousands. This old pedophile you were talking about, I guess I was tricked. Zhang Wei couldn't help but interrupt. The painter pondered for a moment, then he continued, this guy, I've heard about it a long time ago, but the person named Chen you mentioned, who is he? Let's talk inside, it's cold outside. The overlord called the painter inside. Zhang Wei and others are also not polite. Follow the painter through the door. A group of more than 10 people came to a huge living room. Several stoves are lighting fires inside, sealing walls. It was blackened by the fire. The overlord poured everyone a cup of hot tea. I knew you were here to steal water. The water here, it is highly purified water. Got it from the pharmaceutical factory. The water in the pharmaceutical factory is piped from the mountain reservoir. There is no pollution. Look at me, after drinking it for 3 months, the teeth have turned white. Okay, stop showing me your big yellow teeth. Let's talk about the one named Chen. What you just said, send a few people to the pharmaceutical factory to compete in the ring. What are you doing? I am the only one with the surname Chen who knows that there is such a person. I don't know what your name is. Chen. But I knew he was a City Lights guy. City Lights? Haven't you been suppressed very hard by that big guy recently? In this apocalyptic wasteland, the light of their city, there's not much living space. Right. I heard that the man named Chen is the CFO of City Light. What does Chief Financial Officer mean? Probably if Wang Guangliang is the boss, he works as an accountant. This professional term, called the CO and CFO. The painter couldn't help but correct it. Well, that's it. They are all officials. This Chen used to be very successful here, and he had hundreds of people under him. But an accident happened a few days ago. His son went out to play, and was bitten. Not long after he came back, he turned into a zombie. This Chen suddenly became a white-haired man sending off a black-haired man. The pain of losing his son in middle age made him crazy all of a sudden. When the overlord said this, Zhang Wei, Lu Renjia and others looked at each other tacitly. Isn't this the father of Chen Yuxuan? Several people couldn't help but think. But at this time, it's natural to pretend that you don't know what's going on. It turned out to be 3 lunatics working together, the spirit of that guy. Fire Phoenix, it was never normal. What's the meaning? These 3 gangsters are looking for trouble in your southern district. 3 people from each group will compete in the ring? The painter was a little puzzled. If you are from the North District, I don't even care. The person who suggested boxing this time, it's from Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Them? Painter, you stay in this community. I haven't left for 3 or 4 months. Are you staring at the people inside? Nonsense! Don't deny it, although I don't know what your motives are, but every time you use fetching water as an excuse, intentionally or unintentionally, I approached Ajin to inquire about matters related to Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Even in order to integrate into our southern district, he also pretended to be unruly and started a fight with us. He beat us until we were convinced. Overlord, you think too much. Don't deny it, but it's not just that you can't get into Hansen Pharmaceuticals. I can't get in either, but now there is an opportunity. There are people over there who are idle and bored, want to add some fun, watch us risk our lives. This is a good opportunity. Overlord, do you want to take the medicine instead of the lucky draw? Painter, you are thinking too much. Never mind, let's all be honest, Painter. We have long understood your thoughts. You probably know our thoughts. The pharmaceutical company's winnings are 10% raw materials. Let's go over and see what's going on. Eat as much as you can if you can't eat it. Take away the 10%. Longsu couldn't bear to interrupt. Aren't you worried that the partition wall has ears? The painter was speechless. What ears do you have? They are all our own people. Wait, these little devils. Where did you recruit them from? Longsu pointed at Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, who were drinking tea with gusto. We won't talk nonsense, Zhang Wei said with a smile. That won't work. Get a certificate of nomination. Certificate of voting? Zhang Wei was stunned. Right, otherwise, before we come back, can't leave here or... Let you become blind and mute now. Long Suhu took out a small knife. I see you are not a dragon-bearded tiger, but the smiling tiger. We went to the pharmaceutical factory for another purpose. It does not conflict with what you want to do. We are looking for people. Painter, are his words credible? I'm not sure either. The painter tells the truth. Zhang Wei was speechless for a while. This guy, he said that he could take them to Nanlu community without incident. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei and others were taken into the ditch. Then let me submit a certificate of nomination. I confess. What you just talked about the son named Chen, I did it. Zhang Wei knows Chen Yuxuan and his group at that time. There are more than a dozen college students, although half of it was killed, but 5 or 6 of them ran away. So Chen Yuxuan was in Laocheng High School. Sooner or later this matter cannot be hidden. If I could be there. Surname Chen. Before reacting, give him the sword. That couldn't be better. Chapter 348 Death Arena. From the conversation of these guys, Zhang Wei probably also knew that they didn't like the perverts in the North District. Instead of just killing them with a few dumbfounded men, it's better to hug them for warmth. At least you can fish in troubled waters. You did it? What evidence do you have that you did it? Long Suhu was stunned. 4 of my other friends can all testify. The son named Chen who turned into a zombie. The name is Chen Yuxuan. You can find out just by asking anyone. But that guy turned into a zombie. He deserves it. He led a group of looters to attack our school camp. As a result, I got myself involved. All I can say is that you are to blame. Don't you know where he came from? City Lights people. This is not a good thing, I heard. They still have some relationship with people from Binhai City. Overlord said to Zhang Wei. Is it related to the people in Binhai? This was the first time Zhang Wei heard the news. Before that, the only thing Zhang Wei knows is people connected with Binhai. It's Qin Tianshou. His wife seems to be from Binhai. And that guy called the alligator, it seems to have some connection with Binhai. After disembarking, went directly to Binhai City. But Zhang Wei was not scared. If it were before the end of the world with sound rule of law, Zhang Wei is also worried that he will go to jail. But in this apocalyptic world where human life is like a piece of grass, Zhang Wei didn't think there was anything wrong with taking down a robber who came to rob him. If that surname Chen, we really want to cause trouble, then teach him the principles of life again. This is what you said. Certificate of voting. Seems real. We won't embarrass you either, but you go over there, not before we leave, to prevent you from blowing the whistle. That's natural, we'll be there with you. Zhang Wei immediately took over the conversation. He was worried about not knowing how to speak. How about it, Painter, are you really not interested? I'm just here to get some water. This time Long Suhu and I may also participate, including a Biao, who was defeated by you last time. That's not good. It's up to you two to take action. The winning rate has at least doubled. Not enough. We want a higher winning rate. This time it's a 10-person arena. South District, North District. There are 3 people in each pharmaceutical factory. Only 9 people were gathered together. Your resettlement community. Come and compete alone. The pharmaceutical factory will probably not refuse. That's exactly 10 people. But didn't you say at the beginning, only 3 people can survive in the arena of life and death? Then at the end, are you planning to sell me? Or sold your little brother a Biao? Neither, Painter. I'll tell you from the beginning, I want to eat the pharmaceutical factory. Even if I can't eat it, I will save 1 person. There shouldn't be any problems. Right? Our people from the southern community, in this area, it should also make other forces have some scruples. Good, Overlord. Since you say so, then I can't help but go and take a look, but the ugly words come first. I may not necessarily participate in your arena, and no matter what. We are all in the same boat. Something like backstabbing, it must not be played. That's natural. Also, the materials or rewards obtained, I want a third. You are all alone. Why do you need so much? Don't worry about this. I have my own uses. Good, as much as you want, but I want supplies. You just have to compete. I'll think about it. Please arrange a room for these students like me. If you really want to fight in the ring, need to recharge your batteries, maintain sufficient physical strength, something to eat, you have to take care of it. No problem. 3 meals a day, 1 meat and 1 vegetarian. You can also have meat and vegetables. I didn't expect your community to be broken, and with such high standards, I thought it would be nice to have white rice. Then we'll leave in 3 days. You guys have a lot of fun at my place these days. Ajin, you entertain them well. They also sent people to look for a Biao. Haven't shown up for a few days. I don't know where I went in the wild. Overlord waved to Ajin, while muttering to himself. That boy won't be defeated because he is one of my men. Sorry to see people, then hide. The painter said casually. The Overlord and the dragon-bearded tiger smiled knowingly. Although Zhang Wei and others were eager to find someone, but at this time, we can only act according to circumstances. Let's settle down here first. Zhang Wei and others arrived here for the first time. It's quite restrictive, but this guy. The painter instead. He wandered around as if he were at home. You guys just relax, I'm going out for a walk. The painter finished speaking and went out. Didn't come back for several hours. Zhang Wei later went out. Only then did I realize that he and the so-called Ajin were chatting there. Soon the painter came back, a solemn look on his face. This competition is not that simple. The painter said this when he came back. How complicated is it? Zhang Wei knows, many arena matches are divided into winners and losers. It also determines life and death. It's the end of the world, an extreme method of profit distribution and cutting. The one who wins will naturally get what he wants, but those who lose, nothing is gained. And the most cruel thing is the boxer. The loser not only does not get any benefits, it will also cost you your own life. This is an extreme approach, but it can prevent boxers from fake punches. It also avoids behind-the-scenes operations. Because the loser will die, no one wants to play with their own life. It's very complicated. Pharmaceutical factory people, I have never sent anyone to participate in an underground arena. There should be a bigger background behind those people. It's just, I don't understand what the point of doing this is. Is it shuffling? Or, I don't understand. No matter win or lose, this doesn't make much sense. Maybe it's not as complicated as you think. It's just someone being idle and bored for fun. Zhang Wei felt that the painter was thinking too far. Why do you say that? Because I've met looters who took pleasure in killing people. It's the Qin Yuxuan who I turned into a zombie. They are just looking for a kind of excitement. However, if it involves a pharmaceutical factory, I think there are more forces involved. Because I heard, Wang Yukun's helicopter just lost contact at the pharmaceutical factory. Do you still know Wang Yukun? The painter had to take a high look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei has actually never met Wang Yukun. But of course at this time, when it's time to pretend, I have to pretend. I stayed at Wang Yukun's villa before coming here. Also drank tea and coffee. There's a guy over there named Bobcat. I was advised not to come here, but there is no way. I have a reason to come. To find someone? Almost. While the two were still chatting, there was an exclamation from outside the door. It seemed to be Ajin's scream. Zhang Wei and others ran out immediately. At this time, the lobby. Dozens of people have gathered. The leaders were none other than Overlord and Dragon-Bearded Tiger. At this time, Ajin collapsed on the ground, pointing at a plastic bag carried by a younger brother. I was speechless. What's going on? Ba Wang asked Ajin. It's a biao. Ajin pointed to the plastic bag carried by the boy. The Overlord walked over, opened the bag. His brows couldn't help but frown. The Overlord poured out the contents of the bag. It was a severed hand. It's full of bite marks. The dragon-bearded tiger walked over, picking up the severed hand and looking at it, said, That's right, this is a biao's hand. This tattoo is exactly the same as his, and this ring on the index finger. Where did you find it? Overlord asked the boy who came back with the bag. It was sent here by someone from the North District. They said they found it in a pharmaceutical factory. They also said, What else can you say? The Overlord was furious. They also said that the person was killed by people from the pharmaceutical factory. They wanted to help collect the whole body, but there are too many zombies. I only picked up this severed hand that fell into the gutter on the roadside. They also said, a biao went to the pharmaceutical factory to steal medicine. Was caught red-handed, so he was tied up and thrown into the street. He was bitten to death by zombies. I heard the screams lasted for more than 10 minutes. Chapter 349 Northern Community. A biao stole medicine? What a joke. The Overlord picked up the severed hand on the ground. He continued to say to a younger brother, Find a place to bury a biao. After the Overlord finished speaking, he entered the room without looking back. Not long after, Zhang Wei heard the shattering sound of the cup falling to the ground. This is too much. That's too much. The Overlord's voice came from inside. The painter never said a word from the moment he saw the severed hand. He returned to his room silently. Who do you think did it? Zhang Wei followed and asked. I have no idea, but I think maybe the wave of people from the pharmaceutical factory. There is no need to exist anymore. The painter is eerily calm. Zhang Wei feels, this dead a biao, he must be an old friend of the painter. Because he first heard that a biao and the painter had played in the ring. Since both people survived, that's not a life and death situation. Maybe the two people were once sympathetic rivals. The next day, it's still just dawn. Zhang Wei and others were woken up. The boss has decided to leave early, a younger brother said. Don't you call the boss boss? A sleepy Zhao Shenxiong asked. Nonsense, calling him boss is the way of gangs. We are civilized people. Our community has always been a five-good community. It turns out that our old city gang is a gang. In order to avoid misunderstanding, I think we should change to calling them boss and second. As soon as Zhao Zhenxiong finished speaking, he received a pillow from Zhang Wei. A dozen minutes later, more than 20 people were ready to go. Can these people defeat the people in the pharmaceutical factory? Zhang Wei looked at the people on the left and right. Except for the 5 of them and the painter. There are only a dozen left. The overlord kept most of his men behind. Fortunately you came, painter, with you here, 1 is worth 10. The overlord patted the painter on the shoulder. Don't expect me to take action, the most I can do is hit one. Okay then, Silver Fox is left to you. No, I leave that pedophile to you. The Fire Phoenix is left to you? Neither Fire Phoenix nor Silver Fox may appear, don't be too optimistic. Go to Chumbei community first, let's see what those guys say. I don't think a biao spans 2 blocks. People who go to pharmaceutical factories to steal drugs, and they are some common drugs. The overlord is a smart man, I know there are people from Beicheng district who may be causing trouble. Either a biao was framed, either a biao died of other reasons. Chumbei community and Chang'an community, there is an artificial river about 5 meters wide in the middle. However, in areas close to artificial rivers, each has a square. A group of 20 or 30 people, naturally. It cannot be passed through in a mighty manner. Because there are a lot of zombies here. If there is only one person, but you can seize the opportunity and touch it lightly. Just over 20 people, divided into fragments of the past, it's such a waste of time. Overlord directly arranged other personnel. 3 or 5 people were beating gongs and drums inside the building and walking towards the lower reaches of the river. Several more people walked upstream of the river beating gongs and drums. Immediately, almost all the zombies in the square were lured away. The few remaining zombies, I don't know if it's hearing loss, I still smell the scent of living people, staying where you are. No wait, kill it! Overlord took the lead and rushed out of the building. Zhang Wei took a closer look at his weapon. It turned out to be a hammer. A renovation claw hammer. 50 or 60 centimeters in length, but it has fatal lethality. Survivor zombies were discovered, he immediately turned around and chased after him. Many of them fell to the ground due to the slippery ice and snow roads. The overlord rushed over, conveniently. He hit the forehead of the zombie, who was still on the ground and didn't get up. A round hole immediately appeared on the zombie's forehead. The zombies are still twitching. His neck was slashed by a knife from passerby A and others who followed him. Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others, he is also someone who has hunted a large number of zombies. The sword skills are very skillful, the painter. But Wang and others could not help but be impressed. Zhang Wei looked at the guy called Dragon Beard Tiger again, but I saw that he was just using silk stockings to hold weapons, like rocks or billiard balls. Hold it in your hand, and swing it around. The zombies are often not close yet. He was hit so hard that he fell on his back. This is a good way to attack, will not dirty your clothes and hands. This weapon, it's a bit like imitating the bolus. Wait. These seem to be Ajin stockings. Zhao Zhenxiong couldn't help but mutter. It's just your sharp eyes. Zhang Wei knocked Zhao Zhenxiong on a ding-dong. This group of people are all good at killing zombies. Just a few breaths, it was close to the river. At this time, the zombies that were attracted to the original place, it seems that a large number of survivors have also been found, began to turn around again, spread your legs and run wildly. But suddenly they all tripped and fell. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It turned out to be a rope lying on the ground. The other end was tied to a willow tree by the river. When zombies rush over, people in the house pulled up the rope, tripping the zombies. Overlord and others approached the river calmly. There is a sightseeing boat parked regularly in the river. It's exactly about 5 meters wide. A group of people, when we landed again, the person at the back, used a bamboo stick on the boat to push, so he pushed the horizontal boat into an upright position. The width of the ship is only over 1 meter. Those zombies that are following you, without any IQ, they all jumped into the river with a splash, never showed up again. Walk. Overlord climbed onto the shore without looking back. And after landing on the shore, this means arriving at the northern community of the city. The zombies here, it was cleaned up. It seems that it is true that Huifeng brought 110 people here. Otherwise, there won't be any zombies. Zhang Wei looked at the surrounding terrain. Sometimes it's safer to have zombies around, because there are no zombies, those real dangers, often from survivors. The buildings along the river seemed to be a city appearance transformation, had undergone a major renovation and decoration, but the main structure of many houses, still the structure of the original old houses. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. Go this way. Ba Wang led everyone to walk in a familiar direction. Not long after, traces of survivors were seen on many buildings. Seeing strangers coming, these survivors showed vigilant eyes, and some even blew whistles. Zhang Wei knew that this was a way of warning, because they were tipping off. Zhang Wei winked at Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. Both of them turned up the hoods of their cotton-padded jackets. Weared it on the head. This is to avoid being recognized by that guy Huifeng, thereby causing trouble. Zhang Wei knows, back then at Walmart, the people of Fengqi Huiding suffered heavy losses, although Huifeng has no brains to be plotted by others, but once Huifeng sees him again, it will inevitably cause trouble again. Therefore, Zhang Wei tried his best to avoid direct contact with Huifeng for the time being. Not long after, Overlord took everyone to a large factory. There were dozens of people sitting on various chairs inside. Overlord, I didn't expect you to come early. Fire Phoenix, I just ask you one question. Biao's death, is it your fault? The Overlord walked straight over. Many people in the room wanted to stop it, was stopped by Huifeng. The Overlord returned the bloody hammer without hesitation. It was attached to Huifeng's forehead. Chapter 350 Fire Phoenix Silver Fox. Of course not, Huifeng said calmly. Zhang Wei glanced at the woman quietly. To be precise, it should be the aunt, because Huifeng is at least 50 years old. The death of that friend of yours, for all to see, he was thrown out of the pharmaceutical factory. As for who did it, just ask again in a few days. There is no way Biao would steal medicine. I think so too, but there is another saying I heard. It's the pharmaceutical factory recruiting people, the obedient stay, those who disobey kill chickens to scare monkeys. Your friend named Biao, he must have rejected them, otherwise it wouldn't be. Shut up, Fire Phoenix, don't say any more. This is also my guess, Mr. Chen and Mr. Silver Fox. This is also what I speculated. Overlord, let me introduce it to you. This person is Mr. Chen Dongsheng, is the financial director of City Lights. If Chairman Wang Guangliang lets go before the end of the world, he is the most likely person to take over the position of chairman. Mr. Chen is someone who both Wang Yukun and Lu Meng attach great importance to. Huifeng introduced the middle-aged man next to him with a haggard and sad face. While talking, Huifeng kept away from the Overlord's hammer. The Overlord did not continue to take action. Zhang Wei knew that what Huifeng said was polite. Demingzi is a person that no one will take seriously. It's amazing that he pays attention to it. Wang Dongsheng obviously didn't pay attention here. Stand up and nod to indicate. He sat back down again. This one is the Silver Fox. You should have heard something. He is from the old city. His knife is very fast. I've heard of this. It seems like he is a barber. Overlord is deliberately sarcastic. Sure enough. As soon as the words fell, an old man in another corner said with a sullen face, I haven't been a barber for a long time. It was really insulting to call this old man a barber. What Zhang Wei thought was it this old man who lost to Ghost Hand in gambling? Zhang Wei vaguely remembered that Ghost Hand asked to gamble with him at Walmart and took out a poker card with a ghost pattern. But when Zhang Wei was about to take it, Ghost Hand suddenly said he didn't want to gamble anymore, which made Zhang Wei feel very confused. If this old man loses his bet with Guisho, that's not unfair either. I just don't know if they are gambling with their lives. Otherwise, why would this old man go to a place like this? I heard that this old man is still a pedophile. Fire Phoenix, I do not understand. Are you really planning to get involved in pharmaceutical manufacturing? The so-called 10% reward for finished drugs, do you think they will really give it to you? Just for fun, what is it really like inside a pharmaceutical factory? Everyone is curious. I tell the truth, our Fenghua, the losses during this period were huge. If I could get some medicine, it is the best compliment to us. And Mr. Chen Dongsheng, naturally. He was entrusted by Wang Guangliang. We at Fengqi Huiding have already cooperated with City Lights. So this time, it can be regarded as hugging each other to keep warm. But Mr. Silver Fox, you must have come uninvited. Right? But the Silver Fox, he is my former friend, so it can be considered a kind of cooperation. The old man named Silver Fox in the corner stood up. There was silence for a while, said, Everyone is a sensible person. I opened the skylight and spoke frankly. I represent Demingzi. I lost to the Ghost Hand. I owe him a life. If I could win some medicine, even if it is 10% of 10%, there are also 1,800 boxes to take back. Ghost Hands promises to forget the past. Demingzi is really planning to form the 9 admirals. He's hoarding food and medicine. Zhang Wei knows. Demingzi has been claiming to the outside world that he build high walls, Guangjiliang slowly become king, but almost everyone in the old city knew that he was going to raise the flag. Raising a flag is not simply announcing the establishment of a force, but to step on the heads of all people. Huafeng then continued, Bao Wang. These are our people. Tell me about your people. I will also send 3 people. Myself, Long Su Hu, and a Biao. But he has been eaten by zombies. So 1 more person will be added. This one. Bao Wang pointed to the painter next to him. This person is an outsider. Huafeng glanced at the painter. Huafeng. The entire new resettlement community has only been built for 2 or 3 years. So everyone in this community is an outsider. This friend's name is Shirsha. And he is a painter. Don't look at him being polite. There may not be many people here who are his opponents in terms of fists and kicks. Just fists and feet are of no use. Qin Dongxing suddenly interrupted. Of course I understand. Let me tell you this, all of you combined, people who have been killed, probably not as much as him. When you have time, wait until the snow and ice melt. Just go to the new resettlement community and find out. After the Overlord finished speaking, everyone was silent. But they probably believed what the Overlord said, that is this person called a painter, also a pervert. Huafeng, when are we leaving? Tomorrow. I'll also arrange some people. After Huafeng finished speaking, Bao Wang's pupil shrank. Zhang Wei listened carefully. The key word in Huafeng's words was not to arrange people. It was to also arrange people. This means that Huafeng knew that Bao Wang had arranged people. To participate in an underground boxing match, 3 or 5 people are enough. Why arrange people? Bao Wang and Huafeng tacitly did not speak, but Zhang Wei knew that. They should have arranged other people. As for what exactly he was going to do, it's definitely not just for participating in a simple underground arithmetic competition. Pharmaceutical factory, there will definitely be a big reshuffle. But since the pharmaceutical factory has spent more than half a year after the end of the world, no one else has ever intervened, that's not as simple as it seems. But Zhang Wei's purpose is to find someone, naturally. I am also happy that the more chaotic they are, the better. This is just fishing in troubled waters. As for medicines, even Zhang Wei and a few others can't take away much. This is not Zhang Wei's main purpose. Fire Phoenix, why don't we go there today? Overlord hesitated for a while, and said, Today? Overlord, this would easily arouse their suspicion. Besides, don't you feel comfortable spending the night in my North District? Relatively speaking, it is still better than spending the night in a pharmaceutical factory. Do you want to feel more at ease? Okay, so be it. The Overlord obviously also has other things on his mind, so I don't need to worry too much about this place. But Zhang Wei thought carefully. Huafeng is indeed much safer here. One reason is that the zombies have been cleared. Another reason is the tight security. Since Huafeng proposed to cooperate with Overlord, that is to say, they are not sure to get enough benefits from the game of pharmaceutical factories. But these people, from different forces, once you achieve your goal, it is inevitable that they will cross rivers and burn bridges to trap each other. The Fire Phoenix will bring everyone, arranged in another factory. There are dozens of beds lined up inside. A crafted fireplace leans against the wall, the chimney pipe leads outside. This will prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. When leaving, Zhang Wei felt that Huafeng's eyes had been lingering on Zhang Wei's body. Did he recognize me? Zhang Wei couldn't help but think. Chapter 351 Pharmaceutical Factory Structure. Fortunately, everything is calm. Zhang Wei felt that Huafeng should have recognized him. Fire Phoenix really wants to do something at this time. Zhang Wei was also unable to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Zhang Wei even thought, if there is an emergency, I had no choice but to tell a big lie. He said that he was a fierce person or a stick person. Someone who is said to be a fierce man, there's a poker card that can tell the truth. Those who say it is a stick, as long as stick doesn't show up here to confront you, then no one will doubt it. So people here have some scruples. At least he won't do anything to Zhang Wei in person. But since Huafeng didn't expose Zhang Wei also pretended not to know everyone here. Rest at the place arranged by Huafeng, the Overlord did not relax his vigilance. Rotations of 2 were arranged. And Zhang Wei and Long Xiuhu are the third group. The time is from 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Your name is Zhang Wei? Long Xiuhu, who was standing guard at the door of the factory, took the initiative to talk to Zhang Wei. Both of their voices were relatively quiet, so as not to affect other people. Yes. This name is relatively common, or maybe it's too popular. Many people say so. What about you? Why are you called Dragon-Bearded Tiger? My name is Longhu. When I was a kid, There was a very famous cartoon called Neza. There is a tiger in that animation called Dragon Bearded Tiger. My friends have called me Dragon Beard Tiger since then. Then why is he called Overlord? Zhang Wei looked inside. The boss. He pursed his lips in the direction. His name is Sun Test. It's just a guess that the sky may bring unexpected events. It has the same pronunciation as Jiandong Little Overlord in the Three Kingdoms. When I was a kid, I was also a tough guy who got into fights in class. So from that time on, some people call him Overlord. I see. After the zombie apocalypse, many people are called by nicknames. Many people have forgotten their original names. Maybe many people have lost their true nature. Zhang Wei said to himself. When Long Xiuhu was still thinking about Zhang Wei's words, Zhang Wei had already entered the house. It's so cold outside. If you are just on duty, what is the difference between inside and outside? Zhang Wei also added firewood to the fireplace several times. Finally, it was dawn. 2 waves of troops were ready to go. People from Huafeng and people from Chendongshan in total. There were estimated to be 300 to 400 people. And they are all good players. Fenghua suffered heavy losses last time. Where did Huafeng recruit people? To Zhang Wei's surprise, the old man named Silver Fox, there are also a dozen of his original cast members. It is said that they followed him and killed him from other places. It was crowded all of a sudden. It feels a bit like thousands of troops gathering at the capital gate. Fire Phoenix also learned from Overlord. Only more than 20 good players were counted. He didn't know where the rest of the people had gone. After they dispersed and left, they never appeared again. The pharmaceutical factory is very close to the northern community. Close to part of the pharmaceutical factory has entered the northern communities. Zhang Wei knows. Watson Pharmaceutical Factory has 4 buildings in total. All are single-family structures. He had recorded it in his notebook. Zhang Wei could see the largest building of the pharmaceutical factory from a distance. It covers an area of almost 4 square kilometers. This building is a pharmaceutical workshop. It is a 3-layer structure at that time. Old man Chen Xinhong said, the finished insulin product you are looking for may be in this factory. Zhang Wei didn't know what old man Chen's purpose was in looking for insulin. Because the old man didn't look like he had diabetes. Zhang Wei looked to the left again, the second highest floor. It's the administration building. Counting from bottom to top, it happens to be a 13-story structure. The floor area is 400 square meters. It happens to be a 20 by 20 square commercial building structure. Chen Xinhong said, this building has an independent elevator. The rooftop is flat. This is the building the helicopter went to at that time. But there is no way the helicopter will disappear out of thin air. It is also impossible for someone to dismantle it into parts and take them away. Then, there is only one possibility. The helicopter was driven away by other people, or the guy who flies the helicopter, hijacked by other people. Zhang Wei looked at the other 2 buildings. One is a staff apartment, 3-story structure, similar to a school dormitory however. The building area is relatively large. The long and narrow structure is somewhat similar to a canteen. 100 meters long, 10 meters wide, the overall construction area is more than 1,000 square meters. And the last building? This is an unfinished building with more than 20 floors without a roof. It is a building that goes deep into the community in the north of the city. However, this building is separated by a security wall, blocked between the community in the north of the city and the pharmaceutical factory. Zhang Wei knew at a glance that Chen Xinhong was not lying. This is indeed an unfinished building under construction. Even some floors have no walls yet, but it is probably for the convenience of workers. Although there is no elevator, but the stairs inside have been poured, Zhang Wei looked through the place without walls, can clearly see the stairs. This place is a good vantage point. If you have a gun, can snipe and kill everyone in the entire pharmaceutical factory, there are almost no blind spots. In order to avoid extraneous branches, Zhang Wei didn't show up much. However, he still ordered Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, Ri, Xing and several others to continue to inquire about the whereabouts of Yu and Tai Xiong's grandfather and grandson. But after a few people came back, they all shook their heads at Zhang Wei. No reason, we were delayed along the way, he should be walking behind Yu. If you are walking in front, Yu should have arrived too. She has rich experience in surviving the apocalypse, passed through some obstacles, and came here, there should be no problem. Right? Zhang Wei didn't intend to waste time, because he didn't find Yu. However, before departure, I still asked Xing a question. The whereabouts of Yu's brother you mentioned is related to a classmate of Yu's brother. Could this person be Tai Peng? Who is Tai Peng? Xing was stunned. Tai Peng is Tai Xiong's grandson. Tai Xiong is the one who cast the blade of the shield machine. Have you forgotten everything the disabled old man said before? How old is Tai Peng? Well, let me calculate. Zhang Wei began to calculate based on his memory. About 11 or 12 years old. Viagra, if you say this, if Tai Peng's surname wasn't Tai, I thought he was Ah Yu's younger brother. I also feel it's a bit of a coincidence. But since the news all you heard was from a pharmaceutical factory, and Tiexiong's grandfather and grandson are also there, such a place, there definitely won't be too many children, then he might be the person Ah Yu is looking for. You are looking for Ah Yu, maybe just find those two people. While the two were discussing quietly, Woofing has already taken the lead to go to the pharmaceutical factory, artificial temporary walls, the height is only 2 or 3 meters. The initial purpose is estimated to be, it's just for safe construction. But unexpectedly, it separated the pharmaceutical factory from the North District. Woofing led dozens of people not far away. He got in through a hole in the wall. What catches the eye? It's a huge pharmaceutical factory. Chapter 352 People from the pharmaceutical factory. There is an electric lift gate at the door. But it has been damaged. A cement concrete structure next to the doorway. It's written in lines. Binhai Hansen Pharmaceutical Company. Limited. When Zhang Wei and others just entered, the people inside were already aware of the existence of Woofing and others. After all, a group of people just appeared here. It's just too conspicuous. Suddenly there were more than a dozen people. They came out of the workshop in droves. Zhang Wei only glanced at it. I realized that these people were desperados. Even if you are in contact with Shirja, when people like Woofing and others, there is no such feeling. Welcome, welcome, dear friend. A skinny man, while clapping his palms, one side slowly walked out from inside. And on his left and right sides, followed by 2 men wearing sunglasses, what surprised Zhang Wei was that, these 2 people, each one is holding a gun. It was the same rifle used by the previous gang in the prison. However, these 2 people did not have the oppressive feeling of professional soldiers, but rather the feeling of Southeast Asian militia. Zhang Wei knew that these 2 people should also be locals, including the tall and thin man, Silver Fox, Chen Dongsheng, and Longsu, who did not speak at all. But the painter and Woofing walked up at the same time and shook hands with the tall and thin man. Who is this? The tall and thin man obviously knew Woofing, but did not know the painter Shirja. My name is Shirja. This is the head of the South community, and also the boxer this time, Woofing said with a smile. Oh, is the head of the family going to die personally? That seems to be a sure thing, the tall and lanky man said with a smile. Mr. Su, we came a day early, you don't mind? Do you? Of course I don't mind, but the game still starts tomorrow. There was a player and several friends who were watching boxing. Has not arrived yet, have to wait for them. Only then did Zhang Wei find out that this tall and thin man's surname was Su. That's no problem, your pharmaceutical factory has a lot of money, there should be no shortage of supplies. Either. Just take care of food and shelter. By the way, Mr. Su, is the 10-person life and death arena you told someone a few days ago true? No need to risk your life. Right? Of course not, as long as there is a winner or loser. It doesn't have to be killing people. Just cripple the opponent or make him lose the ability to continue fighting. Isn't that still a life and death fight? The painter's brows furrowed. Who is this one? Mr. Su couldn't help but look at Shirja again. This one is considered a friend of our southern community. Just come here to take a look. You don't have to actually participate. Overlord interjected. No problem, all those who came are friends. What I just said was a joke. It doesn't have to be a life and death arena, just to discuss things, of course. It doesn't matter if you don't participate, because we have enough candidates, Mr. Su said with a smile. A few bosses were talking loudly, test each other. The younger brothers remained silent. Because death is happening here all the time. The day before, there was a man named Biao, was thrown out of the pharmaceutical factory, feed the zombies. Almost everyone knows this. The Overlord pretended not to know anything. However, Zhang Wei still sincerely admired the acting skills of Mr. Su and Ba Weng. Before Biao died, Mr. Su must have pried his mouth open, after asking about his origin, naturally. We also know that Overlord is not just here to participate in such a boxing match. And the Overlord also knows, Mr. Su is most likely the culprit who killed his brother. But still chatting and laughing with him. Let all the guests from outside come in, it's cold outside. A window into the interior of a pharmaceutical factory, came another voice. Zhang Wei looked over there, only a vague figure can be seen. But it can be confirmed, also a man. That person is Representative Sun. It turned out to be the sales director of Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Now he is the person in charge of a pharmaceutical company. Take 10% of the drug. As a bet for this arena competition, he was the one who suggested it. Dozens of people filed in following Mr. Su. Almost all of them were armed. Mr. Su pretended not to see it. They are not afraid of knives. That means their 2 guns have bullets in them. Zhang Wei came to a conclusion instantly. Either they have other bigger cards. This one is Lu Menglong. We call him Dragon King. He is the workshop director of a pharmaceutical factory. You can also call him Director Lu. This time, he may also participate in the arena competition. Mr. Su introduced another middle-aged man in his 40s to the people who came in. Lu Menglong was stuck at the door like a sculpture. Show an honest smile. When Zhang Wei passed by him, I glanced at this man's hand. The hands are covered with thick calluses. This person must be a practicing master. Mr. Su, Representative Sun, Director Lu, these appear to be the 3 leaders of Hansen Pharmaceuticals. But Zhang Wei always felt that something was wrong. These guys, it feels like they are just like little shrimps at the front desk. It seems that the master behind them still hasn't shown up. And Zhang Wei entered this pharmaceutical factory from the beginning. Just pretend to be curious and look around. But he was looking for the whereabouts of Tiexiong and others. Although Tiexiong didn't know Zhang Wei at this time, however, Zhang Wei was able to find them based on his previous memories. After entering the pharmaceutical factory, only then did everyone discover the horror inside this. All windows and doors, all are welded by aluminum alloy or steel bars. There is no escape route. There are estimated to be 100 or dozens of people inside. These people are busy. Many people also wore blue work clothes from Hansen Pharmaceuticals. It seems that they are the workers here. And here, just the first floor of a pharmaceutical factory. Let's go, everyone. The first floor is the raw material workshop. The second floor is the processing workshop. 3 floors, this is where we have fun. When I walked to the second floor again, Mr. Su's younger brothers did not follow. Only the 2 men holding guns, Lu Menglong, who was walking in front, followed. Lu Menglong is in a corner office on a staircase. A door opened. A man in his 30s came out. Zhang Wei looked at the location of the office and said, this person should be the previous pharmaceutical sales director. But I don't know why people here like to call him Representative Sun. Because only people in some companies in South Korea call it that. Mr. Su, Representative Sun, after the 3 of them, Lu Menglong and Director Lu met. A tacit smile, he led everyone to the second floor and continued. After entering the second floor, what comes into view is a huge dust-free workshop. The workers inside also wear green anti-static clothing and anti-static hats similar to those worn by surgeons. Numerous machines on the assembly line, all have been shut down due to power outages. The workers were busy using some balances, glass tubes, measuring cups and the like. Our pharmaceutical plants are very inefficient. It turns out that when the machine was able to run, one day can produce a month's output. Now there are almost 10 times the manpower. The output per month is less than half a day's production. Now you should understand, how precious are the medicines out there. Representative Sun said with a smile. That 10% of production, as a gift for the tournament, is it true? Woofing asked. Certainly. Did you see the cardboard box in the corner? 1/10, about 30 boxes, every box, it's 120 boxes of medicine, that's 3,600 boxes. You can choose any type of medicine, of course. I will tell you the truth, after all. These medicines are purified and made by hand. Its medicinal effect, definitely not as good as the original. No wonder you are so cheerful. The medicines at the back, I guess they are all defective products. Right? Not necessarily, it is always effective. There are so many workers here, they have a cold, cough and fever. Almost all can be cured. Never mind, you don't have to doubt me, I'll show you and you will know. Come this way with me. Representative Sun led everyone to the 3rd floor. After passing through a long corridor, came through several more doors, then the door to a room was opened with the key. There is a man wearing underpants inside, locked in an iron cage. The man's long hair has been draped over his shoulders. I can't see my face clearly either. His body was covered with a black quilt. He was chewing something quietly. Zhang Wei took a closer look. Not human flesh. It's half a sweet potato. Chapter 353 Encountering Tai Peng. Who is this guy? Who is he? Hua Feng and Ba Wan watched for a long time, and were sure that this guy was not one of their own. If Mr. Su and his people wanted to intimidate them, they would probably use an acquaintance to intimidate them. Him, a policeman. Policeman? After hearing this, Hua Feng and Ba Wan were extremely shocked. If it was before the end of the world, no one would dare to attack the police. But after the end of the world, the rule of law was lost, and the police became just like ordinary people. There are even some lawless people. I also hate the police very much. But if you dare to imprison a person blatantly, Hansen Pharmaceuticals is truly extraordinary. Because the police chief Wang Yukon is still alive. As long as he picks one, raise your arms and shout. It is estimated that the followers are in the clouds. Build a small pharmaceutical factory. There should be no problem. Even if the pharmaceutical factory has 2 guns. But Wang Yukon has been standing still. But we sent people here many times to investigate. Even none of these people came back. When Mr. Su said this guy was a policeman, Zhang Wei was wondering what his identity was. For example, there are prison guards like Bobcat, or traffic police, or the water police. There are also special police, even unorganized auxiliary police. Why did you show us this guy? Huifeng was very puzzled. Imprison a policeman? Wouldn't it be better if fewer people know about this kind of thing? Oh, this is the effect of the medicine I told you. Look at how little this guy is wearing. The indoor temperature is less than 5 degrees. Just for lying on such a shabby quilt. Nor was he frozen to death. It turns out the medicine is effective. Did you give him medicine? That's natural. This guy has been here for all kinds of fevers, colds and coughs. But after taking the medicine and sleeping, I felt more energetic the next day. One person can kill a dozen zombies with his bare hands. Are you saying my antibiotics are useless? Uncertain, maybe it's because he has a good physique. That's not necessarily true. This guy ran away several times. They were all beaten to death by us. Several brothers also died. But every time he fails, he got through it all. And those metal fences you saw before, they are all specially made to prevent this guy from escaping. It's also to prevent these beaten workers from escaping. Ha, you, the boss, are quite smart. There is indeed such a layer of thought. Okay, regardless of whether the medicine is effective or not, we don't mind. It's okay to take it out in exchange for some grain. By the way, Mr. Su, you said before that there is still a contestant and a spectator who have not arrived. I wonder when they will arrive. Tomorrow. It was originally scheduled for tomorrow. It's just that some of you distinguished guests arrived early today. The Great Master of Fire Phoenix, this way please. Mr. Su made a gesture, then he led a group of people downstairs. Zhang Wei looked back and said, the man in the cage, still eating sweet potatoes in silence. Sweet potatoes are so much more delicious these days. Lu Renjiao licked his lips. Uncle, do you want sweet potatoes? A child's voice came from the corner. Zhang Wei suddenly turned his head excitedly. Taipeng? How do you know my name? It's really you. Zhang Wei dragged a child out of a corner, in the hands of a child, also holding a raw sweet potato. I'm here to find you. Where is your grandpa? My grandpa has gone to work. Chu Gong, go to the hut. No, it's time to go to work. Good, find you little devil, our mission, just 1/3 of the way done. Zhang Wei touched the kid's forehead. The man in the cage, did you give him the sweet potatoes? That's Uncle Rainy Day. He is a friend of Grandpa and I. Uncle Rainy Day? Yes, we met him on a rainy day. He took us in. So call him Uncle Yutian. He can also fly a plane. Come, let's go to that corner and have a chat. Zhang Wei met several managers of Hansen Pharmaceutical. Attention was attracted by Huifeng and others. Quickly pull the kid to a blind spot where they can't see. That bamboo pole, no, the tall and thin one. Did you know that you are secretly delivering food to the person in that cage? No, I just bring food to him, otherwise they would have driven me away long ago. So that's how it is. Zhang Wei suddenly understood. The person in that cage is not dead. It's the people in the pharmaceutical factory who are tacitly allowing the little devil to secretly deliver food. But what is the purpose of these people keeping him? Can fly a plane. It's the police again. It should be the helicopter pilot arranged by Wang Yukon. But I'm imprisoned here by these guys again. Right, have you found your parents? Zhang Wei remembered what he said before. Tetsuo and his grandson seem to be looking for his daughter and son-in-law who work here. They seem to be employees of a pharmaceutical factory. No, Grandpa said they might be dead. His grandfather told the truth. Zhao Zhenxiong spread his hands, somewhat speechless. It's the end of the world. There's not much point in hiding it. The cruelty this child will see in the future. There are so many. Where is your grandpa? He's working downstairs. I can't see him until night. This group of people rush into the street. It's so bad. Not only does it bully the elderly, also using child labor. Lu Renjia said, pretending to be angry. So, Taipeng, you are in your teens. you should also be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Good and bad. I'll give you a few things. You transfer it to different people. This is your grandfather and grandson and the man in the cage. The key to getting out of trouble. Do you understand? Tai Peng nodded. Good, then you remember it. Zhang Wei took out some things from his backpack in turn. This thing wrapped in newspaper, it's rice balls. You give it directly to the person in the cage. If he asks something, just give this to him. Zhang Wei pulled something out from his waist. Chopsticks? No, it's a stick. This coin, you also give it to him quietly, but don't let other people find out. Zhang Wei quietly handed something to Tai Peng. Huh? Boss, this coin looks familiar. It's not that centipede guy. Is it? Right, it's his. Last time he shot it on a tree, I picked up 2 of them conveniently, for emergencies. Centipede's hidden weapon, it is famously sharp. Zhang Wei gave a chopstick and a coin to the person in the cage. I also hope it can be of some help to him. Most, give this thing to your grandpa. Zhang Wei took the fragments of the TBM blade that Qin Xinhong gave him, also given to Tai Peng. If you go down to see the old man blatantly, that's really conspicuous. We can only let this kid deliver some news. Zhang Wei just finished these words. I found someone from a pharmaceutical factory walking in this direction. To avoid arousing suspicion, he quickly moved away from Tai Peng. And it was at this time, Fire Phoenix and Overlord, Mr. Su took him out again. Mr. Su loudly asked people to arrange a place for Huifeng to stay. At the same time, he recruited a few younger brothers. They whispered something next to them. What did you say? So mysterious. The Overlord smiled maliciously. To make tomorrow's game more interesting, we decided to catch some zombies to add to the fun. A few of them are resting in the staff apartment right here, and don't run around, otherwise something unexpected happens. It's not good. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell a few people, the man in the cage, I will also be a contestant in the arena competition tomorrow. Chapter 354 Death Game. After saying this, most people also looked nervous. I was thinking if I met this person in the arena, what should we do? After all, he is a policeman, to take action or not to take action. If you include this policeman and the workshop director Lu Minglong who came in person, that means Hansen Pharmaceutical now has 2 people. Who is their other person? Zhang Wei has been thinking about this issue. That person will come tomorrow, that is the so-called foreign aid, and there is no so-called helicopter seen here. Then come the people, they were probably the ones who took away the helicopter. If that plane is the same one that stopped at the Old Town High School playground that day. So people who come to boxing matches, it is also possible that he is a member of the Black Sun organization. What are these guys doing wandering around the old town all the time? From school to prison, then to the pharmaceutical factory, even the cruise ship offshore, this mercenary organization has been appearing frequently. Zhang Wei felt that the remaining person participating in the group competition, probably one of those people. Black Sun members nicknamed American Bison and Kangaroo, or the tattooed guy who flies a plane. Zhang Wei suspected that he was the water ghost. One called Bison, the other one is called Kangaroo. Night, everyone is resting in the employee apartment of Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Zhang Wei and others were also nesting in the same place. Discussed carefully. Now we can basically confirm that Tai Peng and his grandfather are the people we are looking for. I've asked about it, there are no other children here at all. That is to say, Ayu is looking for her brother's classmate, it's probably Tai Peng. Zhang Wei began his own reasoning. When they turn the entire northwest of Shanxi into a pot of porridge, are we just going to take Tiexiong and Tai Peng with us and run away? Those 2 guys. Fire Phoenix and Overlord, there must have been other trump cards arranged, so I feel like something big is going to happen in this pharmaceutical factory, but it doesn't matter, as long as we don't get involved. Also, Ayu has not shown up for a long time. I have been ignoring a question. Ayu is a girl. She would never blatantly enter a pharmaceutical factory, after all. This is too dangerous for a girl, but I think she's somewhere around the pharmaceutical factory. In short, we took away Tai Peng's grandfather and grandson. She should take the initiative to come to us. Good boss, I listen to you. If you say kill me. Kill me. Kill out, the other party has a gun. We don't want to be the first. The insulin that old man Chen mentioned before, somewhere in the pharmaceutical workshop. Please pay attention, or hide some. We'll pick it up another day, or we can each take some away. Okay, boss. Besides, you can also get some cough medicine or something. This person Wang Yukun, it's still worth our friendship. A group of people fell asleep amidst whispers. The next day, everyone went downstairs again. Everyone was shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. Is this what the perverted Mr. Sue said about catching a few zombies for fun? Lou Ringial looked at the zombies in front of Hansen Pharmaceutical and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. There were at least 30 zombies. And they are all zombies in their prime. There is no old, weak, sick or young. This kind of zombie runs very fast. The attack was also very intense. What is this guy's purpose of getting so many zombies? Is it really a matter of life and death in the arena? Overlord, Fire Phoenix and others, after seeing it, there was a moment of surprise at first. But after seeing the zombies' hands and feet restrained, after the mouth was also tied with a towel, my heart also relaxed. Because people from pharmaceutical factories, although cruel and cold-blooded, but it seems to be quite disciplined. Since they have arranged the rules of the game, at least until the game is over, won't break the rules. Everyone, please have something to eat first, although it is clear soup noodles, but it's better than ordinary porridge water. Mr. Sue asked someone to bring over 3 large stainless steel basins of noodles. He found a bowl, under everyone's gaze, put a chopstick in each basin, then in front of everyone, eat clean. Overlord and others, I felt relieved. Mr. Sue, and this group of people, if you really want to take action, there is no need to tamper with the food. Those people holding guns, a shuttle comes over, these leaders will have to answer here. The arena is set up, on the first floor of the pharmaceutical workshop. It's very big over there, everyone can watch the game. Mr. Sue motioned for everyone to enter. Zhang Wei knows, the manufacturing shop has an area of nearly 4 square kilometers. Although there are many storage rooms, equipment rooms and workshops, but the big workshop in the middle, at least it is more than 100 meters long and wide. The plain area is nearly 1 kilometer. When dozens of people entered, there were already hundreds of people sitting on the ground inside. Many of them were wearing pharmaceutical factory garb. These guys, did you deliberately let all the employees watch the show here? Zhang Wei carefully searched for Tai Peng and Tai Xiong in the crowd, but none was found. I didn't see the person in the cage either. And in the center where hundreds of people were sitting around, they are 2 huge welded iron cages. One of them, Zhang Wei made an estimate, the side length is about 10 meters. That is to say, this huge cage, it is almost the size of 2 classrooms. And inside the big cage, there is a small cage, the diameter is about 5 meters. This cage seems to have been specially processed. Appears to be extremely strong, hanging from above with chains, linked to pulleys. I don't know where the other end is. And not long after, the howling zombies outside, they were pushed with explosion-proof forks or carried in pairs. From the door of the pharmaceutical workshop, walked in slowly. Then they were put into a small iron cage, until all the zombies have entered. Zhang Wei counted, there are 36 zombies in total. After the zombies were thrown in, the rope on the body, chains on my feet, towel on head, they were all untied. At one time, dozens of zombies roared in the pharmaceutical factory. But the workers sitting around were silent. Apparently this has happened many times. A few, you should know the rules of the game. Right? Mr. Sue also walked in with dozens of people. All dead ends and routes to the pharmaceutical factory were blocked. Zhang Wei glanced casually. It was estimated that there were hundreds or dozens of people. And this is just the number of people in pharmaceutical factories. There were probably at least dozens of people patrolling and watching outside. If we really want to start a fight here, Zhang Wei et al., even if you add the Fire Phoenix, Silver Fox and others, who don't know whether they are friends or foes, it's less than 1/10 of the opponents. Because these people who are sitting on the ground preparing to watch the arena match, they are all from pharmaceutical factories. Don't the rules say 3 out of 10? Overlord looked at Huafeng. He didn't know the specific rules either. Let Representative Sun tell us. Mr. Su said to a person on a high platform not far away. Zhang Wei took a look and was immediately shocked. Because he saw 6 chairs. And they were 6 armchairs. Among them, Lu Menglong, the workshop director, and Representative Sun, the sales director, were sitting on 2 of them. And Mr. Su was also walking towards one of the seats. There are 3 more, probably people who came to watch this death game. Zhang Wei's pupil shrank. Chapter 355 Forced Audition. These people treat the boxing match as a game. Representative Sun changed his laxity from yesterday. I even put on a suit specially today. He straightened his clothes, said, "Everyone, welcome to Hansen Pharmaceutical's 7th death game. Today's death game, it's the real finale. Choose in the new year, launch a game like this, it couldn't be better. Then let me tell you the rules of the game. This time, we are still a group match with 10 people, by southern communities, northern communities, and our pharmaceutical factory, 3 people from each group, but that's only 10 people. In order to increase public participation in this competition, I decided to add an audition, the remaining person, from among those of you present. Following the principle of voluntary registration, just 10 people come. If no one takes the initiative to sign up, I'm going to start calling names. Representative Sun just finished speaking. The people below started whispering to each other. If you want to participate, just stand up, or just raise your hand. Representative Sun continued. But the people present, still no one is willing to participate. Wherever Representative Sun looks, those people all looked away. I dare not look directly at Representative Sun. I know you are all greedy for life and afraid of death. Then, I'll relax the restrictions again. This time is not a life and death situation. As long as the last person standing, I think he passed. I won't feed zombies. But don't do fake punches either, otherwise. Don't blame me for being rude. Representative Sun finished speaking again. There was no sound of whispering below. Lu Menglong saw this, walked into Representative Sun's ear, whispered a few words softly. Representative Sun smiled knowingly, said, I know you are afraid. So be it. Whoever wins this time, give him a box of medicine as a reward. After the final arena match, granted freedom to leave. In order to reduce the difficulty, increase your interest in participating, I just ordered a few random people, the old man named Tai, you are 70 or 80 years old, living is also a waste of food, you count as one, and your grandson, living is also a burden, come join us too. Representative Sun said towards a corner. Zhang Wei followed what Representative Sun pointed at. But in my heart, I screamed something bad. Because he saw a familiar figure. Tetsuo. Qixiong took off his blue worker's cap. But the appearance is not like what Representative Sun said. 70 or 80. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s at most. But there is also a trace of gray hair on the temples. Qixiong looked a little sad, however. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Director Sun, you want me to join? I'll just take part. My grandson Taipeng, less than 11 years old, you let him play a life and death fight in a cage. What is the difference between this and killing him directly? Of course there is a difference. He doesn't play. How do you use your full strength? Director Sun, what do you mean? I specially selected you. One old and one young. To lower the difficulty of the game. Only then will others participate, but in order to protect your grandson, I will definitely fight for my life. So, the game is interesting. Lianpa is old. Can you still eat? Iron Old Man, are you Lao Huangzhong? Or is it old Lianpa? Representative Sun, you let me attend alone. I promise to live until the end. Old Man Iron, you can't guarantee it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. No more nonsense. I fed your grandfather and grandson directly to the zombies. What else did Qixiong want to say? But the workers on his left and right sides, he quickly pressed his shoulders, pressed him down. Qixiong knew that this was the end of the matter. There is no other way. He could only smile bitterly. Representative Sun nodded with satisfaction. Then he ordered 3 more people, said, Jiang Kun, Hu Jun, Wu Dishing, you 3 will also participate. A few days ago, you were still trying to stand up for that guy named Biao. I saw it all. I didn't chop off your hands. I just kept you here specially. Come join today's game. A Biao? Zhang Wei was stunned. Isn't this Overlord's brother who was tied up and fed to zombies? I heard that he was also falsely accused of stealing medicine from a pharmaceutical factory. These 3 guys, in order to stand up for a Biao, maybe you know the truth about a Biao's death. Zhang Wei looked at Overlord. I found that Overlord was also looking at these 3 people carefully. Representative Sun ordered 2 more people, said, Peng Xingqiu, Peng Xingdong, you 2 brothers have some personal grudges with Old Man Tai. However, fighting is strictly prohibited in pharmaceutical factories. This time, I'll give you 2 a chance to resolve your personal grudges. 2 men in their 40s immediately shook their heads and waved their hands and said, Director Sun, our grievances are just trivial matters. We'll solve it later. Compared with personal grudges, both of them felt that life was the most important thing at this time. If I ask you to participate, just participate. Old Man Tai still doesn't know if he can survive today. Not taking revenge is not a gentleman just today. Don't say anything against it, otherwise. I'll feed you 2 to the zombies first. 2, 5, 7, that's all I ordered. There are still 3 places left. You can recommend the rest or take the initiative to sign up. Representative Sun just finished speaking. A person on the periphery raised his hand, said, I wonder if I can participate. Representative Sun took a look and said, this man is not a worker in a pharmaceutical factory, but one of his own. Of course, do you have a grudge against one of them? But let me say this in advance, although you are one of us, you still have to abide by the rules of the game. Don't expect anyone to help you. Of course, I won't seek revenge, but I am very interested in the reward of a box of medicines. Oh, I see, but it's not bad. As for coarse grains, a box of medicines can be exchanged for nearly a year's food for a family of 3. While Mr. Sun was still chatting with this person, Zhang Wei saw that Ba Wang next to him was whispering something with one of his younger brothers. Zhang Wei listened carefully, probably saying something like find a chance to find out the cause of a Biao's death. 8. 2 more. Any more. It was at this time that Zhang Wei saw Ba Wang winking at a younger brother next to him. The younger brother immediately nodded in understanding, and then raised his hand. Zhang Wei suddenly understood that Ba Wang was willing to let his people take the risk of participating in the competition, in order to find the 3 people who spoke for a Biao and find out the cause of a Biao's death. 9 people. There is still one last spot left. Only victory or defeat is determined. Undecided about life or death. Is there anyone else who wants to participate? Representative Sun shouted loudly. Zhang Wei looked at the silent scene. He glanced at Tetsuo further away, slowly raised his right hand. Oh, our last contestant friend has appeared. Representative Sun looked at Zhang Wei, who suddenly appeared with some surprise. Chapter 356, Clear Camps. Zhang Wei suddenly raised his hand. Everyone was surprised. Only Shizhi in the back row. It seemed like he had thought of something. Is the person you're looking for among them? Right, it's the old man and the kid, Zhang Wei said with firm eyes. At this time, it's impossible for him not to take action. Old Man Tai is the person he must save. He also expected Old Man Tai to help him make a good knife. Manager Sun looked at Zhang Wei with surprised eyes. But after seeing Zhang Wei standing with Ba Wang and others, no wonder. Alright, it's rare for young people to take the initiative to sign up. Let me increase the rewards for this finals competition. 2 boxes of medicine. Add another box to the original one. Can I choose the category of medicine? Zhang Wei asked Manager Sun directly. What medicine do you want? Give me 2 boxes of insulin. Zhang Wei remembered what Qin Xinhong said before. It doesn't matter what kind of medicine you take, but Zhang Wei needs to take medicine to attract the attention of these people, so as to hide his true purpose of saving people. It would be great if I could add 2 more boxes of cough and fever or cold medicines. Zhang Wei remembered Bobcat's request. This person can be considered a life-saving grace for him. Insulin? This is for treating diabetes. No problem, anyway. It's 2 big boxes. As long as they are drugs available in our pharmaceutical factory, you can mix it with whatever you want. If you can't move it, I'll give you a card when the time comes. Manager Sun agreed readily. Verbally agreeing is one thing. Whether it can be taken away is another matter. Manager Sun understands better than anyone else. Alright, everyone. Get ready to play. Manager Sun returned to his seat. Not long after, Zhang Wei saw someone raising a placard. Several wooden signs. It was written with a brush. Jiang Kun, Hu Jun, Wu Dishing, Taipeng, Tiexiong, Peng Jingdong, Peng Jingqiu. A man walked up to Zhang Wei holding a sign. Zhang Wei himself wrote with a brush, Zhang Wei. Looking at the other 2 people, the little brother of Overlord is called Lu. Another gangster under Manager Sun is called Li Erkong. When 10 people's signs were erected, Lu Menglong took over the conversation, said, you can fight as you like, no rules, but the time is only 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, I want only 1 person standing in this place. Whenever there are 2 people, I will open the small cage, release the zombies inside. But I didn't ask you to kill me. It doesn't matter whether you form an alliance or form a clique. Anyway, we will decide who will lie down in the end. Whoever gets down is the one. Lu Minglong's final words. The situation on the battlefield changed immediately. Jiang Kun, Hu Jun, Wu Dishing stood together immediately. Peng Jingdong, Peng Jingqiu stood beside Li Erkong with a smile on their faces. Tiexiong blocked his grandson behind him. Zhang Wei stood with Ba Wang's younger brother A Lo without hesitation. At this time, Zhang Wei pretended not to know Tiexiong, to avoid being targeted too early. 10 people, divided into 4 groups, slowly walked into the iron cage. Said it was an iron cage. It's not all iron. There are also stainless steel aluminum bars, steel bars, great such as iron bars. It was probably welded artificially by everyone. I don't know if the pharmaceutical factory ever had electricity. When Zhang Wei passed the iron cage door, he coughed lightly. As expected, Tai Peng's attention was attracted. Turn around immediately. After seeing Zhang Wei, first there was a surprise. Just as he was about to pull his grandfather's clothes and say something, But Zhang Wei stopped him with his eyes. Zhang Wei shook his head at Tai Peng. Tai Peng seemed to understand. That's when Manager Sun, Lu Menglong, and Mr. Su took the lead in applauding at the beginning. In an instant, the entire pharmaceutical factory burst into applause like a roaring tsunami. Zhang Wei looked carefully at the people who came in. Everyone seemed to be armed. This fight, I'm afraid it's a bit risky. 1 minute countdown. Lu Menglong shouted loudly. The gangsters at the scene and some spectators in the audience also counted down in unison. 59, 58, 57. Knowing that time is very urgent, Zhang Wei and Alu looked at each other. Then they stood back to back. And Tiexiong also took his grandson Taipeng to a corner. Zhang Wei is in this gap. He also looked at the stage. 6 wooden tie-shirt chairs. Still only 3 people were seated. Hasn't the final spectator arrived yet? 31, 30, 29. Zhang Wei used his last moment to started looking at something like this. Colosseum. Same place. The structure is different in different underground arenas. The underground arena venue, just like the boxing ring in a boxing match, or set up a room in a larger place to play a game. But the shape of this iron cage, there is a clear difference. This is a similar return. Word structure, the small cage in the middle holds dozens of crazy zombies. And similar return. The cage within a cage structure of the word, there are 4 passage-like places to wander around. If we want to talk about the 1-to-1 game, Zhang Wei is confident that he can fight with any of them, fight for 10 minutes without getting hurt, but in that case, the zombie cage inside will be hung up from the cage. 10 people with their own thoughts. It is simply impossible to fight against more than 30 violent zombies in such a narrow space. Even 3 or 5 are impossible. When distracted, he would probably be stabbed in the waist immediately by the person behind him. So what Zhang Wei thinks is, how to do it in 15 minutes, quickly differentiate and bring these guys down. Seeing Jiang Kun, Hu Jun, Wu Dixing, 3 people were leaning against the fence together. Opposite him was Li Kong, who was staring at the 3 of them. Peng Xingqiu, Peng Xingdong and 3 others. Zhang Wei instantly realized that these people were not in the same group. And Tiexiong and Taiping. 1 old and 1 young, he was directly ignored by these 2 waves of people. It was at this time, the countdown is coming to an end. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Wei winked at Alu. The 2 separated instantly, and walked towards 2 different waves of people. Alu got straight to the point. Time is urgent. I don't talk nonsense either. My boss asked us to ask you 3. How did a Biao die? Jiang Kun looked at the approaching Alu warily. He replied, Who is a Biao? The people in front were carried out by the pharmaceutical factory to feed the zombies. Are you talking about Gua Biao? King of the Ring Gua Biao? Right, I was framed by you, Gua Biao who fed the zombies alive. The person before said, Did you stand up for a Biao? That's why he is hated by others. A Biao is the final winner of the 6th death game, a 10-person arena match. He lived to the end, but the person arranged by the eldest lady died. So pharmaceutical companies are not following the rules of the game. Let a Biao leave with the medicine he won. They did something wrong. The so-called stolen drugs, those were all won by a Biao with his own fists. Death ring, it has been done 5 times before. Follow the rules of the game every time. So all of us were wronged by a Biao. When I heard this, Zhang Wei understood. What is going on now is the 7th death game arena. And I've probably done it many times before. A Biao probably wanted to get medicine. Participated for the 6th time. This guy's skills should be pretty good, otherwise we wouldn't have reached the end. But in the end, I was called. Miss. Someone did something wrong. Having said that, Alu also naturally stood beside Jiang Kun and the other 3. Zhang Wei also walked up to Peng Xingqiu and Peng Xingdong and said, I wonder what grudges you 2 have against old man Tai. Can you accept mediation? My brother Peng Zhengchun and my sister Peng Xingxiu were both at the time when the zombie crisis broke out. Died in the hands of this old man's son and daughter-in-law. It was they who refused to open the door to the safe passage. Let them both be bitten. Do you think this revenge should be avenged? My son and daughter-in-law are dead. I also didn't escape that zombie crisis. Tetsuo said through gritted teeth. So I killed your grandfather and grandson in revenge, as it should be. Peng Xingqiu took out a knife. Then you really deserve to take revenge. In this case, just do your own thing. I'll take a rest next to you. Zhang Wei retreated slowly. Hello, are you still going to fight? Only 11 minutes left. Lu Minglong's voice came from the stands above. Chapter 357 Iron Cage Fight. Li Kong took out his knife, intentionally for all to see. After Zhang Wei retreated, he showed a disdainful smile. But Lu Minglong's words, He was directly ignored by the people in the cage. Because 11 minutes, for in such a space, it was enough to decide a winner. Lu Menglong did not reject Peng Zhengchun, who stood with him. The two brothers Peng Zhendong. He also directly ignored Zhang Wei, who was not far away. His eyes were attracted by the four people opposite. Lu Menglong knew, once he chooses this time to attack the old man and the child, these four guys will most likely make a sneak attack. So now his primary goal is, already from Tetsuo, Tai Peng and the inconspicuous Zhang Wei moved to Jiang Kun on the opposite side, Hu Jun and Wu Disheng, and on El La next to him. Jiang Kun, Hu Jun, Wu Disheng and three others, we have been friends for a long time, at this time. Representative Sun was also forced to name him and drag him down. Representative Sun simply disliked the three of them, looking for an opportunity to get rid of the three of them. Lir Kong is from Representative Sun's side. Naturally, it became their main target. Alu didn't feel any dissatisfaction with Zhang Wei's retreat. On the contrary, he also took it from his own waist, pull out a small knife similar to a doctor's scalpel. Hold it in your hand, but it is only in a defensive state. Come together. Lir Kong's knife slashed in the void, but he ran towards Wu Disheng, who was the tallest. Wu Disheng is a typical northerner in height. A tall man of nearly 1.9 meters, Lir Kong was almost half a head shorter than him. When the knife was swiped at Wu Disheng quickly took 2 steps back. Also take advantage of this leisure time, he took out something from his waist. Zhang Wei only glanced at it. I knew it was a long-handled screwdriver. This screwdriver has obviously undergone special treatment. The tip is very sharp. When Wu Disheng stabbed him, Lir Kong picked it up with a knife. The blade of the knife scratched the top of the screwdriver. There was a sharp metallic sound. Zhang Wei knows, this is no longer an underground arena in the traditional sense. The first rule of the underground ring, just with bare hands, but you are allowed to use any move to kill the opponent. And this time, a few managers at the pharmaceutical factory tacitly allow these people to use weapons. It's just to increase the bloodiness of this game, and those imprisoned zombies, it's just to increase the pressure on the contestants. When Lir Kong took action, Peng Zhengqiu and Peng Zhendong also each pulled out a sharp dagger, go towards Jiang Kun and Hu Jun. Jiang Kun also took out a knife from his waist. It's just an iron block wrapped with plastic tape and cloth strips. But the cutting edge is also ground very sharp. It was obviously a weapon secretly prepared by Jiang Kun. Hu Jun just came to watch a show today. He didn't even carry any weapons with him. After groping for a long time, I only found a pair of decent factory leather gloves. Hu Jun immediately put it on at this time. This is better than catching a sword with nothing much better. 3 pairs of people, opposing each other. Lu was left holding a knife. Ale knows, opportunities like this are rare. Seeing that Jiang Kun and Hu Jun were evenly matched, Wu Disheng seemed to be somewhat suppressed by Lir Kong. Alu immediately touched Lir Kong. Lir Kong immediately became alert, from offense to defense. He clearly knows, Ali's knife, it can easily slit the main artery in his neck. All these actions happened in a few breaths. Zhang Wei saw that they had already started fighting and guarding against each other. No more hesitation, he immediately walked towards Tiexiong and Tai Peng, who were in the corner of the iron cage. When Tai Peng saw Zhang Wei's arrival, there seemed to be some joy. However, Tiexiong once again pulled Tai Peng behind him. He looked at Zhang Wei, who was approaching with vigilant eyes. I was entrusted by Chen Xinhong, an almost crippled old man. Zhang Wei got straight to the point. Yesterday's piece of iron, I don't know if Tai Peng gave it to you, old man Chen said. Once you see it, you will know that I am one of my own. Did Xinhong give you this blade? Tai Xiong took out the iron block given by Zhang Wei from his butt pocket. Yes, he asked me to rescue you safely. In return, you have to help me make a knife with this iron block. Zhang Wei's purpose is of course not as simple as making a knife. But he wants Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiong, and even several small leaders in the school camp to upgrade their weapons. At least everyone has a broken knife. The knife made of the shield machine blade, the toughness and sharpness, is almost the best among all knives of all materials. It is almost the best weapon to fight against enemies or hunt zombies. As long as you can help me take Tai Peng out, I fought hard for this old life. I can make you a knife for a lifetime. Tetsuo said firmly. At this time, as long as Zhang Wei didn't come to kill the two of them, it's okay to write a bad check no matter how big it is. Zhang Wei wished Tai Xiong would say this. He immediately nodded in agreement. It was at this time, Lu Menglong, the workshop director who was watching a play not far away, looked at Zhang Wei and others chatting there. He said angrily, "Are you old boys going to fight or not? The rules of the game, Doesn't it mean that only one person will be standing after 15 minutes? It's less than halfway through now. Right? Zhang Wei looked directly at this arrogant guy. If it is somewhere else outdoors, and if this guy is alone, Zhang Wei would kill him in a sneak attack without hesitation. The rules of the game, but it was made by me. It doesn't matter what you say. Lu Menglong finished speaking, just snapped his fingers. And the cage in the middle? The sound of a metal chain came. A small door was opened. Suddenly 3 zombies rushed out. Before more zombies could react, Lu Menglong's subordinates closed this small door. Zhang Wei immediately took out his knife, watching the 3 charging zombies warily. Just 3 zombies, all were attracted by the 7 people fighting. He immediately rushed over like crazy. And it was Jiang Kun who bore the brunt. Jiang Kun dodged Peng Jingqiu's knife, then he rolled and crawled to avoid a zombie, unexpectedly. Lirkin kicked him in the side. Unsteady standing, fell to the ground. Careful! Zhang Weizheng is planning to rescue, but it's only 5 or 6 meters away. There was simply no time. Seeing a burly zombie throw Jiang Kun to the ground, he bit Jiang Kun on the face. I saw blood spurting out. Zhang Wei knew that Jiang Kun was finished. But Jiang Kun, who was bitten, he didn't die immediately. It actually gave birth to a brute force. Singles turned zombies over. It overwhelmed him. Then using his homemade metal knife, severely slit the zombie's throat. Pulled back and forth more than a dozen times, the zombies finally stopped struggling. It was at this time, Jiang Kun was knocked down again by 2 other zombies. Hu Jun and Wu Dishing finally reacted. Someone opened the cage door. The 2 were about to rescue people, but were intercepted by Peng Jingdong and Li Erkong again. So a strange scene happened at the scene. 2 zombies were biting a person who was still struggling, while the other people ignored the zombies and were in a tense confrontation. Zhang Wei also pulled out a strip of cloth from his waist and wrapped it around his hand. Since this so-called Lu Menglong did not follow the rules of the game, Zhang Wei had to start with the people he designated. Chapter 358 2 against 1. Even though he was bitten by 2 zombies, Jiang Kun did not die immediately. But Jiang Kun still screamed in pain. Amid such screams, Jiang Kun used up his last bit of strength to kill 2 zombies, and then lay on the ground gasping for breath. Ah Kun, how are you? Hu Jun knew that Ah Kun was beyond saving. Wu Dishing did not speak, but he stared at Lu Menglong outside the field. If Lu Menglong was in the field at this time, he would have rushed over without hesitation. Jiang Kun struggled to stand up, then he spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, said, I am hopeless, I'll take the first step, take care. Brothers. Jiang Kun finished speaking, he raised his hand with difficulty. He pulled the knife in his hand towards his neck. Pull sideways, one side is bleeding and stuck in the throat. Crunch. Sound. But Jiang Kun only pulled it halfway, he fell straight down, there was no more sound. Mr. Lu, since you set the rules, and the rules are in name only, so what's the point of this game? Zhang Wei has already tied his knife. It makes no sense, it's just that a few distinguished guests haven't arrived yet. Let you guys perform, just to liven up the atmosphere, your performance is so boring. Lu Menglong said indifferently. In that case, then let me kill a few people to cheer you up. Zhang Wei pointed the knife at Li Erkong. Child, see what your level is like. I hope we have a chance to play against each other. Lu Menglong said while putting something into his mouth. Finally, he threw something into the iron cage. Zhang Wei took a look and found that it was an orange peel. Although it was not a banana peel, it was still a trick. Without further ado, Zhang Wei walked towards Li Erkong with a knife. After Jiang Kun died, Jiang Kun's camp lost its numerical advantage of 4-3. However, after Zhang Wei joined, the numerical advantage was expanded again. It was still 4-3. Alu was also happy when he saw Zhang Wei running towards Li Erkong with a knife. His pressure was relieved a lot at once. In such a space, many fighting skills could not play an advantage. Strength and flexibility can determine the outcome in a short period of time. Boy, are you looking for death? Li Erkong looked at Zhang Wei who was approaching, and said unhappily, if you hadn't kicked that kick just now, Jiang Kun might not have died? If he didn't die, would you die? Boy, I saved your life. The man just said that. This round of fighting is not a life and death fight. If you want to decide the winner, just defeat him. Boy, you are so naive. If I don't kill him, do you think he will let me go? Come on, let me test your strength. Li Erkong licked his lips. In his view, this young boy, it's just an enemy of one. Ale, you attacked the aorta in his neck. Zhang Wei saw Li's knife. It seems to be a surgical knife. This kind of knife is small and exquisite, but it can kill people invisible. The bigger the weapon, on the contrary, it becomes more conspicuous. It allows people to respond and avoid early, and the knife, but it is easy to be ignored. Zhang Wei said this deliberately, to distract Li Erkong. This guy was just able to fight 1 against 2, not falling behind when facing Wu Dishing and Ah Lu. There should be something to it. However, Zhang Wei is no longer the rookie Zhang Wei who showed weakness when the zombie crisis in the dormitory just broke out. After half a year of growth, Zhang Wei has matured a lot. The people watching the show didn't seem surprised that Lu Menglong released the zombies. However, when Jiang Kun was knocked down by the zombies, most people showed regret. It seems that Jiang Kun is usually popular among them. Seeing Zhang Wei holding a knife and walking towards Li Erkong, everyone's interest was aroused for a while. Without much talk, Zhang Wei attacked directly. Even without Aile's raid, Zhang Wei planned to deal with Li Erkong, because he wanted to save Tiexiong and his grandson. Li Erkong sneered and rushed over with a knife. The two of them immediately engaged in close combat in a narrow space, dodging and clashing of weapons from time to time. Every time Aile approached, Li Erkong would take the initiative to retreat. However, with Zhang Wei approaching from the other side, Li Erkong finally had nowhere to retreat. Li Erkong's back leaned against the bars of the iron cage, but his whole body leaned forward. This is an offensive situation. Before attacking, Li Erkong winked at Peng Jingdong and Peng Jingqiu. The two of them understood each other instantly. A low drink killed towards Hu Jun and Wu Dishing again. When Wu Dishing faced Li Erkong, the pressure is extremely high, always struggling to cope. But when facing one of the two Peng brothers, his confidence suddenly became much stronger. These two guys never failed to attack with all their strength. It seems that he wants to wait for Li Erkong to pick up the slack after being injured. The 3 waves of men finally fought again, and now it's 15 minutes before the end, and the last 8 minutes. Zhang Wei knows, we can no longer delay at this time. Even if you struggle to get hurt, Li Erkong must also be killed or maimed. Otherwise, those 30 zombies would come out in a swarm in such a space. No matter how good the technology is, there is no room for performance. Li Erkong never paid attention to Zhang Wei from beginning to end. Instead, he headed towards Ah Lu with a knife. Li Erkong's sword is more than a foot long. It looks like a cold cyan color. This is enough to show the strength of this knife. Ah Lu is the person named by the Overlord, naturally. He is not an ordinary rookie. A scalpel is held in a hand, hidden between fingers. Every battle, they are all like poisonous snakes, looking for the precise moment to hunt an animal. The fight between the two, it's all about dodging and giving in, barely touched. And Zhang Wei also found the right opportunity to touch it. He grabbed Li Erkong's waist and stabbed him. This time's cooperation, on the contrary. It seems that Ah Lu is the main attacker, and Zhang Wei is the assistant. However, Li Erkong confidently kicked Zhang Wei's wrist. After Zhang Wei's sword was not released, Li Erkong finally began to pay attention. Because although Zhang Wei grinned, but I posted it as if nothing was wrong. And Li Erkong had to retreat again. Zhang Wei took advantage of the situation. A butcher's knife went straight to Li Erkong's heart. Li Erkong pushed his knife to block it. The two swords intersect. There was a metallic sound. And Ailu also rolled over and stuck to it. It went directly towards Li Erkong's ankle. As long as this blow is successful, Li Erkong was almost immediately going to have his hamstring or aorta broken. Either death or serious injury. Just when Zhang Wei was about to be happy, unexpectedly, Li Erkong jumped. He actually grabbed the fence behind with one hand. Just give it a try. He actually jumped 2 meters away. Ah Lu rolled over. He couldn't reach the height of Li Erkong's jump at all. And when he stood up again, Li Erkong is no longer as weak as he was at the beginning. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, he also lost the best opportunity to attack. 6 minutes left. Lu Menglong on the platform looked at his watch. Said loudly, Chapter 359 Death Fight. 6 minutes. Although Zhang Wei was indifferent on the surface, but I was already feeling a little anxious. What he is worried about is not when the time is up. There is no victory or defeat here, and Lu Menglong released the zombies. What he is worried about is Lu Menglong, a guy who doesn't follow the rules. Release the zombies in advance. Lu Menglong had already done this just now. 3 zombies were left behind, at that time. He didn't care about the life or death of his own people. This guy has no scruples. I can't kill Li Erkong too early. Zhang Wei originally planned to fight for the injury, take the risk to kill Li Erkong. The bulletproof vest on his body is Zhang Wei's greatest confidence. But once I deal with Li Erkong and the other two, it is inevitable that Lu Menglong will be angry and release all the zombies. So, I must grasp the time accurately. It is best to finish on time and deal with these people. In a fight of life and death, the outcome is still unpredictable. How can I grasp the time accurately? While Zhang Wei was thinking, Li Erkong's movements also paused for several seconds. Finally, Li Erkong seemed to show a panic expression. No matter how he is not afraid of Zhang Wei and Ali's joint attack, it couldn't withstand the bites of dozens of zombies. What Li Erkong is most worried about is, when he, Zhang Wei, and others were in a stalemate, Lu Menglong will release all the zombies. Kill! When I think of this, Li Erkong no longer evaded, he gritted his teeth and went up to kill him. Lu Menglong in the stands, he nodded with satisfaction. I don't know if he was satisfied with Li Erkong's initiative, still satisfied with what I said. Only 6 minutes left. The results achieved. Seeing Li Erkong coming over, Zhang Wei naturally did not dare to slack off. For Zhang Wei, every person he had never fought with was a strange enemy. Zhang Wei had no idea what kind of trump cards and killers these people had. Raising his knife again, Zhang Wei directly thrust his knife towards Li Erkong's armpit. At this time, Alu also attacked, causing Li Erkong to raise his hand to block, revealing a rare vacuum under his armpit. However, just as Zhang Wei's blade was about to approach, Li Erkong pressed down with one hand, instantly hiding the weakness. Zhang Wei's knife, it only touched a little bit of Li Erkong's clothes. The tip of the knife opened Li Erkong's clothes at his shoulders, revealed the down inside. Several people were wearing bulky cotton-padded clothes, but in this narrow space, still fighting very nimbly. Looking at the other side, Wu Dixing took advantage of his height. He stabbed the screwdriver in his hand directly into Peng Jingqiu's neck. Such strength, Peng Jingqiu could hardly resist. Many times I risked my life and used all my strength. Only then did he capture Wu Dixing's whole body. Wu Dixing saw the tragic death of his brother Jiang Kun. And at this time, he was also very aggressive. Peng Jingqiu's knife scratched him many times, but he was unmoved. There was even one time when Peng Jingqiu's knife injured Wu Dixing's palm, and almost cut off the entire thumb. Wu Dixing twisted the blade of the knife, and then pressed it to the ground. After a few hits, Peng Jingqiu's knife inevitably fell, and Wu Dixing also found the opportunity to push the screwdriver towards Peng Jingqiu's eyes. Peng Jingqiu grabbed Wu Dixing's hands with both hands. Finally, a sharp screwdriver, away from one's own eyes. Then, there's the Adam's apple. When the screwdriver finally stopped next to his shoulder, Peng Jingqiu finally lost his strength. The screwdriver pierced Peng Jingqiu's shoulder. Suddenly there was a shrill scream. Peng Jingdong next to him, always using a knife, he firmly suppressed Hu Jun, who had no weapons, and only wore a pair of gloves. Originally they were evenly matched, however. Peng Jingdong was attracted by Peng Jingqiu's screams. Let Hu Jun find the opportunity. Hu Jun took a run to the side, picked up the knife that Jiang Kun had dropped on the ground. The knife is still stuck in Jiang Kun's neck. Hu Jun pulled out without hesitation. He went straight to Peng Jingdong. Peng Jingdong pretended not to see it, but when Hu Jun came over, one-sided to dodge, escaped Hu Jun's knife. Another knife pierced Hu Jun's stomach. Hu Jun suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Fight with me? You are still a little young, Peng Jingdong said fiercely. At the same time, he stirred Hu Jun's stomach vigorously with a knife. Hu Jun suddenly felt pain. He dropped Jiang Kun's knife that he had just picked up. Peng Jingdong didn't have time to be happy yet. Suddenly I saw Hu Jun giving a difficult smile. Hu Jun took a mouthful of blood, spit on Peng Jingdong's face. The dirty blood immediately blurred Peng Jingdong's eyes, made him lose his sight. Peng Jingdong used all his strength. He pushed Hu Jun onto the bars of the iron cage. Then he reached out and touched his eyes. It was at this time, in Peng Jingdong's mouth, there was also blood spilled. Peng Jingdong looked at his chest in disbelief. Hu Jun's short knife stabbed him in the middle of his chest, where his heart was. You bumped into me. Hee. Do you think I really don't have a weapon? I hit it, it's here. Hu Jun didn't finish his words, before he fell to the ground dead. Peng Jingdong looked at his chest in disbelief, and looked back at his brother Peng Jingqiu, then took 2 steps, and fell to the ground. In an instant, they both died. Look at Peng Jingqiu next to him, panic finally set in. It was at this time, Tiexiong in the corner finally no longer hesitated, slowly walked out of the corner. First, he nodded to Wu Dixing. Then he took out the iron blade of the shield machine from his pocket. He walked towards Wu Dixing and Peng Jingqiu, who were in a stalemate. Tiexiong closed his eyes, holding the iron block tightly with both hands. he hit Peng Jingqiu on the forehead. "Stop, asshole!" "Ah!" Just a few times, Peng Jingqiu also lost his voice. But the body was still shaking like an epileptic. Wu Disheng took out the screwdriver, hold with both hands, poke it through Peng Jingqiu's eyes. Then another eye, until Peng Jingqiu stopped struggling. Wu Disheng picked up the knife that Hu Jun dropped just now, walking to the body of Peng Jingdong who died together with Hu Jun. The knife pulled a few times, cut off Peng Jingdong's head. Wu Disheng threw it on the ground. Then Li Erkong stared at the scene. "Just go ahead and capture him. Give you a good time." Zhang Wei glanced at his watch. It's estimated to be more than 3 minutes. Court death. Li Erkong is naturally not someone who just sits back and waits for death. He rushed over again with a knife. Zhang Wei also killed him with his sword. It was at this time, Tia Xiong found the right opportunity. He hit Li Erkong hard on the back of the head with the iron block in his hand. Li Erkong groaned. Before I could turn around, Wu Disheng rushed from the side and collided savagely. "Push it out 4 to 5 meters. Li Erkong was hit so hard that he felt dizzy. I was knocked unconscious again, shook his head. He subconsciously put the knife in his hand, cut Wu Disheng's neck. Zhang Wei knew that Wu Disheng at this time could not see Li Erkong's move at all, and in a hurry, he wanted to throw the knife in his hand, but he saw that it was tied by the cloth strip he had used before. He could not help but shout, "Be careful!" Wu Disheng finally realized that something was wrong, and picked up Li Erkong again and threw him close to the ground, finally making the knife in his hand fall. Wu Disheng let out a long howl, and grabbed Li Erkong again, and rushed to another direction again. This time, the direction was the small iron cage in the center where the zombies were locked. Li Erkong's back was hit hard against the iron cage. He stretched out his hand weakly to hit Wu Disheng. "I just hit him a few times, it seemed like I was being pulled by something." Turning around and looking, he was scared to death. It turned out to be a few zombies, caught him through the iron cage. Li Erkong still wants to run away, but Wu Disheng held him tightly in his stomach. Finally, there are zombies across the iron cage, biting him on the ears and arms. There are more zombies, strangled his neck, don't let it escape, caught the head melon, start biting through the hair. I screamed again and again for a while. "Is there still a minute or two left?" Zhang Wei said to Lu Menglong above. 4 more people. Lu Menglong glanced at Tai Xiong who was still standing. Taiping, Zhang Wei, Ale, Wu Disheng. There were actually 5 more people. Lu Menglong means, Zhang Wei still has 4 people to deal with. "We won't fight anymore, they are all our own people, you all squat down, just think I won, the subsequent life and death arena, I'm going to participate." Zhang Wei knows. No one will refuse when he says this, in this preliminary round, it's just a supplementary quota, as the 10th person. Compete with the other 9 people. It's just a warm-up match at best, as expected. The remaining 4 people squatted on the ground. "No fight? It's not up to you." Lu Menglong hasn't spoken yet. Director Sun next to him suddenly stood in front angrily. "Who is that? Open all the zombie gates." Director Sun said to a person in the distance, who seemed to be controlling a pulley or a chain. It was this guy just now. Open an iron door. 3 zombies were thrown in. Chapter 360 ranking of 10 people. "No, don't let him die so easily." The person who stopped Director Sun instead. It was Lu Menglong. "Alright, the person who won the game this time, it's this kid." Lu Menglong showed a weird smile. Director Sun seemed to understand something. That means no one will release zombies anymore. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the door to the outer iron cage was opened. Zhang Wei and others walked out slowly. He ignored Li Erkong who was bitten by a zombie. And the old man Tai and his grandson, nor returned to where they started instead. He followed Zhang Wei and walked behind Ba Wang and others. Wu Disheng returned to the place where he had just come out. It's just that the 3 people from the beginning came out, in the end. Only 1 person left. Lu Menglong seemed unfazed by this. And Alu also came close to Overlord's ear, said, "A Biao was killed by them. He was the final winner of the 6th arena competition. He didn't steal the medicine. I heard the man who died just now say, so-called medicines, this is the reward a Biao won." "You mean they don't keep their word?" The Overlord suddenly became furious. Because all these words were credible. Ah Biao. That guy. Usually looked for people to compete with. Yes. I heard that Ah Biao defeated many people. And one of them was arranged by a woman. The woman was unwilling to accept the loss. So she asked someone to do something bad to Ah Biao. When Allah said this, Ba Wan looked at Huafeng. "It shouldn't be her. It's someone called Miss." Ah Lu explained. Huafeng was probably almost 50 years old. so it was impossible for her to be Miss. What Zhang Wei was thinking about was that the so-called eldest lady should be a rich girl like Wang Jiahao, Wang Pinyuan or Chen Yushuan. Bao Wang nodded, indicating that he understood the cause of a Biao's death. After listening to the conversation between Bao Wang and Alu, Zhang Wei naturally knew that it was time to strike while the iron was hot and get some medicine. Otherwise, when fighting or chaos broke out again, it might not be possible to get the medicine safely. So Zhang Wei also climbed up the platform in a few steps. And when those guards were about to go out, he said loudly to the audience, "Thank you for your support. I will accept 2 boxes of medicine first. If anyone has a cold, you can ask me to get the medicine. Of course, it is impossible to give all of them, but giving 3 or 5 tablets to each person should be no problem." Zhang Wei's words made him seem very stingy. But on the other hand, it could highlight the truth of his words. If Zhang Wei said he didn't want even a single pill, that would easily arouse people's suspicion. 3 to 5 pills, in the last days of antibiotic shortage, sometimes it can save someone's life. No matter how bad it is, take these pills. It's no problem to find someone to exchange for a few kilograms of rice. When Zhang Wei said this, Lu Menglong has not left yet. However, Lu Menglong said a little funny, "Little devil, do you think you can definitely take away these 2 boxes of medicines? Then you don't have to worry about it. I will abide by your game rules, participate in the subsequent arena competition, but you must give me the medicine I just sacrificed my life for. If I can't take it with me, I'll let my brothers take it away." Zhang Wei pointed to the painter below and said, "At this time, there is no need to drag Lu Renjia, Zhao Jinxiong and others into the water. It would be best to drag the psychopath Shirsha, the painter, into the water. Well, you go pack the medicine yourself. There are packaging cartons in the workshop. You can use them at will." Lu Menglong waved his hand and agreed generously. So Zhang Wei winked at Lu Renjia and others, letting them act quickly. Zhang Wei didn't know if a Biao was also killed in this way. But at this time, under the watchful eyes of the public, Lu Menglong should not dare to do anything dirty. Zhang Wei feels, before the people who should sit on the 3 empty chairs show up, Lu Menglong and the other 3 leaders, he should not dare to mess around. Lu Menglong watched Zhang Wei get off the platform, walk back and forth a few steps. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he said, "The rules of the game this time, I won't say much more. Everyone should also know, maybe this is the last Death Ring game. APIs from our workshop, almost all finished. Everyone will probably disband on the spot from now on. Money has no value anymore. I will do as I promised. Let you work according to your own working time, take away the corresponding amount of medicine. If you want to take a small gamble, you can deposit some medicines." Lu Menglong finished speaking. The people below were talking a lot. If grouped, just say it as it was originally said. 3 people came out of the northern community, 3 people came out of the southern community, our pharmaceutical factory. There are also 3 people, the only person left is the kid just now. Lu Menglong pointed at Zhang Wei and said, 10 people, how to fight? Will fighting is unfair, right? Or draw lots, a duel between 2. Huifeng was a little confused. This is also what the Overlord is worried about. If rules can ensure fairness, the rest doesn't matter. No need to draw lots, just go together. Mr. Su, who had not spoken for a long time, walked to the stage. Come together? Even Zhang Wei was surprised now. Wouldn't it make a mess if we go together? How can we fight 10 people? And everyone has their own agenda. This can't bring out the full strength. Right? I discussed with Manager Sun and Mr. Su last night. Want to play? Let's just play a big game once. Your southern communities and your northern communities come together. I don't know what bad ideas you are hiding, so we thought of a way. At first I planned to hack 3 people at a time. There's a person from your northern community. There is a man from the southern community. Let's get 1 more person. There were 3 games in total. In other words, only 1 person can survive each game. In this way, 9 into 3, the 3 people who survived, they are the top 3. But in order to prevent you from uniting against our pharmaceutical factory, after our discussion, decided to change the rules of the game again. Your southern communities and your northern communities, 1 game first, 6 people duel in pairs. The 3 people who survive like this, let's fight the 3 people from our pharmaceutical factory again. No, your people are waiting for work. This is unfair. Overlord immediately objected. The other party waiting for work is just an excuse for the Overlord. What the Overlord objects to is, the other party actually let them kill each other. Certainly, we also considered that this might be unfair to you, but in other words, you are all your own people. It may not be that he will really kill him. It's almost enough to be disabled. Also, isn't this kid one of yours? We will let him advance directly to the semifinals. The last 4 people, let's compete for the first, second, and third place. Mr. Su pointed to Zhang Wei, who was thinking carefully next to him. Mr. Su gave Zhang Wei an extremely sinister feeling. This guy obviously regards Zhang Wei as a soft persimmon. The 3 winners in the end, it is estimated that Zhang Wei can be easily controlled. He, the 4th place who was directly promoted in fact, it's just a stepping stone. Mr. Su, if you really don't follow the rules of the game, I don't think any of us will participate. That's natural, it's up to you to participate or not. But I have a plate of peanuts here, it depends on whether you can eat enough. Mr. Su, what do you mean? The Fire Phoenix was furious, because she discovered, the 2 men carrying guns were pointed at dozens of their men. After a burst of rifle fire, almost no one would stand up. Alright. We have participated in this competition, and we will accept the loss. Overlord patted Huafeng on the shoulder. He was going to give in. Overlord randomly pointed out 3 people, signaling them to step out. Seeing this, Huafeng hesitated again and again, and pointed out the names of 3 people among the people he brought with him. The 6 people walked forward more than 10 steps without any hesitation. The sound of a burst of rifle fire rang out. Mr. Su smiled. When he looked again, the 6 people who had just walked out had fallen in a pool of blood, and all of them were no longer breathing. Suddenly, you could hear a pin drop at the scene.